It's bad enough to have been reincarnated as a lowly frost-white snake, but waiting a full 7 years for a small family willing to take me in was unexpected. On the outskirts of the Jiuxiao mountain range, under a large tree by a pond, Chu Tian gazed in terror at the giant, pure white snake before him. The 10-meter-long serpent gleamed with a cold light under the sun, its menacing head fixed intently on him. Human, did you mean what you said? With your level of cultivation, are you really the patriarch of a family? The giant snake spoke in disbelief, its words sending shockwaves through Chu Tianyang's heart. Only a fourth-tier demon master could speak human language. To answer your question, senior, though it might sound laughable, I, this old man, am indeed the highest-ranked member of the Chu family in Chingyong Town, despite only being at the second-tier warrior level. Chu Tianyang replied, trying to remain calm, though inwardly lamenting his fate. He had ventured into the mountains seeking a breakthrough to tackle a family crisis, only to be ambushed and seriously injured by enemy cultivators. Now, encountering a fourth-tier demon master seemed like a death sentence for the Chu family. The frost-white snake's eyes flickered with a hint of joy. How many people are in your family? About 6,000 to 7,000, senior. Ha ha ha, finally, I've been waiting for this moment. The giant snake roared towards the sky, its voice echoing through the forest. This frost-white snake, who called itself Long Yuan, harbored a shocking secret. 7 years ago, it had crossed over to this world and acquired the ultimate guardian beast system, which could only be activated by becoming the guardian beast of a faction. Over the years, it had barely managed to cultivate to the early stage of the first-tier warrior level by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and had gained the ability to speak human language by consuming a spiritual herb. From this day forth, I shall be the guardian beast of the Chu family, Long Yuan declared decisively. With the establishment of a solemn vow, the system notification sounded. Long Yuan gained the chance for a bloodline reversion and 2 supreme cultivation techniques, the Emperor-level technique, Azure Dragon Emperor art, and the 5th-tier technique, Azure Cloud art. He led Chu Tianyang into an underwater chamber for healing, while he eagerly began the process of bloodline reversion. A surge of immense energy flooded his body, bringing searing pain like knives and fire. Under the shroud of a mysterious blue light, Long Yuan's body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. About half an hour later, the blue light gradually faded, revealing Long Yuan's crystalline blue form. Although his size hadn't changed significantly, he now emanated a mysterious and powerful aura. Eagerly, Long Yuan checked the system panel, and the information before him filled him with joy. His race had evolved from the lowly frost-white snake to the mighty ice-rock blue python, significantly boosting his strength and defense, while the cold energy within him became incredibly formidable. Most excitingly, his physical cultivation had reached the peak of the second-tier demon warrior, meaning enemies below this level couldn't break through his defenses. However, what thrilled Long Yuan the most was the 20-fold increase in his cultivation speed. He stared at the number in disbelief. Unable to wait any longer, he began absorbing the system's reward, the supreme emperor-level cultivation technique, the Azure Dragon Emperor technique. As his cultivation commenced, the vast essence of heaven and earth surged into Long Yuan's body like a tide. His cultivation level rose at a visible pace, from the early stage to the mid-stage, late stage, and all the way to the peak and perfection. The combination of an emperor-level technique with a 20-fold cultivation speed resulted in an efficiency that was astoundingly terrifying. In a little over an hour, Long Yuan's cultivation directly advanced to the early stage of the second-tier demon warrior, and his body length surged to an astonishing 40 meters. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, reveling in this exhilarating experience. Taking advantage of Chu Tianyang's unhealed injuries, Long Yuan decided to continue cultivating. He spat out a porcelain bottle containing a 3rd-tier pill. He had previously tricked it from an injured 3rd-tier human martial master by pretending to be a tiger eating a pig. In the past, he didn't dare use it, fearing his body would be overwhelmed by the pill's energy. But now, with an emperor-level technique and a perfected second-tier demon warrior's body, he felt the time was right. While Long Yuan was fully immersed in his cultivation, the cold pond's perimeter had been completely surrounded by over a dozen figures. Ma Jiong smirked and ordered, "Immediately set up an ambush around the cold pond. As soon as he shows himself, surround and eliminate him. Send someone to check if there are any other exits nearby, and seal them all off. This time, I want to make sure he has no escape." Once this is over, Chingyong Town will completely fall under the control of the Ma family. Ma Jiong held a black spear in one hand and stroked his beard with the other, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His eyes gleamed with determination, as if he could already see the Ma family dominating Chingyong Town. Yes. The others responded excitedly, and immediately began setting up the ambush. Ma Jiong led a team of elite fighters to hide among the shrubs surrounding the cold pond, like predators watching their prey, eyes fixed on the pond, missing no movement. The night passed quietly until dawn the next day. Suddenly, the sound of water splashing broke the morning silence. Ma Jiong's eyes lit up, and he said coldly, "Can't hold it any longer, can you?" With a swift motion, he led his group out of the bushes, their weapons glinting coldly as they pointed directly at the pond. At that moment, a massive blue figure shot out from the water. It was a giant dragon over 160 meters long, gracefully landing on the shore. Long Yuan coldly surveyed the crowd, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He had sensed their presence while underwater, but did not take them seriously. Following closely, Chu Tian emerged from the water. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed, the medicinal herbs had helped him recover significantly. Ha ha ha, Chu Tian, you finally decided to come out? Ma Jiong was initially surprised, but then grinned menacingly upon seeing Chu Tian. Without further words, he launched an attack. He moved like a flash, his sword gleaming with cold light, wrapped in spiritual energy, aiming directly at Chu Tian. Behind him, other Ma family members charged forward, shouting, "Ma family!" Chu Tian gritted his teeth, a flicker of hatred in his eyes. His mind raced through the situation in Chingyong Town. Though small, the town was home to three powerful families: Chu, Ma, and Zhao. Recently, however, the Ma family's patriarch, Ma Bangua, had broken through to become a third-rank martial master, inspiring several elders, who were initially just first-rank warriors, to reach the second rank. This upset the balance of power in the town. Ambitious, Ma Bangua immediately launched attacks on the other two families, placing the Chu and Zhao families in peril. To ensure his family's survival, Chu Tianyang had ventured into the Jiuxiao Mountains, seeking the opportunity to break through to a third-rank martial master. But shortly after entering the mountains, he was ambushed by the Ma family's elder, Ma Jiong, resulting in serious injuries. He then escaped to the vicinity of the cold pond, leading to the current situation. So arrogant. You completely disregard me, huh? Long Yuan snorted, a flash of anger in his eyes. Were these people blind, or did they think he was just for show? Could they not see his massive, over 160-meter-long form? Or did they think he was a paper tiger? With that, Long Yuan's enormous tail swept out in an instant, creating a howling wind, as if it would sweep everything before it. With a crisp sound, Ma Jiong's second-rank spiritual weapon sword was instantly broken. In his horrified gaze, the blue tail, like a towering pillar, slammed into his chest. In an instant, Ma Jiong's chest bone shattered, and his internal organs ruptured. How could this be? He widened his eyes, blood mixed with organ fragments spilling from his mouth. His body flew back like a cannonball, crashing into a large tree behind him. Life extinguished instantly. Elder. The following Ma family members stopped in their tracks, exclaiming in shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Their second-rank warrior elder had been sent flying with a single blow. They hadn't yet realized their elder had already met his end. Long Yuan turned to Chu Tianyang and asked calmly, "You can handle the rest, right?" Chu Tianyang's eyes narrowed, and the broken sword in his hand gleamed coldly. "Thank you, senior, for your intervention. I'll handle these small fry myself." He sneered, showing no regard for the remaining first-rank warriors. Like a gust of wind, Chu Tianyang charged into the enemy ranks, his broken sword flashing like lightning. In an instant, screams echoed, and blood sprayed like rain. Heads, with expressions of terror, flew into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with corpses. Not a single first-rank warrior was spared. Chu Tianyang took a deep breath to calm his racing heart and walked slowly towards Long Yuan. He bowed respectfully and said sincerely, "Thank you, senior, for your assistance. The Chu family will remember your kindness for generations." Not long ago, Long Yuan had broken through, his bloodline returning to its ancestral state, appearing before Chu Tianyang in an entirely new form. This dramatic transformation nearly scared Chu Tianyang out of his wits. He even thought it might be the parent of the mythical beast he had made a vow with. After all, when they met yesterday, Long Yuan was only about 10 meters long, but now he was a gigantic creature. This astonishing change in size was difficult for Chu Tianyang to accept. After Long Yuan's explanation, Chu Tianyang finally understood that it was due to the ancestral return of his bloodline. As a warrior, Chu Tianyang knew well that such a phenomenon was a rare opportunity for both mythical beasts and humans alike. He couldn't help but hope that one day, someone in the Chu family might also experience a return to ancestral bloodline. Long Yuan spoke calmly. "No need to thank me. Since I have become the guardian beast of the Chu family, it's my duty to protect you all. Also, you don't have to call me senior all the time. You can call me Beast God." "Yes, Beast God," Chu Tianyang replied respectfully. Long Yuan continued. "Then let's head straight back to Chingyong Town." His tone revealed his eagerness for the impending conquest of the Dragon Emperor's palace. Chu Tianyang nodded firmly, filled with confidence. With a fourth-rank mythical beast as their guardian, what threat could the small Ma family pose? In this world, the ranks are clearly defined. First-rank warrior little beast, second-rank warrior beast warrior, third-rank master beast master, fourth-rank grandmaster beast grandmaster, fifth-rank king beast king, sixth-rank emperor beast emperor, seventh-rank noble beast noble, 8th rank Saint Beast Saint, 9th rank Emperor Beast Emperor. With the protection of a 4th rank Beast Grandmaster, Chu Tian was eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. Chingyong Town, a small settlement nestled at the foot of the Jiuxiao Mountains, has a population of only a few tens of thousands. At the town's center is a round lake, like a mirror reflecting the surrounding buildings, creating a picturesque scene. However, today this picture is stained with blood. On the three sides of the lake, the lands of the Chu, Ma, and Zhao families once stood together in balance. Now, the Zhao family land is a scene of slaughter. Blood flows like rivers, and corpses lie scattered everywhere, with the stench of blood heavy in the air. From the ancestor, a second-level warrior, to infants in swaddling clothes, thousands of Zhao family members have perished. The Zhao family of Chingyong Town has been annihilated. Not far away, the Chu family land is similarly strewn with bodies, with blood soaking every inch of ground. Fortunately, more than half of the family members have survived, but they are currently surrounded by Ma family disciples. The Ma family refrained from wiping them out entirely, fearing the escaped ancestor, Chu Tian, might seek vengeance, and hoping to use the survivors as hostages to force Chu Tian to appear. Ma family patriarch Ma Bangwa understood this well. He ordered, "Wait until you see Chu Tianyang's corpse, then kill the rest without delay." Meanwhile, in a grand hall within the Ma family grounds, Ma Bangwa, dressed in gray and with a ruddy complexion, was leisurely sipping tea. He frowned slightly and asked, "Is there still no sign of Chu Tianyang?" Ma family leader Ma Chongqing respectfully replied, "Ancestor, we've just received word that Chu Tianyang has been severely wounded by the Grand Elder and is being pursued. We should have his body soon." "Excellent." A gleam flashed in Ma Bangwa's eyes. From now on, Chingyong Town will be in the palm of our Ma family. He was determined to fully control the town to safely explore the secret realm there. At that moment, several blood-soaked Ma family members burst into the hall in a panic. "How dare you be so flustered in front of the ancestor? What kind of behavior is this?" Ma Chongqing scolded them. But seeing their condition, he frowned and asked, "What on earth happened?" "Patriarch, Chu Tianyang has broken into our Ma family. Many of our people have been killed." "What? Just him alone?" Ma Bangwa asked in disbelief. Upon receiving confirmation, Ma Bangwa stood up abruptly and said coldly, "It seems Chu Tianyang has been driven to desperation. Since you've come to me, out of our long acquaintance, I'll personally send you to hell." He intended to personally settle the score with his rival of over 100 years. Suddenly, Ma Chongqing's face changed dramatically, his legs trembling as he stared in horror at the eaves behind the ancestor. There, unbeknownst to anyone, lay a massive blue python. "What is it?" Ma Bangwa turned around with a frown, only to be met with a gaping maw. Before he could react, the massive mouth had clamped onto his neck. Suddenly, a thin layer of ice blue energy appeared on the giant python's body, forming an impenetrable shield. This was a defensive technique only a third-rank martial master could use, something even a second-rank warrior could not break. Ma Bangwa's attack landed on the python, producing a series of crisp slashing sounds, but all it did was spark harmlessly. Ma Bangwa was shocked, exclaiming, "A third-rank demon master? This python is actually a third-rank demon master." In a panic, he shouted, and a layer of fiery red energy enveloped his body, manifesting the abilities of a third-rank martial master. However, in an instant, Ma Bangwa's energy shield exploded violently. Entangled by the python, he felt its overwhelming force and let out a painful cry. Ma Chongqing, witnessing this, screamed in horror, "Ancestor." He couldn't believe his eyes, thinking how could this python be so strong that even their third-rank martial master ancestor was no match? Coughing up blood, Ma Bangwa felt as if his internal organs were about to burst. Struggling, he growled, "Great Python, what offense has my Ma family committed? Please, show mercy." Suddenly, a deep voice emerged from Long Yuan's mouth. "Humph. I am the guardian beast of the Chu family. Do you still wonder what offense?" This statement struck the Ma family like a bolt from the blue. "What? The Chu family's guardian beast? A speaking fourth-rank demon lord? How is this possible? How could the Chu family possess such power?" Their faces were filled with disbelief. Thinking quickly, Ma Bangwa shouted, "Spare us, Great One. Whatever the Chu family has offered you, our Ma family is willing to offer tenfold." "Too late." Long Yuan snorted coldly. "I have made an unbreakable vow with Chu Tianyang. This is fate." Before the words had fully settled, a powerful energy burst from Long Yuan, biting fiercely into Ma Bangwa's neck. A violent icy force surged into his body. Despite his efforts to resist, Ma Bangwa's fire-based energy was no match for Long Yuan's ice energy. Moments later, Ma Bangwa was frozen into a blue crystal sculpture, shattering into pieces under Long Yuan's massive form. Seeing this, Ma Chongqing was utterly stunned, petrified on the spot. Several Ma family members around him were the first to react, shouting, "Patriarch, run. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood." They drew their swords and charged at the python, trying to buy time for their patriarch to escape. However, Their bravery seemed insignificant against such overwhelming power. Long Yuan merely flicked his tail, killing them instantly. Their bodies crashed heavily into Ma Chongqing, snapping him back to reality. Just as Ma Chongqing was about to flee, he collided with the bloodied Chu Tianyang. Chu Tianyang's icy voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. Patriarch Ma, where do you think you're going? Chu Tianyang. Ma Chongqing shouted in shock. At that moment, he had no will to fight. The terrifying python behind him was watching intently, and he knew he stood no chance. In desperation, Ma Chongqing could only roar. Chu Tianyang, do you dare to fight me to the death? Why wouldn't I? You little brat, I'll personally send you to hell. Chu Tianyang replied with a cold laugh. As soon as their eyes met, they were filled with hatred. Instantly, the two engaged in a fierce battle. As second-rank warriors, their energy could burst forth from their bodies, capable of shattering stone and metal. Each clash of fists and palms created loud explosions, and the surrounding hall's walls were slashed with deep gouges from their powerful exchanges. This life-and-death struggle was about to begin. Long Yuan gazed at the lifeless body of Ma Bangua, whom he had personally strangled, with a curious glint in his eyes. In just one night, leveraging the power of the Emperor-level technique, the Azure Dragon Emperor art, combined with a 20-fold training speed and the aid of third-tier pills, he had astonishingly broken through to the early stage of the fourth-tier martial master. This rapid advancement left Long Yuan secretly amazed, as if he had unlocked a cheat code, making more progress in a single night than he had accumulated over several years. His attention was then drawn to an oval-shaped token that had fallen from Ma Bangwa's body. Remarkably, the token remained unscathed despite Long Yuan's formidable strength, clearly no ordinary item. Take this with you, Long Yuan instructed Chu Tianyang. If Ma Bangwa carried it with him, it must be something valuable. Chu Tianyang, panting heavily, replied, Yes, beast god. Although he had been immersed in the second-tier warrior realm for a long time, his injuries were still not fully healed, leaving him utterly spent. Meanwhile, at their feet lay the lifeless body of Ma Chongqing, drenched in a pool of blood. Chu Tianyang continued, The Ma family must have recently come across some kind of opportunity. Otherwise, they couldn't have cultivated so many second-tier warriors in such a short time. Long Yuan dismissed the concern, responding indifferently. Whatever their secret is, you can slowly uncover it once you take over everything here. At that moment, a series of terrifying whip cracks and agonizing groans echoed from nearby. Along the stone path at the entrance to the Chu family estate stood 20 stone pillars, each with a member of the Chu family bound in chains, their bodies covered in wounds. Among them were the Chu family head, elders, and their prodigious talents. Ma Guanpeng, the eldest son of the Ma family, was mercilessly wielding a thorn-laden whip, lashing at Chu Shiron, the most renowned genius of the Chu family. Blood splattered like droplets, and Chu Shiron's body was beaten to a gruesome state. As he flogged Chu Shiron, Ma Guanpeng sneered. You used to be so arrogant in front of me, didn't you? I won't stop until you're dead. His face was splattered with blood, making him look particularly sinister and terrifying. Yet, despite the excruciating torment, Chu Shiron's gaze towards Ma Guanpeng remained filled with disdain and contempt. This attitude infuriated Ma Guanpeng even more, and he snarled. Trash is just trash. Even if given a chance, you don't make use of it. The thorn whip in your hands is nothing but a waste. You're a useless piece of garbage. Suddenly, Ma Guanpeng tossed aside the thorn whip and flashed a chilling smile. Haha, you're tough with your words, but I wonder if your sister Chu Yanran is as tough. I bet I can easily break her spirit. Bring Chu Yanran here. I want to put on a good show right in front of this so-called Chu family genius. Ha ha ha. A group of young Ma clan members strode towards the inner courtyard with sinister smiles. Upon seeing this, Chu Shiron's heart was filled with anguish. He struggled violently, the chains clinking loudly with a sound full of despair and anger. Beasts. You're worse than animals. She's only 10 years old. What are you planning to do? Golden lightning flashed in Chu Shiron's eyes, and a fierce fire ignited in his heart. He was not afraid of death, but would never allow anyone to harm his sister. At this moment, he craved power more than ever. Ma Guanpeng licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. What are we planning? Haven't you already guessed? Suddenly, a young girl's voice calling for help echoed from the Chu family's courtyard. Let me go, let me go. Ma Guanpeng looked at Chu Shiron triumphantly and laughed. Chu Shiron, did you hear that? Whose voice is that? Isn't it music to your ears? Just then, terrified screams from the Ma clan members erupted from the courtyard. What is this thing? A giant snake? Where did the giant snake come from? No, help all. The scene shifted to the Chu family estate courtyard, where over 4,000 clan members were confined. Many were seriously injured, some were sobbing quietly, others remained silent, while some had fierce looks on their faces. A few Ma clan members roughly dragged out a 10-year-old girl, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Chu Yanran. People around tried desperately to stop them, but were cut down by the Ma clan members. They sneered. We may not be able to kill all of you now, but a few should be no problem. After all, you're all destined to die by our blades eventually. In this critical moment, a massive giant snake suddenly scaled the wall and entered the courtyard. It bit down on a Ma clan member's shoulder, instantly freezing him into an ice sculpture with its chilling energy. The other Ma clan members were shocked and swung their swords at the giant snake. However, their steel blades left not a scratch on the snake's blue scales and instead broke with large cracks. The snake's tail swept across, killing several Ma clan members on the spot, splattering hot blood on Chu Yinran's face. The second elder of the Ma clan, overseeing the area, roared angrily and lunged at the giant snake with a first-tier spiritual weapon sword. Yet, the sword was snapped in two by the snake's bite. The elder's face, full of fat, trembled in disbelief as he shouted, "What the hell? That's a spiritual weapon. What are you?" The giant snake snorted coldly and spoke. "I am the guardian beast of the Chu family. What do you think I am?" Upon hearing this, the Ma clan's second elder was horrified. Speaking human language? A fourth-tier demon lord? Damn, how is such a terrifying existence here? Without another word, he turned to flee, only to be held tightly by an elderly Chu family member. "Let me go, you bastard," the second elder yelled. The Chu family elder laughed wildly. "Ha ha, being able to take a second-tier warrior to death with me. I'm satisfied. Come die with me." As soon as the words were spoken, a massive figure flashed by like lightning. It was Long Yuan, its enormous serpentine body instantly coiling around the second elder of the Ma family, its jaws clamping down viciously on his waist. The elder's piercing scream shattered the night, but it faded quickly as his life was extinguished. The elder from the Chu family, who had been holding the second elder, was left stunned, staring in horror at the giant serpent before him. He trembled all over, unable to believe he had narrowly escaped death. The surrounding Chu family members were equally ashen-faced, their legs weak, barely able to stand. Suddenly, a trembling voice broke the silence. It spoke. This statement was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. A fourth-rank martial beast's ability to speak was now right before them. Coupled with Long Yuan's mountainous form, the oppressive aura it exuded was suffocating. Instantly, everyone fell silent, hardly daring to breathe. Long Yuan's voice was deep and authoritative. "Do not be afraid. I am your Chu family's guardian beast." It looked around, secretly relieved that the Chu family had not been annihilated. Otherwise, it too would be in trouble. "Our guardian beast?" someone asked in confusion, regaining their composure. "When did we get a fourth-rank beast as a guardian?" Long Yuan answered impatiently. "You can ask Chu Tian that when he returns." "Our ancestor is still alive?" someone asked excitedly. "Humph. With me around, he couldn't die even if he wanted to," Long Yuan said disdainfully. "I just went to the Ma family with him and killed Ma Bangua and their clan leader. He's on his way back now." Long Yuan's massive body slowly moved outward. "Come, follow me outside." Although the people were skeptical of Long Yuan's words, a few brave ones followed it. After all, if Long Yuan truly intended to kill them, it would have done so already. Outside, Ma Guanpeng was utterly devastated. He stared blankly at the bodies of his father, Ma Changsheng, and ancestor, Ma Bangua, his whole being plunged into an icy abyss. How could a third-rank martial ancestor be dead? Despair washed over Ma Guanpeng like a tidal wave. His knees buckled, and he knelt heavily before Chu Tian, his voice trembling. "Please, spare me. Treat me like a dog, and let me live. I didn't want any of this. It was them, Ma Bangua and Ma Changsheng, who forced me." He pointed at the corpses on the ground, trying to shift the blame. Chu Tian remained expressionless, delivering a swift kick. With a crack, Ma Guanpeng's legs broke. Chu Tian coldly said, "Shiron, his life is yours to take." Chu Shiron struggled to lift his head, his eyes flickering with faint lightning. Seeing the blood-soaked ancestor, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up. "It's so good, ancestor. You're alive. Everything's going to be all right now." Chu Tian carefully freed Chu Shiron from the stone pillar, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. This young man was an unprecedented genius of the Chu family, his potential immeasurable, and his future achievements destined to surpass everyone. At that moment, the crowd in the courtyard followed Long Yuan out in a steady stream. When they saw their ancestor standing before them unharmed, every face lit up with a smile of excitement. To the Chu family, the ancestor was their anchor. As long as he was there, the Chu family would never fall. "Quick, rescue the others," Chu Tian ordered decisively. Everyone immediately sprang into action, carefully untying the family members bound to the stone pillars. Many had fallen unconscious from prolonged torment, their bodies covered in shocking scars. "Treat their injuries immediately." Chu Tianyang's voice was urgent. These people were nearly all the core strength and future hope of the Chu family, and none could be lost. Just then, a system notification that only Long Yuan could hear sounded. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in with the Guardian Force, obtaining the top-grade Imperial Artifact Dragon Emperor Palace, and the special physique essence of the Myriad Spirit Body. Long Yuan's consciousness was instantly pulled into the system space, where a towering 90-year palace appeared out of thin air. An imperial artifact, he couldn't help but exclaim. This was a legendary treasure that only a 9th-rank martial emperor could possess. The feeling of having such a cheat-like advantage was truly addictive, effortlessly acquiring such unimaginable treasures. As for the myriad spirit body, although it was just a king-level physique, its compatibility with the energy of heaven and earth was extremely high, allowing for astonishing cultivation speed. However, for Long Yuan, this physique was still not impressive enough. After all, no degree of compatibility could match his own cultivation speed, which was 20 times faster. He had already decided to reward this physique to a member of the Chu family. Long Yuan's gaze inadvertently fell on the young man beside Chu Tian. The system immediately provided detailed information. Practitioner, Chu Shiron. Physique is Purple Sky Thunder Body, a top-grade king physique, with an unawakened state of cultivation, mid-stage first-level martial artist physical cultivation, quasi-martial artist status, Chu family member. Another king physique? Long Yuan was taken aback. Over the years in the Nine Heavens mountain range, he had heard warriors mention the classification of physiques. Besides the ordinary mortal physique, both spiritual and king physiques were extremely rare. It seemed the Chu family was indeed full of hidden talents, possessing such geniuses. It looked like this young man would need to be a focus for future cultivation. Coming back to his senses, Long Yuan looked at Chu Tianyang and asked calmly, "Can you handle the rest?" As a guardian beast, he didn't need to attend to every detail personally, but still had to ensure everything was under control. Reporting to the beast god, Master Ma Bangwa of the 3rd tier has perished. In Chingyong Town, there's no one left who poses a threat to me. Chu Tianyang knelt on one knee, bowing his head respectfully as he reported. Very well, find me a secluded place for meditation. Also, once everything is in order, come see me. I have something for you. Long Yuan's voice was deep and commanding. Yes. Chu Tianyang responded promptly, then hesitated for a moment, pointing into the distance. By the way, what's with the thundercloud above the center of the lake? Long Yuan turned his gaze to the sky above the lake in Chingyong Town. It was peculiar, shrouded by a massive, dark cloud spanning several miles, with dazzling lightning flashing fiercely within it. Reporting to the elder, that's a natural phenomenon of Chingyong Town. It said that people once thought it contained a great opportunity, but many cultivators from afar have explored it and found nothing but ravaging lightning. Eventually, it was left unexplored, Chu Tianyang explained, sharing what was common knowledge among the town's residents. I see. Long Yuan squinted his eyes, examining the dark cloud, thinking it would be an ideal place for him. Once his cultivation improved, residing within that thundercloud would certainly be impressive. Soon, Long Yuan was led to the Chu family's secret place, previously used by Chu Tianyang for his own meditation. It was a place ordinary people could never approach. Long Yuan's enormous body, over 160 meters long, filled the entire space, his blue scales gleaming coldly in the dim light. With a thought, the Dragon Emperor's palace appeared before him. The nine-story palace was resplendent, with each eave adorned with a lifelike golden dragon, exuding dragon might that made Long Yuan's blood tremble. Fortunately, he controlled it. Otherwise, the imperial and dragon might would have spread, attracting unwanted attention. With this trump card, I at least have a means of survival in this world, Long Yuan thought to himself. The imperial weapon is the highest quality weapon here. Unless faced with a martial emperor, no one can destroy it. System, open the character panel. Host, Long Yuan. Species, Ice Rock Blue Python. Cultivation realm, early stage of 4th tier demon sect. Physical cultivation, early stage of 3rd tier demon master. Current task, cultivate a 3rd tier martial master for family protection. Task reward, half-month cultivation reward. 5 physique awakening pills can awaken any special physique. Family protection level, 2-star. Host cultivation speed increased by 20 times. My cultivation realm has improved, and so has my physical cultivation. Long Yuan assessed his state, understanding that beasts naturally had stronger physiques than humans. Even without special body refining, a beast's physical realm was usually 1 major realm lower than its cultivation realm, whereas humans were 2 realms lower. Like Ma Bangwa, whose cultivation was at the 3rd tier martial master level, but his physical cultivation was only at the 1st tier martial artist level. Cultivating a 3rd tier martial master, huh? Long Yuan looked at the new task, a slight smile on his lips. This shouldn't be too difficult. Chu Tianyang had been stuck at the 2nd tier martial warrior level for a long time due to a lack of inherited techniques. But with the 5th tier Qingyun technique, Long Yuan could fill that gap, making the task manageable. As for the reward, half a month's cultivation? The system is really something, even rewarding cultivation, Long Yuan used. But isn't half a month a bit stingy? Shouldn't it be rewarded by years? His gaze fell on another reward. The physique awakening pills could be perfect for that young fellow, Chu Shiron. I wonder if there are others in the Chu family with yet to awaken special physiques. Looking at the Dragon Emperor's palace, Long Yuan willed it to expand, allowing his massive body to enter effortlessly. Inside, the palace was another world, divided into 9 levels, each larger than the last. Even his enormous body occupied only a small part of the first level. This is quite good. Otherwise, as my cultivation improves and my body grows, the entire Chingyong town might not be able to accommodate me. However, as Long Yuan began his cultivation, he soon encountered a problem. The essence of heaven and earth here was too scarce, even less than in the 9 Heavens mountain range, severely limiting his cultivation speed. It seems finding a vein of heaven and earth essence needs to be prioritized, Long Yuan pondered. The higher the grade of the vein, the richer the essence it produces. It's a long-term plan, crucial not only for my cultivation but also for the Chu family's future. The system would likely require him to help elevate the Chu family's power. Without a vein of essence, how could they quickly break through? Moreover, veins produce essence stones, which are not only used for cultivation but are also the common currency of this world. Thus, the more veins a family controls, the wealthier they are. Outside, Chu Tian arranged for some to care for the wounded, while he led others, whose injuries were less severe, to eliminate the remnants of the Ma family. He understood well the need to eradicate them completely. For several days, Chingyong Town was in a state of tension, with frequent screams as Ma family warriors and members were slaughtered. This is the brutal law of this world. Victory means power, defeat means death. Ordinary people hid in their homes, trembling with fear, praying for these days to pass quickly. Ancestor, we found some valuable items in the Ma family's secret chamber. Please come and take a look, reported a clan member to Chu Tian, who had just killed the last elder of the Ma family, his hands still stained with blood. Let's go. I'm curious to see what allowed the Ma family to rise so quickly, Chu Tian said with strong curiosity, striding toward the Ma family estate. He soon arrived at a concealed chamber. Upon seeing the treasures inside, Chu Tianyang's breath became heavy, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. A third-tier technique? And spiritual weapons and pills? Where did that old man Ma Bangwa get so many treasures? Holding the third-tier technique in his trembling hands, Chu Tianyang was excited. With this technique, he could smoothly break through to the third-tier martial master level. And a third-tier spiritual weapon and 2 second-tier ones? How did the Ma family strike it rich? Chu Tianyang was utterly shocked. The Chu family's prized possession was only a first-tier high-grade spiritual weapon. After all, Chingyong Town was a remote place with few martial artists, let alone third-tier spiritual weapons. Bring all these items back, and no one is to leak anything about this. Otherwise, it will be considered treason. Chu Tianyang ordered sternly, a hint of caution in his eyes. Yes, the clan members responded in unison. The third-tier technique, spiritual weapons, and those precious pills were treasures in Chu Tianyang's eyes. If news of this got out, he feared it would bring disaster to the Chu family. He then ordered the integration of the Zhao and Ma family's assets. The Zhao family had been wiped out by the Ma family, and now the Ma family was annihilated by the Chu family. All thanks to the beast god's assistance. From now on, the Chu family would be the sole dominant force in Chingyong Town. Chu Tianyang stepped into the clan grounds and abruptly halted at the sight before him. Several clan members were dismantling a row of blood-stained stone pillars at the entrance, the chains clinking as they worked. Stop, Chu Tianyang commanded sharply. The group turned at his voice and respectfully called out, Ancestor. Chu Tianyang gazed at the weathered pillars, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. These pillars have witnessed the life and death crisis of our Chu family. Let them stand here forever, he declared solemnly. From now on, the Comingafage ceremony for Chu family disciples will be held here. Every member must remember this history. Though the Chu family narrowly escaped annihilation, the losses were heavy, with many members falling at the hands of the Ma family. If not for the beast god's assistance, the Chu family might have met the same fate as the Zhao family. Yes, Ancestor. The clan members responded, moving to set the fallen pillars upright once more. Chu Tianyang surveyed the area, ensuring the pillars were properly positioned, before heading towards the location of the beast god with the valuable items they had seized from the Ma family, including third-tier martial arts techniques and spiritual artifacts. Pushing open the door, Chu Tianyang froze. Before him stood a palace, incongruous with its surroundings. Do not be alarmed. Come in, came Long Yuan's voice from within the palace. Yes, beast god. Chu Tianyang quelled his shock and stepped inside. The palace's interior was vast and boundless, completely at odds with its exterior size. Such a scene was beyond Chu Tianyang's comprehension. Long Yuan was coiled atop a mountain peak, cultivating. Despite the cultivation speed here being 20 times faster than the outside world, the sparse spiritual energy made progress slow. Beast god, these are the most valuable treasures we obtained from the Ma family, offered in tribute to you. Chu Tianyang respectfully presented the spoils. Long Yuan opened his giant eyes and glanced at the items, then said indifferently, These things are of no use to me. Keep them for yourselves. With that, He exhaled a ball of white light that flew towards Chu Tianyang. This is a 5th-tier martial arts technique. It may not be anything special, but it should suffice for your current needs. Use it to train and strive to reach the 3rd-tier martial master level soon. A 5th-tier technique. Chu Tianyang was stunned, his hands trembling as he received the jade slip, as if it were a mountain. His heart pounded in his chest, nearly leaping out. While Chu Tianyang was still immersed in his joy, Long Yuan spoke again. There's another matter I need you to address quickly. Chu Tianyang snapped back to attention, carefully storing the jade slip, and said respectfully, "Please instruct me, beast god. I will complete the task, no matter the cost." "No need for such extremes," Long Yuan said. "Send people out to search for the location of a spiritual vein. The spiritual energy in Chingyong Town is too thin for cultivation." Chu Tianyang suddenly understood. Searching for a spiritual vein? Yes, I understand. He knew that some cultivation families were established on spiritual veins. Previously, this was too distant a concept for them. But now, with the beast god's protection and a 5th-tier technique, it might be time to reconsider. Beast god. During the hunt for the Ma family's elder, we uncovered a troubling matter, Chu Tianyang said with concern. What is it? Apparently, a member of the Ma family has joined the 6-star sect, Sungyan sect. This was a well-kept secret until a dying Ma family elder revealed it. This could become a significant threat. A 6-star sect? Long Yuan frowned. Do you know the hierarchy of power? What level of expert does a 6-star sect have? Chu Tianyang lowered his head in shame. I lack experience outside our territory and don't know the specifics. Long Yuan waved a claw dismissively. No need to worry about it. Focus on strengthening your family. Even if a mere disciple or the whole Sungyan sect comes, I have ways to deal with them. Beast god, I have one more request, Chu Tianyang said respectfully. I wish to announce to the entire clan that you are our guardian. This way, even if I fall or times change, our clan will not forget your existence. Very well, if necessary, I will appear. Long Yuan agreed with a nod. Thank you, beast god. Chu Tianyang bowed deeply in gratitude. After leaving the Dragon Emperor's palace, Chu Tianyang returned to the secret chamber and carefully examined the 5th-tier technique, as if afraid someone might discover it. It's truly a 5th-tier technique. Chu Tianyang trembled with excitement. Our Chu family has hope of rising again. We might even fulfill our ancestors' wish of returning to the main clan. This was a secret known only to the clan leaders through the generations. Their branch of the Chu family was a small offshoot abandoned by the Imperial clan. Over time, with the loss of their heritage, they had fallen to the brink of extinction. Although Chu Tianyang didn't know exactly what the Imperial clan was, he guessed it must be an incredibly powerful force. Despite everything, the dream of returning to the Imperial clan had never faded, passed down through the generations, enduring and unbroken. Chu Tianyang gazed at the 3rd and 5th-tier cultivation techniques in his hands, having made up his mind. He decided to distribute the 3rd-tier techniques among all the elders for their practice, while he and the clan leader, Chu Jingua, would focus on the 5th-tier technique, Chingyong City. The 5th-tier technique was extremely precious, and if leaked, it could bring catastrophic disaster to the Chu family. He planned to let the elders switch to the 5th-tier technique only after they reached the 3rd-tier martial master level. Having made his decision, Chu Tianyang immediately began organizing. As the patriarch, he rarely involved himself in family affairs. But with the family in a state of disarray and the clan leader Chu Jingua severely injured, he had no choice but to handle these tedious matters personally. After some accounting, Chu Tianyang felt a heavy weight on his heart. Out of the original 7,000 clan members, only a little over 3,000 remained. Jingua. Chu Tianyang turned to the clan leader Chu Jingua, who, although no longer in immediate danger, still looked pale. Arrange to distribute all the healing herbs and pills we seized from the Ma family to treat the injured. Do not hold back. Ensure the safety of our remaining clan members. Chu Jingua nodded in agreement, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Patriarch, is that 4th-tier demon serpent really our Chu family's guardian beast? Despite the serpent having saved them, as the clan leader, he still harbored concerns. The gigantic creature residing with them felt like a sword hanging over their heads, more terrifying than death itself. Chu Tianyang replied solemnly, Indeed, the beast god is our guardian beast. We have made a grand contract, and you can trust him completely. He will never harm any member of the Chu family. He added, once the family has somewhat recovered, I will announce this to everyone. But remember, even with the beast god's protection, we must remain self-reliant and not disturb him for matters we can handle ourselves. Chu Tianyang then leaned in close to Chu Jingua and whispered, There's one more thing I can tell you ahead of time, but you must keep it secret. The beast god has just gifted our Chu family a 5th-tier cultivation technique. Chu Jingua was shocked by this revelation, staring at the patriarch in disbelief. Chu Tianyang snorted, Would I deceive you? Now you understand the beast god's favor towards our family, don't you? But why? Chu Jingua was puzzled. Why would a 4th-tier demon, who also possessed a fifth-tier technique, choose to be their guardian. I asked the beast god the same thing, Chu Tian said. He said it was all due to fate. Don't overthink it. From now on, focus on managing the family and your cultivation. For the things we cannot handle, the beast god will intervene. Yes, patriarch, I understand. Chu Jingua replied, taking a deep breath. His worries dissipated, leaving him feeling lighter. The thought of the fifth-tier technique filled him with excitement. Perhaps the Chu family was truly on the brink of a new era of prosperity. After seeing Chu Jingua off, Chu Tianyang prepared to enter seclusion to practice Chingyong and break through to the third-tier martial master level. He had been stuck at the second tier for years, unable to advance due to a lack of inheritance. Now, with everything aligned, it was the perfect opportunity to make a breakthrough. Just then, the first elder, Chu Hongtu, rushed in with a pale face, limping and full of anxiety. The elder was covered in bandages and moved with difficulty. Hongtu, what's the matter? Chu Tianyang asked urgently. Patriarch, my grandson. He still hasn't woken up. Chu Hongtu was extremely worried. What? Shiron hasn't woken up yet? Did you give him healing pills? He took a first-tier pill, but it had no effect, Chu Hongtu said anxiously. My grandson is exceptionally gifted. He broke through to the first-tier martial artist at such a young age, far surpassing our generation. If given the chance, he could soar to great heights. Let's go have a look, Chu Tianyang said, his heart tightening. Chu Shiron was a rising star among the young generation of the Chu family and must not meet the same fate as Chu Yan once did. Chu Yan, the son of the clan leader Chu Jingua, was once extraordinarily talented, progressing rapidly in his cultivation. Everyone believed he would soon break through to become a martial artist. However, 3 years ago, his talent inexplicably vanished overnight, and his progress stalled. To this day, he remains unable to formally break through, becoming a figure of mediocrity, much to everyone's regret. Upon arriving at Chu Shiron's resting place, they found his wounds had healed, yet he remained unconscious. Beside his bed, a delicate and lovely girl was crying, her tears falling like raindrops on pear blossoms. She was Chu Shiron's sister, Chu Yanran. Brother, what's wrong? Please wake up, Chu Yanran sobbed. When Chu Tianyang and the others arrived, Chu Yanran rushed to the first elder Chu Hongtu. Grandfather, patriarch grandpa, please see what's wrong with my brother. Don't worry, the patriarch is here, and he will find a way. Be good, Yanran, don't cry. Chu Hongtu sighed. The recent family crisis had left a deep psychological scar on the child, causing her to frequently wake up from nightmares. Chu Tianyang checked Chu Shiron's pulse, frowning. Strange. His pulse shows no abnormalities. In his perception, there was no damage within Chu Shiron's body. Have the family's healers examined him? They've all checked him, but they couldn't find any issues, Chu Hongtu replied. Chu Tianyang was at a loss as well. Without identifying the cause, there was no way to treat him. Could the Chu family be about to lose another young talent? Just as everyone was at their wits' end, a voice suddenly spoke up. Shiron is in a coma, because his constitution cannot awaken. Everyone turned to see a young man in simple white clothes, with an impressive demeanor, handsome features, and eyes shining with brilliance. Chu Yan. The crowd was surprised to see the once-fallen genius. Chu Yan, what did you just say? His constitution cannot awaken? Are you saying Shiron has a special constitution? Chu Hongtu asked, astonished that the young man could discern what they could not. Wait. Chu Tianyang suddenly fixed his gaze on Chu Yan, exclaiming, You've broken through to the first-tier martial artist? And you've even reached the peak? Chu Yan smiled slightly. Thanks to the care of the patriarch and all the elders, I broke through just yesterday. He knew that over the years, both the patriarch and the elders had exhausted their efforts and resources on him, trying to solve the mystery of his suddenly vanished talent. Chu Yan stood in the main hall of the Chu family, his brow slightly furrowed. Without the full support of his family, the restoration of his talents would likely take even longer. He glanced down at the ring on his hand, knowing that the dormant Yao Lao within it needed a substantial amount of energy to awaken. At that moment, the voice of the great elder, Chu Hongtu, interrupted his thoughts. What? A martial artist at the peak? Chu Hongtu stared at Chu Yan in disbelief. In the entire Chu family, only the clan leader and a few elders had reached the level of a first-tier martial artist at the peak. Yet here was this teenager, possessing strength comparable to the older generation. Chu Tianyang nodded excitedly. Good, good. It's great that you've made a breakthrough. After 3 years of silence, you've finally astonished everyone. Chu Yan, you certainly haven't let us or your father down. His eyes shone with expectation. I just wonder if your talents have been restored? If so, you could train in the fifth-tier technique, Chingyong. Chu Yan took a deep breath and replied with a firm voice. I deeply appreciate the concern you've shown over the past few years. What happened before will not occur again. Without the family's support over the years, I wouldn't have been able to restore my training talents so quickly. From now on, I will strive to train hard and protect the Chu family. His gaze was resolute, as if making a solemn promise. Chu Tianyang nodded in satisfaction. Good, good. Your determination makes our efforts over these past 3 years worthwhile. He recalled the time when Chu Yin lost his talents, and the family members opposed continuing to provide him with resources. Despite being a small family with limited resources, Chu Tianyong insisted on supporting Chu Yin without reducing the resources. He suspected that Chu Yan's talents might still be there, only hindered by some unusual change in his body. Now, it seemed his decision was indeed correct. Chu Hongtu, recovering from his shock, shifted to another important topic. Chu Yin, you mentioned that Chiron's coma was due to his constitution awakening? Could it be that he possesses a legendary special constitution? Chu Yin replied calmly. Yes, Chiron indeed has a special constitution, though it hasn't fully awakened. Due to the recent family upheaval, his constitution began to awaken, but he remains comatose due to insufficient energy. This information came from the remnants of Yao Lao's soul within the ring, knowledge Chu Yin couldn't have possessed on his own. Chu Tianyong's breath quickened. Chu Yin, are you serious? Special constitutions were considered the stuff of legends, said to greatly enhance a martial artist's talent and combat abilities. In a small place like Chingyong Town, they had never encountered such a thing. Chu Yin assured. Ancestor, I wouldn't dare speak recklessly about such matters. I still need to investigate thoroughly to determine the exact nature of his special constitution and how to address it. Chu Hongtu was astonished. You know about these things? This was an area even the elders didn't understand. Chu Yin humbly responded. I had some fortunate encounters that gave me insights into this field. Chu Tianyong immediately said, all right, then go ahead and examine him. Chu Yin nodded, placing his hand on Chu Shiron's wrist to carefully examine him. Nearby, Chu Yinran tugged at Chu Yan's sleeve. Her dark eyes filled with tears as she pleaded, Brother Chu Yin, please cure my brother. Chu Yin reassured her. Don't worry, Yinran. Your brother will be fine. Meanwhile, he silently called out, Yao Lao, please help. This is a small matter for me. An old voice echoed in Chu Yan's mind. An elderly spirit form emerged from the ring on Chu Yan's hand, unseen by others. It was Yao Lao, who had just awakened yesterday and was the reason Chu Yan's cultivation had stagnated for 3 years. While Yao Lao slept, he instinctively absorbed external energy, rendering Chu Yan's efforts futile. Now awake, Yao Lao no longer needed to drain Chu Yan's power and even return some of it, allowing Chu Yan to reach the first-tier martial artist peak the previous day. Everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the results. After a moment, Chu Yin stood up, frowning. It's a mix of good and bad news. Chu Tianyong quickly asked, what do you mean? Chu Yin explained. Chiron indeed has a special constitution, and it's a rather powerful Onian upper-grade royal body known as the Purple Lightning Body. Chu Hongtu asked in confusion, what is a royal body? Chu Yin patiently explained. Great Elder, you know that in our world, human talent is divided into constitutions and martial souls. Constitutions are categorized as mundane, spiritual, royal, and sacred, while martial souls are classified as ordinary, spiritual, royal, and sacred. Both are divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, with higher levels being rarer and more powerful. Chu Tianyong and the others were astonished by Chu Yan's knowledge and amazed by Chu Shiron's royal body. Chu Hongtu eagerly asked, so what's the downside? Chu Yin continued, from what I know, martial souls require awakening stones, and constitutions need corresponding materials to create a constitution awakening pill. The stronger the constitution, the rarer the materials needed. At this, everyone understood the problem. Chu Tianyong asked in a low voice, does this mean that with our current capabilities, we can't create a constitution awakening pill for the Purple Lightning Body? Chu Yin nodded. Forget about making the pill. Even acquiring the materials is a challenge. Our family's current strength is insufficient to obtain them. The atmosphere grew heavy. Despite possessing a powerful constitution, the family's limited resources prevented its awakening, akin to holding a treasure chest full of riches without the key to open it. Chu Tianyong's expression was resolute. Chu Yin, do you know what materials we need? If so, write them down, and we'll find a way. He thought of the 5th-tier technique from the Beast God and the 3rd-tier technique from the Ma family, believing the family's strength would soon advance rapidly, offering hope for solutions. Chu Yin nodded, listing the herbs needed for the Constitution Awakening Pill. Upon seeing the list, everyone was taken aback. Over 20 types of herbs were required, with the lowest being 3rd-tier spiritual herbs and the highest being 6th-tier. Currently, they hadn't even seen a 2nd-tier spiritual herb. Chu Tianyong clenched his fists, his voice strong. Everyone must now strive to improve their skills. It's just some herbs. I refuse to believe that with the Chu family's strength, we can't obtain them. Chu Tianyong's expression was grave, his eyes glinting with determination. He knew well that Chu Shiron's unique constitution was the hope for the family's rise, even if it meant exhausting their entire fortune. His gaze swept over the clan members present, his voice deep and powerful. We have the assistance of the Beast God. As a formidable 4th-tier demon sect master, he can surely help us gather the necessary medicinal ingredients. However, We still need to gather information about these ingredients ourselves. When the time comes, I will request the beast god to lend us a hand. Chu Yin pursed his lips, furrowing his brow slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Father, has the beast god established a grand Dao contract with our Chu family? Chu Tianyong did not hide anything and truthfully recounted the conversation with Chu Yan's father. Of course, he did not mention anything about the fifth-tier Chingyong art. Such a treasure was too precious to be casually revealed. Chu Yin secretly asked Yao Lao in his heart, does this mean that the beast god will truly protect our Chu family? Yao Lao's voice echoed in his mind. Indeed, a grand Dao contract cannot be violated. It appears to be genuine without a doubt. With this confirmation, Chu Yin felt a bit more at ease. Even if danger truly arose, he was not afraid. At worst, he could ask Yao Lao to expel it. As for the beast god's kindness to the Chu family, he resolved to repay it 100-fold in the future. After leaving the clan meeting, Chu Yin returned to his room. He sighed deeply and said to Yao Lao, if only you could have awakened earlier, our Chu family wouldn't have faced such a calamity. If it weren't for the beast god's intervention, the Chu family might have already been wiped out. Yao Lao's soul form emerged from the ring, floating like a ghost in the air. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Do you think I don't wish to awaken sooner? But absorbing such a small amount of energy each day makes it difficult to accelerate the process. Rest assured, things have not yet reached the worst point. I will guide you in your cultivation. As you grow stronger, so will the Chu family. Yao Lao's tone then shifted to a more solemn one. I will teach you an 8th-tier cultivation technique. With diligent practice, becoming a formidable cultivator is within reach. 8th-tier cultivation technique. Chu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. The Chu family's strongest technique was only 2nd tier. What kind of existence was Yao Lao to possess such a precious technique? Sensing Chu Yan's confusion, Yao Lao explained, after my demise, your mother fled here with the ring containing my soul. She entrusted the ring to you, undoubtedly having great expectations for you. As her son, guiding you in cultivation is my rightful duty. Yao Lao continued with his advice. Once you break through to the 3rd-tier martial artist, you must leave here. To awaken the sacred body constitution, you must venture into the broader world to find higher-level materials. Besides, don't you want to find your mother? Her absence to seek you suggests she is still entangled in troubles and may very well need your help. All this hinges on your formidable strength. Chu Yin took a deep breath, clenching his fists, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, Yao Lao. I will awaken the sacred body, find my mother, and rebuild your physical form. Just wait and see. With that, he began to focus on his cultivation. Watching Chu Yan's earnest practice, Yao Lao smiled contentedly. Truly the son of a saintess, his determined gaze mirrors hers. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyong arranged for someone to take good care of Chu Shiron and also immersed himself in cultivation. He needed to quickly enhance his strength and search for the whereabouts of those materials. Additionally, he harbored the idea of finding the main family, the Imperial clan Chu family. If he could locate them, perhaps they could easily help Chu Shiron awaken his constitution, or even allow Shiron to return to that family. However, with the passage of time, he knew nothing about the whereabouts of the Imperial clan Chu family and had to rely on his own efforts. Simultaneously, clan leader Chu Jingua distributed 3rd-tier techniques and auxiliary pills to all elders. The restoration of Chu Yan's talent slightly alleviated his grief. After handling related matters, Chu Jingua also began to cultivate. As one of the only 2 2nd-tier warriors in the Chu family, though he was only at the late warrior stage, with the assistance of pills and the powerful 5th-tier Chingyong art, breaking through to the 3rd-tier martial artist was within reach. 10 days later, while resting, Long Yuan suddenly heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a 3rd-tier martial artist emerging in the family you protect. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Half a month's cultivation, 5 physique awakening pills capable of awakening any special constitution. With a thunderous boom, a surge of powerful energy flooded into Long Yuan's body. To his astonishment, his cultivation began to soar. Late 4th-tier demon sect master. Peak. Consummation, breaking through to the early 5th-tier demon king, and advancing swiftly until reaching the consummation of the 5th-tier demon king before stopping. Long Yuan was incredulous. How is it possible that half a month's cultivation allowed me to reach the consummation of the 5th-tier demon king? He widened his eyes, seemingly understanding something. Damn, this half-month's cultivation must be under the 20x training speed and the support of Imperial-level techniques. And my breakthrough didn't rely on the surrounding essence of heaven and earth. Could it be that the system directly infused me with energy? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed so. Otherwise, cultivating for half a month in the current environment couldn't possibly break through so many realms. Initially, he thought the system's reward of half a month's cultivation was a bit stingy, but it turned out to be so generous. Long Yuan was overjoyed. This was entirely beyond his expectations. Ha ha ha, this feels amazing. Long Yuan roared at the sky. His 250-meter-long blue body soared into the sky, flying high like a dragon in the sky, swaying, creating a magnificent scene. By reaching the 4th-tier martial sect, he already had the ability to fly, and now having reached the 5th-tier demon king, he could even manipulate a small amount of the power of heaven and earth, forming attacks or defenses, a qualitative leap in strength. Boom. Energy surged within, and the power of heaven and earth within the Dragon Emperor's palace moved with it. A massive blue chill spewed from Long Yuan's mouth, instantly freezing the ground within a radius of over 10,000 meters with a thick layer of nearly 10 meters of blue ice. This is incredible, Long Yuan exclaimed with a long howl. The power compared to when he was a 4th-tier demon sect master had truly undergone a tremendous change. The feeling of being overpowered is just too awesome. He gazed at his attribute panel with satisfaction. Long Yuan, a massive ice rock blue python, was coiled on a thick layer of blue ice. He had just reached the peak of the 5th-tier Demon King realm, exuding a chilling aura that froze the surrounding air. A system notification echoed in Long Yuan's mind, announcing a new task: elevate the Guardian family to a 3-star family. The specific requirements were to train 1 3rd-tier martial artist and 3 2nd-tier warriors. The rewards were generous: a bloodline reversion, the divine seizure technique to harness the essence of heaven and earth, and 10 high-grade 3rd-tier spiritual weapons. Long Yuan was thrilled, as a bloodline reversion signified evolutionary advancement, bringing him closer to becoming a true dragon. He speculated that Chu Shiron had already advanced to a 3rd-tier martial artist, and now he only needed to train 3 2nd-tier warriors to complete the task. The concentration of the essence of heaven and earth in Chingyong Town was ample. Combined with the martial techniques and pills acquired from the Ma family, along with the 5th-tier technique Chingyong provided by Long Yuan, training warriors should not take too long. Long Yuan summoned the recently advanced Chu Shiron to assess the Chu family's strength. Upon seeing Long Yuan's even larger form, Chu Shiron realized the beast god had made another breakthrough and was breathless with excitement. Long Yuan directly inquired about the strength of the other members of the Chu family. Chu Shiron respectfully replied. Besides himself, the patriarch Chu Jingua was a 2nd-tier warrior, and the 7 elders were all 1st-tier martial artists. Most others were either Kwesa warriors or ordinary people, with only 2 young talents reaching the 1st-tier martial artist level, one of whom was in a coma due to a physical condition. Long Yuan immediately thought of the young man named Chu Shiron, who had not awakened his kingly body, and asked about him. Chu Shiron was surprised by the beast god's insight and couldn't help but ask, how did the beast god know about this? Chu Tianyang's eyebrows furrowed sharply, his surprise evident. He thought to himself that they shouldn't have informed the beast god about this matter yet. Just then, Long Yuan's voice boomed like thunder. I recognized his yet-awakened royal body, the Zixiao, thunder body, from the start. Long Yuan's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. I told you before, if you encounter an unsolvable problem, you should come to me immediately, otherwise it will only slow down the family's development. Are you ignoring my words? Long Yuan questioned angrily, his eyes flashing with displeasure. He continued, if you don't ask for help, how long will it take for you to awaken Chu Shiron's royal body on your own? A year? 3 years? Or 5 years? Will you let Chu Shiron remain inactive for all that time? There was a hint of urgency in Long Yuan's voice. Such a genius will undoubtedly surpass you ordinary ones in cultivation speed and can accelerate the development of the Chu family. As long as the Chu family develops quickly enough, the system tasks can be completed rapidly, and one's strength can also be enhanced swiftly. Hearing this, Chu Tianyang quickly bowed his head in acknowledgement of his mistake. I apologize, elder. It's just that awakening a royal body requires a corresponding awakening pill, and we haven't even found any clues about the materials needed to make one, let alone the pill itself. That's why we hesitated to disturb the beast god. Chu Tianyang cautiously explained his thoughts. My plan was to first strengthen the family, then search for clues about the materials. After all, those materials are of high level, and with the Chu family's current strength, we can't access them. If we find clues but can't obtain the materials, then we would seek the beast god's help. After all, the beast god needs time for his own cultivation and surely doesn't want us to bother him frequently. Long Yuan snorted after hearing this. Isn't it just an awakening pill? How do you know I don't have one? Chu Tianyang was stunned, looking at the beast god in disbelief. Do you have an awakening pill, beast god? Just a mere awakening pill. Do you think I can't produce that? Long Yuan said, opening his mouth and spitting out a golden pill toward Chu Tianyang. It was one of the 5 awakening pills he had received as a system reward, capable of awakening any body constitution. Chu Tianyang was amazed, hurriedly catching the pill. He thought to himself that he never expected the beast god to actually give him a pill. However, this item was so advanced that someone like him, with little worldly experience, couldn't recognize it. He wondered if it could truly awaken Chu Shiron's Zixiao thunder body. Chu Tianyong wasn't doubting the beast god, but was considering that, according to Chu Yin, each constitution required different materials to craft its awakening pill. This pill might awaken other constitutions, but might not work for the Zixiao Thunderbody. Using it in vain would waste such a precious treasure. Sensing Chu Tianyong's thoughts, Long Yuan said in a deep voice, I know what you're doubting, but your doubts are unnecessary. My pill can awaken any constitution. You can give it to Chu Shiron, and if it doesn't successfully awaken his constitution, I'll personally find the precious materials you need. Long Yuan's tone was filled with undeniable confidence, as if to say, the system's products are beyond their imagination. Chu Tianyong quickly bowed his head respectfully and said, Please calm your anger, beast god. It was my own ignorance. In that case, I'll immediately give it to Chu Shiron. Since the beast god had assured him to this extent, any further doubt would be ungrateful. Long Yuan watched Chu Tianyong leave, thinking to himself that he wasn't truly upset with their approach. Although he had saved their entire clan, some trust needed to be cultivated over time, especially with things beyond their understanding. Long Yuan sprawled atop the thick ice, his golden dragon scales glinting in the cold light. With a sneer, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. It's not a big deal. If this happens a few more times, they'll witness my supernatural prowess. With that, he began to focus on developing new attack techniques. The essence of this land was no longer suitable for a fifth-tier demon king like him to cultivate, but with nothing better to do, he decided to explore more meaningful pursuits. Meanwhile, after leaving the Dragon Emperor Hall, Chu Tianyong hurried to where Chu Shiron was. The great elder, Chu Hongtu, immediately bowed upon seeing him. Ancestor. After several days of rest, his injuries had fully healed, and he was in high spirits. However, he couldn't help but worry whenever he thought of his bettered grandson. Chu Tianyong reassured him, as long as Shiron is being cared for, it's fine. We've finally obtained a cultivation technique. As the great elder, you must not waste time. Chu Hongtu replied joyfully. Ancestor, you wouldn't know, but I just broke through to the second-tier warrior and came out of seclusion. This third-tier technique is truly powerful and greatly enhances cultivation speed. I was stuck at the pinnacle of a first-tier warrior for over a decade with the family's second-tier technique, but after switching to the third tier, the breakthrough came swiftly. Chu Tianyong carefully sensed the aura of the great elder and confirmed his breakthrough to a second-tier warrior. He smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Our Chu family's overall strength has improved once again. Chu Hongtu, noticing the greater energy fluctuation emanating from the ancestor, asked curiously, Ancestor, have you also broken through? Chu Tianyong laughed heartily. Yes, I've just reached the third-tier martial master. Having finally achieved this long-desired realm, how could he not be delighted? Chu Hongtu exclaimed excitedly. Congratulations, Ancestor. It had been a long time since their Chu family had seen a third-tier martial master. Chu Tianyong mused. We owe it all to the beast god. Without him, our Chu family would have been annihilated by now. Chu Hongtu agreed wholeheartedly. Indeed, the beast god's grace towards our Chu family is immeasurable. At this moment, Chu Tianyong took out a golden pill, the rich fragrance of which sent a shiver through both men. Chu Hongtu asked in surprise. Ancestor, what is this pill? It seems extraordinary. Chu Tianyong explained. This is a pill given by the divine beast, said to help Shiron awaken his constitution. What? Really? Chu Hongtu asked, his voice trembling. Chu Tianyong admitted, I don't know if it's true, but the divine beast said it is. I choose to believe in the divine beast. What about you, Hongtu? He looked at him intently, as no one knew what might happen after consuming this pill. Chu Hongtu replied solemnly. The lives of our entire clan were saved by the divine beast. He has no reason to harm Shiron, so I choose to believe as well. Good, then let Shiron take it. As the golden pill was swallowed by Chu Shiron, golden lightning crackled across his body like tiny serpents, glowing brilliantly. Chu Tianyong and Chu Hongtu exchanged glances, both seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Suddenly, a pillar of golden lightning erupted from Shiron, shooting thousands of meters into the sky, illuminating the surroundings with golden light. This phenomenon instantly alarmed everyone in Chingyong Town. Chu Yin, who was cultivating, rushed out to see the direction of the light pillar, speaking with a grave tone. What is that? Yao Lao's spirit emerged from the ring, looking at the light pillar in surprise. That's a constitution awakening phenomenon. That little fellow Chu Shiron has awakened his purple lightning body. Chu Yin asked in disbelief. Shiron awakened his constitution? How is that possible? Didn't you say that awakening a constitution requires a corresponding constitution pill? How did Shiron awaken without one? He couldn't believe that their Chu family could obtain a constitution awakening pill for a king-level physique at this stage. Yao Lao urged. It can't happen without a pill. Something must have occurred. Hurry and check it out. He too was puzzled by the sudden awakening. Chu Yin hurried towards where Chu Shiron was. Meanwhile, outside Chingyong Town, a figure stood high in the sky, looking at the golden lightning pillar in surprise, muttering, "Who would have thought someone would awaken a king-level physique in such a remote place? And it's a lightning attribute? This disciple is destined for our Lei Shao sect." At this moment, Chu Shiron stood up, bewildered by the golden lightning coursing over his body, unaware of what had happened. His fists clenched, and the golden lightning illuminated him like a thunder god. Chu Tianyong and Chu Hongtu trembled with excitement, their eyes wide with disbelief at witnessing the birth of a king-level physique. Tears welled in Chu Shiron's eyes as he looked at the two elders before him. "Grandfather, great-grandfather, I'm so glad you're alive." Chu Hongtu wiped his tears, equally moved. "We're alive. All of us are alive and well." Just then, Chu Yan rushed in, equally wide-eyed at the sight of the lightning-encased Chu Shiron. He really awakened? Ancestor, how did Shiron suddenly awaken? Chu Tianyong laughed heartily. "Haha, it's all thanks to the awakening pill from the divine beast." He then shook his head slightly in embarrassment, having doubted the pill before, grateful for the divine beast's magnanimity. Chu Yan asked, puzzled, "An awakening pill from the divine beast?" Chu Tianyong confirmed, "Yes, the divine beast's pill. He said it could awaken any constitution. I was skeptical at first, but now I'm a firm believer." Chu Yan was astonished and asked internally, "Yao Lao, is there such a pill that can awaken any constitution?" Yao Lao answered with certainty, "Absolutely not. In my thousands of years, I've never heard of such a pill. Even for those with imperial power, awakening a constitution requires a specific pill. There's no pill that can awaken any constitution." As a once-renowned alchemist, Yao Lao's knowledge of various pills, even some long extinct, lent credence to his statement. "What is going on?" Chu Yan furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with confusion. Yao Lao's voice was steady and powerful. "There's only one explanation: the physique awakening pill from the beast god has triggered the awakening of the purple sky, thunder physique." Chu Yan nodded thoughtfully, realizing this was indeed the most plausible explanation. Just then, Chu Shiron suddenly stood up, excitement mixed with urgency in his voice. "Beast god? What beast god? And what about Yanran? That scoundrel Ma Guampeng was going to harm my sister." "Don't worry, Yanran is fine." Chu Tianyong quickly recounted everything that had happened after Chu Shiron lost consciousness. After listening, Chu Shiron murmured to himself, "So the beast god not only saved our Chu family, but also helped me awaken a special physique?" "That's right," Chu Hongtu said with a serious expression. "Without the beast god's physique awakening pill, you would have been bettered in for years." "Where is the beast god? I must thank him personally," Chu Shiron said eagerly. Just as Chu Tianyong was about to lead the way, a gatekeeper rushed in, sweat on his forehead. "Ancestor, great elder, there's a person outside claiming to be an elder from the six-star sect, Lei Shao sect, requesting to see the clan leader. But the leader is in seclusion, so I came to inform you." Six-star sect. Everyone's expressions changed suddenly. Chu Tianyong immediately realized the gravity of the situation and said urgently, "Go and welcome them." He then turned to Chu Shiron. "You've just awakened your physique, and important guests have arrived. They're likely here for you. Stay here until we understand their intentions." "Ancestor, could there be danger?" "With the beast god around, there's no need to worry," Chu Tianyong said firmly, recalling how the beast god had once claimed not to fear the six-star sect Song Yin sect, further strengthening his belief in the beast god's words. Moments later, Elder Meng Wu from the Lei Shao sect was respectfully welcomed into the Chu family. This towering elder wore a blue and purple robe with golden thunder embroidered on the chest, and arcs of electricity faintly coursed over his bronze-like skin, exuding an extraordinary aura. "Esteemed elder, your visit brings great honor to our Chu family." Chu Tianyong greeted him with deep respect. Meng Wu smiled faintly. "What truly honors your family is the young genius who has awakened a special physique. So, are you not going to let me meet him?" After confirming that Meng Wu meant no harm, Chu Shiron was brought out. He was still surrounded by lingering golden lightning. "Purple sky, thunder physique." Meng Wu's eyes sparkled, and he straightforwardly asked, "Child, would you like to become my disciple?" Chu Shiron hesitated. "I will follow the arrangements of my ancestors." Meng Wu patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. "A martial artist must seek clarity of mind. I heard your Chu family recently faced a crisis, witnessing your kin meet tragic fates. Did you feel powerless? In Lei Shao sect, you can not only grow rapidly, but also secure a powerful ally for your family." These words struck at the deepest pain in Chu Shiron's heart. He recalled the sight of his family members lying in pools of blood and his sister narrowly escaping harm. Clenching his fists, his eyes were resolute. "I am willing to join Lei Shao sect, but I still need to consult with the ancestor and the beast god." Chu Shiron's mind was racing with thoughts as he weighed the opportunity to enhance the sect's strength. He knew that the ancestor and the mysterious beast god might offer different suggestions, and he decided it would be wise to make a final decision later. Chu Tianyong turned to Meng Wu and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "Senior, please wait here for a moment while we discuss." Meng Wu laughed heartily. Haha. Sure. Take your time. He sat down and leisurely sipped his tea. It had been a long time since he had put in such an effort to persuade someone, and now he felt parched. However, the most important thing was that he had convinced this young man. He didn't care about anyone else's opinion. Chu Tianyong quickly led Chu Shiron and Chu Hongtu to the location of the beast god. On the way, Chu Shiron couldn't help but ask, Grandfather, Ancestor, what are your thoughts? Chu Tianyong nodded in agreement. You've made the right choice. Only in a powerful sect like Leishao sect can you grow quickly. In our small town of Chingyong, even if we exhaust all our family resources, we can't make you advance rapidly. Chu Hongtu, however, showed a hint of worry, but the outside world is too dangerous, with powerful cultivators and beasts everywhere. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Determination flashed in Chu Shiron's eyes. As long as I can become stronger, what does a little danger matter? Besides, I can't bear to see our family go through such troubles again. Finally, they arrived in front of the Dynasty Palace. Chu Shiron looked at the building with a hint of nervousness. The Dragon Emperor's Hall? Is this where the beast god resides? He recalled the tales of the beast god's fierce and menacing image and wondered if they were true. Chu Hongtu was equally anxious, having fainted from torture before and never seeing the true form of the beast god. As they entered the Dragon Emperor's Hall, the sight before them was breathtaking. A massive creature coiled around the gigantic mountain. Its enormous body, about 250 meters long, exuded an unparalleled sense of pressure. Thick blue ice covered the surroundings, making it feel like an ice cellar, causing them to hold their breath and their hearts to race. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed, Oh, you're here? So, do you still doubt the authenticity of my pills? Long Yuan opened his enormous eyes, and his massive body rose into the air, looking down at Chu Tianyong. His gaze shifted to Chu Hongtu, surprised to find that the elder had broken through to the second-tier warrior realm. Long Yuan recalled that Chu Tianyong had mentioned that the patriarch Chu Jingua had already reached the second-tier warrior level, which meant he was just a step away from completing the system task and undergoing bloodline reversion. This thought brought a hint of joy to his heart. Chu Tianyong quickly lowered his head and admitted, I was short-sighted and unaware of the beast god's miraculous abilities. Please forgive me, beast god. Long Yuan's form flickered, and he appeared before the three of them in an instant. His snake head, as large as a small room, was only a dozen meters away, and the pressure was almost suffocating. Long Yuan tried to soften his tone, hoping to leave a good impression on these people. I told you, when you encounter an issue you can't solve, come to me immediately. If I can't solve it, we'll think of other ways together. Otherwise, with your methods, accomplishing something might take too long. Since I have become your guardian beast, leading the Chu family to rapid development and enhancing its strength is my responsibility. So I'm not afraid of trouble, just afraid that you won't come to me when you have a problem. What is there to fear? I don't eat people. Chu Tianyong respectfully replied. Yes, I will remember your teachings, senior. Chu Tianyong took a deep breath, calming his anxious heart slightly. In the past, every time he met with the beast god, he was always on edge, fearing he might disturb the deity's cultivation and incur displeasure. Now, hearing of the beast god's open-mindedness, he finally felt at ease. Long Yuan's authoritative voice resonated. Speak. What brings you here today? Chu Shiron stepped forward and respectfully bowed. I am here to express my gratitude for the physique awakening pill you bestowed upon me. Without your generous assistance, I wouldn't know when I could awaken my physique. He bowed deeply to show his appreciation. The beast god Long Yuan waved his hand dismissively, his tone relaxed. No need to mention it. It's a trivial matter. The physique awakening pill is of little significance to me. If there are other unawakened talents in the Chu family, let me know. We must not let talent go to waste. These words left everyone present in awe. They recalled Chu Yin mentioning that the physique awakening pill was a rare treasure, worth a fortune. Yet in the mouth of the beast god, it seemed as common as an ordinary item, easily obtainable. This stark contrast left them secretly astonished. Chu Shiron then openly shared his intention to join the Leishao sect. Long Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. A six-star sect? A wise choice. Although the Chu family has made a start, its foundation is still shallow and cannot compare to a millennium-old sect. Moreover, joining a sect does not mean abandoning your family. In the sect, you can grow faster and complete systematic tasks. This move will benefit both you and the Chu family greatly. The beast god paused and continued. Besides, doesn't Leishao sect have a technique that suits you perfectly? Although you can cultivate the Chingyong art with your awakened purple sky thunder body, a lightning attribute technique would undoubtedly be more suitable. Hearing that both the beast god and the ancestor agreed, Chu Shiron was overjoyed, feeling reassured to proceed to Leishao sect without any worries. However, just then, Long Yuan's voice suddenly turned serious. But there is one thing you must always remember. Chu Shiron immediately stood at attention and said, Please enlighten me. Long Yuan spoke earnestly. The Chu family will always be your home. If you feel weary or face difficulties while adventuring outside, you can always return. Long Yuan's voice thundered through the hearts of the Chu family members, declaring that he had broken through to the 5th-tier Demon King realm, far surpassing his previous 4th-tier Demon Lord level. He encouraged the Chu family disciples to fight fearlessly and to set their sights beyond the confines of Chingyong Town. With me here, the Chu family will surely become the most renowned clan in the world. Long Yuan proclaimed with great ambition. Let the world hear the name Chu and immediately think of your family. These words acted like a powerful stimulant, invigorating Chu Shiron. It was as if he had returned to his younger days, the passionate youth determined to lead his family beyond Chingyong Town. His long-dormant heart reignited with a fierce fire, as if he had been reborn. As they were about to part, Long Yuan said to Chu Shiron, "Once you've dealt with matters outside, come back here. I have something to give you." Chu Shiron was momentarily taken aback, recalling that the last time Long Yuan had said something similar, he had been gifted a 5th-tier technique. Could it be another treasure this time? He respectfully bowed and replied, "I will follow the beast god's command." Watching them leave, Long Yuan nodded to himself. He believed his tactics had thoroughly convinced the Chu family members, leaving no room for doubt about his words. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly chimed in, interrupting Long Yuan's thoughts. Ding! The system notification sound suddenly chimed, catching Long Yuan by surprise. Congratulations to the host. The family you protect has been upgraded to a 3-star power. Rewards obtained. 1 instance of bloodline reversion, the divine confinement technique to capture the world's spiritual veins, and 10 third-tier superior spiritual artifacts. This unexpected delight filled Long Yuan with immense joy. Have more clan members advanced to 2nd-tier warriors? The progress is much faster than anticipated. System, initiate the bloodline reversion. Long Yuan eagerly commanded. For him, the allure of bloodline reversion far surpassed the allure of cultivation advancement, as each reversion brought him closer to becoming a true dragon. A blue light enveloped him instantly, forming a massive cocoon of light. Mysterious energy coursed through his body, with his flesh, bones, and muscles continuously writhing, as if undergoing a process of intense refinement and sublimation. When the light dissipated, Long Yuan's form had transformed entirely. The original snake scales had completely evolved into palm-sized, crystal-clear blue dragon scales, resembling exquisite crystals. 3 blue curved horns had emerged on his forehead, 1 positioned centrally above his nostrils, and 2 atop his head. A row of resilient blue spines lined his back, extending from his spine to his tail. Overall, he no longer appeared menacing but rather resembled a magnificent work of art. Not bad, looking much more handsome. Long Yuan nodded in satisfaction, then checked the system panel. Host, Long Yuan. Species, Xianbing Crystal WYRM. Cultivation level, 5th-tier Demon King, perfected. Physical cultivation, 4th-tier Demon Lord, perfected. Current task, seek out the world's spiritual veins for the Guardian family. Task rewards. Saint-level martial skill divine ability. WYRM Horn Heaven Splitting Strike. 1 Saint-level world spiritual vein. 5 sources of any spiritual body. 3 sources of any spiritual level martial soul. Guardian family level, 3-star. Cultivation speed, increased by 30 times. Finally, evolving from a serpent to a WYRM, Long Yuan took another step closer to becoming a true dragon. Although this reversion did not enhance his physical cultivation, the 30-fold increase in cultivation speed brought by the family's upgrade to 3-star filled Long Yuan with hope for the future. Just then, Chu Tian returned to the Dragon Emperor Hall, rendered speechless by the beast god's new form. No need to be surprised. I merely underwent a bloodline reversion, Long Yuan said calmly. Another reversion? It's only been a little over half a month. Chu Tian was incredulous. Then, Chu Tian respectfully handed over a storage ring, a gift from Elder Ming Wu of the Lei Shao sect, containing numerous cultivation resources. Although these low-level resources were now of little use to Long Yuan, he suggested using them to enhance the clan's strength. At that moment, Chu Tian brought thrilling news. Beast God, our dispatched disciples have discovered a place in the 9 Heavens mountain range with an extremely dense concentration of spiritual essence, possibly containing a world's spiritual vein. However, the area emanates a terrifying aura, and they dare not venture deeper. The news of the heaven and earth spiritual vein made Long Yuan's eyes light up. The system task finally had a lead. Although it was just a slim possibility, it was enough to fill him with anticipation. Long Yuan casually remarked, "Just as well, I'm feeling a bit hungry. I'll take a look while I'm out hunting." He calculated in his mind that such matters depended entirely on luck. The Chu family was still weak and couldn't send strong members out to search. He had originally planned to go personally after some time, but now the timing seemed perfect. Chu Tian asked cautiously, "Beast God, should we make arrangements for the family members?" Long Yuan chuckled. "Why make arrangements? Do you think we need to move the entire family?" Chu Tianyong was taken aback, having heard that some powers were established on top of the heaven and earth spiritual vein. If we don't move there, what's the use of the spiritual vein? Long Yuan laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, there's no need to relocate the whole family. I have a way to bring the heaven and earth spiritual vein to Chingyong Town. Bring the spiritual vein here. Chu Tianyong's eyes widened in surprise. How do you do that? Long Yuan gave a mysterious smile. You'll see. The divine technique from the system reward is meant for capturing the heaven and earth spiritual vein. He looked around. Chingyong Town is a great place, with mountains, water, and beautiful scenery. Plus, I'm keen on the thundercloud in the middle of the lake. Once I break through to the 6th-tier demon emperor, I'll be able to reside in the thundercloud. Just thinking about it is exciting. Suddenly, Long Yuan changed the subject. By the way, here's something for you. With a thought, 10 spiritual weapons flew out from the system space and landed in front of Chu Tianyong. Chu Tianyong trembled all over, his voice changing pitch. These are spiritual weapons? 10 third-tier spiritual weapons. He reached out with a trembling hand, unable to believe his eyes. Long Yuan said calmly, take them as the foundation of your family. They can be set as rewards. Any clan member who reaches the 3rd tier can earn a 3rd-tier spiritual weapon, which will also motivate them to cultivate. Chu Tianyong hesitated. Isn't this too extravagant? What if it attracts the envy of other warriors and brings disaster to our family? Long Yuan dismissed his concern. What are you worried about? Do you think I'm here just for show? Just focus on developing the family, and leave any challenges to me. Yes, I will wholeheartedly develop the family's power. Chu Tianyong carefully stored the 10 spiritual weapons in his storage ring, feeling the ring's weight increase significantly. Then, a pure white orb of light flew towards Chu Tianyong. Long Yuan explained, this is the origin of the myriad spirit body. I'll help you refine and integrate it. Chu Tianyong nodded. Although he didn't know exactly what it was, since the beast god instructed him to refine it, he complied. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine the light orb before him. Long Yuan assisted him in refining the origin of the myriad spirit body. The myriad spirit body was a superior king physique, and with Chu Tianyong's strength as a 3rd-tier martial master, he couldn't refine it independently, so Long Yuan had to lend a hand. After 7 days of effort, Chu Tianyong finally successfully integrated the origin of the myriad spirit body. Practitioner, with Chu Tianyong's physique, possessing the upper-grade king body of the myriad spirit physique, a perfect 4th-rank martial master body cultivation, and a perfect 2nd-rank warrior identity. What does the Chu family's ancestor think? Long Yuan asked, his gaze intensely fixed on Chu Tianyong. Chu Tianyong slowly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing within them. He took a deep breath, feeling the surging energy inside him, and exclaimed in amazement, how strange. I suddenly feel the vitality of heaven and earth is particularly active, and the absorption rate has increased significantly. This feeling is unprecedented, truly magical. He stood up, sensing the power coursing through his body, and furrowed his brows. What's even more incredible is that my cultivation has reached the perfect 4th-rank martial master. How is this possible? Even with the assistance of a 5th-rank technique, I originally expected it would take much longer to reach this realm. Chu Tianyong's hands trembled slightly as he murmured in disbelief. The 4th-rank martial master has always been an unattainable legend in my mind, and now I've broken through just like that? He closed his eyes and opened them again, as if confirming he wasn't dreaming. Suddenly, Chu Tianyong felt an eruption of energy within, causing his body to lift off the ground involuntarily. Flying through the air? This is the hallmark of a 4th-rank martial master, he exclaimed, his eyes filled with awe. Long Yuan smiled and explained, this is because what you just fused with is the essence of the myriad spirit physique. Myriad spirit physique? Chu Tianyong's eyes widened in shock. Is this also some kind of special physique? Long Yuan nodded. Indeed, it is of the same level as Chu Shiron's awakened purple sky thunder physique. Both are upper-grade king bodies. The difference lies in that his physique excels in attack power, while yours excels in cultivation speed, each having its own advantages. What's even more remarkable is that because it was refined and fused, you even skipped the awakening step. After hearing Long Yuan's explanation, Chu Tianyong's throat moved continuously, and his body trembled violently. He stared blankly at his hands, murmuring in disbelief. Upper-grade king body. I actually possess an upper-grade king body? This is too incredible. Though filled with doubt, the powerful energy surging within him silently confirmed that all this was real. Chu Tianyong took a deep breath, tears of excitement glistening in his eyes, and said with a choked voice, Beast God? I. Finally, unable to suppress his inner excitement any longer, he let out a long, ecstatic shout towards the sky. Wow! Chu Tianyong suddenly fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He never imagined that one day he, an old man, would break through to the 4th level of martial master and awaken a special physique, an upper-grade king body at that. It all felt like a dream, leaving him in disbelief. Yuan watched the old man's loss of composure, a slight smile playing on his lips as he scoffed. Look at you, acting so unworthy. Although you have refined and fused your abilities, it's not innate, so you'll need to integrate them further to fully unleash the power of the myriad spirit body. His tone turned serious. This must be kept secret from outsiders, or it will bring endless trouble. While I'm not afraid, it would definitely hinder the Chu family's development. Chu Tian quickly wiped the tears from his cheeks and shakily stood up, responding respectfully. Yes, I understand the stakes involved. Yuan waved his hand. All right, you may leave now. Stabilize your realm well, and don't let my efforts go to waste. Once you're done, I'll go out and search for the earth and sky spirit veins. He paused and added, the Chu family needs a strong protector. Otherwise, if a crisis hits and we're wiped out, Yuan, would truly be devastated. Yes, beast god. Chu Tianyang replied excitedly, then exited the Dragon Emperor Hall. As soon as he left the hall, he encountered the clan leader, Chu Jingua, who had just completed his seclusion. Seeing the ancestor's red eyes, Chu Jingua couldn't help but ask with concern, Ancestor, what's wrong? Why are your eyes red? Chu Tianyang's voice trembled. I'm just so happy. Chu Jingua sighed with emotion. Indeed, Shiron joining the Thundercloud sect and Yinner regaining his talent are truly joyous events. He thought to himself that with these two geniuses, the family's progress was only a matter of time. No, no. Chu Tianyang waved his hands repeatedly. I'm happy because I've broken through to the 4th level of Martial Master. What? Chu Jingua was stunned, staring in disbelief at his ancestor. He carefully sensed the aura emanating from the ancestor and suddenly widened his eyes. That aura, as solid as a mountain, was something a 3rd-level martial master could never possess. What? How did you suddenly break through to the 4th level of martial ancestor, old ancestor? Chu Jingua's voice sharply pierced the air, full of disbelief. He recalled the scene just a few days ago when the old ancestor had just advanced to the 3rd level of martial master, and now he had already leaped a whole realm. This rapid advancement left him utterly astonished. Chu Tianyang remained calm, a deep glint in his eyes. You don't understand. This is the opportunity granted to me by the beast god. Not only that, he paused, a hint of pride in his voice. I'm not far from reaching the 5th level of martial king. This declaration hit Chu Jingua like a heavy hammer, striking his heart hard. He stood frozen, the words martial king echoing in his mind. That was a supreme realm he dared not even dream of. Watching his descendants' shocked expression, Chu Tianyang continued, Jingua, I will be in seclusion soon, so I leave the family affairs to you. His tone turned serious. Also, you must choose an auspicious day to gather all the Chu family members and publicly announce the matters concerning the beast god. Remember, this is the most grand occasion for our Chu family. It must be conducted with great pomp and no mistakes. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable. Yes, old ancestor. Chu Jingua quickly responded, feeling both excited and apprehensive. As he watched the old ancestor's departing figure, Chu Jingua's heart was filled with emotion. Had the old ancestor really become a 4th-level martial ancestor? Such a powerful figure was legendary in his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of immense opportunity the beast god had bestowed upon the old ancestor. Chu Tianyang returned to his chamber and immediately began his seclusion. As he activated the 5th-level technique, the surrounding essence of heaven and earth seemed to find a home, rushing towards him and being effortlessly absorbed into his body. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Chu Tianyang couldn't help but exclaim. So this was the sensation of cultivating a king's physique? No wonder those geniuses and legends advanced so rapidly. The difference from ordinary people was indeed vast. He dared not waste any time and immersed himself fully in stabilizing his realm. Meanwhile, the Chu family had completely restored its former order. The injured family members had fully recovered thanks to various elixirs. Moreover, the businesses in town that originally belonged to the Zhao and Ma families had all been taken over by the Chu family. It could be said that now in Chingyong Town, the Chu family reigned supreme. Other families were mostly single households, not even forming a family clan. During this period, rumors of the Chu family's dramatic turnaround were spreading like wildfire in Chingyong Town. Everyone knew that the Chu family had a powerful guardian beast. How terrifying. I heard it's a 4th-level monster sect giant python that can fly in the sky, and its body is over 100 meters long. Just thinking about it is chilling, a resident of Chingyong Town whispered. 4th-level monster sect? What kind of luck did the Chu family have to have such a terrifying existence as their guardian beast? Another person exclaimed. A giant python? Wouldn't it eat people? Is it safe for us to live here? Someone asked worriedly. You're overthinking it, said a middle-aged man who seemed knowledgeable. You're just an ordinary mortal. You wouldn't even qualify as a snack for it. Such a being requires powerful energy from beasts or martial artists to satisfy its hunger. But more importantly, he lowered his voice. I heard that the Chu family's genius, Chu Shiron, joined the 6-star sect, Lei Shao sect. and became a disciple of one of the elders. Six-star sect? What's that? Someone asked, puzzled. I don't know, but it's supposed to be very powerful, the middle-aged man said mysteriously. It said they could wipe out our entire Chingyong Town with just a finger. The recent events in the Chu family became the talk of Chingyong Town, and everyone understood that the Chu family was on the rise. However, these rumors reached the ears of some Chun family members from Wuan Town, who were resting in Chingyong Town. Wuan Town, like Chingyong Town, was a small town near the Jiuxiao Mountains, but it was much stronger, mainly because the Chun family resided there. The Chun family's old ancestor was a strong practitioner who had been immersed in the third-level martial master realm for decades. Did you all hear that? The leader of the Chun family members asked quietly, a hint of wariness and unease in his eyes. The young leader was dressed in a luxurious robe and held a sword with a scabbard adorned with several sparkling gems, silently signifying his status and position. He turned to a few guards in black attire beside him and asked in a low voice, "Did you all hear that?" The guards nodded respectfully in response. "Yes, young master, we all heard it." Their demeanor and tone clearly conveyed their respect for the young nobleman. Chun Xiaohua elegantly sipped his tea, his gaze sweeping across everyone present, and asked, "What do you think?" The head guard pondered for a moment and cautiously replied, "Young master, this matter is unusual. I believe we should report it to the patriarch immediately. The sudden changes in the Chu family are highly suspicious. It's very likely they've encountered some extraordinary opportunity, causing their family's power to surge." He paused and continued his analysis. As for the so-called guardian beasts and the talk of their members joining sects, these might just be smokescreens. After all, the strongest in the Chu family was only a second-tier warrior before. How could they suddenly have a fourth-tier demon sect guardian? And has anyone actually witnessed the joining of sects? They can say whatever they want, as no one will verify it. Chun Xiaohuan nodded thoughtfully, a glint of insight in his eyes. Indeed, the Chu family must have acquired some extraordinary opportunity to rise to dominance in Chingyong Town overnight. Such a chance, which allows a family to ascend so rapidly, is not something trivial. He gave a meaningful smile. Good things are meant to be shared, aren't they? Ha ha, the young master is absolutely right. The guards echoed, excitement evident on their faces. The group promptly stood up and hurriedly returned to Wuan Town, preparing to report this significant discovery to their family. Meanwhile, at the Chu family residence, Chu Yin responded to his father Chu Jingua's summons and came to the study. "Father, what do you need from me?" Chu Yin asked respectfully. Chu Jingua, with a serious expression, slowly began. "The ancestor instructed me to give you something." "What is it?" Chu Yin asked curiously. Chu Jingua took out an ancient book from his pocket and handed it to Chu Yin. "This is the fifth-tier technique, Chingyong City." Chu Yin took the book, examining it in surprise, and asked incredulously, "When did our Chu family acquire such a high-level technique?" Chu Jingua smiled mysteriously and explained, "This technique was bestowed upon the ancestor by the beast god. Currently, only the ancestor and I are practicing it within the family." The words of the ancestor before retreating into seclusion still echoed in his mind. Chu Jingua looked at his son, Chu Yin, with eyes full of gratification and anticipation. "Now that your talent has returned, you can start training with this fifth-tier technique. This will help you grow even faster." Before he could finish, Chu Jingua suddenly sensed something and his voice rose in surprise. "Wait, have you broken through to the second-tier warrior already?" He stared at Chu Yin in disbelief, astonished at his son's rapid progress in such a short time. Chu Yin nodded slightly and replied calmly, "Yes, perhaps the suppression was too long, so once my talent returned, my cultivation speed increased significantly." However, he knew well that his remarkable progress was entirely due to the eighth-tier technique gifted by Yao Lao. "Good, good, good," Chu Jingua exclaimed, patting his son's shoulder with tears of joy in his eyes. As a father, only he knew the hardships his son had endured over the past 3 years. "With this fifth-tier technique, you're even more qualified to train. With its help, you'll progress even faster." Chu Yin pressed his lips together, holding back his complex emotions, and feigned excitement as he accepted the technique. He sighed inwardly, wishing he could share the eighth-tier technique with his family if it weren't for the need to keep it secret. At that moment, Yao Lao's voice resonated in Chu Yan's mind. "This is also for the good of your family. An eighth-tier technique is an extremely valuable treasure anywhere in our human world. If the news were to leak, even those reclusive superpower elders would come to seize it. Think about it. Can your Chu family withstand such powerful forces?" Yao Lao continued. "This isn't a fifth-tier technique, which is insignificant to some major powers. An eighth-tier technique is different. It's considered a sacred-level technique and is a foundational asset even among major forces. If the news got out, the consequences would be beyond your current ability to bear." Chu Yin nodded privately, deciding to address the issue once he had grown stronger in the future. Just then, Chu Jingua suddenly changed the topic and asked, "By the way, do you want to meet the beast god?" "Beast god?" Chu Yin squinted slightly. recalling the powerful being who had saved his entire clan, and a wave of gratitude surged in his heart. He nodded solemnly. It's time to meet the beast god. Chu Jingua happily led his son to the clan's secret place. He was calculating in his mind that having Chu Yin make an appearance before the beast god would surely be beneficial for his future. As the head of the Chu family, he himself had never had the honor of meeting the beast god, which was somewhat regrettable. When the father and son arrived in front of the Dragon Emperor Hall, Yao Lao's voice suddenly echoed in Chu Yan's mind. Wait. Chu Yan stopped and gazed at the palace before him, asking softly, What's the matter, Yao Lao? Yao Lao's tone carried a hint of gravity. This is no ordinary object. Its spirit is restrained, yet it is far from ordinary. Even I cannot ascertain its level. Chu Yan was startled. Although Yao Lao had never revealed his own strength, someone who could produce an 8th level technique was certainly no ordinary person, and his vast experience was unquestionable. If even he couldn't see through the Dragon Emperor Hall, its origins must be extraordinary. Never mind, let's go in, Yao Lao suggested. Chu Yan followed his father into the Dragon Emperor Hall. As soon as they stepped inside, Yao Lao's voice rang out again, this time filled with evident shock. This is a space unto itself. This is an imperial artifact. Although Yao Lao had never seen an imperial artifact with his own eyes before, he had heard of such treasures. Even in the sacred land he once belonged to, treasures of this caliber were beyond reach, reserved only for imperial-level forces to suppress their foundations. What is an imperial artifact? Chu Yan wondered. A 9th-level spiritual artifact. Yao Lao explained. Ninth level? Chu Yan almost bit his tongue. Although he had no concrete concept of an imperial artifact, he knew all too well the significance of a 9th-level spiritual artifact. To know that the strongest spiritual artifact in the Chu family had previously only been at the 1st level. How does our Chu family have a spiritual artifact of this level? Chu Yan was secretly astonished. Yao Lao cautiously reminded him. Your beast god is likely extraordinary. Let's refrain from communicating for now to avoid being detected. If it was just a 4th level demon sect we were dealing with, I wouldn't give it a second thought, but a beast with an imperial artifact is definitely not simple. It might even be an old monster in disguise. Chu Yan nodded silently, also worried about Yao Lao's presence being discovered. At that moment, a deep voice came from above. Oh, another little one has come. A massive dragon head emerged from the clouds. Although a 5th level demon king could fly freely, staying in the high skies for long still required a significant amount of energy. Long Yuan thought, to perch long-term in the thunderclouds above Chingyong Town, he would need to advance to a 6th level demon emperor. Chu Jingua shuddered and quickly bowed. Chu Jingua greets the beast god. The oppressive force was even stronger than the ancestors had described, almost suffocating. Long Yuan looked at Chu Jingua with curiosity, wondering how this father could be unaware of his son's sacred body. Noticing Long Yuan's gaze, Chu Jingua hurriedly explained, I really didn't know. Chu Yin mysteriously lost his cultivation talent for 3 whole years, and only recently regained it. His cultivation speed has become unusually strange. Hearing this, Long Yuan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. His eyes inadvertently fell on the ring on Chu Yan's right hand, and suddenly he understood. As the master of the Dragon Emperor Hall, produced by the system, he had long since refined it, and nothing here escaped his keen perception. Long Yuan chuckled inwardly, amused to find a classic protagonist template right here, complete with an old master in tow. At that moment, the medicine elder hidden in the ring felt a jolt of anxiety, as if he had been seen through, and dared not reveal himself. Long Yuan nodded slightly, thinking, what of the old master? As long as he posed no harm to the Chu family, he could do as he pleased. Wasn't he aiding in cultivating a strong figure for the Chu family? Not only would Long Yuan not expose the medicine elder, but he also felt grateful. Then, a golden pill emerged from the system space, hovering in front of Chu Yan. Long Yuan said calmly, take it. It's something beneficial for you. Chu Yan froze, instinctively glancing at his father. He was wary, suspecting that the pill might be a trap. Could it be that the other party had discovered his sacred body and wanted to use this to control him? Caught in a dilemma, Chu Yan was hesitant to take it and unsure about outright refusal. It wasn't that he was judging others by his own standards, but rather 3 years of experience had made Chu Yan more mature than his peers. The old master's advice echoed in his mind. It's never wrong to be cautious in everything you do. Chu Jingua gazed at the pill in his hand and solemnly said, since it is a gift from the beast god, go ahead and take it. Chu Yan sighed inwardly. At this moment, he knew that resistance was futile. He comforted himself, it doesn't matter. After all, the old master promised to teach me alchemy. Whatever happens, there will surely be a solution. With determination, Chu Yan closed his eyes and swallowed the pill in one gulp. Instantly, a searing heat erupted from his core, spreading like wildfire throughout his body. It was as if he had become a human torch, engulfed in blazing flames from head to toe. Chu Jingua watched in astonishment at the incredible transformation, exclaiming, what is this? Long Yuan calmly explained. This is a constitution awakening. The pill I just gave him is a constitution awakening pill. Constitution awakening? Chu Jingua asked in disbelief. You mean Chu Yan's sacred body has awakened? Long Yuan smiled slightly and affirmed. Yes, his 9 sons' sacred body has awakened. With this, the Chu family now has another extraordinary genius, and their development will surely reach new heights. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted, and a massive crimson flame burst from Chu Yan, shooting straight into the sky. Fortunately, they were within the Dragon Emperor's hall. Otherwise, this astonishing phenomenon would have drawn everyone's attention. After all, the spectacle of a sacred body awakening is even more terrifying than that of a king's body. Chu Jingua trembled, overwhelmed by the scene before him. Is this the phenomenon of a sacred body awakening? At this moment, the flames began to coalesce, forming 9 crimson suns hovering behind Chu Yan, creating a majestic sight. Chu Yan looked down at his hands, engulfed in the intense flames, in amazement. He could clearly feel his cultivation level had soared, reaching the pinnacle of the 4th-tier martial ancestor realm. This discovery sent shockwaves through his mind, and he murmured in disbelief. How has my cultivation increased so much? Seeing this, Chu Jingua hurriedly reminded him. This is your constitution awakening. Quickly thank the beast god. Constitution awakening? Chu Yan's expression changed as he finally realized the incredible transformation that had occurred within him. How is this possible? Chu Yan's mind echoed with the words of Yao Lao. Awakening a sacred body requires rare materials, and the body awakening pill is extremely difficult to concoct, making it virtually impossible in the short term. Yet now, his sacred body had awakened without any warning. Chu Yan stood frozen until Chu Jingua's voice snapped him back to reality. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank the beast god. Coming to his senses, Chu Yan somewhat dazedly paid his respects to the beast god. Chu Yan thanks the beast god for the body awakening pill. Long Yuan calmly replied, it's nothing. The sacred body is an extraordinarily powerful constitution that has significantly elevated your cultivation. You must carefully comprehend the differences in realms. Do not waste your constitution, and don't let down my body awakening pill. Yes, Chu Yan will not disappoint the beast god. Chu Yan promised solemnly. All right, you may leave now. Jingua, stay. Long Yuan gestured with a wave of his hand. Chu Yan took a deep breath and left the hall. He was eager to ask Yao Lao what was going on. Could his situation be the same as Chu Shiron's, where the beast god just happened to have a suitable body awakening pill? That seemed highly unlikely. Back in his room, Chu Yan immediately summoned Yao Lao. As soon as Yao Lao's spirit appeared, he looked at Chu Yan in surprise. What? You say your sacred body has awakened? With a thought, 9 fiery red mini-suns hovered behind Chu Yan. Yao Lao was astounded. This is the awakened 9-sun sacred body? How could this be? What exactly happened? Chu Yan recounted everything that had just transpired in detail to Yao Lao. Curiously, he asked, does the beast god really have a body awakening pill that can awaken any constitution, or did he just happen to have one for the 9-sun sacred body? Yao Lao pondered for a moment before answering. Firstly, I've never heard of a body awakening pill that can awaken any constitution, but the latter possibility also seems unlikely. Your Chu family's beast god is truly mysterious. As they were conversing, a booming voice came from outside the room. Chu Yan, come out. I heard your talent has been restored, so come out and fight me to celebrate. Chu Yan immediately recognized the voice as belonging to Chu Zhan, the battle fanatic. Although Chu Yan had a decent attitude towards Chu Zhan, he was well aware that during the years when his talent had disappeared, some of his peers had expressed dissatisfaction. They couldn't understand why someone who had lost their cultivation talent still occupied so many family resources. Chu Zhan's fists eventually silenced the gossip. As Chu Yan stepped out of the room, he wore a smile and said to Chu Zhan, let's go. To thank you for helping me over the past 3 years, I've decided to have a proper sparring match with you. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhan couldn't contain his excitement. His thick eyebrows and large eyes sparkled with a fighting spirit. Ha ha ha, you really know me. Chu Yan, let's go, my fists have been itching for this, he laughed heartily, throwing a muscular arm around Chu Yan's shoulder. Under the sunlight, Chu Zhan's burly physique was particularly striking, with muscles rippling across his body and arms thicker than some people's thighs. When the two arrived at the family training ground, they coincidentally encountered many younger members practicing martial arts. Upon seeing Chu Yan and Chu Zhan, they gathered around, eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. Everyone knew that Chu Yan's talent had been restored, and Chu Zhan was known as the most combative among the Chu family's younger generation. Their duel promised to be spectacular. Without unnecessary pleasantries, the two began their match. Chu Yan suppressed his abilities to match Chu Zhan's level as a first-rank martial artist, and they launched into a fierce and expansive battle. Despite this, Chu Yan's awakened sacred body displayed astounding power, with physical strength far surpassing Chu Zhan's muscles, which were honed through sheer exercise. The fight was intense, and Chu Jian soon found himself bruised and battered. However, rather than discouraging him, it only fueled his fighting spirit. He relished the adrenaline coursing through his veins because, besides Chu Shiron, there was now another opponent in the Chu family who could challenge him. The fierce battle lasted a long time, ending with Chu Jian letting out a triumphant yell before collapsing on the arena floor. Chu Yin shook his head and carried the exhausted Chu Jian to a place for healing. Looking at the unconscious Chu Jian, Chu Yin mused to himself, "This kid's physical resilience is impressive. To have trained to this level in such a resource-poor environment, he's a good candidate for body refining. Unfortunately, I don't have a suitable body refining technique for him to practice." Yao Lao shook his head, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. In the past, he held a high position and looked down upon everything. The basic body refining techniques were insignificant to him. However, he dared not easily teach the profound body refining secrets, fearing it might bring disaster upon Chu Yin and the entire Chu family. Chu Yin nodded silently, still feeling the lingering effects of the recent encounter. He clearly sensed that his opponent's physical strength had nearly reached the threshold of a first-level warrior. He couldn't help but feel relieved, knowing that before his sacred body awakened, he might not have been able to withstand even a punch from the opponent. After Chu Yin left, the atmosphere in the Dragon Emperor Hall shifted abruptly. Beast God, Chu Jingua respectfully clasped his hands, his voice low and resolute. "Bring those whom the family sent to investigate the Earth's vital veins. I will personally search for that Earth's vital vein." "At your command." The sound of footsteps responding echoed within the hall. The next morning, as dawn broke, a colossal creature soared into the sky, disappearing swiftly into the mist of the Nine Heavens mountain range. Initially, Long Yuan planned to wait until Chu Tianyang's realm stabilized before searching for the Earth's vital vein. But now that Chu Yin had reached the peak of the fourth-level martial sect, with a powerful figure in the Chu family, Long Yuan felt assured to leave. Amidst the clouds, Long Yuan's massive body sliced through the mist. On his back stood several members of the Chu family, their expressions a mix of awe and excitement. Is this the beast god? Able to fly through the air, indeed as the rumors say, having reached the fourth-level demon sect realm. Second Elder Chu Hongxiao murmured excitedly. Compared to the tall and thin First Elder Chu Hongtu, he was young and robust, with a refined mustache that added to his distinguished appearance. Second Elder, I'm scared, a Chu family member said with a trembling voice, his legs shaking slightly. What are you afraid of? Heights? Chu Hongxiao asked with a frown. No, I'm afraid of the beast god, the person replied, even more tremulously. Chu Hongxiao's expression turned stern, his tone severe. What's there to fear? The beast god is our Chu family's guardian deity. Why would he harm us? He paused, his tone softening. Our attitude towards the beast god should not be fear, but reverence. These words were spoken to him by the clan leader. The beast god did not wish for the Chu family to fear him, and their attitude should be one of respect, akin to that for an ancestor. Chu Hongxiao's words echoed through the clouds, as if declaring this unspoken rule to all Chu family members. The young man is quite impressive. I'll grant you an opportunity in the future. Long Yuan's voice boomed like thunder, causing Chu Hongxiao's heart to tremble. Thank you, beast god. Chu Hongxiao's face instantly lit up with joy as he hurriedly bowed, barely able to contain his excitement. He recalled the clan leader mentioning that their ancestor had broken through to the fourth-tier martial master thanks to an opportunity granted by the beast god. Such an opportunity was indeed rare and precious. Have we arrived at the location? Long Yuan asked urgently. Chu Hongxiao quickly took out a map filled with markings and, after carefully checking it, replied, We're close. According to some itinerant cultivators passing through Chingyong Town, it should be around here. As the person responsible for gathering information on the world's spiritual veins, he was well informed. Before long, Long Yuan descended upon a majestic mountain range. The peaks stood tall like swords piercing the sky, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Chu Hongxiao looked around and confirmed, according to the information, this should be the place. Long Yuan closed his eyes to sense the area, realizing that the concentration of spiritual energy here was indeed exceptional. Even a fifth-tier expert could cultivate here. Compared to the pool he had been in before, the spiritual energy here was several times more abundant. However, to perform the divine restraint technique, he needed to find the exact location of the spiritual vein. Just then, a piercing wolf howl shattered the silence, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. A massive silver wolf appeared behind Long Yuan, its eyes gleaming with danger. Soon after, dozens of giant wolves surged in, surrounding Long Yuan and his group. Where did this big snake come from, daring to trespass on my territory? A cold voice suddenly rang out. Long Yuan looked up to see a one-eyed giant wolf standing proudly atop a mountain peak. Its silver fur fluttered in the wind, emitting a terrifying aura that made hearts race. It can speak. Is this a fourth-tier demon lord? Chu Hongxiao asked in a trembling whisper, shocked. No, This is a fifth-tier demon king, Long Yuan replied calmly, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. He quickly analyzed. A demon cultivator, a sky wolf king of the moon-gazing wolf race. It possesses a trace of divine beast Azure wolf bloodline, and has reached the mid-fifth-tier demon king level, with physical strength comparable to a mid-fourth-tier demon lord. This should be the Nine Heavens mountain range, and it is the demon king here. What? A fifth-tier demon king? The Chu family members turned pale upon hearing this, having never encountered such a terrifying being. The Sky Wolf King looked down coldly and said, "Big Snake, this is my territory. Outsiders must leave at once." Its single eye emitted an intimidating light. Long Yuan, unfazed, asked, "Is this your territory? Then do you know where the spiritual vein is located?" "Ha ha," the Sky Wolf King laughed wildly. "Of course, I know where the spiritual vein is, but what does it matter to you? Leave these humans and get out, or I'll show no mercy." It greedily eyed the humans behind Long Yuan, nearly drooling, clearly having not tasted human flesh in a long time. "If you know, then be kind enough to lead the way for us," Long Yuan replied with a hint of provocation. "You're courting death." The Sky Wolf King roared in fury. "Do you take my words as a joke?" Before it finished speaking, it lunged down like an arrow, its massive claws outstretched, gleaming with a cold light, aimed straight at Long Yuan's head. "It seems I must subdue you to get what we need." Long Yuan advanced instead of retreating, unleashing a blue, icy breath from his mouth. The cold air swept out like thick smoke, enveloping the vast mountain range in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. Everything the cold air touched, from trees to rocks, turned into ice sculptures. The wolf cubs caught off guard were also frozen in place. Boom! The Sky Wolf King's attack collided with Long Yuan's icy breath, and the powerful energy rippled outwards, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. After the initial strike, the massive body of the Heavenly Wolf King moved agilely in midair, dodging to the side. However, much of his body was already covered in a layer of blue frost, exuding a chilling aura. Undeterred, the Heavenly Wolf King continued his assault, his enormous claws striking like lightning towards Long Yuan's vulnerable spot. Slash! The claws sliced through the air, instantly harnessing the surrounding forces of nature, concentrating them on the sharp talons. Boom! The nearby environment trembled slightly, showcasing the terrifying power of this attack. As a fifth-tier powerhouse, the Heavenly Wolf King could manipulate a portion of the world's energy, a privilege that made it difficult for fourth-tier martial artists to withstand. The saying goes, strike a snake at its vital point. And the Heavenly Wolf King, having grown to such prominence in the Nine Heavens mountain range, was well aware of this principle. Yet, just as his claws were about to reach their target, a thick layer of blue ice armor rapidly formed on Long Yuan's surface, also imbued with the essence of the world's energy. The claws of the Heavenly Wolf King scraped across the ice armor, leaving a menacing scratch but failing to shatter it. What? The Heavenly Wolf King thought in shock, preparing for another round of attacks, when Long Yuan's body suddenly swung. The immense serpent's form moved like a dragon's tail, striking with formidable force towards the Heavenly Wolf King. In a hurried defense, he could only raise his claws to block, yet he was still sent flying backward by the terrifying power, crashing through a grove of ice-covered ancient trees. Seizing the advantage, Long Yuan pursued, his giant form speeding like lightning. "You dare challenge me, serpent!" The Heavenly Wolf King roared in fury, a silver beam shooting from his retreating form, aimed at the charging serpent. Long Yuan displayed astounding agility, his massive body deftly weaving, his head narrowly avoiding the incoming attack. Then, he opened his gaping maw, viciously lunging to bite the Heavenly Wolf King's head. At this point, Long Yuan had not yet evolved into a dragon, lacking claws, rendering his attack methods relatively straightforward. Besides his icy breath and the cold he could emit, his primary attack strategies were constriction and cold erosion. Nonetheless, this giant serpent continued to demonstrate a fearsome combat prowess. Long Yuan was anxious and eager to complete the system task to obtain the sacred martial skill, the divine power of Huijiao Liantian Strike. His eyes were fixed on the Sky Wolf King, who had just realized from their brief clash that he was outmatched and was about to flee. However, the ice encasing the Sky Wolf King's body severely slowed him down. Seizing this moment, Long Yuan lunged like lightning, sinking his sharp teeth into the opponent's hind leg. With a sudden burst of strength, he dragged the massive body out of midair, while a terrifying chill continuously flowed into the Sky Wolf King's body through his teeth. Long Yuan's body moved like a nimble rope, quickly coiling around the Sky Wolf King's hulking frame. Trapped in this deadly embrace, the Sky Wolf King panicked and pleaded, "Spare me, great serpent." Long Yuan snorted coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Spare you? What right do you have to ask for mercy from me?" With that, his grip tightened, and the Sky Wolf King's bones cracked ominously under the immense pressure. In despair, the Sky Wolf King thought quickly and howled, "I know where the earth veins are and the location of a powerful being's relic. This immediately caught Long Yuan's attention. Narrowing his eyes, he thought to himself, a relic of a powerful being might contain inheritances, which is precisely what the Chu family currently lacks. If true, it's indeed a rare opportunity. After weighing his options, Long Yuan decided to give the Sky Wolf King a chance. In that case, I will give you an opportunity. But if you try anything deceitful, I will take your life immediately. With that, he injected a large amount of cold energy into the Sky Wolf King, making him shiver uncontrollably, stumbling with every step. Lead the way, Long Yuan commanded sharply. Yes, yes. The Sky Wolf King stammered, trudging forward toward his lair with difficulty. Chu Hongxiao and the others remained on Long Yuan's back, witnessing the entire scene. Seeing the Silver Wolf, a fifth-tier demon king, subdued by the beast god so effortlessly, they were all deeply shocked. So powerful. The beast god is truly formidable, Chu Hongxiao exclaimed. Even a fifth-tier demon king is no match for him. Our Chu family is incredibly fortunate to have the protection of the beast god. Under the leadership of the serious king, the group ventured deep into the nest located within a massive cavern. As they progressed, Long Yuan sensed the increasingly dense essence of heaven and earth, realizing that he could now use the divine confinement technique. He breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the journey was not in vain and the system's reward was within reach. Passing through the winding passage, the group arrived at the deepest part of the nest, a vast space. Before them, a semi-transparent silver barrier shimmered with a mysterious light. Long Yuan turned to the serious king, a questioning look in his eyes. The serious king was emanating cold air, layers of ice forming and dissipating around him. He struggled to dispel the cold within, but with little success. My lord, the demon king, the serious king respectfully reported, this barrier is exceptionally powerful. Even I cannot break through it. It must have been left by a formidable being, not naturally formed. Long Yuan nodded slightly, his massive blue tail sweeping out to strike the silver barrier heavily. With a thunderous boom, the essence of heaven and earth surged, and the barrier erupted with brilliant silver light, illuminating the entire space. Quite sturdy, Long Yuan remarked with mild surprise, realizing that whoever set up this barrier was no weakling. But since he had discovered it, he had no intention of leaving empty-handed. Just as he considered using the Dragon Emperor's palace to forcefully break through, a knowing smile appeared on his face. It turned out that the barrier was supported by the underground essence veins of heaven and earth. His earlier attack had triggered a surge in these veins, causing a massive flow of essence. This meant that as long as the essence veins remained intact, the barrier would never break. Long Yuan decided to directly extract the essence veins. He opened his massive jaws and used the divine confinement technique, creating a pitch-black vortex on the ground. The surrounding essence of heaven and earth flowed into the vortex like rivers converging into the sea. The ground shook violently, splitting open with a huge crack. The serious king, seeing this, was about to flee but was stopped by Long Yuan's fierce gaze, forcing him to focus on expelling the cold within. Chu Hongxiao and the others watched the scene with curiosity. Suddenly, a silver vein of essence, hundreds of meters long, surged from the underground fissure, radiating dense essence. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the silver river was swallowed by the black vortex. Job done, Long Yuan said with satisfaction. This fifth-tier essence vein was enough to support the cultivation of fifth-tier experts, ensuring the Chu family had more than enough essence for years to come. Long Yuan then noticed the silver glow of the barrier beginning to fade. He swung his tail again, causing the surrounding space to roar as the essence of heaven and earth was mobilized. After 3 consecutive strikes, the silver barrier shattered with a crash. At that moment, the serious king transformed into a streak of silver light and darted into the space within the barrier. He had established his nest here, not only for the dense essence but also to obtain the inheritance inside, hoping to find a way to deal with the giant serpent. You court death. Long Yuan roared angrily, his massive body following closely behind. Inside the barrier was only a black palace. The serious king laughed as he rushed into the palace, with Long Yuan right on his heels. However, as soon as he stepped through the entrance, he heard the serious king's agonizing scream. Countless black sword energies filled the entire palace, instantly piercing the serious king's body like a sieve, blood spurting out like a fountain. Long Yuan was startled by this sudden turn of events, realizing he too would struggle to withstand such an attack. In the nick of time, a 90-year palace suddenly appeared above his head, casting down strands of light. The sword energies struck the light, but couldn't penetrate the Imperial artifact's radiance. The serious king glared unwillingly before finally collapsing in a pool of blood. Long Yuan looked at him coldly. You were the one who rushed in first, not me. With that, he collected the serious king's body, intending to use it as food. Long Yuan pondered curiously, wondering who the malicious person was that left such a dangerous inheritance. Even a fifth-tier expert couldn't withstand the sword energy here. The Chu family members on his back were pale with fright, realizing the dangers beyond Chingyong Town. With the Dragon Emperor's palace above his head, Long Yuan shielded himself from the sword energies and ventured into the deepest part of the palace. There, they found a lifeless corpse, yet even in death, it exuded an indescribable aura of power that made it hard for Long Yuan to breathe. The Chu family members fared worse, with some fainting. Long Yuan simply stored them inside the Dragon Emperor's palace. Long Yuan carefully examined the corpse. It was an elder, lifelike in appearance, but with a gaping hole in the center of his forehead, as if pierced by a finger. Beside the elder floated a black long sword, the source of the endless sword energy emanating from it. The spiritual artifact, an ink-colored sword, is a top-grade holy weapon with inherited powers and a high-level holy sword technique. Long Yuan quickly grasped the information about this black sword through the system. A holy sword with its own heritage? He was delighted, realizing it was indeed a rare treasure. Shifting his gaze, Long Yuan noticed the ring on the old man's hand. A strong individual capable of wielding a holy weapon must have left many treasures in their spatial ring. However, Long Yuan couldn't easily claim it. The aura emanating from the old man was intimidating, like an insurmountable mountain. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in Long Yuan's mind. Without hesitation, he exited the black ancient hall and activated the power of the Dragon Emperor Hall. In an instant, the entire black ancient hall and everything within it were absorbed into the Dragon Emperor Hall. No matter how powerful you are, can you escape the suppression of the Imperial artifact? Long Yuan sneered, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. At this point, he wasn't in a hurry anymore. The cooked duck was already in hand. Why worry about it flying away? He decided to study it slowly after returning. After leaving the barrier space, Long Yuan arrived at the crack that had appeared due to the extraction of the Earth's essence. Without hesitation, he dove underground, exploring deeper. The location of the Earth's essence was extremely deep, possibly tens of thousands of miles from the surface, and even he flew for a long time. Finally, Long Yuan reached his destination, and the sight before him excited him greatly. Indeed, there were numerous essence stones. The original Earth's essence had been taken away by him, leaving a vast trench like a riverbed. On both sides of the riverbed, countless thumb-sized rhombus-shaped essence stones had formed, each exuding a rich essence of heaven and earth. These essence stones were born from the long-term nourishment of the Earth's essence. They not only contained pure heavenly essence beneficial for cultivation, but also served as the currency of this cultivation world. Long Yuan knew well that with this wealth, he could quickly enhance his family's power. Suddenly, Long Yuan's attention was drawn to the occasional appearance of spiritual herbs on the sides of the riverbed. There are actually 5th-grade spiritual herbs here. He observed these rare plants excitedly, taking the time to harvest them one by one. These herbs would become the foundation of the Chu family, and Long Yuan certainly wouldn't miss them. After collecting the herbs, Long Yuan activated the Dragon Emperor Hall, which immediately emitted a massive suction force. The rhombus-shaped essence stones, as if attracted by a magnet, rolled and flew into the Dragon Emperor Hall. Leaving the cave, Long Yuan casually hunted a few beasts and returned quietly to the Chu family in Chingyong Town under the cover of night. Back at the family estate, Long Yuan acted immediately. "Go," he commanded softly, his mouth opening wide as a black vortex appeared out of thin air. The Earth's essence slowly descended beneath the Chu family grounds. This time, the process was exceptionally calm, without the significant commotion that occurred when extracting the Earth's essence. At the moment the Earth's essence fully integrated, a vast essence of heaven and earth surged from beneath the ground, enveloping the entire Chu family in a misty aura. This sudden change immediately awakened Chu Tian, Chu Yan, and others who were cultivating. "What a dense essence of heaven and earth!" Chu Yan exclaimed, shocked by the nearly fog-like essence inside the room. How could such a rich essence suddenly appear here? Unable to comprehend it, Chu Yan quickly called out to Yao Lao. Upon appearing, Yao Lao was also stunned by the scene before him. What happened to your Chu family? How did the essence of heaven and earth suddenly become so dense? This is the kind of essence only a 5th-grade Earth's essence can release. I don't know either. Chu Yan shook his head. It wasn't like this just now. It suddenly changed. Something significant must have happened, Yao Lao said solemnly. Go ask your father. All right. Despite the late hour, almost all the Chu family's senior members were alarmed by this unexpected change. Chu Yan hurried to his father's residence, filled with questions and anticipation. "Father, what happened to our family?" Chu Yan asked eagerly as soon as he entered. Chu Yan quickly approached the astonished Chu Jingua, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Chu Jingua said, "I don't know the specifics, but I suspect this might be the beast god finding a celestial energy vein for our Chu family. After all, the beast god led the second elder and others into the 9 Heavens mountain range to search for such a vein. With this sudden change, who else could it be but the beast god with his divine abilities?" At that moment, Yao Lao's voice echoed in Chu Yan's mind, filled with disbelief. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Throughout history, powers have been built upon celestial energy veins, and no one has ever extracted one and placed it beneath a power's domain. This cannot be the work of a human. Before he finished speaking, the second elder and others ran over with excitement, their faces beaming with uncontrollable joy. Ancestor, clan leader, this is nothing short of a miracle. The beast god's methods are truly divine, they exclaimed in unison, their voices full of awe and admiration. Impatiently, Chu Tian asked, what exactly happened? Weren't you following the beast god to find the celestial energy vein? Chu Hongxiao excitedly explained, a fifth-tier celestial energy vein. The beast god not only found it, but has successfully integrated it beneath our Chu family's land. Otherwise, why do you think the celestial energy here has surged so suddenly? His voice trembled slightly with excitement. I witnessed the beast god merge something river-like from the 9 heavens mountains into the ground beneath our family. Curious, I asked what it was, and the beast god told me it was the celestial energy vein we were seeking. A celestial energy vein indeed. Chu Jingua said in awe, his eyes filled with disbelief. The beast god's abilities truly exceed our imagination. However, compared to Chu Jingua's amazement, Yao Lao was utterly dumbfounded. Despite living for countless millennia, he had never heard of such an astonishing feat. His reaction was like that of an ancient being witnessing a miracle that defied all understanding, leaving him profoundly shaken. Even the most powerful imperial forces couldn't achieve such a feat. Chu Tianyang gazed at the scene before him, tears streaming down his face. He had never imagined that the Chu family would one day reach such heights. The emergence of the fifth-tier heaven and earth spiritual vein not only heralded the imminent rise of the Chu family, but also brought his dream of becoming a fifth-tier martial king within reach. The promise of the beast god echoed in Chu Tianyang's heart, to make the Chu family the foremost clan in the world. This once unattainable goal now seemed possible. The entire Chu family was immersed in joy, with excitement etched on everyone's faces. At the same time, Long Yuan was equally overwhelmed with excitement. The system's rewards had finally arrived, so generous that it was hard for him to believe. Ding! The system notification chimed. For finding a heaven and earth spiritual vein for the Guardian family, you are awarded the Holy Martial Skill Divine Power, Hui Jiao Lietian Strike, a holy grade heaven and earth spiritual vein, 5 sources of any spirit body, and 3 sources of any spirit grade martial soul. In an instant, the secrets of the Holy Martial Skill Divine Power, Hui Jiao Lietian Strike, flooded Long Yuan's mind. There was no need for learning or comprehension. He had already fully mastered this powerful divine ability. With a mere thought, the 3 curved horns atop Long Yuan's head emitted a dazzling blue light. The light converged at the center, forming a blue sphere radiating a piercing cold. Swish! A blue beam shot out from the sphere, striking a mountain range within the Dragon Emperor's hall. Boom! Following the deafening explosion, the entire mountain range was flattened in an instant and subsequently encased in ice. Incredible! Truly worthy of being a holy grade divine power. Long Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The power of this move far surpassed any technique he had previously mastered. However, such immense power also came with a significant cost. After the strike, Long Yuan felt utterly exhausted, his internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. At that moment, he remembered the system reward of the holy grade heaven and earth spiritual vein. Without hesitation, Long Yuan integrated this precious vein into the 9th layer of the Dragon Emperor's hall. The hall consisted of 9 layers, with the first being the smallest and the 9th the largest. The instant the holy grade heaven and earth spiritual vein merged with the Dragon Emperor's hall, the concentration of heaven and earth essence within the imperial artifact surged, as if the entire space had been infused with new vitality. Long Yuan took a deep breath, immediately feeling the rich essence of heaven and earth flow into his body. He closed his eyes, savoring the long-lost sensation of cultivation, like a parched traveler finally finding a refreshing spring. The energy emitted by the sacred grade essence of heaven and earth was so abundant, starkly contrasting the previously barren environment. He opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the essence of physique and martial soul in his hands. These precious resources were meant to nurture the elite of the Chu family, enhancing their combat power and cultivation speed. Long Yuan mused that for ordinary practitioners, martial souls indeed had an advantage over physique, particularly in cultivating martial arts and divine abilities. However, for him, these were merely tools to cultivate the Chu family. Suddenly, a system panel appeared before Long Yuan. Host, Long Yuan. Race, Xianbing Crystal Snake. Cultivation Realm, 5th level Demon King Perfection. Physical Cultivation, 4th level Demon Ancestor Perfection. Current task, increase the Guardian family's population to over 10,365010000. Task rewards, Ancestral Bloodline Reversion, Sacred Grade Martial Technique, Star Body Refinement Technique, Sacred Grade Defense Array Sun, moon, and stars array. Guardian family level, 3 stars. Host cultivation speed increased by 30 times. Long Yuan frowned as he looked at this new task. The rewards were tempting, but increasing the family population by nearly 6,000 was no easy feat. He was even more puzzled as to why the Guardian family's level remained at 3 stars. Even though Chu Tian and Chu Yin had reached the 4th level martial ancestor perfection, it seemed insufficient to meet the conditions for upgrading to a 4-star family. As Long Yuan contemplated strategies for family development, Chu Tianyang's voice came from outside the hall. "Come in," Long Yuan said in a deep voice. Chu Tianyang led Chu Jingua and other high-ranking members into the Dragon Emperor Hall. They were there to express gratitude for the beast god's contributions to the Chu family. Long Yuan wasted no time with formalities and directly stated his requirements. The conditions for the Chu family have greatly improved. The urgent task now is to quickly expand the family population. Those who can take concubines should do so, those who can marry should marry, and arrangements should be made swiftly for those who can be brought into the family. Having children must also be prioritized. Only with a larger population base can the probability of producing geniuses increase, allowing the Chu family to thrive. Long Yuan's gaze swept over everyone present, and he added firmly, "But one thing must be remembered. The women of the Chu family must never marry outside. Marrying outside means becoming part of another family, which is absolutely not allowed." He paused before continuing. "Additionally, it's time to look beyond Chingyong Town for development. With 2 4th-level martial ancestor perfection experts, Chingyong Town can no longer constrain us. Moreover, I am here to oversee things. If you encounter problems you can't solve, I will step in to assist." The larger a territory's influence, the more resources it can acquire, creating a beneficial cycle. Long Yuan's words resonated deeply with Chu Shiron and his companions. They understood well that even with the system's assistance, the Chu family could not sustain all its members with just that alone. Following the beast god's command, Chu Shiron and the others responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with determination. Although these tasks seemed to offer no direct benefit to the beast god, they knew the true beneficiary was the Chu family. With Chu Shiron's breakthrough to the 4th stage of the martial ancestor, they were eager to expand outward. As the beast god said, the small town of Chingyong could no longer satisfy their ambitions. Long Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze settling on Chu Jingua. "If there's nothing else, you may all leave. The clan leader will stay." "Yes." They replied respectfully and took their leave, leaving Chu Jingua alone, standing anxiously. He felt uneasy, unsure of the beast god's intentions in keeping him behind. Suddenly, a mass of golden energy appeared before Chu Jingua. Surprised, he looked at the mysterious glow and couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" "You'll understand once you absorb and integrate it," Long Yuan said calmly, then began assisting Chu Jingua in refining his body's essence. In the following days, the surface of Chingyong Town remained calm, but undercurrents surged beneath. People continually probed into the Chu family's affairs, and a tense atmosphere lingered in the air. Several days later, Chu Jingua finally emerged. His complexion was rosy, his spirit revitalized, as if reborn. His excitement was palpable, and his body trembled slightly with exhilaration. "Now I understand why the ancestor was moved to tears." Chu Jingua extended his palm, and energy erupted from within him, emitting waves of golden light. A superior spiritual constitution, the golden light body. He could clearly sense the changes within him. Not only had his cultivation increased, reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd stage martial master, but more importantly, his combat power had improved significantly. He was confident that he could hold his own against even early or mid-stage 4th-level martial ancestors with ordinary constitutions. At this moment, Chu Jingua's admiration for the beast god was as boundless as a flowing river, unstoppable like a surging flood. He clenched his fists, murmuring to himself, "Qingyao, do you see this? I have a constitution too." Tears of excitement welled in his eyes, as if he could see a brighter future ahead. The long-forgotten scene in his mind was unearthed once more, like a bolt of lightning piercing a stormy sky. Chu Jingua vividly remembered the moment his wife, Lu Qingyao, left holding their one-month-old son, Chu Yin, with eyes filled with pain and determination. That moment was etched deeply in his heart, becoming an indelible source of sorrow. At that time, the Chu family, and even Chu Jingua himself, were too weak to alter the course of fate. They could only watch helplessly as Lu Qingyao departed in tears, leaving behind a trail of sadness. However, the situation is different now. With the son possessing a sacred body and his own acquired spiritual body, the hope of finding Lu Qingyao seemed to reignite. It was then that the voice of Long Yuan echoed in Chu Jingua's ears. "As the leader of your clan, you must possess not only exceptional leadership skills, but also formidable cultivation and combat power. This golden light body is bestowed upon you. Use this power wisely to lead the Chu family to greatness." After a few more words of advice, Chu Jingua left the Dragon Emperor's hall. As he walked out of the hall, Chu Jingua recalled the instructions of the beast god to select 7 clan members who were exceptionally talented and absolutely loyal to the Chu family, to whom the beast god would grant special opportunities. Could it be another unique constitution? Chu Jingua wondered silently. Although it seemed incredible, the beast god's abilities were beyond human comprehension. Besides, hadn't such a miracle just occurred to him? Chu Jingua knew the gravity of this matter and that it required careful consideration. Unique constitutions were incredibly valuable, and each choice would impact the future of the Chu family. He began to calculate in his mind. Yanran is clever, but she's too young, he thought to himself. The elders are a good choice, but whom should I choose? Every elder was loyal to the family, especially after the previous family crisis, proving their allegiance. Yet, as the clan leader, he couldn't favor one over the others. For a moment, Chu Jingua found himself in a dilemma. Suppressing the urge to cultivate immediately, Chu Jingua decided to wander through the family estate to find suitable candidates. At the training ground, he saw Chu Jian fiercely sparring with several clan members, displaying agility and vigor. Chu Jingua's eyes lit up. Chu Jian, this young man is indeed a standout among the younger generation. Yes, he can be a definite choice. Just as he nodded to himself, someone with a hurried and anxious expression suddenly approached Chu Jingua, interrupting his thoughts. Chief, something bad is happening. A large group of people is aggressively heading towards our Chu family. A clan member rushed into the Chu family hall, his face filled with fear. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingua furrowed his brows and asked in a deep voice, towards our Chu family? Do you know who they are? I don't know, but they've already captured many of our clan members. The clan member replied anxiously, his voice trembling. What? Chu Jingua stood up abruptly, a hint of caution in his eyes. He immediately realized this was no ordinary matter, but the work of an external force. He decisively ordered, inform the other elders immediately, and come with me to see who dares to act so boldly in Chingyong Town. Yes. The clan member received the order and hurried away. In front of the Chu family's main entrance, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Over 20 blood-stained pillars stood there, the bright red blood glaring under the sunlight. Not far away, dozens of armed warriors menacingly surrounded the Chu family's gate, exuding a murderous aura. Leading them was a lean old man, his temples gray and his forehead lined with wrinkles, but his eyes shone with an intimidating light. This was Chun Yuan, the patriarch of the Chun family from Wuan Town. Behind him, the elite members of the Chun family stood ready, including the son of the Chun family patriarch, Chun Shaohua. Chun Yuan surveyed the surroundings, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and murmured to himself, when did this place have such a terrifying concentration of the world's essence? It seems the Chu family has indeed stumbled upon something extraordinary. He calculated silently, noting that although Chingyong Town and Wuan Town were not far apart and had interactions, they had never detected such a dense concentration of the world's essence here. Indicating this was a recent development. A glint of greed flashed in Chun Yuan's eyes as he thought, if my Qin family can seize this place, our family's strength will surely increase significantly. This place must belong to my Qin family. By now, a crowd of onlookers had gathered not far away, whispering to each other, realizing that the nearly month-long peace in Chingyong Town was about to be disrupted again today. Chu Jingua, accompanied by several elders, quickly walked out and stood in front of the gate. Though he appeared quite prosperous, his long-term position as clan leader endowed him with an inherent authority. Chu Jingua stared directly at Chun Yuan and asked in a deep voice, who are you? And what business do you have coming to the Chu family in such a grand manner? Chun Yuan stroked his beard, his tone calm, yet tinged with mockery. Heh. I am Chun Yuan from the Qin family in Wuan Town, here to seek some fortune from your noble clan. His tone was as casual as if borrowing something from a neighbor. Wuan Town's Chun Yuan? Are you the Chun family's patriarch? A flash of surprise crossed Chu Jingua's eyes. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I am the patriarch. Chun Yuan laughed heartily, his voice full of vigor. I heard your Chu family has recently prospered. As the saying goes, do not forget your old neighbors when you become rich. You shouldn't forget us. The Chun family members behind him also laughed, their laughter dripping with sarcasm. Chu Jingua and his companions instantly understood their intentions. This was a move to covet the Chu family's fortune. Elder Chu Hongtu glared angrily and retorted coldly. Patriarch Chun, our two families have always minded our own business. Isn't your behavior a bit excessive? Excessive? Chun Yuan sneered. Heh, it seems the lesson from the Ma family hasn't sunk in for you. In this world of cultivation, what is excessive? It's all about survival of the fittest. Strength prevails, and the weak perish. You still haven't grasped this. Chu Jingua stepped forward, a flash of determination in his eyes. Since it has come to this, then let us fight, and see who is stronger. Just you. Chun Yuan scoffed. Better call out that old fellow from your Chu family. You want to see our Chu family's patriarch? Defeat me first. Chu Jingua shouted coldly. his figure flashing as he charged towards the opponent. If you wish for death, I shall grant it. Chun Yuankuan's face darkened, energy surging around him as he leaped into battle with Chu Jingua. The two figures clashed rapidly in the air, their fierce energy waves sweeping the surroundings, marking the beginning of a fierce battle. Chief, be careful. The worried cries of the Chu family echoed across the battlefield. Chu Yan hurried to the scene, his eyes fixed on his father in the midst of a fierce battle, shock evident on his face. A third-tier warrior at full mastery, he murmured, finding it hard to believe what he was witnessing. How is this possible? Just a few days ago, my father was still at the mid-second tier. How could he have advanced so quickly? Turning to the elder beside him, Yao Lao, Chu Yan urgently asked, Yao Lao, what is going on here? Yao Lao pondered for a moment before speculating. He might have taken some kind of elixir to boost his power. After all, moving from the second to the third tier isn't unheard of with the right medicine. In the center of the battlefield, Chu Jingua and Chun Yuankuan clashed with dazzling speed, energy radiating from their every move. Both were shrouded in a thin veil of spiritual energy, each collision unleashing powerful energy shocks. The air crackled with streaks of energy, leaving the ground scarred as if sliced by invisible blades. After several exchanges, Chun Yuankuan stared at Chu Jingua in disbelief. A third-tier warrior at full mastery? You've reached this level. Chu Jingua calmly replied. Why should you be the only one allowed to reach the third tier? The Chu family members behind him were equally stunned. Chu Hongtu exclaimed. The chief has broken through to a full, third-tier warrior? When did this happen? The other elders shook their heads in surprise. We had no idea. We thought the chief was still at the second tier. Chu Zhan excitedly shouted. The chief is mighty. Instantly, the Chu family disciples echoed in unison. The chief is mighty. Not to be outdone, the Qin family, led by Qin Shaohua, roared. The ancestor is invincible, crushing all foes. Chun Yuankuan's lips twitched, thinking to himself, could they be any more exaggerated? Yet, despite himself, the shouts stirred his blood. Since you've reached full third-tier mastery, I can't let you live. Chun Yuankuan bellowed, unleashing his energy with abandon. Fourth-tier warrior initial stage? Chu Jingua was taken aback, realizing the old man had been hiding his true strength. The Chun family erupted with excitement. Even they hadn't known their ancestor had ascended to the fourth tier, a true powerhouse. Chun Yuankuan boasted. Did you expect this? I've risked my life countless times in the Nine Skies Mountains. Did you think I was just playing around? However, seeing Chu Jingua standing fearlessly, his anger surged, feeling as though his efforts were in vain. Chu Yan noticed his father's composure and thought, is Dad not afraid? Does he have another ace up his sleeve? Die! Chun Yuankuan charged with overwhelming energy, attacking Chu Jingua. At that critical moment, Chu Jingua suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light. He struck out with a powerful punch, meeting Chun Yuankuan's attack heat. Boom! The deafening explosion made everyone's ears ring as energy rippled outward. The golden light expanded, crashing into Chun Yuankuan with unmatched force. In the shocked gazes of all present, Chun Yuankuan was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground. With a cough, blood sprayed from his mouth, staining the dust below. Everyone was almost in a daze as they watched the scene unfold. Could it be true that a legendary fourth-rank martial master was defeated by a third-rank martial artist? The stark contrast between reality and their understanding left everyone present in a momentary silence. Yao Lao, what was that golden light that suddenly erupted from my father's body? Chu Yan asked urgently, his eyes filled with wonder. It's a spiritual-level special constitution, the golden light body. Yao Lao replied in a deep voice, unable to conceal the shock in his tone. My father has a special constitution too? Chu Yan asked in disbelief, his brow furrowed. He didn't before, but now he does. Yao Lao answered decisively. What do you mean by that, Yao Lao? When I first awoke, I clearly examined your father's condition. He had an ordinary constitution, no mistake about it. But now, the golden light he emitted is undoubtedly from the spiritual-level golden light body. As to why this happened, I really don't know, Yao Lao admitted, his face filled with confusion. Chu Yan's eyes lit up as he speculated. Could it have been acquired later? Some constitutions can indeed be acquired later, but the golden light body is not one of them. Besides, do you really think your Chu family has that kind of foundation? Yao Lao shook his head, dismissing the possibility. The Chu family doesn't, but the beast god might. Chu Yan said in a low voice, a hint of realization in his eyes. I can't figure out why your father suddenly awakened the golden light body. Perhaps you can ask him after this is over. At this moment, Kuan fell to the ground, spitting blood, staring in shock at Chu Jingua. The golden light flowed around Chu Jingua, enveloping him like a thin veil. A special constitution. You actually have a special constitution, he exclaimed in disbelief, his voice trembling. How can such a barren place have a special constitution? However, Chu Jingua ignored his astonishment, moving swiftly like a tiger, the golden light flashing around him, leaving deep footprints with every step. Kuan shouted, Leaping up, his palms curved into claws as energy surged within him, transforming into a pair of tiger claws. A fierce tiger shadow appeared behind him. Tiger opens the mountain technique. Yuan unleashed his ultimate martial skill, engaging Chu Jingua in battle. At this moment, he dared not hold back, otherwise, he might lose his life. In an instant, they clashed again, energy erupting, colliding, and resounding with a series of booms. The ground shook, dust filled the air, and the surrounding atmosphere distorted from the energy waves. Even with the aid of martial skills, they were evenly matched. Yuan's expression was filled with shock. His opponent's strength was astonishing. Sweat dripped from his forehead, his eyes full of disbelief. Leader Chu, we are evenly matched. Continuing this fight will only lead to mutual destruction. Why not call it a truce and shake hands for peace? Yuan began to fear. If Chu Jingua was this strong, could Chu Tian, who hadn't appeared yet, be even stronger? Do you think the Chu family is a place you can come and go as you please? Chu Jingua snorted coldly, the golden light swirling around his body. Wasn't it you who said that the strong survive and the weak perish? Chu Jingua, do you really think you can hurt me? Yuan shouted, his body rising into the air, looking down at everyone. You should know, if I want to escape, you can't stop me, because I am a 4th-rank martial master, haha. His laughter abruptly stopped, his eyes trembling violently as he looked toward the Chu family. A massive, menacing blue crystal snake head was slowly emerging. The enormous snake head was several meters long, its scales glinting coldly in the sunlight. A powerful oppressive force swept across the scene, causing the Chun family disciples facing the Chu family to tremble uncontrollably, with some collapsing to the ground, their legs giving out. What is it? A group of Chu family members also turned around, and upon seeing the colossal creature, they burst out in shock. When did such a behemoth come to the Chu family? It's the beast god. Pay respects to the beast god. Chu Hongxiao shouted excitedly, bowing first, his eyes full of awe and fervor. Chu Jingua, Chu Yan, and others quickly followed suit, bowing in respect. Seeing the clan leader bow, everyone else hurriedly did the same. Was this really the Chu family's beast god? But the beast god wasn't supposed to be this large. The onlookers nearby screamed in fear and scattered, their cries and the sound of trampling blending together. Some fainted from fright, collapsing to the ground unconscious. No need for such formalities. I just sensed a battle here and came out to watch. You don't need to mind me, Long Yuan said, his voice booming like thunder. With 2 martial masters fighting, he naturally sensed it and came out to watch the spectacle. His massive body hovered in the air, his huge head looking down. Continue, he instructed Chu Jingua. Yes. Chu Jingua nodded, a glint of coldness in his eyes as he looked at his opponent in midair. Ah! Yuan suddenly screamed, snapping out of his fear, energy surging skyward, his eyes bloodshot. Come on, fight to the death. Then, with a swoosh, he turned and fled into the distance, his figure tracing a long line in the air. Damn it, that giant snake feels terrifying, definitely surpassing a 4th-rank demon master, possibly a 5th-rank demon king. Yuan's inner voice screamed, terror washing over him like a tide. Staying here is a death sentence. Now he truly believed the Chu family had a terrifying guardian beast. But he felt like crying. This sudden turn of events nearly caught Chu Jingua off guard. By the time he wanted to pursue, his opponent had already vanished, leaving only a small black dot. Sigh, I really just came to watch the show. Why did you run? Long Yuan sighed, his massive body swaying, disappearing like lightning from everyone's sight, leaving only a blue afterimage. Before anyone could recover from the shock, with a scream, Yuan's body was sent flying back like a cannonball, streaking across the sky with a trail of blood. Boring, truly boring. How dare you trouble the Chu family with such meager strength? Long Yuan's voice echoed distantly, tinged with disdain. Then his body swayed, disappearing into the thunderclouds above Chingyong Town Lake, his massive form gradually hidden within the clouds. Boom. Yuan's body crashed to the ground, dust flying. But he was already dead. Even a light swipe from Long Yuan's tail was too much for him to withstand, his internal organs shattered. Ancestor. The Chen family members were stunned, their faces pale. How did things escalate to this? Capture them all. With Chu Jingua's command, the Chen family members were surrounded, weapons raised by Chu family members, leaving them with no way out but death. This was the strong survive, the weak perish, as Zhao Yuan Yuan had said. If the Chu family had lost, the opponents would have killed them without hesitation. Xiaoyan, come with me to Wuan Town later. Since the Chun family dared to attack us, there's no need for the Chun family in Wuan Town to exist. Plus, our family needs to expand. So let's start with Wuan Town. For safety, Chu Jingua called his son, given his higher cultivation. Yes, father. Chu Yan nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Long Yuan reached the center of Chingyong Town's thunderclouds. Just as Chu Tianyang had said, there was no opportunity within, only rampant thunder. Lightning flickered, illuminating Long Yuan's vast form. The intensity of the thunder isn't too strong, just perfect for me to stay here. Long Yuan nodded, planning to move the Dragon Emperor's hall into the thunderclouds once he reached the 6th-rank Demon Emperor, ensuring nothing in Chingyong Town escaped his notice. At this moment, Chu Tian and Chu Yan, along with some Chu family strongmen, sped towards Wuan Town, their pace swift, dust flying. Meanwhile, Great Elder Chu Hongtu and Second Elder Chu Hongxiao were responsible for increasing the family population, a task they dared not neglect as it was the beast god's command. To achieve their ambitious goal of expanding the population to 10,000, the Chu family began posting marriage recruitment notices all over Chingyong Town. As the only prominent family in the area, they quickly attracted numerous men and women eager to marry into wealth and prestige. The dowries offered by the Chu family were considered a fortune by common standards, drawing countless suitors. In the days that followed, the Chu family celebrated one wedding after another. Sometimes, multiple ceremonies were held on the same day, accompanied by the sound of firecrackers, the beating of drums, and endless feasts. The entire town of Chingyong was enveloped in a festive and harmonious atmosphere, allowing ordinary citizens to enjoy rare culinary delights. However, clan leaders Chu Hongtu and Chu Hongxiao were not content with this success. Their ambitions extended further. They set their sights on Wuan Town, which had recently fallen under the Chu family's influence. Wuan was larger than Chingyong, with a population of 70 to 80,000. After the Chu family defeated the Qin family, Wuan naturally became a subordinate town. Chu Hongxiao, stroking his beard, said with ambition gleaming in his eyes, "We must let the surrounding villages and towns know the strength of the Chu family and the benefits of marrying into it." Chu Jingua chimed in with determination. "The beast god said, 'Do not fear revealing our strength. Against those villages and small towns, the power of our ancestors and clan leaders is enough to subdue them. Perhaps our ambitions can reach even further.'" "What do you mean?" Chu Hongtu inquired curiously. "Chingyong City," Chu Jingua declared emphatically. The mention of this name surprised Chu Hongtu and Chu Hongxiao. They had heard of it from passing martial artists of vast city guarded by a 5th-grade martial king. Previous attempts by the Chu family to reach it had failed, largely due to the treacherous Eagle Valley, inhabited by formidable beasts, which only a 3rd-grade martial master could cross. Chu Hongtu expressed concern. But would women from such big cities be willing to marry into a small town like Chingyong? Chu Jingua replied confidently, "A mountain doesn't need to be high if it houses an immortal. Our strength is evident. Soon, even the beast god will not surpass our ancestors' breakthrough to the 5th-grade martial king. Who would dare look down on the Chu family then? Moreover, Chingyong may be small now, but with our family's growth, it could soon transform into Chingyong City." The three exchanged glances, their eyes filled with ambition and determination. They resolved to extend their family's influence to Chingyong City. Yet, the immediate focus was the upcoming grand ceremony in a few days. It was the beast god's first public appearance before the entire clan and a crucial moment for everyone to acknowledge its presence. Chu Jingua emphasized, "We cannot afford any mistakes." Suddenly, Chu Jingua smiled, saying, "There's another matter that requires the participation of all elders." "What is it?" the others asked, intrigued. "Drawing lots," Chu Jingua replied mysteriously. "This concerns a great opportunity that the beast god will bestow upon you. But since the opportunity is limited, and I must remain impartial, we'll resort to the most basic method, drawing lots. It's all down to luck." Aside from the already chosen 2nd elder, Chu Hongxiao, the remaining 7 elders gathered to partake in this draw. Chu Jingua produced a box containing 7 paper slips, 3 of which bore the image of a divine beast, signifying a winning draw. In a tense atmosphere, the 7 elders each selected a slip. When they revealed their choices, the winners were the 1st elder Chu Hongtu, the 7th elder Chu Jianshun, and the 8th elder Chu Yunfei, each holding a slip with the beast god's image. Chu Jingua announced, "Congratulations to the 3 of you on receiving the beast god's blessing. The rest of you need not be disappointed. With the divine beast, there will be more opportunities in the future. It's just a matter of time." Days later, the much-anticipated ceremony finally commenced. On this day, the entire Chu family halted all activities. From the ancestors to the youngest children, the entire clan gathered to witness this significant event. Residents of Chingyong Town also flocked to catch a glimpse of the Chu family's guardian beast. Yet, to everyone's confusion, the Chu family's gaze was directed not towards the depths of their estate, but towards Chingyong Lake in the town center. As the crowd puzzled over this, thunder suddenly echoed across the sky. Boom! Amidst the deafening thunder, a massive dragon's head slowly emerged from the storm clouds above Chingyong Lake. It was Lung Yuan, the Chu family's guardian divine beast. The purpose of the grand ceremony is straightforward: to openly declare to all members of the Chu family that this is the guardian beast of our family. As these words fell, a massive serpent's head slowly descended from the dark clouds above, gazing down at the crowd below. At this moment, Not only did the other residents of Chingyong Town hold their breath, but even the Chu family members did so as well. Although most people had already been informed that the beast god was a giant python, witnessing it in person brought an unprecedented sense of awe. Those who had never seen the beast god before were particularly stunned, their eyes wide, almost fainting from shock. "Is this our beast god?" someone exclaimed in a low voice. "I remember the last time the beast god saved us from the Ma family. It didn't look like this. And it wasn't nearly this gigantic. The beast god must be over 300 meters long now," the second elder explained. "That's because its bloodline has regressed to its ancestral origins, enhancing its power." Indeed, as they mentioned, Long Yuan's cultivation had broken through once more. Under the influence of the rich essence from the sacred grade earth veins, he had reached the mid-sixth tier Demon King stage. Chu Tianyang's voice echoed in the ears of all Chu family members, filled with undeniable authority. "All Chu family members must remember, without the beast god, our family would have perished long ago, and we would not have today's prosperity. From now on, the beast god holds the highest position in our family. Anyone who disrespects the beast god will be dealt with according to family rules, without mercy. We obey the ancestors' command." The family members responded in unison. Long Yuan nodded slightly. For him, the ceremony was merely about showing up and making everyone aware of his presence. He was more concerned about the completion of the current system task. Over time, the Chu family's numbers had grown from over 3,000 to over 5,000, but they were still about halfway from completing the task. "It looks like this task will take a long time to complete," Long Yuan estimated to himself. "This reward won't come easily. It might take about a year. After all, as martial artists, many people are focused on cultivation and few are obsessed with procreation. Fortunately, the essence of heaven and earth is abundant now, which doesn't hinder my cultivation." After making his appearance, Long Yuan returned to the thunderclouds. He would not get involved in the specific management of the Chu family. He needed the Chu family to help him quickly complete his system task. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor Hall was also floating within the thunderclouds. With a flick of his body, Long Yuan instantly entered the hall. Mid-sixth tier Demon King. After Long Yuan left, the voice of Yao Lao echoed in Chu Yan's mind in surprise. "Sixth tier Demon King? The beast god's growth is so rapid." Chu Yan couldn't help but marvel. Not long ago, it was just a fifth-tier Demon King, and now it's a sixth-tier Demon King. "Your beast god is very mysterious. It cannot be viewed with conventional eyes," Yao Lao said meaningfully. After the ceremony, Chu Tianyang personally took a few family members, carrying the spirit stones bestowed by the beast god, to Chingyong City. Their mission was to establish a base for the Chu family there. As Long Yuan had mentioned, his cultivation speed with the myriad spirit body was fast, and he had now reached the early fifth-tier Martial King stage. Before setting out, Chu Tianyang entered the thunderclouds to meet with Long Yuan. "Your task in Chingyong City is not only to make the Chu family name known, but also to gain the heritage of alchemists, weapon refiners, and formation masters," Long Yuan instructed. "Cultivating our own alchemists and weapon refiners is the long-term plan." "Yes, beast god," Chu Tianyang replied respectfully. "If you encounter difficulties you cannot resolve, send someone to relay the message back, and I will intervene," Long Yuan added. After Chu Tianyang departed, Chu Jingua brought a few people into the Dragon Emperor Hall. These individuals were the Great Elder and 3 other elders, along with 3 young members of the Chu family: Chu Zhan, Chu Shan, and Chu Luing. Chu Jingua had carefully selected these 3 outstanding young family members. "Is this where the beast god resides?" Chu Zhan curiously observed the space within the Dragon Emperor Hall. If he hadn't seen himself entering a grand hall, he would have thought he was still outside. Moreover, the essence of heaven and earth here was much denser than back at the family estate. "Greetings, beast god." Seeing the enormous python coiled in the sky, everyone quickly paid their respects. "Have you brought everyone? Then let's begin," Long Yuan said, and several white energy orbs appeared before them, precisely 7. "Each of you choose one, and begin the fusion." These were the remaining 7 origins, 4 of which were physique origins, and 3 were martial soul origins. Rather than keeping them, it was better to use them to enhance the Chu family's foundation. All these origins were of the spirit grade and high quality. "You 3 youngsters choose first," the great elder Chu Hongtu said, stroking his beard. The other 3 elders nodded in agreement. "Hee, in that case, I won't hold back." Chu Zhan stepped forward, first bowing to the beast god before casually picking one of the origins. After all, there was no visible difference from the outside, so he might as well choose randomly. Chu Shan and Chu Luing also each chose one after paying their respects to the beast god. Although both were under 20, Chu Shan appeared more composed. Chu Luing, the only girl among them, was around the same age as Chu Zhan, wearing a light yellow dress, with a slender figure and ordinary looks, but her eyes were bright and spirited. Next were the 4 elders: the great elder Chu Hongtu, the second elder Chu Hongxiao, the 7th elder Chu Jianshun, and the 8th elder Chu Yunfei. Each selected one. Begin the fusion and refinement. I will assist from the side, Long Yuan said as he looked at everyone. Then, beams of light began to merge into their bodies. Chu Jingua watched excitedly from the side, knowing that this would lead to 7 more strong individuals in the Chu family. Long Yuan also started helping them refine the origins. During this time, some martial artists who came to train in the Jiuxiao Mountains noticed the changes in Chingyong Town. Due to the presence of the 5th-tier earth vein, the essence of heaven and earth in Chingyong Town had become exceptionally rich, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Many people were inquiring about what had happened, but to no avail. The matter of Long Yuan seizing the earth vein was tightly sealed by Chu Tian, and people only knew it was related to the beast god, but the specifics remained unknown. The number of martial artists increased, but no one dared to act arrogantly towards the Chu family, as there was already a 4th-tier martial sect powerhouse in charge. However, some disciples from other forces reported the changes here to their sections. Chingyong Town was destined to become a center of attention in the near future. Regardless of the external turbulence, the Chu family continued to develop steadily. Those who were meant to marry did so, those meant to have children did so, and the family members continued to grow steadily. It took nearly a month for Long Yuan to finally help Chu Hongtu and the others refine the origins. What is this? Chu Zhan exclaimed excitedly, and with a thought, his skin turned brass-colored. The great strength, Vajra body. He never expected that the opportunity granted by the beast god would be so astonishing. Suddenly, Chu Shan's body began to emit a golden glow, his muscles becoming more resilient and powerful. He was amazed by the surge of immense strength within him. Deeply shocked, this was the top-tier spiritual constitution, the great strength Vajra body. Even more incredible was that his cultivation level had suddenly advanced to the mid-stage of a 3rd-level martial master. Reflecting on how he had been only a mid-stage 1st-level warrior not long ago, Chu Shan couldn't help but gasp, having leaped 2 major realms. At that moment, Chu Luing exclaimed in surprise. She raised her palm, her skin gleaming like the finest glass, emitting a gentle starlight. Mine is the starlight, glazed body. Her voice was filled with uncontrollable astonishment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed around them. Behind Chu Shan, the phantom of a giant ape flickering with lightning appeared, its presence overwhelming. Chu Zhan and Chu Luing stared in shock at the scene, both thinking the same thing. Was this a martial soul? A top-tier spiritual martial soul thunderstorm ape? Chu Shan murmured, his eyes wide with shock. He knew well that a martial soul of the same quality was more advantageous than a physical constitution, especially in cultivating martial techniques. Because of this, those who possessed martial souls were even rarer than those with special constitutions in this world. The 4 elders excitedly examined the immense opportunity they had just received. The great elder, Chu Hongtu, obtained the Sun martial soul. The 2nd elder, Chu Hongxiao, acquired the Dark Knight mystic body. The 7th elder, Chu Jinshan, had the Jade Spirit sword martial soul, and the 8th elder, Chu Yunfei, gained the mystic ice body. The elders exchanged glances, disbelief evident in their eyes. We all received spiritual level constitutions and martial souls, Chu Hongtu said with a trembling voice, filled with uncontrollable excitement. The opportunity the beast god gave us is truly immense. It's like defying fate. Chu Jinshan exclaimed excitedly, as the Jade Spirit sword martial soul appeared in his hand, its immense power palpable. He knew that with the fusion of the Jade Spirit sword martial soul, he would be more adept at learning sword martial techniques. At this moment, Long Yuan's voice echoed. Your constitutions and martial souls have fully integrated with you, but their mysteries need to be slowly explored by yourselves. However, remember, if anyone asks how you acquired your constitutions, just say they awaken naturally. Understand the implication? We understand. Chu Hongtu responded on behalf of everyone. Long Yuan nodded, aware that this matter should not be exposed too soon, as it would surely cause many troubles. Next, there is another opportunity, but whether you can obtain it depends on your fate, Long Yuan told them. As he finished speaking, everyone's vision blurred, and they found themselves standing in front of a pitch-black hall. Is this the hall we discovered in the 9 Heavens mountain range barrier? Chu Hongxiao asked in surprise. Yes, it is that hall, Long Yuan explained. Through my research, I've discovered that only humans can enter without being attacked. So, go in and try your luck. I can tell you in advance, the opportunity inside is not small. Long Yuan continued, mentioning that during his recent research on the hall, he was surprised to find the words, non-human race, do not enter, engraved at the corner of the exit. This discovery made everyone even more eager for the opportunity they were about to face. At that moment, Long Yuan suddenly realized that this legacy was meant solely for humans. Any other race that stepped into it would face relentless attacks from the Holy Sword. No wonder Long Yuan showed little interest in this swordsmanship legacy. Otherwise, with the power of the Dragon Emperor's palace, suppressing a mere holy sword would have been a trivial task. The Grand Elder took the lead, with the others following closely behind. The second elder was anxious, vividly recalling the gruesome fate of the fifth-level demon king who had been slain by the sword aura. However, upon entering the land of legacy, the terrifying black sword aura did not appear, and the second elder finally felt relieved. Moments later, the grand elder looked disappointed and sighed. I have failed the expectations of the beast god and could not obtain the legacy. Long Yuan consoled him. No matter, such opportunities are always destined for those who are fated to receive them. Before long, everyone began to emerge one by one. The seventh elder, Chu Jinshan, held a pitch-black long sword, his expression filled with excitement. Long Yuan nodded slightly, understanding the situation. As he had anticipated, Chu Jinshan, who had fused with the Jade Spirit Sword Martial Soul, was indeed the most likely candidate to receive the Holy Sword's legacy. Overwhelmed with emotion, Chu Jinshan knelt on one knee, his voice trembling. Thank you, Beast God. This achievement was incredibly precious to him. With a piercing gaze, Long Yuan surveyed the group and said, the reason I have given you so many opportunities is to help you grow quickly and to greatly develop the Chu family. My sole aim has always been to make the Chu family an unparalleled great family in this world. So, our journey is still long, and we must continue to strive together. In unison, everyone responded, yes, we will adhere to the teachings of the Beast God. Long Yuan then called out, Grand Elder. Present. The Grand Elder immediately stepped forward. Long Yuan handed a jade scroll to the Grand Elder and said, take this Sun and Moon Yin-Yang art to the clan leader. It is a 6th-level intermediate body refinement technique. Anyone who can train with it should do so, as it will enhance your strength. Upon hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. A 6th-level technique? Such a rare treasure, bestowed just like that? Chu Zhan was especially thrilled and exclaimed, a body refinement technique? This is perfect for me. He had always believed that the only real battle between men was one where fists met flesh. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. Chu Hongtu pondered silently. His powerful Vajra body was indeed suited for close combat, and if he could cultivate another body refinement technique, his strength would surely reach new heights. He respectfully responded, yes, I will follow the beast god's command. He then carefully tucked the jade slip containing the 6th rank technique close to his body, fearing even the slightest mishap. The crowd was still reeling from the shock when Long Yuan handed another stack of martial skills to the Grand Elder. These skills were of such high quality that some even reached the 6th rank. Everyone present was overjoyed and could barely contain their excitement. With advanced techniques and top-tier physiques now in their possession, if the Chu family couldn't rise to prominence, it would surely be a waste of the beast god's favor. Once everyone had departed, Long Yuan's gaze settled on the imposing black hall. Although the ancient sword's legacy had been inherited by Chu Jinshan, the elder's spatial ring had already been discreetly taken by Long Yuan. He felt a sense of smug satisfaction, as the Sun and Moon Yin-Yang technique, a peerless skill, was obtained from this ring. This technique refined the body by absorbing the power of the Sun and Moon, boasting incredible might. Excellent, excellent. Long Yuan thought with delight. This old man must have been a formidable expert in life, hiding a saint-level technique in his spatial ring. However, he quickly reasoned, this level of technique can't be given to them yet. I'll wait until the family's strength grows even more. Long Yuan then retrieved a blood-stained scroll from the elder's spatial ring. Written in blood was the cause of the elder's death, the Hell Gate. This elder, known as the Ink Sword Saint, had been a true martial saint. He was hunted and ultimately killed by a martial emperor after seizing an emperor pill from the Hell Gate. The scroll also contained a last will. The one who inherits my legacy will bear my cause and effect. This seemed to hint that Chu Jinshan, now wielding the Ink Sword Saint's sword, would embark on a path of vengeance. Long Yuan was indifferent, thinking, it doesn't matter. With this emperor pill, who cares about bearing his cause and effect? Long Yuan's eyes landed on the golden-hued pill within the spatial ring. Without a doubt, this was the legendary emperor pill, capable of helping a martial saint achieve a breakthrough to the martial emperor realm. A subtle smile appeared on his lips, as if he could already envision the glorious future of the Chu family. Long Yuan gazed at the system panel with delight. With the Chu family advancing to a 4-star status, his cultivation speed had skyrocketed to 40 times faster, bringing him just a step away from reaching the 7th-level demon sovereign. Although the system occasionally rewarded him with cultivation boosts, he knew he couldn't afford to waste time. So, with nothing else to do, Long Yuan calmed his mind and began a new round of cultivation. Meanwhile, as Chu Hongtu and others left the Dragon Emperor Hall, they found Chu Jingua and several elders waiting outside. Patriarch, have you broken through to the 4th-level martial ancestor? Chu Hongtu and his companions looked up in surprise at Chu Jingua hovering in midair. Chu Jingua nodded with a smile. That's right, I just broke through. Their eyes filled with envy. Many people in Chingyong Town witnessed this scene, confirming that the Chu family indeed had a 4th-level martial ancestor among them. The other elders gathered around eagerly. How did it go? What did you gain? Chu Hongtu, his face glowing with joy, stroked his beard and laughed. Ha ha, the opportunity bestowed by the beast god is beyond imagination. Chu Jingua landed and explained. Of course, it allowed all of them to break through to the peak of the third level. How could such an opportunity not be significant? What? They all reached the peak of the third level martial master. The other four elders were wide-eyed in disbelief. They've only been in the Dragon Emperor Hall for less than a month. Chu Hongxiao, stroking his beard with pride, said, ha ha, cultivation levels are just the beginning. The greatest opportunity isn't just about levels. The four elders who hadn't received such opportunities felt disheartened by his words. Seeing this, Chu Jingua quickly intervened. All right, let's not flaunt it here and make them feel worse. Since you've all reached the peak of the third level martial master, focus on your cultivation and aim for the fourth level martial ancestor. That level is far superior to the third. Following this, Chu Hongtu handed over the martial arts techniques granted by the beast god to the patriarch, shocking everyone present once again. The blessings the beast god bestowed upon the Chu family were truly abundant. Chu Hongtu spoke solemnly. The beast god instructed us to vigorously develop our family, especially to expand our population. We must not slack in this regard. Chu Jingua agreed. Naturally, our Chu family's influence now extends beyond the Nine Heavens mountain range to cover the surrounding towns and has even reached Chingyong City. As long as we continue to strengthen our family, more people will vie to marry into or join our family. With a larger population base, we'll have more children born each year, increasing the chances of producing talented offspring. Half a month later, a clansman hurried back from Chingyong City with shocking news. What? Are you saying the ancestor acquired a fifth-level alchemist legacy at an auction but is now trapped in the city? Chu Jingua asked gravely. The clansman explained urgently. Yes, there's a branch of the Wuan Chamber of Commerce in Chingyong City, reputedly one of the largest in the world. They hold auctions periodically. This time, the ancestor used a vast amount of spirit stones to win the fifth-level alchemist legacy, but the three major families of Chingyong City have targeted him. Each of these families has an elder of the old fifth-level martial king, so the ancestor can't leave the city. He sent me back to request assistance from the beast god. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingua immediately decided. In that case, I'll go ask the beast god for help. With that, he headed towards the thunderclouds. Before long, a massive blue serpent sped towards Chingyong City. Chingyong City, a sprawling metropolis with a population in the tens of thousands, was eerily silent. The streets were nearly empty, and a tense atmosphere gripped the entire city. The aura of several martial kings clashed within the city, a level that ordinary people could only look up to, leaving everyone breathless under the invisible pressure. In the city center, three terrifying auras locked onto Chu Tianyang. They belonged to the patriarchs of the Li, Zhou, and Peng families of Chingyong City. To them, the fifth-level alchemist's legacy was a priceless treasure. These three patriarchs had been at the martial king level for years, their power unfathomable. Chu Tianyang, only at the early martial king stage, and despite his special constitution, was no match for them all at once. Fortunately, the three families were wary of each other and dared not act rashly. Chu Tianyang thought to himself, as long as he held out until the beast god arrived, these people would be insignificant. Zhou Tiancheng, the Zhou family's elder, an old man with white hair and a hunched back, wielding a cane yet exuding a chilling aura, spoke gravely. Chu Tianyang, hand over the alchemist's legacy, and I promise to let you go. Li Zuxiu, the Li family's elder, coldly echoed. Yes, hand over the alchemist's legacy, and considering we're all fifth-level martial kings, we'll spare your life. Despite their threats, Chu Tianyang remained unmoved. The three finally realized something and urgently said, he's waiting for reinforcements? Attack now. At this critical moment, the clouds in the sky started to churn, quickly enveloping the entire Chingyong City, turning the once bright sky dark. Zhou Tiancheng and the other two paused their actions, looking up at the roiling clouds. Chu Tianyang felt a surge of joy as he sensed a familiar presence. Ha ha, the beast god is finally here. Indeed, a massive, fearsome blue serpent with three curved horns emerged from the clouds. Long Yuan's voice echoed across the sky. So, who dares to covet my Chu family's fifth-level alchemist legacy? At that moment, everyone in Chingyong City heard the voice. Those hiding indoors peeked out, only to be frightened out of their wits by the astonishing sight. Zhou Tiansheng, Li Zizhou, and the ancestor of the Peng family stared intently at Long Yuan, whose head was hanging down and whose body was still within the clouds. Despite the overwhelming pressure emanating from Long Yuan, the three showed no fear. Long Yuan's aura was restrained, making it difficult to gauge his exact level. However, based on the strength of Chu Tianyang, it was assumed that this reinforcement was also at the fifth-tier martial king level. After all, Chingyong Town was just a nouveau riche town. How strong could it be? Li Zizhou straightened his back and firmly declared, All three of our families want this inheritance. Long Yuan turned to Chu Tian, his tone indifferent. If that's the case, then give it to them. Though puzzled, Chu Tian followed Long Yuan's instructions and tossed the jade slip containing the fifth-tier alchemist's inheritance. The three were taken aback but immediately unleashed their formidable power, rushing towards the jade slip. They thought to themselves that this beast god might be trying to provoke them into fighting each other, reaping the benefits. But such a simple trick wouldn't fool them. Indeed, the next moment, the three hovered around the jade slip, forming a standoff, but none made a move. Zhou Tianxing said in a deep voice, "With a strong enemy nearby, why don't we eliminate the external threat first, and then decide on the inheritance?" Li Zizhou nodded repeatedly. Exactly. We won't make clothes for others." The ancestor of the Pang family also agreed. The three of them all turned their gaze towards Long Yuan and Chu Tianyang. Long Yuan asked calmly, "So, have you decided who will get this inheritance?" The Pang family ancestor declared firmly, "This inheritance is something my Pang family must have." Just as the other two were about to speak, the giant serpent in the sky suddenly asked Chu Tianyang, "Where is this old fellow's family located?" Pointed out. Chu Tianyang raised his hand and pointed, and Long Yuan's consciousness instantly burst forth, accurately pinpointing the Pang family territory. The Pang family ancestor frowned. "What are you going to do?" Before he could finish, a frigid breath shot from Long Yuan's mouth, cutting across Chingyong City and striking the Pang family's territory. In an instant, the entire Pang family was frozen solid. You monster serpent, how dare you!" The Pang family ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. His whole family was there, now all encased in ice. "I will kill you," he roared, launching himself towards Long Yuan. A hum resonated as blue energy gathered above Long Yuan, forming a head-sized blue energy sphere, spreading a terrifying aura instantly. "Is this a sixth-tier beast emperor?" Zhou Tianxing and Li Zizhou exclaimed. The Pang family ancestor's face changed drastically as he looked in horror at the giant serpent ahead. In that instant, a blue beam enveloped the Pang family ancestor. When the light dissipated, there was no trace of him left. "He's dead. The Pang family ancestor is dead." Li Zizhou and Zhou Tianxing were terrified, their faces pale, legs weak. They never expected that Chu Tianyang had a sixth-tier beast emperor behind him. Long Yuan looked at the other two family ancestors. "So, do you still want this inheritance?" Both pleaded in unison. "No, we don't deserve such an inheritance. We were blind before. Please spare us." In front of a sixth-tier beast emperor, fifth-tier martial kings were like helpless children. Long Yuan said calmly, "From now on, is it too much to say that the Chu family has a share in Chingyong City?" Not at all. Even if you want to be the master of this city, we wouldn't dare oppose it in the slightest." The two shook their heads repeatedly. In this world, might makes right. Long Yuan nodded with satisfaction and told Chu Tianyang, "Go retrieve the inheritance and return to Chingyong Town. Just leave an elder here to oversee things." "Yes, beast god," Chu Tianyang replied respectfully. In a bustling pavilion in Chingyong City, Gu Tianli, the president of the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce, watched the scene with surprise. He hadn't expected a sixth-tier beast emperor to appear in Little Chingyong City, connected to the suddenly rising fifth-tier martial king, Chu Tianyang. He wondered if there were secrets involved, perhaps related to the mysteries within the Jiuxiao Mountains. On the way back to Chingyong Town, Chu Tianyang asked the beast god why he acted that way. Long Yuan explained, "Wouldn't it be better to make these two families subordinate to the Chu family? But this requires your management." Long Yuan was only responsible for the big picture, leaving the details to others. Chu Tianyang realized, nodding, "I see. As the family grows, there will surely be many subordinate forces. It's good to get familiar now." Upon returning to the family, Chu Tianyang was shocked at the elders' improved cultivation levels. In just a month, such significant changes had occurred. Chu Hongtu explained, "This is the opportunity bestowed upon us by the beast god." Chu Tianyang understood. "I see. I was wondering how you all advanced so quickly, even with a fifth-tier earth spirit vein. It makes sense now, given the beast god's intervention." Then, Chu Tianyang revealed the treasures brought back from Chingyong City. Besides the fifth-tier alchemist's inheritance, there were martial skills and pills, all urgently needed by the Chu family. Especially several fourth-tier martial skills, which could significantly enhance the warrior's combat power. Chu Tianyang remarked, "We owe these gains to the spirit stones from the beast god." Chu Jingua suggested, "Ancestor, with our family's current strength, we should be able to occupy an earth spirit vein, right?" Chu Tianyang agreed. "Indeed, it's time. But finding an earth spirit vein is troublesome. Nearby, only the Jiuxiao Mountains have one, but even with my strength, I wouldn't dare venture too deep." The second elder, Chu Hongxiao, concurred, "That's true. Last time with the beast god, we didn't go too deep, yet encountered fifth-tier beast king-level creatures. Going further might mean facing even stronger beasts." Chu Tianyang concluded. "So this matter requires careful planning." After this event, Chingyong Town's name spread throughout Chingyong City and nearby cities, especially the tales of Long Yuan, the sixth-tier beast emperor. The reputation grew, attracting a continuous flow of warriors to Chingyong Town, bringing a surge in population. People sensed an earth spirit vein here, making it a blessed land. Many warriors chose to stay, boosting Chingyong Town's economy and population growth. In this way, Long Yuan's mission was further accomplished. The Li and Zhou families from Chingyong City, bearing generous gifts, personally visited the Chu family. They were cautious, their words probing, as they tried to uncover the relationship between the Chu family and the mysterious sixth-rank demon emperor. Chu Tian openly revealed, with a proud gleam in his eyes. To be honest, the beast god is our family's guardian. Our family's success today is all thanks to the beast god. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tiansheng and Li Zizhou exchanged glances, unable to hide their shock. The fearsome sixth-rank demon emperor was actually the Chu family's guardian beast? They had recently learned that the Chu family's rise had only occurred over the past few months. Prior to that, the Chu family was a near-extinct, small clan with barely any second-rank warriors. What kind of power did this mysterious beast god possess to allow the Chu family to rise so quickly? Seeing the astonished looks on the two elders' faces, Chu Tianyang's lips curled into a smile as he dropped another bombshell. The beast god is about to break through to the seventh-rank demon sovereign. This news hit them like a sledgehammer. The sixth-rank demon emperor was already someone they could only look up to, and a seventh-rank demon sovereign was a realm they could never hope to reach in their lifetimes. After leaving the Chu family, Li Zizhou and Zhou Tiansheng immediately gathered their family's elite, ordering them to move into Chingyong Town, advising them to find ways to marry into the Chu family if possible. The younger generation protested indignantly. What? We are the proud geniuses of a five-star family, and you want us to marry into a backwater like Chingyong Town? They scoffed, saying that even if the Chu family had a martial king-level expert, they wouldn't lower themselves to be sycophants. The two elders were furious, reprimanding them sharply. You know nothing. The Chu family's future surpasses that of a five-star family. They patiently explained that the cultivation environment in Chingyong Town was far superior to that of Chingyong City. Chingyong City's ability to produce fifth-rank martial kings relied entirely on the energy-gathering formations in the city, which absorbed the essence of heaven and earth from the nearby mountains. In contrast, Chingyong Town possessed a unique fifth-rank earth vein, an advantage Chingyong City could not match. They predicted that Chingyong Town would eventually become a sacred place for cultivation. The elders advised, joining the Chu family is about securing the support of that demon emperor. They admitted that although they were fifth-rank martial kings and considered powerful in Chingyong City and its surroundings, in the wider world, they were insignificant. But a seventh-rank demon sovereign was a true powerhouse, even in the vast outside world. Meanwhile, the reputation of Chingyong Town spread like wildfire, reaching far and wide. Countless martial artists, filled with curiosity, yearned to explore and witness this miraculous place for themselves. People speculated endlessly about the opportunities that had allowed a nearly extinct family to rise so rapidly. As time passed, Chingyong Town's population exploded from a few tens of thousands to over 100,000, with the majority being martial artists. The once quiet town became bustling, its streets filled with people, martial artists exchanging insights and sparring, creating a lively atmosphere. The town's area expanded rapidly, with houses springing up in the once desolate outskirts, forming a dense, flourishing cityscape. In just a few short months, Chingyong Town transformed into a bustling Chingyong City. To rapidly increase their population, the Chu family decisively incorporated nearby villages and towns under their control. They strictly followed the instructions of the beast god, allowing anyone with good character to join the Chu family or become a member through marriage. Although these new members generally had low martial arts talent, Chu Tianyang and others were not concerned, as their focus was already on future generations. With the expanding population base, the chances of producing outstanding descendants increased. As the Chu family's numbers grew, Long Yuan eagerly awaited the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, the population of the family you protect has exceeded 10,000. The system's voice echoed in Long Yuan's mind. Reward: Ancestral bloodline reversion, Saint-level high-grade technique, star body refinement, and Saint-level high-grade defense formation sun-moon star array. Long Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement. The task had taken much longer than he had anticipated, lasting several months and testing his patience. He eagerly commanded, "System, begin the ancestral bloodline reversion immediately." As soon as he spoke, a blue light enveloped Long Yuan. His body began to change dramatically, as if undergoing a profound transformation. After some time, the light dissipated, revealing Long Yuan's new form, a massive flood dragon nearly 500 meters long. This flood dragon had grown a pair of four-fingered claws on its belly, and its head had fully transformed into that of a true flood dragon. While the blue curved horn in the center of its nostrils remained mostly unchanged, the two blue curved horns behind its eyes had evolved into forked antlers. A flood dragon, a real flood dragon. Long Yuan shouted excitedly, feeling that he was one step closer to becoming a true dragon. He quickly checked his attribute panel. Host, Long Yuan. Race, blue crystallized Jiao. Realm, mid-stage 7th tier, demon venerable. Physical cultivation, perfected 7th tier, demon venerable. Current task, upgrade the guardian family's rank to 4 stars. Task reward, ancestral bloodline reversion, emperor level divine power, pagoda destruction hand. 5 breakthrough pills capable of breaking through any realm including martial emperor. Guardian family rank, 5 stars. Host cultivation speed increased by 50 times. Long Yuan was delighted to discover that the bloodline reversion had not only transformed him into a blue crystallized Jiao, but also elevated his physical cultivation to the perfected 7th tier demon venerable level. This breakthrough filled him with hope for the future. Long Yuan furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had just received a puzzling system notification. The task of elevating the guardian family to a 4-star level had been completed. This message left him momentarily perplexed. This doesn't make sense, Long Yuan murmured, tapping his fingers on the table. That task was clearly completed months ago. He recalled Chu Tianyang's previous reports, the details of the power ranking system vividly appearing in his mind. A 4-star family required 1 4th rank martial sect and 4 3rd-rank martial masters, while a 5-star power demanded 1 5th rank martial king and 5 4th rank martial sects. Long Yuan's gaze sharpened. The Chu family already surpassed the 4-star standard long ago. It's genuinely a 5-star family now. He frowned thoughtfully. What's going on with the system? Could it be malfunctioning? Just as he was puzzling over this, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for elevating the family you guard to a 4-star level. Reward. Ancestral bloodline awakening once, Imperial divine ability, Buddha's annihilation hand, and 5 breakthrough pills. Long Yuan's eyes lit up, and a smile unconsciously formed on his lips. He had been worried that the system might retract the reward since the task was already completed, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. So that's how it is, Long Yuan realized. The system tasks appear to distribute rewards according to a fixed schedule. Even if completed early, rewards will still be granted in the future. This discovery thrilled him, making him realize he could develop the Chu family more comprehensively without being restricted by system tasks. However, what truly excited Long Yuan was the reward of the ancestral bloodline awakening. His heart raced, and his breathing became rapid. I wonder what the awakening will bring this time. Could it be a true dragon? Taking a deep breath, Long Yuan made up his mind. System, begin the awakening. As soon as the words left his mouth, a dazzling blue light enveloped him. He felt his body undergoing intense changes, every inch of skin and bone experiencing excruciating pain. But Long Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with determination. For the chance to become closer to a true dragon, this pain is nothing, Long Yuan silently vowed, fully committing himself to the process of the ancestral bloodline awakening. Before long, Long Yuan once again underwent a process that awakened his ancestral bloodline, but the outcome left him somewhat disappointed. Instead of becoming a true dragon as he had hoped, he transformed into a blue flame, ice Jiao. Although his appearance closely resembled that of a true dragon, he was still a step away. A mane of blue, flame-like hair grew around his neck and extended along his spine to form a tail resembling that of a bull. His dragon claws increased to 4, but each claw had only 4 fingers, thus he remained within the Jiao dragon category. Despite this, Long Yuan's power saw a remarkable increase. His physical cultivation reached the mid-stage of the 7th-tier demon sovereign, while his blue flame ice Jiao form achieved the pinnacle of the 9th-tier demon emperor. This made Long Yuan quite excited, as he wondered if he had become invincible in this world. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded, announcing that Long Yuan had completed the task of nurturing an alchemist for the family. The rewards were astonishingly generous. The 3rd-ranked heavenly fire, Ziwei Tianyin, an emperor-level technique, the celestial battle art, the sacred artifact, the refining heart tower, and an emperor-level alchemy inheritance. Even more surprising was the upgrade of the family's guardian status to 5 stars, increasing the host's cultivation speed by 50 times. Long Yuan was a bit puzzled, as he couldn't recall when he had nurtured an alchemist for the Chu family. To clarify the situation, he summoned Chu Tianyang, who was cultivating on the 1st level of the Dragon Emperor Hall. Chu Tianyang was stunned upon seeing Long Yuan. Unfazed, Long Yuan explained, "Don't be so surprised. I've just evolved into a blue flame ice Jiao, not a true dragon yet." During their conversation, Long Yuan learned that Chu Yin from the Chu family had become a 4th-tier alchemist. In response, he decided to reward him by giving Chu Tianyang a breaking mirror pill to pass on to Chu Yin. This pill could break through any realm barrier, including that of a martial emperor, leaving Chu Tianyang in awe. Just then, the system chimed in again, announcing that Long Yuan had completed the task of nurturing a weapon refiner for the family. The rewards were equally lavish. The life-bound Emperor artifact, the 10,000 Dragon Tower, the clan-stabilizing Emperor weapon, the Dragon Emperor Cauldron, and an Emperor-level weapon refining inheritance. Subsequently, the system declared that the Chu family had ascended to a 5-star power, granting Long Yuan a series of incredible rewards, including a year's worth of cultivation, a chance to awaken ancestral bloodlines, 2 powerful divine abilities, and multiple sources of saint-level physiques and martial spirits. Long Yuan felt gratified by the Chu family's progress and decided to relax the conditions for entering the Dragon Emperor Hall for cultivation, allowing all clan members who reached the 5th-tier Martial King realm to enter. He was confident that with such momentum, the Chu family would eventually become a unique existence in this world. Chu Tian nodded in confirmation, acknowledging that the spiritual energy in the Dragon Emperor Hall was indeed more abundant than in Chingyong City. After he left, Long Yuan resumed his ancestral bloodline awakening. Enveloped in a blue light, his body transformed once again, finally becoming a majestic blue dragon. A system notification echoed in Long Yuan's mind. Host, Long Yuan's race has evolved into the Azure Flame Blue Dragon. Current cultivation level, mid-7th tier Demon Lord. Physical cultivation, perfect 10th tier Demon God. Long Yuan felt a surge of joy. Although he wasn't entirely sure what an Azure Flame Blue Dragon entailed, it was undoubtedly a true dragon species. He speculated that beyond the 9th tier lay the 10th tier Demon God, which corresponded to the martial god realm for humans. The system continued. Current task, elevate the family to a 6-star family. Task rewards, divine level cultivation technique Dragon God art. Divine level ability Dragon God's 9 transformations. 9 physique enhancement pills able to elevate all subdivine physiques by 1 major grade. 1 divine level spiritual vein. Long Yuan was thrilled, recognizing these rewards as priceless treasures. He guessed that there might be realms beyond the divine level, as the Chu family was currently only a 5-star family. Perhaps he could continue his ancestral bloodline awakening in the future, but he would have to wait for the system's guidance. Let's absorb the year's worth of cultivation first, Long Yuan eagerly declared. System, begin merging cultivation. With a thunderous roar, a vast power surged into Long Yuan's body. His cultivation level rose continuously, and his body expanded, eventually transforming into a colossal creature nearly 1,000 meters long. However, Long Yuan frowned upon realizing he had only reached the perfect 9th-tier Demon Emperor level. 50 years of cultivation only got me this far? Long Yuan wondered, puzzled, as he felt his body brimming with energy, seemingly capable of further breakthroughs. After a moment of contemplation, he realized, could it be due to the cultivation technique's limitations? The Heavenly Dragon Emperor art he practiced was an Emperor-level technique, capable of supporting cultivation up to the 9th-tier Demon Emperor, but not beyond to the divine level. Nevertheless, this level was enough for him to dominate this world. Long Yuan began to take stock of his gains. The day's rewards were indeed bountiful, and he needed to organize them. In terms of cultivation techniques, Holy Level Superior Star Body Refinement Art, Emperor Level Superior Azure Sky Battle Art, both human techniques evidently prepared by the system for the Chu family. Pills and Essences, 5 Breakthrough Pills, 3 portions of Holy Level Physique Essence, 3 portions of Holy Level Martial Soul Essence. Formations and Artifacts, Holy Level Superior Defensive Formation Sun, Moon, and Stars Array, Holy Artifact Heart Refining Tower, Family Suppressing Emperor Weapon Dragon Emperor Cauldron. Inheritance, Emperor Level Alchemy Inheritance, Emperor Level Artifact Refining Inheritance. Personal gains, Lifebound Treasure 10,000 Dragon Tower, 3rd-ranked Heavenly Fire List Z-Way Heavenly Fire, and several divine abilities. Among these rewards, Long Yuan was most interested in the Holy Artifact Heart Refining Tower and the Family Suppressing Emperor Weapon Dragon Emperor Cauldron. The Heart Refining Tower was a place to temper one's mind, and could help warriors forge a steadfast martial heart. Regarding the clan's Imperial weapon, Long Yuan was utterly puzzled. He retrieved the Dragon Emperor Cauldron, a spiritual level clan weapon, from the system space. However, when he tried to lift it, he was astonished to find that this seemingly ordinary Imperial artifact was as heavy as a mountain, and he couldn't move it an inch. Frowning, Long Yuan pondered. Strange, this was a reward from the system, yet I can't lift it? Could it be that only members of the Chu family can wield it? He tapped his chin lightly with a dragon claw, and then summoned Chu Tian. Beast God. Chu Tian looked at Long Yuan with curiosity. What is it this time? Long Yuan pointed to the 3-legged, twared cauldron in front of them, and said, see if you can move this cauldron. Yes. Chu Tian responded, stepping forward and gripping the rim of the cauldron. He took a deep breath, unleashed his energy, and lifted the cauldron with a powerful thrust. Unexpectedly, the cauldron felt almost weightless, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Chu Tian steadied himself awkwardly, glancing at Long Yuan with embarrassment. Long Yuan nodded knowingly, thinking to himself, it seems I was right. Only the Chu family can wield this cauldron. It truly is an imperial weapon forged with the Chu family's fortune and bloodline. Although he was closely tied to the Chu family's fortune, he ultimately lacked their bloodline. The system's rules couldn't be defied, not even by him. Now try to activate this spiritual artifact. Long Yuan instructed further. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian began channeling his energy into the Dragon Emperor cauldron. Despite his efforts, the cauldron remained unresponsive. This. Chu Tian shook his head helplessly. Beast God, perhaps my strength is too weak to activate this spiritual artifact. Long Yuan asked calmly. Do you know the grade of this spiritual artifact? I can't tell. Chu Tian replied honestly. This is an imperial artifact. Long Yuan stated matter-of-factly. An imperial artifact? Chu Tian exclaimed in shock. Is it a 9th grade imperial artifact? Long Yuan's massive form slowly circled in the sky, his size having increased significantly, indicating another substantial boost in his power. That's right, it's indeed a 9th grade imperial artifact. But it's not an ordinary imperial artifact, it's a clan weapon. Long Yuan continued to explain. This imperial artifact was forged by me, combining the Chu family's fortune and bloodline, specifically to create a clan weapon for you. Even I can't lift it after it's been forged, but you can, because you possess the Chu family's fortune and bloodline. But do you know why you can't activate it? Long Yuan guided patiently. It's because you're using the wrong method. This is a clan weapon, requiring the Chu family to combine their family's fortune to unleash its power. In other words, if you can unite the entire Chu family and harness all their fortune, you can fully unleash the power of this imperial artifact. After Long Yuan finished speaking, he also pondered how to harness the family's fortune, something even he was unsure about. Family fortune was an intangible concept, something Chu Tian would have to explore on his own. Chu Tian was utterly stunned by what he heard. Such an imperial weapon exists? And the beast god is a craftsman too? No wonder he can produce elixirs and spiritual artifacts so effortlessly. He couldn't help but admire. Truly, the beast god is extraordinary. Chu Tian looked down at the cauldron in his hands, his eyes shining with determination. Though he couldn't see the family's fortune, he was resolved to uncover its mysteries and learn how to wield this clan weapon. Seeing this, Long Yuan slightly furrowed his brows, worried that Chu Tian might become overly absorbed in studying the clan's imperial artifact and neglect his own cultivation. He gently reminded, Beast God, don't forget your own training. Chu Tian respectfully replied, I understand the importance of priorities. Please rest assured. Long Yuan felt somewhat reassured, but suddenly sensed the commotion of a powerful battle outside Chingyong City. His expression turned serious as he said to Chu Tian, it seems the family is in trouble. Go and check it out. Yes. Chu Tian responded and left swiftly. Above Chingyong City, Chu Jingua was fiercely battling with a 5th-rank martial king. With each move, the energy of heaven and earth surged, unleashing terrifying power. Although Chu Jingua was only at the peak of the 4th-rank martial master, his combat strength was astonishing under the enhancement of the golden light body, enabling him to contend with an early 5th-rank martial king. On the opposite side, Wedu was surrounded by blazing flames, emitting intense heat that distorted the surrounding space. He coldly said, Patriarch of the Chu family, I advise you to hand over the opportunities your family has obtained. Otherwise, the Chu family will cease to exist. Chu Jingua laughed fearlessly. Do you think you can uncover the secrets of the Chu family? You're overestimating yourself. With that, he unleashed a powerful martial technique, attacking with overwhelming force. Wedu's eyes shone brightly with greed. He wasn't coveting Chu Jingua's body but the Chu family's territory and the secret behind their rapid rise in just 6 months. He sneered. Oh, I lack the qualifications? What about the 6-star sect Sonyan sect behind me? At that moment, a frenzied-looking young man was shouting at the site of the former Ma family estate. Master, you must avenge the Ma family. This was Ma Qingfeng, a disciple once taken in by the Sonyan sect. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hair was disheveled, furious after learning of his family's destruction. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingua paused momentarily but then attacked even more ferociously. What about a 6-star sect? Do you think the Chu family fears you? Wedu shouted, Fine. Today, I will erase the Chu family from this world. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind Wedu. Erase? Such bold words. Wedu turned around in fear, only to see an elder appear behind him without notice. Before he could react, Chu Tianyang appeared before him, grabbed his head, and coldly stated, Remember this. I am Chu Tianyang, the ancestor of the Chu family. Instantly, Wedu's head exploded in terror. This scene shocked all the onlookers. Some exclaimed, It's over, the Chu family is finished. This will surely provoke the wrath of Sonyan's sect. However, others noticed, Didn't you see that Chu Tianyang was unafraid? He dared to kill despite knowing the opponent was from a 6-star sect, which means he's not afraid of Sanyan's sect at all. Chu Jingua asked, Ancestor, isn't it a bit rash to provoke a 6-star sect with our current strength? Chu Tian calmly replied, no worries, the beast god will intervene if there's an enemy we can't handle. Moreover, Sanyan's sect is the closest major sect to us. If we can eliminate them, our Chu family's territory will expand significantly. Remember, with the beast god, no challenge is insurmountable. Then, Chu Tianyang looked at Ma Qingfeng and said indifferently, leave no roots. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Emperor Hall, Long Yuan was studying the holy level formation, the sun, moon, and stars array, awarded by the system. He placed the formation disk within the thunderclouds, and an invisible array instantly enveloped the entire Chingyong City. Long Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Good. Now unless an emperor-level expert intervenes, no one can breach this city from the outside. Meanwhile, in the distant Sanyan sect, amidst a majestic mountain range, pavilions and towers stood in great numbers, exuding an extraordinary aura. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Sanyan sect's main hall was cold and filled with killing intent. Sanyan sect's leader, Zhang Feng, had eyes gleaming with cold light as he said, it's confirmed. Elder Nye fell in Chingyong City, killed by the ancestor of the 5-star Chu family, Chu Tianyang. If we don't give the world a bloody lesson this time, everyone will look down on Sanyan sect. Therefore, we will bathe Chingyong City in blood. Only blood will awaken those people. In the Lei Shao sect, an urgent meeting was underway. Sect leader Shao Jintian and the elders gathered with solemn expressions. As one of the top forces in the Qianyu Tsangzhou region, they had just learned that the neighboring Sanyan sect had suffered a major blow, with one of its elders falling. This was undoubtedly a blatant challenge to the authority of the 6-star power. Shao Jintian rubbed his temples and asked, the Chu family from Chingyong City? It seems we've heard this name before. He turned to Elder Meng Wu. Elder Meng, isn't your disciple Chu Shiron from this family? Meng Wu's expression shifted slightly as he stood to answer. Indeed, sect leader. I was the one who brought Chu Shiron to the Lei Shao sect. But back then, the strongest in the Chu family was only a 2nd-tier warrior. How could they have developed to the point of provoking the 6-star Sanyan sect in such a short time? How is Chu Shiron now? Shao Jintian inquired. He is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the martial king realm. Meng Wu replied truthfully. Shao Jintian chuckled softly. As expected of the purple cloud thunder body, his compatibility with our sect's techniques is indeed exceptional. He pondered for a moment. Since he is at a critical juncture, let's not disturb him for now. Sect leader, should we get involved in this matter? Meng Wu asked cautiously. Shao Jintian furrowed his brow. Involved? How could we get involved? That Sanyan sect's martial king elder was openly killed. They won't let this slide easily. All we can do is perhaps ensure the Chu family retains a trace of their bloodline. As he finished speaking, a rumbling sound echoed from afar. 3 figures, exuding immense killing intent, descended outside Chingyong City. They were the martial king elders of the Sanyan sect. Without a word, they unleashed their most terrifying martial techniques, aiming to envelop the entire city. The city's residents fell into panic, never expecting that Sanyan sect to aim to destroy the entire city. However, at the critical moment, a silver barrier suddenly appeared, blocking all attacks outside the city. Within the barrier, countless suns, moons, and stars emerged, radiating dazzling light. Chu Tianyang exclaimed, is this the saint-level formation, the sun-moon-star array that the beast god spoke of? Truly living up to its reputation. The attacks of the 3 martial kings couldn't even stir a ripple. Chu Jingua couldn't help but remark, the beast god is indeed worthy of the title, able to produce even a saint-level formation. Humph, have you forgotten our clan's imperial artifact? Someone nearby reminded, though we still haven't fully understood it. Outside Chingyong City, 3 elders of the Wu Wang level frowned as they stared at the scene before them. A formidable formation stood there, impervious to their attacks, much to their surprise. In that case, we'll just stand guard here, one of the elders said coldly. I want to see if they can hide in there forever. Another elder snorted, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. They dared to offend the Sanyan sect. There's no way we'll let them off so easily. As the 3 elders prepared to sit cross-legged for a long vigil, an unexpected event unfolded. Chu Tianyang stepped out of the formation voluntarily, accompanied by a middle-aged man wielding a pitch-black sword, none other than the 7th elder of the Chu family, Chu Jinshan. Although Chu Jinshan had not yet reached the Wu Wang realm, with the sacred sword in his hand and the insights he had gained from it, he possessed the strength to contend with Wu Wang level experts. In that case, let your blood be the offering to Elder Nye. The 3 elders of the Sanyan sect simultaneously unleashed a terrifying aura, charging towards Chu Tianyang and Chu Jinshan. That depends on your abilities. Chu Tianyang and Chu Jinshan responded without hesitation, unleashing their own formidable power to meet the attack. Chu Jinshan's sword danced, sending out streaks of black light like lightning in the dark, fiercely clashing with one of the elders. Meanwhile, Chu Tian faced two elders at once, using his nearly Wu Huang level cultivation to engage them in an intense battle. Sword light crisscrossed the sky as if to tear the heavens apart. Fist shadows and palm imprints exploded with earth-shattering force. Where energy clashed, the mountains outside Chingyong City were destroyed, rocks flew, and dust filled the air. Astonishingly, Chu Jinshan, wielding the sacred sword Mo Yi, managed to hold his own against a mid-level Wu Wang elder. Even more shocking, Chu Tianyong, taking on two opponents, not only held his ground but repeatedly forced the two Wu Wang elders into precarious situations. Inside Chingyong City, everyone witnessing this incredible scene was stunned. They knew the Chu family was powerful, but they hadn't expected them to be this formidable, able to hold off three Wu Wang level experts with such ease. At that moment, the Chu family's status in the eyes of the onlookers rose once more, becoming an undeniable force to be reckoned with. The power of the Chu family is like a towering iceberg. Its visible strength alone is already awe-inspiring, but the hidden portion beneath the surface is truly terrifying. With the return of the clan leader Chu Jingua, the Chu family is now bolstered by three warriors of the king level. This news struck like a thunderclap in the hearts of many, causing a stir. Three king-level warriors, someone exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. The Chu family's power is truly terrifying. Yet, this display is merely the tip of the iceberg. People couldn't help but speculate on the fearsome power that has yet to be revealed. The true strength of the Chu family might far exceed their imagination. Standing among the crowd, Chu Jingua's gaze was profound. A hint of regret surfaced in his heart as he sighed softly. If only Chu Yan were here, even we might be overshadowed by him. As the possessor of a sacred body, Chu Yan's cultivation advanced rapidly, and his combat ability was astonishingly high. However, 2 months ago, this extraordinarily talented young man set out on a journey, ostensibly to train, but Chu Jingua knew his real purpose was to find his mother's whereabouts. At that moment, a sharp metallic clash echoed across the battlefield. Splat! A black sword light, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, carved a startling wound into the elder of the six-star sect. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the elder's robes. Chu Jinshan looked at his fallen opponent with an expressionless face, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A six-star sect elder? Is that all the strength you have? He said coldly. The elder gritted his teeth, glaring at Chu Jinshan. Kid, if it weren't for that spirit weapon in your hand, do you think you could match me? In that case, the elder snorted, let me show you my true strength. With that, he retrieved a blade emitting a ghostly glow from his spatial Ringa mid-tier, 6th grade spirit weapon known as the Withered Wood Blade. Attack! The elder roared, charging at Chu Jinshan with his spirit weapon. A flicker of battle intent flashed in Chu Jinshan's eyes. Let's see about that. He vanished in an instant, reappearing in front of the elder. Energy surged through him like a tidal wave, and the sharp sword light from his black sword slashed forward. Clang! The collision of the sacred sword and the spirit weapon resounded thunderously. To the horror of the elder from the Tsangyan sect, his prized withered wood blade shattered instantly. Chu Jinshan's black sword cut through with unstoppable force, striking the elder's chest. Splat! A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on the elder's chest, blood gushing out. Chu Jinshan smirked coldly. As expected of a king-level warrior, you survived the first strike. Then try this one. Before his words faded, a jade-like sword suddenly emerged behind Chu Jinshan, transforming into a streak of light that merged into the black Missouri Yi sword. In an instant, the sacred sword erupted with dazzling black light, its sword aura even more terrifying. The elder's pupils contracted in disbelief as he shouted, a martial soul? You have a martial soul. The elder was utterly shocked, disbelief flashing in his eyes. How could Chingyong City, once a remote and impoverished place, produce a genius who had awakened their martial spirit? Shouldn't such talent have been recruited by the major sects long ago? Yet, in the blink of his stunned moment, a deep, ink-like sword light flashed, slicing across his neck. The next second, a head rolled to the ground, blood gushing out and staining the surrounding land. Meanwhile, 2 other martial king elders were being relentlessly pushed back by Chu Tianyong. His strength was nearly at the martial emperor level, and with his enhanced physique, he was nearly invincible within the martial king realm. Each of his moves carried immense power, forcing the 2 elders to retreat repeatedly, looking disheveled. Seeing their companion's tragic death, fear gripped the hearts of the 2 elders. They realized that the Chu family's strength far exceeded their expectations. What they thought was a newly risen power turned out to be terrifyingly formidable, likely requiring nothing less than a martial emperor to defeat it. Exchanging a glance, the 2 swiftly retreated. At that moment, they had only one thought. They must return to their sect immediately and request the martial emperor ancestor to intervene. However, just as they prepared to flee, 2 figures suddenly attacked from behind. These 2 also exuded the aura of martial kings. They were Li Zizhou and Zhou Tiansheng from Chingyong City. They had already pledged allegiance to the Chu family, becoming its subordinate force. Where are you two elders off to? Zhou Tiansheng asked with a teasing tone. Get out of the way. I advise you not to meddle, one elder shouted sternly, a hint of panic in his eyes. Sorry, but we are a subordinate force of the Chu family, and we must obey orders, Li Zizhou said firmly. What? You two are martial kings. How can you submit to the Chu family, who are also martial kings? The other elder asked in disbelief, his voice filled with shock. In an instant, the two elders' expressions changed drastically as a terrifying thought crossed their minds. Could the Chu family have an existence more terrifying than martial kings? At this thought, a chill ran down their spines, causing cold sweat to pour from their bodies. At that moment, Chu Tianyong and Chu Jinshan flew in from behind and attacked without a word. Li Zizhou and Zhou Tianxing joined the fray, and the four of them teamed up against the two elders. Cornered, the two elders began to fight desperately, unleashing their most powerful techniques. They harnessed the power of heaven and earth, each strike carrying overwhelming force. However, they were outnumbered, and in a matter of moments, the two martial king elders of the Chingyong sect were slain on the spot. Crimson blood spilled onto the land outside Chingyong City, staining a large area. This scene shocked everyone in Chingyong City. The Chu family's strength was so terrifying that even the Li and Zhou families of Chingyong City had become their subordinate forces. The crowd was astonished, wondering how many more hidden cards this newly risen power had. At that moment, an unusual phenomenon appeared in the sky. A nine-story black pagoda, as large as a mountain, descended from the heavens, exuding a terrifying aura. This pagoda was extremely peculiar, with each of its 7 eaves on each level carved with a lifelike dragon's head. At the top of the pagoda, a pearl emitting a pure white light was embedded, shining brilliantly. The pagoda's aura pressed towards Chu Tianyong and his companions, causing Li Zizhou and Zhou Tiansheng to feel their scalps tingle. Under this pagoda, they felt as if they could be obliterated at any moment. Not only them, but everyone in Chingyong City shared the same thought. Could this be the work of a martial emperor from the Chingyong sect? However, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the black pagoda emitting the terrifying aura suddenly began to shrink. In a blink of an eye, it transformed into a size of 1 foot, landing steadily in Chu Tianyong's hand. Beast God, Chu Tianyong murmured softly, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Chu Tianyong immediately bowed respectfully towards the swirling black cloud in the center of the lake in Chingyong City, his expression solemn. Above the lake, the dark thunder clouds crackled with lightning and rumbled with thunder, as a mighty voice boomed like a rolling storm. This is my life-bound spiritual weapon. Take it to the Chingyong sect. From now on, the Chingyong sect will be the territory of the Chu family. Chu Tianyong's heart trembled as he grasped the beast god's intention to annihilate the Chingyong sect. His eyes glimmered with ambition as he thought to himself, now that the Chu family's power has greatly increased, it's time to show the world our fangs. As the family's influence grew, Chu Tianyong gained a deeper understanding of this world. It was called the mortal realm, divided into 33 heavenly domains, and they were merely in a small place named Sangzhou within the Qian domain, one of those domains. Even so, Sangzhou's strongest forces included 5 6-star sects, with the Chingyong sect being one of them. Now, it's time for the Chu family to claim their share. Li Zizhou and another companion exchanged worried glances and whispered, is that the voice of the demon emperor? He's actually planning to destroy the Chingyong sect? The Chingyong sect is a great sect with a martial emperor in charge. Can a single life-bound spiritual weapon really overthrow a 6-star sect? The two were filled with doubt, thinking the plan was too risky. If they failed, the consequences would be disastrous. However, Chu Tianyong's trust in the beast god was unwavering. Since the beast god instructed him to bring the life-bound spiritual weapon to the Chingyong sect, he was confident that they could conquer the 6-star sect. Chu Tianyong turned to Li Zizhou and the other companion, inviting them. Would you like to join me? Seeing their hesitation, Chu Tianyong did not press further and smiled calmly. No worries. In that case, you can stay in Chingyong City. It's the safest place. With that, Chu Tianyong set out with several elders of the Chu family on the journey to the Chingyong sect. This astounding news spread like lightning through the surrounding cities. People discussed fervently. If the Chu family succeeds, they will become one of the 5 dominant powers in Sangzhou. However, many were skeptical, scoffing, success? How could they possibly succeed? The towering presence of the Chingyong sect, with its centuries-old heritage, was unmistakable in its sprawling architecture. As the Chu family arrived at the sect's entrance, they couldn't help but be awestruck by the majestic sight. Chu Jinshan remarked, it's no wonder this sect has a history spanning thousands of years. Its grandeur alone surpasses our Chu family. Chu Tianyong stroked his beard, a hint of ambition in his eyes. It is indeed impressive, but it will soon belong to our Chu family. He was already considering relocating the Chu family to this place. Just then, A disciple guarding the entrance sternly demanded, "Who goes there?" "This is the Chingyong sect's territory. Outsiders are forbidden. Trespassers will be killed without mercy." Chu Hongta chuckled softly. "Such overwhelming presence. This is truly a six-star sect. Even the gatekeepers are so domineering. One might mistake them for a martial king." Chu Tian, with a smile, retrieved 3 square boxes from his spatial ring and offered them to the disciple. "We are from the Chu family of Chingyong City, bringing gifts to visit the Chingyong sect." The disciple, with only a 3rd-level cultivation, showed a mix of surprise and disdain, replying coldly, "The Chu family from Chingyong City? Haha, are you the ones daring to challenge our Chingyong sect? Such audacity to come to our territory. Are you looking for death?" Despite the Chu family's bold approach, the brewing conflict had already sparked much discussion in the cultivation world. Some believed the Chu family's heritage was too shallow to contend with the deep-rooted Chingyong sect, while others had heard rumors of a powerful guardian within the Chu family, possibly at the demon emperor level, adding an air of mystery to the situation. Nevertheless, most thought the Chu family was too rash in their actions and might suffer a setback at the Chingyong sect. Some powerful cultivators, driven by curiosity, quietly followed the Chu family, eager to witness the full scope of this impending battle. Though the Chu family was confident that Chingyong sect's millennia of accumulation was not to be underestimated. Even with their guardian beast integrated into their life-bound spiritual weapon, subduing the entire Chingyong sect with it might still underestimate this deeply entrenched sect. As the two sides engaged for the first time, the confrontation that had captured the attention of the entire cultivation world finally commenced. Chu Tian and his group arrived at the entrance of the Chingyong sect, respectfully presenting 3 exquisite boxes, claiming they were there to apologize and show sincerity. The gatekeeping disciple, suspicious, accepted the boxes with arrogance, instructing them to wait while he went inside to report. The Chingyong sect was grand and majestic, enveloped in a golden aura, resembling a heavenly realm. The surrounding disciples gathered around, their words filled with disdain and mockery. They brazenly ridiculed the Chu family, even coveting the opportunities the Chu family had gained. At that moment, a glint of coldness flashed in Chu Tianyang's eyes, and he suddenly launched an attack. He moved with lightning speed, swiftly snapping the neck of one disciple. The other Chu family elders immediately joined in, blood splattering and bodies falling to the ground. Chu Jinshun, puzzled, asked why they didn't just use the beast god's lifebound artifact to break the formation. Stroking his beard, Chu Tianyang patiently explained that this was to ensure they caught them all at once, avoiding alerting their enemies prematurely. They needed to wait for the Chingyong sect to reveal themselves to completely eliminate the threat. Meanwhile, inside the Chingyong sect, panic had set in. Sect leader Zhang Feng, upon seeing the heads of 3 elders in the boxes, flew into a rage. His body ignited with fierce flames, murderous intent soaring, vowing to annihilate the Chu family and flatten Chingyong City. The messenger disciple turned pale, filled with regret. Zhang Feng roared, ordering all elders to be summoned, preparing for an all-out assault against the Chu family, determined to fight to the death. A monumental battle was on the verge of erupting. Zhang Feng let out a low roar, and the flames erupting from his pupils seemed as if they could incinerate the entire world. His fury was almost tangible, nearly igniting the air around him. Seeing this, the great elder, Chu Chang, seized the opportunity to suggest, "Sect Master, the Chu family has likely come fully prepared. To be on the safe side, I recommend we ask the patriarch to emerge." Upon hearing this, Song Feng's anger only intensified. He spoke coldly, his voice carrying a chilling edge. "Fine, this time, I want the Chu family to be utterly destroyed." Despite being engulfed in a fiery rage, he exuded an icy aura that sent shivers down one's spine. No sooner had he finished speaking than an even more terrifying presence suddenly erupted from the depths of the Chingyong sect. This presence was akin to a divine might, intimidating and awe-inspiring, even penetrating beyond the sect's defensive formation. Is that the aura of a martial emperor, and a perfected one at that? My heavens, has the Chingyong sect's patriarch broken through to a perfected martial emperor? That's just a step away from a 7th-tier martial sovereign. The surrounding hidden martial artists exclaimed in shock, their astonishment evident. It's over for the Chu family. Even if their guardian is a demon emperor, they can't match a perfected martial emperor, can they? Even if he is a perfected martial emperor, thinking he can suppress the Chingyong sect's patriarch with just his life-bound artifact is pure folly. In an instant, the martial artists who had been observing from the shadows emerged, kneeling at the entrance of the Chingyong sect. They shouted loudly, "Congratulations to the Chingyong sect patriarch for becoming the strongest in Cangzhou." Their faces were filled with reverence and admiration, as if they were facing their own ancestor. Of course, their subservience was largely motivated by the hope of leaving a favorable impression. The chance of receiving guidance or being accepted into the Chingyong sect would be an incredible opportunity. At that moment, a voice suddenly broke the atmosphere of flattery. Oh no, Shueguang. That old fellow has actually broken through to a perfected martial emperor? This is a serious problem. The spies from the four hidden sects turned pale, alarm bells ringing in their minds. They knew the nature of that old man and worried he might target the other four sections. In this world where the strong rule, the powerful can overtake the weak without any reason. If there is one, it's simply that the weak deserve to be devoured. The spies were anxious, calculating that this matter must be reported to their sects immediately. As for the Chu family, to them, they were already as good as dead and not worth mentioning. The members of the Chu family sensed this overwhelming aura and furrowed their brows. This power far surpassed that of a martial emperor, so strong it inspired fear. They couldn't help but wonder if the beast god's life-bound artifact could truly stand against such a formidable force. Chu Tianyong spoke in a deep voice, his eyes shining with determination. I believe in the beast god. His tone was unwavering, showing no signs of doubt. Meanwhile, the Chingyong sect was in an uproar. Zhang Feng led the elders in kneeling on the ground, excitedly shouting, "Welcome back, ancestor. Congratulations on achieving the perfect realm of the martial emperor." The shouts echoed like waves throughout the Chingyong sect. The Chingyong sect's ancestor, Shueguang, stood high in the sky, looking down at everyone with a beaming face, nodding with a smile. His long hair flowed, and his eyes seemed to flicker with flames, his red robe as bright and dazzling as burning fire. "Ha!" Shueguang spread his arms, his laughter like thunder. "I have reached the perfect martial emperor realm, and the entire Chingyong sect should celebrate." Zhang Feng knelt on one knee, his tone sorrowful. "The ancestor is right. Please, ancestor, destroy the Chu family of Chingyong City and use their blood to celebrate your breakthrough." Hearing this, Shueguang frowned. What's happened? Moments later, his expression turned icy, a sinister smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Well, not only did they kill our four martial king elders, but now they dare to attack us. The Chingyong sect has stood for thousands of years and has never suffered such humiliation. Today, they must be killed to affirm our status as the #1 sect in Cangzhou." Shueguang strode through the air from the depths of the Chingyong sect, a murderous aura about him. His sharp gaze, like a blade, swept over the Chu family and the kneeling martial artists. His cold voice echoed, "Today, with your blood, I will declare to the world that the Chingyong sect is not to be trifled with." In just a few steps, Shueguang stood before Chu Tianyong and his group, with the sect leader and elders following closely, exuding an imposing presence. At this moment, it seemed as though the fate of the entire Cangzhou hung by a thread. The kneeling martial artists shouted in unison, "We welcome the Chingyong sect's patriarch upon his breakthrough to martial emperor perfection. We celebrate, as should all of Cangzhou." Their voices thundered, reaching the sky. Shueguang stood with hands behind his back, a chilling smile on his face. "Very well, rise. Indeed, my breakthrough to martial emperor perfection is worth celebrating, but the Chingyong sect has been too low-key, letting any riffraff think they can bully us. Today, I will show you the might of a martial emperor." At this moment, a pale young man named Chu Shiron eagerly knelt and begged to fight. "The mere Chu family is not worth your anger, senior. Allow me to demonstrate the majesty of a martial emperor." The surrounding crowd showed a flash of frustration, cursing themselves for being a step too slow. Shueguang, however, laughed and said, "Chu Shiron, is it? Very well, from this moment, you are an elder of the Chingyong sect." Chu Shiron was thrilled, bowing repeatedly, secretly delighted to have found a powerful ally. But just as he prepared to move against the Chu family, Shueguang raised a hand to stop him. "I appreciate your willingness to serve, but today, I will act personally." Shueguang had no time for idle talk with Chu Tianyong and his group. With a casual wave of his hand, a terrifying spiritual energy, harnessing the power of the heavens, formed a massive golden palm above the Chu family, its power awe-inspiring. Those around looked at the Chu family with derision in their eyes. Chu Shiron was almost laughing with joy, thinking, "Chu family, I should thank you. If not for your troublemaking, how could I join a 6-star force?" Chu Tianyong, sweating, knew the disparity in their strength. In a moment of desperation, he summoned a black pagoda. "Oh, divine tower, it's up to you now." The black tower hummed and vibrated, transforming into a beam of black light that shot into the sky. To the astonishment of all, that black light shattered the golden palm in the sky in an instant. Before Shueguang could react, the small tower, initially about a foot tall, suddenly expanded dramatically, becoming as imposing as a towering mountain. Roars of dragons, loud enough to deafen, resonated from the black tower, shaking the surroundings. Then, several black dragon phantoms began swirling around the tower, creating an extraordinarily spectacular scene. Suddenly, a massive black dragon head shot out from the base of the tower with lightning speed, its jaws wide open, swallowing Shueguang, Zhang Feng, and all the senior members of the Chingyong sect in one gulp. In that instant, Shueguang's furious roar echoed through the air, but it was quickly drowned out by the tower's rumbling. The enormous dragon head retracted into the tower as swiftly as it had appeared, the entire process almost unbelievable in its speed. As the tower shook violently, a sound like something shattering exploded out, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Then, there was silence from within the black tower. In the blink of an eye, the massive tower shrank back to a foot in size, gently landing in the stunned hands of Chu Tian. The scene descended into a deathly silence. The members of the Chu family exchanged bewildered glances, clearly not expecting the seemingly ordinary black tower to be so terrifying. Those still kneeling on the ground were in utter shock, unable to believe that the Chingyong sect's patriarch and elders had just vanished. Their knees throbbed with pain, but they dared not move. Chu Tianyang's heart pounded fiercely, almost leaping from his chest. He thought to himself, as expected, the beast god sent us here with absolute certainty. Even a martial emperor-level expert was powerless against the beast god's lifebound artifact. Just how powerful is the beast god? Chu Jinshan and the others stared intently at the black tower in the old ancestor's hand, swallowing hard. They were astounded. The beast god's lifebound artifact is truly terrifying beyond imagination. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the black tower in Chu Tianyang's hand, filled with questions. Could this be the legendary lifebound artifact of the Chu family's guardian beast? What happened to the Chingyong sect's patriarch and elders? At that moment, a voice filled with fear came from within the Chingyong sect. Oh no! The soul plaques of the patriarch and sect leader have shattered. This statement hit everyone like a heavy blow. Everyone knew what the shattering of the soul plaques meant. Every high-ranking member of the Chingyong sect, including the patriarch and sect leader, had perished. A thunderous explosion echoed, waking the warriors who were still kneeling on the ground. They looked up in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Xiao Perrin shouted uncontrollably, his eyes wide open. The Chu family's guardian is only at the martial emperor level. How could they defeat a peak martial emperor with just a life-bound spiritual weapon? As Xiao Perrin was spiraling into madness, Chu Tianyang suddenly appeared in front of him, a cold smile on his face. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Didn't you just join the Chingyong sect and become an elder? Weren't you also planning to fight our Chu family on behalf of that old martial emperor? Hearing this, Xiao Perrin's face turned pale, and he stumbled backward, mumbling, No, it's not. I didn't. His mind was in turmoil. Wasn't a peak martial emperor supposed to be invincible in Sangzhou? How could they fall so easily? A glint of coldness flashed in Chu Tianyang's eyes as he attacked Xiao Perrin without another word. In the chaotic Chingyong sect, a cold voice soon rang out. The ancestors and the sect master of the Chingyong sect have fallen. From today onwards, this place will be taken over by the Chu family. Everyone must leave immediately within a quarter of an hour, or face death, without mercy. As soon as the words were spoken, a black tower shot into the sky, unleashing a terrifying suction from its base. All cultivators within the Chingyong sect who had reached the 4th stage martial lord level were inevitably drawn into the tower. Their fate was sealed. Death was certain. After all, in Sangzhou, a 4th stage martial lord was considered a formidable force, and the Chu family clearly did not want to leave any potential threats. The warriors who had hoped to exploit the chaos for their own gain were instantly filled with dread, abandoning their misguided ambitions and fleeing in haste. Especially those who had been kneeling at the gate of the Chingyong sect, they dared not linger for even a moment, fearing retribution from the Chu family. Witnessing all this, the disciples of the Chingyong sect no longer dared to remain within the sect. They scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. As a 6-star sect, the Chingyong sect originally had tens of thousands of disciples. Yet at this moment, within just a quarter of an hour, the entire sect was deserted, as if its disciples had never existed, vanishing without a trace. From now on, this place belongs to the Chu family. Chu Tianyang stood before the grand gates of the Chingyong sect, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The magnificent blueprint painted by the beast god was gradually becoming a reality. Immediately take inventory of all resources here, especially cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, elixirs, and spirit stones. Chu Tianyang ordered decisively, his voice exuding a confidence that commanded all. Chu Hongtu excitedly asked, Ancestor, are we moving our family here? He glanced around. The scale of the Chingyong sect far exceeded Chingyong City, enough to accommodate the growing Chu family. Chu Tianyang pondered for a moment before responding. We must discuss this with the beast god. However, the concentration of spiritual energy here isn't much stronger than in Chingyong City. At most, there's a 6th-level earth spirit vein below. Soon, the Chu family began to fully take over the Chingyong sect. This 6-star sect's foundation would take them a long time to assimilate. The news spread like wildfire throughout Sangzhou. A dominant 6-star sect had vanished just like that, and all cultivators were abuzz with discussions, particularly curious about the mysterious guardian beast of the Chu family. It said that the Chu family's guardian beast's natal spirit weapon directly killed martial emperor Shuiguang. Gasp! What kind of existence is that guardian beast? It might have reached the 7th-level demon sovereign. A demon sovereign? No way. Could such a powerful being appear in Zhangzhou? Some speculate it might be related to the legends of the Nine Heavens mountain range. Could the Chu family have inherited the legacy of the Yunxiao sect? In Chingyong City, Li Zhezhou and Zhou Tiansheng were left speechless upon hearing the news. They had not been optimistic about the Chu family initially, but now they witnessed this miracle with their own eyes. If I had known, I would have gone with them, Zhou Tiansheng lamented. That way, I might have gained some opportunities. In Leixiao sect master Xiao Jintian and the elders were equally shocked. Shuiguang had just completed his breakthrough to martial emperor, yet he fell without causing even a ripple. Elder Meng, is Chu Shiron still in seclusion? Xiao Jintian asked. Meng Wu replied. He has broken through to martial king and is stabilizing his realm. Inform me immediately when he emerges. We must visit the Chu family, Xiao Jintian said solemnly. Not only Leixiao sect, but the other 4 six-star sects were also preparing lavish gifts to visit the Chu family. Numerous lower-tier forces rushed to Chingyong City, eager not to offend this newly risen giant. In an inn at the border of Zhangzhou, Chu Yan also heard the astonishing news. He marveled. The beast god is indeed immensely powerful. Even martial emperors are no match. Your divine beast is very mysterious, likely a reincarnation of a strong being. The voice of Yao Lao echoed in Chu Yan's mind. Chu Yan pondered. If that's the case, why become our Chu family's guardian beast? Surely, it doesn't benefit the beast god at all. I'm not sure about that either, Yao Lao replied. Perhaps you'll understand everything once you're strong enough. By the way, Yao Lao, is the earth fire you mentioned really nearby? Chu Yan inquired. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the 7th-ranked green lotus core flame on the earth fire list. Yao Lao confirmed. If you can harness it, it will greatly aid your alchemy and significantly boost your strength. Chu Yan's eyes were resolute. All right, I must obtain that green lotus core flame. Meanwhile, Chingyong City was more bustling than ever. Many came to experience the rich spiritual energy here and felt a sense of security upon learning the city had a defensive formation even a martial king couldn't breach. Many people have chosen to settle in this burgeoning city, causing a rapid increase in population and a rise in prosperity. The Li and Zhou families, 2 major clans, have also moved here, and even the Wuan Yu Chamber of Commerce, which has branches throughout the human realm, has established a division in this city. Its development is remarkable. In the Dragon Emperor Hall, amidst the thunderclouds above the city, Chu Jingua was reporting the latest situation of the Zhangyan sect to Long Yuan. He respectfully inquired. Divine Beast, the Patriarch asked me to seek your guidance on whether our Chu family should move directly to the Zhangyan sect. Long Yuan, withdrawing his focus from the heart refining tower, replied calmly, there's no need. That place holds no value. Once the resources are cleared out, see if it can be sold. He had little interest in such a place, believing that as long as one is strong enough, the location of the family is irrelevant. Chu Jingua expressed concern. But with our family population continuously increasing, our current territory may not suffice. I've heard that some major families number in the hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Where can so many people live? Although we dominate this city, we need to attract more people to make it more prosperous. However, expanding the city without limits might make it difficult for the protective formation to cover such a vast area. Long Yuan reassured him, don't worry. In due time, I'll create a space world for you. Then, not just tens of thousands, but even 1 billion people would have enough room. You just focus on developing the family and cultivating diligently. I will handle the other issues. A space world. Chu Jingua was astounded, thinking about the incredible power needed for such a feat by the divine beast. Long Yuan had planned for this since breaking through to the demon emperor. In fact, reaching the 8th-tier demon saint allows one to create space, and he was already at the peak of the demon emperor, with his physical cultivation reaching the peak of the demon god. Creating space was easy for him. He believed that the family he protected needed to have enough prestige. Long Yuan looked outside the hall, contemplating when to venture out. However, in both his past and present lives, he preferred staying indoors, disliking wandering around, wanting only to quietly complete the tasks given by the system and then happily collect the rewards. Days later, Chu Tianyang returned to Chingyong City. He had handed over the Zhangyan sect's territory to the Wuan Yu Chamber of Commerce for auction, believing it would fetch a good price. Long Yuan asked, did you bring back all the inheritances from there? Chu Tianyang excitedly replied, yes. We brought back everything valuable. We cleaned out the resource treasury completely. He detailed the abundant gains from the Zhangyan sect, including techniques, pills, refined stones, alchemy inheritances, artifact crafting inheritances, and formation master inheritances. Particularly noteworthy were a physique detection stone and a martial soul detection stone, crucial for the family's long-term development. Long Yuan asked again, nothing left behind, right? Chu Tianyang confidently answered, absolutely not. One of our family members contracted a treasure-seeking mouse spirit beast. with an extraordinary ability to locate treasures. That little creature helped us find the deeply hidden treasuries. Oh, contracted a treasure-seeking mouse? Someone gained a beast master inheritance. Yuan was surprised. He explained that beast masters are a special branch of martial artists who can contract spirit beasts and bring a group of them into battle, making them very powerful. However, beast masters are rare, and the inheritance seemed to have vanished. Chu Tian explained that the inheritance was found in the Jiuxiao mountain range, though it was incomplete. He went on to share some secrets about the Jiuxiao mountain range, including the legendary Yunxiao sect that mysteriously disappeared. Yuan pondered, feeling a vague familiarity with the Jiuxiao mountain range and Yunxiao sect, possibly overhearing it from passing martial artists before. He suggested that the Chu family send people to explore, as it might yield benefits and enhance the family's strength. Chu Tianyang agreed, saying that many family members had already started training in the Jiuxiao mountain range, but any gains would depend on individual luck. He then began training in the Dragon Emperor Hall, preparing to break through to the 6th-tier martial sovereign. Meanwhile, at the Leishao sect, Chu Shiron finally emerged from seclusion, having successfully reached the martial king realm. He decided to visit Chingyong Town to showcase his achievements. However, upon leaving the meditation chamber, he found his master, sect leader, and patriarch waiting for him. Chu Shiron asked in surprise, "Master, what's going on?" "It's about your family," his master replied. Chu Shiron anxiously asked, "What happened to our Chu family? Were we annihilated again?" Sect leader Chu Tian said, "We don't know the specifics. You should see for yourself. We will accompany you." Chu Shiron, worried, immediately set off for Chingyong Town. Days later, upon arrival, the sight left Chu Shiron stunned. A massive city stood there, with no trace of Chingyong Town. Behind Chu Shiron, Tian, Meng Wu, and others followed closely. Upon arrival, their demeanor became extremely respectful. It was said that a 7th-tier demon sovereign from the Chu family was present, and facing such power, they dared not show any disrespect, fearing for their lives. Chu Shiron rushed into the city like a whirlwind, heading straight for the location of the Chu family in his memory. The town had changed drastically, but the thunderclouds over Qingyong Lake remained as noticeable as ever. Suddenly, a voice boomed through the sky. "Halt! Flying is prohibited over Chingyong City." A burly figure instantly blocked Chu Shiron's path. "Huh? Shiron?" the newcomer exclaimed in surprise. "Aren't you supposed to be at Leishao sect? What brings you back?" Chu Shiron focused and recognized the robust young man. Chu Zhan excitedly approached, hooking an arm around Chu Shiron's shoulder. "Ha, it's really you. Why didn't you let me know you were coming back? I could have prepared a feast to welcome you." The two exchanged smiles, reminiscing about their sparring days. Although Chu Zhan was fond of fighting, he was highly regarded in the family. As one of the few young martial artists at the first stage, he often sparred with Chu Shiron. "Come on, let's get down and catch up. Flying is forbidden in Chingyong City." Chu Zhan laughed. Chu Shiron was startled. "No flying? Have you reached the 4th stage as a martial master?" Chu Zhan grinned proudly. "That was months ago. Now I'm just a step away from becoming a martial king." "Congratulations." Chu Shiron sincerely congratulated him. "Looks like we need to find time for a good 300 rounds of battle." Chu Zhan sighed. "No wonder you went to a major sect. Your cultivation has improved so quickly." Chu Shiron urgently inquired. "Wait, Chu Zhan, how is the family? What about the clan leader and the ancestors?" "They're all well," Chu Zhan said excitedly. "The old ancestor has been training at the Beast God and recently broke through to the 6th stage as a martial emperor. It's truly enviable." Chu Shiron was stunned, feeling as if struck by lightning, his legs heavy as lead. "The old ancestor became a martial emperor? You're not kidding me. Why would I lie to you?" Chu Zhan replied calmly. "It's well known among the Chu family high ranks, just not publicly announced yet." The people from Leishao sect behind them exchanged shocked glances, their eyes filled with amazement. The Chu family had risen in less than a year, and Chu Tianyang had already become a martial emperor-level powerhouse. Arriving at the family residence, Chu Shiron saw the 20-some bloodstained stone pillars still standing at the entrance, feeling a surge of emotion. Meng Wu curiously asked, "What are those?" Chu Zhan solemnly answered, "These are the pillars of shame of our Chu family." He then asked, "Who are you all?" Chu Shiron introduced them. "This is my master, along with the sect leader and the elders." "Oh, then your family. Come in, come in." Chu Zhan warmly invited them. Entering the family grounds, Chu Shiron saw the bustling scene and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then went to meet the clan leader, Chu Jingua, only to find that even the once 1st-stage martial artist clan leader had become a 5th-stage martial king. The other elders' cultivation levels were equally astonishing, some even rivaling his own. Chu Shiron couldn't fathom how the family could undergo such a profound transformation in less than a year. Chu Jingua smiled and said to Xiao Jintian and his group, "You came at the right time. In a few days, we'll be celebrating our Chu family becoming a 6-star family. Please stay for a few days and let us show our hospitality." Chu Shiron was shocked and asked, "Clan leader, did the old ancestor really break through to martial emperor?" Chu Jingua nodded in confirmation. Indeed, he just broke through a few days ago and is now in seclusion at the beast god, stabilizing his realm. He should be out in a few days. The beast god has instructed us not to hide our strength. In this world, the stronger you are, the more resources you can acquire. And most importantly, on that day, the beast god will do something significant. Chu Shiron asked in confusion, "Clan leader, what opportunity did our Chu family get to become a 6-star family in such a short time?" Chu Jingua earnestly replied, "Opportunity? Our greatest opportunity is the beast god." In the following days, various forces visited the Chu family, including the other 3 6-star sections. Even Gu Tianli, the president of the Wuan Chamber of Commerce in Chingyong City, visited personally. Gu Tianli stroked his beard and laughed. "I didn't bring any grand gifts." Chu Jingua respectfully responded, "Senior, you're too kind. Your presence itself is an honor for our Chu family. The old ancestor instructed that if you came, we must receive you with the highest honors." The Wuan Chamber of Commerce had influence throughout the human realm, truly a colossal entity. The Chu family was insignificant in comparison. Moreover, the old ancestor Chu Tian had known Gu Tianli in Chingyong City and had received considerable assistance, such as purchasing high-level martial skills and elixirs through the chamber. Gu Tianli laughed heartily. "Though I didn't bring gifts, I do have news that your Chu family might find interesting." "Oh," Chu Jingua was intrigued. "It's about a newly born earth fire," Gu Tianli continued. "At the border of Artsangzhou, an earth fire has emerged. According to the information, it's the 7th ranked on the earth fire list green lotus core flame. With your family's current strength, you're qualified to join the competition. However, you should discuss this matter carefully, as the earth fire's appearance will not only involve the top forces of Tsangzhou, but may also attract experts from surrounding provinces or even the entire Qinyu region." Chu Jingua was astonished, not expecting an earth fire from the list to appear. The heavenly and earthly fires were classified from highest to lowest as heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow. Only martial emperors could refine heavenly fires, and those below the emperor level could neither see nor obtain them, so people settled for alternatives. Earthly fires could be used not only for alchemy, but also as powerful weapons to enhance one's strength. "Thank you, Senior, for informing us of such important news." Chu Jingua bowed in gratitude. This information was more valuable than any grand gift. A few days later, Chu Tian emerged from seclusion. He did not hide his martial emperor aura, clenching his fists and exclaiming, "This feeling is amazing. It's as if the world is at my command." Shishinyang, a formidable warrior, stood on the 8th level of the Dragon Emperor's Hall, preparing to leave when Long Yuan's voice suddenly called him to the 9th level. Respectfully, Shishinyang asked, "What are your orders, beast god?" As soon as he finished speaking, a shimmering golden pill flew toward him. Long Yuan simply said, "Take it." Trusting Long Yuan completely, Shishinyang swallowed the pill without hesitation. Instantly, a warm current flowed through his body, flooding his entire being before gathering in his dantian. Boom! A surge of energy erupted from Shishinyang, and he was astonished to find that his cultivation had leaped from the early stage of martial emperor directly to the mid-stage. "Is this a cultivation-enhancing pill?" Shishinyang was shocked. He had broken through a small realm in an instant. However, he soon sensed a deeper change within him, as if the essence of heaven and earth around him had become more vibrant than before. Long Yuan smiled and explained, "This is not just a cultivation-enhancing pill. It is a body evolution pill." It turned out that when Shishinyang broke through the 6th tier, the system's task was completed. This meant the Chu family now had a 6th-tier martial emperor and 6 5th-tier martial kings. The rewards for completing the task were already in hand. The divine-level technique Dragon God Art, the divine-level divine ability Dragon God 9 transformations, 9 physique-enhancing pills that could elevate any physique below divine level by 1 major grade, and a divine-level vein of heaven and earth essence. Shishinyang was overjoyed. With divine-level techniques and essence veins, he could continue his cultivation without aimlessly idling away his days. "What? A physique-enhancing pill?" Shishinyang asked incredulously. "Is there really such a pill in the world?" Long Yuan replied, "Haven't you noticed the increased affinity with the essence of heaven and earth around you?" Only then did Shishinyang realize that the changes he sensed were not due to his breakthrough, but because his physique had been enhanced. "So, I'm now a sacred physique?" he asked in disbelief. "That's right, a top-grade sacred physique, the myriad spirit sacred physique," Long Yuan confirmed. "Wow!" Shishinyang was stunned. The legendary sacred physique had appeared in him. His face was filled with joy and astonishment, and he trembled with excitement. Long Yuan said helplessly, "How many times have I told you, as the ancestor of the Chu family, don't always act like you've never seen the world?" Shishinyang quickly explained, "It's just that your methods are so astonishing, beast god. Even someone who's seen the world would be overwhelmed. All right then, take your time to be amazed." Long Yuan waved his hand. Now that the Chu family has become a 6-star family, the next step is to aim for a 7-star family. You must enhance your own strength, and the family's development must not lag behind. Alchemists, artifact refiners, formation masters, those with these talents should be cultivated at great cost. Don't be stingy with resources. Long Yuan's words held deep meaning, as the system's new task was to elevate the Chu family to a 7-star family, with naturally generous rewards. Hearing this, Chu Shiron began to plan for the future of the family. Long Yuan, a formidable member of the Zhanyan Blue Dragon clan, stood with the physical prowess of a 9th-tier demon emperor and the spiritual mastery of a 10th-tier demon god, gazing down at Chu Tian. His eyes, deep as the starry sky, glimmered with intelligence, as if he could perceive the truths of the universe. The guardian family has risen to a 7-star level. Long Yuan's voice boomed like thunder. You've done well with your mission. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of immense energy flooded into Chu Tian. He felt a tremor from the depths of his bloodline, as if an ancient power was awakening. At the same time, a decade's worth of cultivation surged through him, equivalent to 600 years of rigorous training with the family's support. With a wave of Long Yuan's hand, 10 weapons emitting a holy light appeared out of thin air, hovering around Chu Tian. Following them were 5 sources of saint-level physique essence and 5 sources of saint-level martial soul essence, each brimming with profound mysteries. These are your rewards, Long Yuan said calmly. And there's this. He handed over an ancient book glowing with golden light, the Imperial-level body refinement technique known as Cosmic Star Technique. Chu Tianyong accepted it with trembling hands, overwhelmed with excitement. He bowed deeply, his voice shaking slightly with emotion. I shall follow the beast god's command. Long Yuan nodded slightly, and then produced 2 jade slips, handing them to Chu Tianyong. These are 2 saint-level techniques, Star Body Refinement Technique and Sacred Heart Technique. The former is a system reward, while the latter comes from the elder in the Black Ancient Hall. Chu Tianyong took the jade slips, his eyes filled with awe. He knew that even in the entire cultivation world, saint-level techniques were rare treasures. Long Yuan continued, focus on developing the family. Set a small goal, first becoming a true imperial clan. Chu Tianyong was nearly speechless with shock upon hearing this. An imperial clan? That was the pinnacle of existence in this world. Yet, in the beast god's eyes, this was merely a small goal. Before Chu Tianyong could fully process this, Long Yuan presented 2 more jade slips. These contain imperial-level alchemy and artifact crafting techniques. Take them back to the family and let those with talent learn. Although alchemists and artifact craftsmen held esteemed positions in the cultivation world, Long Yuan had little interest in them. He merely inscribed the system's rewards into the jade slips as tools to enhance the family's strength. So it's better to entrust it to the Chu family to enhance the family's heritage. When Chu Tianyong heard the beast god mention the imperial-level inheritance, he was shocked, his mind buzzing with disbelief. He recalled the beast god's previous mentions of the clan's imperial weapon, the Dragon Emperor Cauldron, which was a genuine imperial artifact. Coupled with the numerous elixirs bestowed by the beast god, all of which highlighted the beast god's unfathomable alchemical skills, it seemed only natural that the beast god possessed an imperial-level inheritance. Chu Tianyong nodded slowly, yet he couldn't hide his inner shock. After he left, Long Yuan immediately began adjusting the Dragon Emperor Palace's spiritual veins. He first extracted the saint-level spiritual veins, and then infused them with god-level spiritual veins. Instantly, the spiritual energy within the entire Dragon Emperor Palace surged, forming swirling tornadoes of energy, and in some places, it even transformed into lakes of pure energy, creating a spectacular scene. By the shores of Chingyong Lake, Chu Jingua led the Chu family members in formation, all shouting in unison, "Welcome, ancestor, upon your exit from seclusion." Chu Tianyong laughed heartily. Huh? It's just the martial emperor level, not worth such a grand welcome. Despite breaking through to the martial emperor realm, he still couldn't fathom the depths of the beast god's power, which only confirmed the beast god's formidable strength. However, more than the advancement in cultivation, Chu Tianyong was delighted by his transformation in constitution, and the 2 saint-level techniques, and the imperial-level alchemist and artifact refiner inheritances bestowed by the beast god. These were the true treasures beyond measure. Xiao Xintian and other martial emperor experts were stunned by the aura emanating from Chu Tianyong. Mid-stage martial emperor, they muttered incredulously. To break through to such a level in a short time was utterly unbelievable. At this tier, even advancing a single minor realm could take decades or even centuries, and some might never progress in their lifetime. Yet, Chu Tianyong had leaped 2 minor realms in one go. Without an extraordinary opportunity, who could believe such a miraculous feat? Chu Jingua and the others were stunned as they watched Chu Tianyong emerge from beneath the thunderclouds. They asked in disbelief, "Ancestor, have you really advanced to the mid-level martial emperor? How long has it been?" Chu Tianyong stroked his beard with a satisfied glint in his eyes. Ha ha, it's all thanks to the beast god's blessing that I was able to break through 2 minor stages consecutively. Standing before everyone, his aura was even more imposing than before. The beast god? That beast god again. Xiao Tian and Gu Tianli exchanged puzzled glances. They wondered why every breakthrough in the Chu family seemed to be linked to this mysterious beast god. The patriarch of the Leixiao sect couldn't help but ask, what kind of existence is this mysterious beast god? I heard that during the Chu family celebration for becoming a 6-star family, their beast god will appear. I'm quite eager to see it myself. Gu Tianli chimed in. I actually saw it a few months ago. It was a massive azure serpent dragon. At that time, it was at the peak of the demon emperor level. By now, it should be at the demon sovereign level at the fastest, but not higher. He recalled witnessing the beast god annihilate the Pang family in Chingyong City, a moment that left him with a sense of awe. Despite this, everyone remained curious whether the divine beast had truly reached the demon sovereign realm. Zhou Tianxing and Li Zizhou sighed. Once, they could call each other brothers, but now, Chu Tianyong was beyond reach. With his emergence, the Chu family officially became a 6-star family, catapulting it to one of the most powerful forces in Sangzhou. The vibrant celebration then commenced, and the entire Chingyong City was abuzz with excitement. The city, under the protection of the Chu family, was destined to become one of Sangzhou's centers. During the celebration, Chu Tianyong raised his glass to toast with everyone. After several rounds of drinks, Chu Tianyong suddenly spoke. While it's worth celebrating that our Chu family has become a 6-star family, there's another matter that's truly worth celebrating. Everyone present perked up, knowing that many of them had come specifically to catch a glimpse of the mysterious beast god. Chu Tianyong loudly declared, "Let's welcome the honored beast god." All the Chu family members stood up in unison, looking excitedly towards the sky. The Chu family now numbered in the tens of thousands, with the majority never having seen the beast god. Suddenly, the sky changed color. The thunderclouds that initially hovered over Chingyong Lake began to spread, quickly covering the entire Chingyong City. Amidst the anticipatory gazes, a deep dragon's roar reverberated through the clouds. Next, a massive blue dragon head, as large as a mountain, emerged from the thunderclouds, its golden eyes, vast as lakes, gazing down with authority. As the dragon head appeared, its nearly kilometer-long body slowly emerged from the clouds. Wow, it's huge, the crowd exclaimed. Is this the Chu family's beast god? What is it? Is it a dragon? But it doesn't look like a typical dragon. Gu Tianli's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "No, this isn't a typical dragon. It's a true dragon." He remembered a giant serpent. So how did it suddenly become a true dragon? And weren't such ancient creatures supposed to be extinct? The patriarch of the Leixiao sect asked quietly. President Gu, can you discern the beast god's level? Gu Tianli shook his head, his expression grave. I can't see through it. It's like an abyss, unfathomable. Long Yuan looked down at the Chu family members with satisfaction. The family now numbered in the tens of thousands. Marrying into or being accepted into the Chu family had become extremely difficult. Even the least qualified had to be at least a first-tier martial artist. Long Yuan hovered above the Chu family territory, his figure towering like a mountain. With a low roar, he swung his massive dragon claw, forming a fist, and struck forward with tremendous force. In an instant, the void shattered like a mirror, revealing a bottomless black hole. Shattering space. Gu Tianli exclaimed in shock. This is a technique of a demon saint. The crowd around him was visibly shaken. Someone incredulously asked, a demon saint? That's an 8th-tier powerhouse, just below the legendary emperor level. President Gu, are you sure? How could Sangzhou have such a powerful being? Another person questioned, their voice filled with unease. Gu Tianli stared intently at the scene before him and affirmed, there's no mistake. Only a saint-level being can shatter the void. No one below a demon saint can achieve this. Everyone's gaze shifted to the beast god, who was relentlessly striking the void with his dragon claws. Gu Tianli silently compared, realizing that even the strongest warriors in their Wuan Commerce Guild were merely at the martial saint level. However, at that moment, Gu Tianli paused, as if struck by a sudden realization. No, that's not it, he said, his voice trembling slightly. He's not shattering the void. Some around him let out a sigh of relief. I knew it. How could Sangzhou possibly have an 8th-tier powerhouse? Their previously tense nerves relaxed slightly. If such a being truly existed, they would be on edge, facing a formidable threat. But just as they began to lower their guard, Gu Tianli's next words hit them like a sledgehammer. He's not shattering the void. He's creating space within it. What's the difference? Someone asked, puzzled. Gu Tianli's expression was grave as he explained. There's a big difference. Shattering the void is something a saint level can do, but creating space within it has a skill only an emperor level being possesses. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Someone swallowed hard, their voice trembling as they asked, so, President Gu, are you saying This beast god of the Chu family is actually an emperor-level being? Gu Tianli gave a wry smile. Though I've never seen an emperor-level being myself, to achieve this, it must indeed be an emperor-level power. Before he could finish speaking, energy surged from within Long Yuan, and his massive dragon claw once again formed a fist, repeatedly pounding the void ahead. Amidst the thunderous noise, one fact became increasingly clear. He was indeed creating a space world for the Chu family, where they could live and thrive independently in the future. For Long Yuan, creating a space was effortless, but what he created wasn't an ordinary place. It was a unique world meant to exist forever. As he swung his fists, strands of dark, chaotic energy seeped out from the shattered space, crushing the surrounding void. At this moment, every member of the Chu family watched with wide eyes, curious about what kind of divine power the beast god was displaying. After a moment, Long Yuan stopped his movements. Above the Chu family's territory floated a massive portal, its interior as black as an abyss. It's done, Long Yuan said calmly. Chu Tianyong quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, beast god, for creating a space for our family. Such a feat was far beyond what he, as a martial emperor, could achieve. Long Yuan nodded slightly, and then placed the sacred earth and heaven veins from the Dragon Emperor's Hall, the sacred artifact refining heart tower, and other treasures like the Saint Body Essence, Martial Soul Essence, Breaking Mirror Pill, and Physique Evolution Pill into it. He specifically arranged that in the future, family members would have to undergo trials in the refining heart tower to earn rewards. This peculiar tower tested one's mindset, regardless of their cultivation level. You can go in and take a look now, Long Yuan said before his figure once again soared into the Dragon Emperor's hall amidst the thunderclouds. He was introverted and disliked appearing in public. If not for creating this space world for the Chu family, he might have continued to stay secluded in the Dragon Emperor's hall. His appearance this time was actually to establish the Chu family's dominance in Sangzhou. Farewell, beast god. Chu Tianyong led the Chu family in bowing as they bid him farewell. Then, he turned to Gu Tianli and the others, inviting them. Would you be willing to take a look inside? Gu Tianli's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Of course, I would love to see what a space world created with such extraordinary means looks like. Although their 10,000 domain commerce guild also controlled space worlds, those were legacies left by predecessors. Witnessing a strong individual create a space world firsthand was a first for him. As soon as everyone stepped into the spatial world, they were astonished by the vast and boundless scene that unfolded before their eyes. What they had initially thought would be a modest space turned out to be even larger than Sangzhou. Even more shocking was the fact that this world was divided into 9 levels. Xiao Zhentian couldn't help but exclaim. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Everyone was in awe as they witnessed the Chu family's beast god effortlessly create such an expansive spatial world. Gu Tianli, gazing at the magnificent spatial world, asked the Chu elder. Chu elder, do you know the true level of your beast god? Even the space at the headquarters of the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce paled in comparison to this scale. Chu Tianyong shook his head and replied, I don't know. When I first met the beast god, he was only a 4th-tier martial zone. But as my strength grew, I realized that the beast god's power was unfathomable, like an abyss. I once asked him, but he didn't give a clear answer. Gu Tianli said seriously. To create such a spatial world, your beast god's cultivation must have reached the level of a demon emperor. He pondered internally. Wasn't this world supposed to forbid the emergence of emperor-level powerhouses? Could the Chu family's beast god be linked to that mysterious force? But he quickly dismissed this thought. If there were such a connection, the beast god wouldn't still be here, but would have left with them long ago. The most likely scenario is that the Chu family's beast god found a way to break through to demon emperor without alerting that force. Gu Tianli was shocked internally. If this were true, the Chu family's beast god's abilities were simply incredible. After all, every move in the human world was under that force's surveillance, and no one had ever escaped their watchful eyes. Chu Tianyong was taken aback by this and looked at Gu Tianli in disbelief. Impossible. How could the beast god be a demon emperor? The thought was hard to accept, as emperor-level powerhouses were the strongest beings in this world. He recalled when he first met the beast god, who was just a 4th-tier demon zone. Although he had grown rapidly with the beast god's help, could the beast god's progress be even faster than his own? Gu Tianli affirmed. But the ability to create spaces is indeed only possible for emperor-level powerhouses. His gaze shifted to the pristine 9-story pagoda in the 1st level of the spatial world, amazed. This is actually a sacred artifact. Chu elder, is this tower for sale? If he could secure a deal, his position within the Chamber of Commerce would surely rise significantly. Chu Tianyong firmly refused. Not for sale. This is something the beast god left here, surely for a reason. Gu Tianli felt a sense of regret when suddenly Xiao Zhentian's expression changed, and he exclaimed in surprise. Why is the essence of heaven and earth here so rich? It's many times more concentrated than at our Leishao sect. The ancestor of Leishao sect nodded in agreement. Gu Tianli remarked enviously. If I'm not mistaken, there should be an 8th-tier essence vein of heaven and earth here. The richness of the essence here rivals that of our headquarters, spatial world. What? 8th tier? Everyone was shocked. Does opening a spatial world always come with such a high level of heavenly essence? Of course not. Gu Tianli shook his head, dismissing that speculation. Gu Tianli frowned as he stared intently at the scene in front of him, his brows deeply furrowed. He spoke slowly. The situation here is completely different from the space world at our headquarters. We draw the essence of heaven and earth through formations from the outside, but here. He stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping around as he continued to analyze. The essence veins of heaven and earth in Chingyong Town should have only reached the 5th level, yet here they have reached the 8th level. This is clearly not introduced from the outside. There was a hint of disbelief in Gu Tianli's voice. Could it be that the beast god directly integrated an 8th level essence vein of heaven and earth here? How is that possible? Does it really have such power? His mind raced. If such a method truly existed, then cultivators throughout history wouldn't have gone to such lengths to seek out various paradises. They could establish their influence anywhere at will. At that moment, Chu Tian recalled an event from the past, a realization flickering in his eyes. The beast god once used great power to directly seize an essence vein of heaven and earth, he murmured. It seems likely it transferred the sacred essence vein from the Dragon Emperor's hall to here. As the celebration concluded, the crowd began to disperse. The streets of Chingyong City were busier than usual, with the influx of martial artists causing the city to expand even further. Chu Shiron did not return to the Leishao sect, but chose to stay with his family. As his mentor Meng Wu had said, the Chu family's cultivation environment now far surpassed that of Leishao sect. More importantly, the Leishao sect's martial arts teachings could only support a martial artist's cultivation up to the 6th level martial sovereign, and advancing further was nearly impossible. In contrast, the Chu family's deep foundation offered a much greater chance of achieving greatness. At this moment, a fierce battle was unfolding in the Chu family's martial arts arena. Chu Shiron and Chu Zhan were each displaying their skills, one using the purple sky thunder body, the other the great strength Vajra body. Although Chu Shiron's physique was of a higher grade, providing greater combat enhancement, Chu Zhan, with his powerful body refinement techniques and preference for physical cultivation, clashed with him heat-in with his formidable body. In the arena, powerful energies erupted continuously. Golden thunder roared, resembling the rumbling thunder of the heavens. The air surged, the ground trembled, and each clash between the two caused astonishing energy waves. Not far away, Chu Shan and Chu Luing stood watching the battle intently, occasionally whispering to each other, commenting on the performances of the two young powerhouses. In the martial arena, the intense duel between Chu Shiron and Chu Zhan captured everyone's attention. Chu Luing stood at the edge, her eyes sparkling with amazement. She couldn't help but exclaim, truly deserving of a king-level physique. The attack power is terrifyingly high. Even a body-refining expert like Chu Zhan is struggling. Chu Shan stood beside her, adding unemotionally, body refining is much harder than normal cultivation, and the pain involved is something most people can't endure. Naturally, Chu Luing nodded in agreement. Otherwise, how could it be called a king physique? The clash on the field grew more intense, with Chu Shiron's purple thunder body displaying astonishing power, each move carrying a thunderous force. Although Chu Zhan was a body-refining expert, he could barely hold his ground. Others present recalled their previous encounters with Chu Shiron and silently felt relieved they weren't his opponent at the moment. However, the one truly shocked was Chu Shiron himself. As he countered Chu Zhan's attacks, he pondered, another special physique? How are there so many special physiques in the family? And an awakened martial soul too? This doesn't seem like a new family, but rather an ancient one with centuries of accumulation. What on earth is happening in the family? Meanwhile, Chu Jingua was not idle. He dispatched his trusted subordinates to the Zhangzhou border to investigate the whereabouts of the Green Lotus Earth Core flame. Acquiring this treasure would significantly boost the Chu family's strength. On another front, Chu Tianyang decided to explore the mysteries of the heart-refining tower left by the beast god. He cautiously stepped into the tower, and the scene before him changed instantly. To his surprise, it seemed as if he had returned to the moment when the Chu family was nearly exterminated, and he was entering the Nine Heavens mountain range to avoid danger and seek opportunities for breakthrough. An illusion? Chu Tianyang frowned in thought, then focused his mind, unleashing his spiritual power around him. However, to his surprise, the scene remained unaffected. Not an illusion? Could this be real? Chu Tianyang was filled with doubt. Impossible. Our Chu family has become incredibly powerful under the beast god's guidance. This must be false. Despite his certainty, after spending a night in this seemingly real yet illusory environment, a strange feeling arose. Was the powerful beast god and the renowned six-star family really just a figment of his imagination? Even more alarming, he discovered his prized cultivation and physique had vanished entirely. Was it all just a dream? Chu Tianyang awoke with a start, and once again embarked on his journey to save the Chu family and seek opportunities. Half a month later, news arrived from the border of Zhangzhou. The green lotus core flame had indeed appeared, just as President Gu had said. However, the news came with a daunting fact: nearly all the powerful factions from the Qinyu region had gathered there, including formidable martial lords and the beast control sect, the only 8-star sect in Qinyu. This competition was bound to be a fierce battle. In the Chu family hall, Chu Hongtu gravely informed the clan leader and the elders present of the intelligence they had gathered. A 7th-tier martial lord. Even such powerful figures have shown up, Chu Jingua said with a furrowed brow. It seems the competition for the earth flame will be extremely intense. As for the beast control sect, he paused, a hint of apprehension in his voice. It's said to be the most powerful and ancient sect in Qinyu, mastering the lost art of beast control. As an 8-star sect, they must have at least one 8th-tier martial saint and 8 7th-tier martial lords in their ranks. Their strength is undeniable, especially since they excel in group combat, making them hard to deal with. If such a force joins, our chances of acquiring the green lotus core flame are slim. As the clan leader's words fell, the elders exchanged worried glances, yet their desire for the exotic flame remained unabated. With the ancestor absent, we can only seek help from the beast god, Chu Jingua declared decisively. The beast god said if we encounter difficulties, we shouldn't hesitate to ask for his help. With his intervention, we'll surely succeed. The elders nodded in agreement, and Chu Jingua immediately went to seek an audience with the beast god. I see. When do you plan to set off? Long Yuan asked. Although he possessed the 3rd-ranked purple star flame, he never hesitated to enhance the Chu family's strength. We need to leave now, or others might get there first. Chu Jingua replied urgently. All right, let's go then. Long Yuan agreed readily, but then asked, but won't Chingyong City be left undefended? The ancestor is still in the heart refining tower. No worries, my life-bound spiritual artifact will guard the city. Long Yuan replied casually. His artifact, the 10,000 Dragon Tower, possessed a spirit that could withstand even an emperor-level assault. The Chu family dispatched several elders to accompany them. As Long Yuan emerged from the Dragon Emperor Hall, the sky filled with rolling thunderclouds, stretching endlessly. His vast form coiled within the clouds, swiftly heading towards their destination. After being in this world for so long, it's my first time traveling so far. It's quite exciting. Long Yuan mused as he flew through the mist, curiously observing the world. In truth, after reaching the Demon Emperor level, he had used his divine senses to survey this world. The world, known as the mortal realm, was vast, divided into 33 regions, each expansive beyond measure. Ordinary people, and even some low-tier martial artists couldn't traverse a single region in their lifetime. Even with his Demon Emperor-level senses, he couldn't encompass the entire mortal realm. However, oddly, all the Emperor-level experts were gathered in one place. Why bother with that as long as it doesn't affect the Chu family's growth? Long Yuan thought to himself. If anyone dares hinder the Chu family's development, they'll have to be dealt with. Mere Emperor-level experts were nothing to him. Several days later, Long Yuan and the Chu family elders arrived at the Zhangzhou border. There, a massive fissure led deep underground, and waves of intense heat rolled out, turning plants to ash and even melting solid rock into liquid. No wonder it's ranked 7th on the Earth Flame list. Its power is terrifying even before it's fully emerged. Chu Jinshan marveled. Though he was now a 5th-tier martial king, he felt that even a slight touch from this terrifying flame would reduce him to ashes. Luckily, we have the beast god on our side. Otherwise, even the ancestor might not withstand the flame's power. Chu Hongta said solemnly. Despite his son martial soul, he felt extremely uncomfortable. In a hidden corner, cloaked in black, Chu Yan felt the scorching heat and licked his dry lips. His 9 sons' holy body was eager to absorb the green lotus core flame. Hee, you shouldn't think about heavenly flames just yet. Yao Lao chuckled. In our mortal realm, there are only 9 heavenly flames, treasures only emperor-level experts can subdue. Yao Lao knew the location of one heavenly flame, but couldn't obtain it. Even getting close would reduce him, once a mighty martial saint, to ashes. Because heavenly flames are so elusive, people set their sights on earth flames instead. But Yao Lao, with so many powerful figures around, how can we seize the exotic flame? Chu Yan asked, eyeing the eager experts around him. While he could dismiss those below the martial emperor level, he had no plan against the martial lords. No worries, once the green lotus core flame fully forms, it will create a significant phenomenon. Yao Lao assured him. Didn't I already make an ice heart pill for you? During the phenomenon, you can take it to enter the ground and refine the flame. With your 9 sons' holy body, you can easily refine it. Other constitutions might resist the exotic flame, but not the 9 sons' holy body. Chu Yan nodded in agreement. This exotic flame would not only boost his strength, but also improve his alchemy skills. By now, numerous martial artists had gathered near the fissure. The weaker ones could only watch from the outskirts, hoping to gain experience. The true powerhouses were near the fissure, waiting patiently for the right moment. At the forefront stood several individuals exuding overwhelming power. Behind them were several terrifyingly large spirit beasts, a massive white ice dragon, a pitch-black demon wolf, and a venomous green spider. These spirit beasts, contracted by the beast control sect's experts, emitted an aura that intimidated others. The beast control sect experts stood with arms crossed, exuding an invincible aura, dismissing everyone else. As the only 8-star power in Chinyu, they had the right to display such dominance. Oomph. A bunch of ants daring to covet the earth flame is pure fantasy. One of them sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Haha, this is our stage, let them be our audience, cheering us on, another laughed. However, they all looked up at the sky, which had somehow become covered by thick thunderclouds. Suddenly, a towering azure flame shot up, instantly evaporating the clouds over Tsangzhou. The intense heat distorted the air, making it ripple and warp. In an instant, a cyan wave of air swept around like a tsunami, turning the area near the great fissure into a hellscape. The scorching heat seemed ready to melt everything in its path, forcing the strong to unleash their full power in an attempt to withstand the terrifying heat wave. However, those with lower cultivation levels were not so lucky, instantly turning to ash amidst their piercing screams that echoed across the sky. Run! The power of the earth fire is beyond our imagination, someone shouted in terror. Many lower-level cultivators turned pale and fled in panic. For most, this was their first time witnessing the terrifying power of an exotic fire. The eyes of the martial ancestors from the 4 major sects of Tsangzhou, including the Leixiao sect, flashed with regret. Such a terrifying exotic fire is beyond our reach. It's truly frustrating. They knew well that even without interference from the martial lords, their cultivation level made it difficult to approach the exotic fire, let alone control it. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Leixiao sect noticed the Chu family nearby. Huh? The Chu family is here too. He was surprised to see that the Chu family had only sent 2 martial king elders. It seems they are just here for the spectacle and have no intention of actually seizing the exotic fire. If their mysterious beast god had come, they might have had a chance. Unfortunately, it seems that person hasn't appeared. At that moment, Yao Lao's voice echoed in Chu Yan's mind. Chu Yan, the time has come. Chu Yan nodded almost imperceptibly, quietly standing up. While everyone's attention was focused on the phenomenon, he slipped into the great fissure from an unoccupied corner. The intense heat instantly turned his clothes to ash, but his body remained unharmed. As the possessor of the 9 suns' sacred body, and with his fire-based cultivation technique at the 8th level, Chu Yan moved through the inferno as if it were solid ground. As he ventured deeper, the temperature continued to rise, forcing Chu Yan to activate his technique to resist the heat. As he neared the source, he had to unleash the power of the 9 suns' sacred body. Chu Yan, it's time to take the Ice Heart Pill. Yao Lao reminded him. Remember, the Ice Heart Pill's effects only last for an hour. You must refine the green lotus earth core fire within this time, or the consequences will be dire. But don't worry, I'll assist you by using my exotic fire to suppress the other. Chu Yan was about to consume the blue Ice Heart Pill when suddenly, a blue tail gently swayed in front of him, bringing a refreshing cool breeze. This unexpected phenomenon made Chu Yan's hair stand on end, and his pores contracted sharply. Yao Lao, how can there be a creature in here? Chu Yan exclaimed in a low voice. Yao Lao was equally shocked by the scene. Go, leave here immediately, Yao Lao urged urgently. Anyone able to enter here is definitely at the Martial Saint level. Below Martial Saint, without a special exotic fire, no one would dare to set foot here. Yao Lao urged him, already considering transferring his exotic fire to Chu Yan if necessary, as he was determined not to let him perish here. A massive blue dragon had suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yan, its golden eyes shining as brightly as 2 blazing suns. Chu Yan trembled all over, his legs turning to jelly, and he lost the courage to even think about escaping. He stammered, "What kind of beast is this?" Yao Lao was also stunned by the scene before him. He said in a shaky voice, "A dragon, a true dragon from legend, thought to be extinct. How can such a terrifying existence be here?" He had only seen mentions of such creatures in ancient texts, which claimed they had long vanished. Long Yuan, surprised, spoke up, "Are you Chu Yan?" He recalled that this young man had been out training for several months. How is he still in Tsangzhou? Chu Yan, trembling, replied, "Senior, who? Who are you?" He was astonished that this colossal creature knew him. Long Yuan, a bit resigned, said, "What? Have you forgotten that I helped awaken your 9-yang sacred body? I suppose it's normal you don't recognize me, given how much my appearance has changed with the recent frequency of my ancestral bloodline reawakening." Chu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the giant dragon before him. "Are you the beast god? How are you here?" Long Yuan explained, "Yes, that's right. This strange flame has some use for your Chu family, so I came to take it away. I've been here too long, got a bit bored, and took a nap nearby to prevent others from taking it." He asked with interest, So, are you here for the strange flame too? Chu Yin suppressed his shock and respectfully answered. To be honest, beast god, I've been preparing for several months to acquire this flame. Yao Lao marveled internally. Napping by the strange flame? Didn't he say that without special means, surviving near-ground fire is nearly impossible below the saint level? Just how formidable is the beast god's physical body? Long Yuan pondered for a moment, then finally said, in that case, you can have it. Consider it as your Chu family obtaining it. Long Yuan extended his gigantic dragon claw, in the center of which a blue lotus-shaped flame burned fiercely. This was the Qinglian earth flame, far less powerful than the Ziwei heavenly fire. Chu Yin swallowed hard, astonished that the beast god could hold such a strange fire in his palm. After a moment of hesitation, he finally shook his head and said, if the family needs it, then take it back. I don't know when I'll return from my training journey, but having the earth flame will add some strength to the family. The world is vast. There must be other strange fires waiting for me to discover. Hearing this, Long Yuan nonchalantly replied, is that so? Then let's hear what the elders have to say. After all, it's just an earth flame, nothing worth mentioning. He was not interested in deciding the ownership of these treasures. To Chuyin's astonishment, Long Yuan's enormous body instantly transformed into a handsome man. He wore blue robes, with a pair of blue dragon horns atop his head, and blue hair waving in the breeze. His golden eyes were particularly striking, full of endless majesty. Let's go. Long Yuan grasped Chuyin's shoulder, and the two vanished into the underground fissure. Outside the fissure, everyone was struggling to withstand the intense heat. A martial master from the beast-taming sect said solemnly, we'll go in after the strange fire's eruption period is over. Right now, as the fire is forming, it's the most dangerous time. However, in the next moment, the blue flames that had been shooting skyward suddenly disappeared. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Why did the phenomenon vanish so abruptly? What had happened? The martial masters from the beast-taming sect felt an ominous premonition. Let's go in and take a look. They flew into the great fissure with their spirit beasts, but after a thorough search, there was no trace of the strange fire. Ah! A roar of anger came from the depths of the fissure. Who has stolen the strange fire that our beast-taming sect had set its sights on? Several terrifying auras erupted from the bottom of the fissure, shaking the surroundings. Above the crack, everyone held their breath, eyes fixed below. Suddenly, the earth fire vanished, as if swallowed by some mysterious force. Recalling the previous sudden disappearance of strange phenomena, a sense of doubt and regret arose among them. What a pity! I was hoping to see a fierce battle, someone sighed softly. The ancestor of the Leishao sect also sighed, glancing towards where the two elders of the Chu family had been, only to find they had quietly left. Let's go back, the Leishao sect ancestor said in a somber tone. To take the exotic flame under such circumstances requires a power beyond our imagination. In this world, if you don't have a clear understanding of yourself, the outcome will be tragic. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, a powerful and suffocating presence descended abruptly, like a towering divine mountain pressing down. In an instant, everyone was frozen in place, unable to move. They looked up to see a figure appear out of thin air, dressed in black, surrounded by a holy light that seemed impervious to all. This aura was even more terrifying than the martial masters of the beast-taming sect, leading some to wonder if a martial saint had arrived. However, upon seeing the emblem on the newcomer's clothing, they realized he was not from the beast-taming sect. Their attire bore spirit beast motifs, but this person's robe featured a white skull with a white flame-like mark on his forehead. What kind of force does this powerful figure belong to? They wondered. There shouldn't be such an existence in the Qian domain. The few martial masters of the beast-taming sect, who were furious in the great crack, turned pale at this terrifying aura. It's the holy envoy. The three did not dare to hesitate and immediately flew into the sky, bowing before the figure. The beast-taming sect greets the holy envoy. What about the earth fire? The figure asked directly, without any pleasantries. Reporting to the holy envoy, the exotic flame was stolen by an unknown powerful figure. One of them replied nervously. What? Stolen? What are you doing? Huatu rebuked sharply, his piercing and grim gaze making the three kneel in terror. This scene shattered the worldview of everyone below. The dignified martial masters of the 8-star beast-taming sect were kneeling before someone who wasn't even their ancestor. They were filled with doubt. Shouldn't an 8-star sect be lofty and look down on everything? But it wasn't over. Just as the three figures knelt, another figure came, crossing the space from afar. He emitted an aura no less formidable than the previous saint-level figure. Another martial saint? The newcomer was an elderly man with graying hair, his attire imprinted with a spirit beast emblem. This was the martial saint ancestor of the beast-taming sect. Eyes widened, but the following scene left everyone astounded. Du Lai Yuan, ancestor of the beast-taming sect, greets the holy envoy. I did not know you had emerged, and failed to welcome you from afar. Please forgive me. In full view, the dignified martial saint knelt on one knee before the figure, face filled with fear. Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. The martial saint, an invincible figure, kneeling to someone else? This question echoed in everyone's mind. The three beast-taming sect's martial masters quickly stepped forward, their voices trembling slightly as they explained. Honorable envoy, a powerful being above the saint level has unknowingly stolen the different fire. A saint-level powerhouse. Huatu sneered, the white flame at his brow flickering. Huh. I want to see who dares to take the treasure this saint has set his eyes on. His spiritual sense exploded like a tidal wave, spreading in all directions. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Found it. Before his words finished, Huatu's figure vanished from where he stood. The ancestor of the beast-taming sect and the three martial masters followed closely, not daring to slack off, like loyal hounds. Meanwhile, in a modest inn within Chingyong City, not far from the Great Rift, Long Yuan and several members of the Chu family were in discussion. Long Yuan held the green lotus core flame in his hand, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and asked, "So, how do you plan to distribute this different fire?" Chu Hongtu spoke first. Chu Yin has a sacred body and is also an alchemist, so this different fire should go to him. However, Chu Yin firmly shook his head. No, it's better for the family to keep this different fire. His eyes shone with determination. You've seen the power of the different fire. Keeping it in the family can serve as a trump card and ensure greater safety. Although I'm an alchemist, I don't know how long it will be before I return after leaving this time, and I won't be able to help the family in the short term. It's better to let other family alchemists use it to cultivate more talents for the family. Chu Hongtu gazed at Chu Yan, his voice filled with concern. We know what you're going to do, but that task will be extremely dangerous, and without powerful means, your journey might be perilous. So, you should keep this flame. It might save your life in a critical moment. They had all seen Chu Yan's mother, a woman of extraordinary origin. Her stunning beauty and noble demeanor were enough to leave anyone in awe. Chu Yan's journey to find his mother was destined to be fraught with danger and challenges. Moreover, Chu Yan was a sacred body, the hope for the Chu family's rise. No, it's safer to keep it within the family. Both sides were eager to leave the earth fire with the other, their arguments escalating. Long Yuan, growing impatient with the bickering, finally interrupted. Enough. It's just a piece of earth fire. Look at you, arguing as if it's some priceless treasure. Let's settle this. The earth fire stays with the family. As for Chu Yan, since your journey is perilous, I'll give you this heavenly fire. As he finished speaking, Long Yuan waved his right hand, and a brilliant purple flame appeared out of thin air, dazzling and radiant. Ziwei heavenly fire. Yao Lao exclaimed in shock, his soul form emerging from the ring on Chu Yan's finger, staring incredulously at the purple flame. Who goes there? Chu Hongtu and the others demanded in unison, their intimidating presence pressing down on Yao Lao like a tidal wave. Please, elders, hold on. This is my master. In a critical moment, Chu Yin stepped forward, shielding Yao Lao. Your master? The crowd was taken aback. Chu Yin quickly explained the situation, and understanding dawned upon Chu Hongtu and the others, who respectfully cupped their fists toward Yao Lao. After all, this senior had contributed to cultivating talent for the Chu family. However, Yao Lao waved them off, his gaze fixed intently on the Ziwei heavenly fire in Long Yuan's hand. He never expected to encounter the legendary heavenly fire here. Yao Lao, is this really heavenly fire? Chu Yin was equally captivated by the brilliant purple flame, unable to look away. He could feel his sacred body unusually excited, even more so than when he encountered the green lotus core flame. Furthermore, this flame instilled a far greater sense of danger, as if a mere touch would instantly melt him. There's no mistake. This is the Ziwei heavenly fire, ranked third on the heavenly fire list. Yao Lao declared emphatically, his eyes filled with uncontainable admiration and desire. Chu Yin was stunned by the scene unfolding before him, and the expressions on Chu Hongtu and Chu Jinshan's faces were equally filled with disbelief. The terror of the seventh-ranked earth fire, the green lotus core flame, was already so overwhelming. How much more terrifying must the power of the third-ranked heavenly fire be? Beast God. Chu Yin looked up at the mysterious figure before him, his voice trembling slightly. It said that only an emperor-level expert can tame a heavenly fire. Are you a demon emperor? All eyes fell on the beast god, filled with awe. There had been rumors suggesting the beast god might be a demon emperor, but it had never been confirmed. Now, it seemed that speculation was becoming a reality. Long Yuan merely chuckled and shook his head. I'm not a demon emperor. Once you reach the emperor level, you'll naturally see through my true cultivation. He was tempted to say, you should call me the demon god, but he held back. All right. Now I will merge this purple star heavenly fire into your body. As Long Yuan spoke, he lightly tapped Chu Yan's forehead, and the purple flame flowed into Chu Yan's body. Yao Lao, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. No protective measures were taken, and the heavenly fire was directly introduced into the body. Such a method, he wouldn't believe it if this person wasn't a demon emperor. Moments later, Chu Yin opened his eyes, which now glowed with a purple flame. He extended his palm, and the purple flame danced in his hand, yet he felt no heat. This was because, with Long Yuan's help, the purple star heavenly fire had been completely refined by him. Heavenly fire. This is a flame only emperor-level experts can control, and yet I, a mere martial king. Chu Yin murmured, as if in a dream. Yao Lao was also incredulous at this sight, thinking that heavenly fire was a treasure even emperor-level experts fought over, yet it was given away so casually. The origins of this beast god were becoming even more enigmatic. Thank you, beast god. Chu Yin bowed deeply. The gratitude he felt was immense. Long Yuan nodded and handed him a jade pendant. When you venture out, don't fear any power. If you encounter a problem you can't solve, crush the jade pendant, and I will assist you. Chu Yin accepted the jade pendant with gratitude, silently vowing not to disturb the beast god unless absolutely necessary. Besides, with the heavenly fire in his possession, no one below the emperor level could challenge him. I look forward to the day you become a martial emperor. Long Yuan patted his shoulder. Rest assured, beast god, I will become an emperor-level expert. Chu Yin said with determination. Good, I believe you can do it. Long Yuan suddenly looked outside the room. Some pests are coming. You should leave now. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and Chu Yin found himself outside Chingyong City. It's a martial saint-level expert. Yao Lao warned. What? A martial saint? Chu Yin exclaimed, flying into the sky with concern, looking back towards the inn. Don't worry, your beast god's power exceeds your imagination, Yao Lao said calmly. Yao Lao, even you can't discern the beast god's exact cultivation? Regrettably, I can't. But I dare say he must be an emperor-level expert. Otherwise, he couldn't have tamed the heavenly fire so effortlessly and transferred it to you for refinement. Such a feat is beyond any martial saint. Meanwhile, outside the inn, Huatu glared coldly at it. He not only sensed the green lotus core flame, but also a much stronger energy. Could it be heavenly fire? Impossible. No one outside our hell gate could be an emperor. Energy surged within Huatu as he struck towards the inn. In an instant, the sky changed, and the void shattered, revealing the might of a martial saint. Watching this, Chu Yin clenched his fists, worried for the beast god and the elders. Just then, a thumb-sized blue light shot out from the inn, piercing Huatu's forehead in an instant. His descending hand stopped abruptly, and the attack that could have destroyed all of Chingyong City dissipated. Huatu's body fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. A single strike to kill a saint. It seems the beast god truly is a demon emperor. Chu Yin watched in shock. I told you there's nothing to worry about, Yao Lao said, though his brows were furrowed. The aura from the martial saint was from Hell Gate, indicating that the beast god had no ties with them. But how did he become a demon emperor? In this world, Hell Gate is the absolute ruler, and anyone aspiring to be an emperor must have their permission, or they would be mercilessly obliterated during the breakthrough. Yet, this beast god seemed to be exempt from this rule. Could he avoid Hellgate's detection? If so, that's terrifying. Yao Lao recalled his former faction's downfall, partly due to Hellgate's machinations. Dalai Yuan, with the Holy Envoy, arrived in Chingyong City just in time to witness the blue light piercing the Holy Envoy, his face turning pale. The Holy Envoy is dead? This is a disaster. Dalai Yuan's face was ashen. The fall of a Holy Envoy would surely provoke Hellgate's wrath. Such an event hadn't occurred in the human realm for many years because all strong figures knew Hellgate was supreme and inviolable. The Holy Envoy's death today meant someone was openly defying Hellgate. Who did it? An elder roared. They had invested vast wealth and even their dignity to curry favor with this Holy Envoy, hoping their ancestor could join Hellgate and vie for a chance at becoming an emperor. Now, with the Holy Envoy dead, all their efforts were in vain. Shut up, Dalai Yuan barked. Don't provoke them. Anyone who can kill a Holy Envoy with one strike is terrifyingly powerful, beyond our capacity to fight. Then what? Are all our years of effort wasted? An elder snarled. It's fate, just fate. Dalai Yuan gritted his teeth. The priority now is to report to Hellgate quickly, to avoid their wrath on our beast-taming sect. As for past efforts, we can start over. I have a few thousand years left. The sect's legacy and our lives are what matter most. Send someone to secretly investigate everyone in that inn, hopefully finding some clues. Dalai Yuan dared not approach the inn, fearing he might meet the same fate as the Holy Envoy. As they stepped into the inn, the sight before them was astonishing. The vast space was completely empty, with not a trace of life left behind. Before they could delve into the eerie scene, a shocking piece of news erupted among the martial artists. The peerless strongman who once made the martial saint of the beast sect kneel had been pierced through the forehead with just one finger, his soul scattered. This news exploded like thunder across the entire Chinyu region. The martial saint, a figure at the pinnacle of martial arts, had fallen so easily. The hearts of all martial artists were shaken to the core. The supreme realm they had pursued all their lives was so fragile. It was a complete destruction of their faith. I saw it with my own eyes, a witness said, his voice trembling. That mysterious powerhouse in the inn annihilated the martial saint with a single strike. Could it be a legendary martial emperor? Someone cautiously speculated. But hasn't this era long since forbidden the ascension to emperor? Fear spread quickly, and people warned each other. It's best to keep a low profile these days, and not to provoke any seemingly ordinary passersby. Who knows, they might be hidden powerhouses. Meanwhile, Long Yuan, the instigator of this upheaval, had quietly returned to the Dragon Emperor Palace in Chingyong City. Revealing his 1,000-meter-long true form as a blue divine dragon, he pondered to himself, after all this cultivation, the divine level is still far away. Even with a 60-fold cultivation speed, breaking through this realm remains challenging. He summoned the system panel. Host, Long Yuan. Race, Azure Flame Blue Dragon. Realm Cultivation, 9th Tier Monster Emperor Perfection. Physical Cultivation, 10th Tier Monster God Perfection. Current task, elevate the Guardian family to a 7-star family. The task rewards are abundant, including 10 years of cultivation, ancestral bloodline regression, and other precious resources. Long Yuan began to consider the current state of the Chu family. At present, only Chu Tian had reached the martial emperor level, while others, including the sacred body Chu Yan, remained at the martial king level. To ascend to a 7-star family, they needed at least 1 7th-tier martial venerable and 7 6th-tier martial emperors, a considerable gap indeed. He summoned Chu Jingua and explained the opportunities within the heart refining tower in detail. The tower contains not only body evolution pills and breakthrough pills, but also saint-level physiques and martial soul origins. If you can conquer your inner demons and undergo mental training, there's a chance to obtain these treasures. Chu Jingua was astonished by the treasures hidden within the tower and immediately knelt to express gratitude. Long Yuan waved his hand and said, "No need for that. The Chu family is still far from its goal. Developing well is the true path." Subsequently, Chu Jingua returned to the family and began promoting the heart refining tower's benefits, immediately sparking interest among the clan members. At the same time, the Chu family actively arranged for clan members to enter the 9-layered spatial world, with special attention to martial artists and pregnant women. This was to enhance the next generation's potential, as the nourishment of heaven and earth's essence greatly increased the chances of birthing geniuses. As for ordinary people unable to cultivate, they had to remain in Chingyong City. In this world where the strong reigned supreme, this was the most realistic arrangement. Half a month later, Chu Tian emerged from the heart refining tower. He was in a terrible state, appearing mad and possessed, with a frantic demeanor and vacant eyes. "Ancestor, are you alright?" The clan members surrounding the heart refining tower gathered around with concern. Is the heart refining tower really that terrifying? It actually turned the ancestor into this state. Chu Tianyong looked around at the Chu clan members before him, and then glanced back at the towering heart refining tower. His eyes reddened, and he couldn't control the flow of tears. "So, everything I experienced before was fake? It was an illusion meant to temper the mind," he murmured hoarsely to himself. "Ancestor, what happened to you?" Chu Jingua and others rushed over, eyes filled with shock. Why is the ancestor crying? The terror inside the heart refining tower is unimaginable. Chu Tianyong took a deep breath and sat down to meditate. After a long while, the madness on his face gradually subsided. His words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the courage of many clan members who were about to enter the heart refining tower. They hesitated if even the martial emperor ancestor found it terrifying. Wouldn't entering be a death sentence for them? "Ancestor, what did you experience inside?" Chu Hongtu asked cautiously, his voice trembling. "I returned to the night before the Ma family destroyed us," Chu Tianyong said in a low voice, his eyes filled with indescribable pain. He began to recount his experiences in the heart refining tower. At that time, he was forced into the Jiuxiao Mountains to seek opportunities, while the Ma family relentlessly pressured him to appear, threatening to kill a Chu clan member each day he didn't show up. Chu Tianyong knew that if he appeared, all Chu clan members would be killed immediately, so he continued to search for a power that could counter the Ma family in the Jiuxiao Mountains. The daily news of clan members' deaths nearly drove him insane. In his most desperate moment, he actually found a Legacia demonic skill that could devour the blood and energy of living beings. At that time, I was overjoyed and couldn't wait to start cultivating it. Chu Tianyong recalled, a hint of regret in his eyes. Using the flesh and blood of beasts in the Jiuxiao Mountains as essence, I started to grow rapidly. But it was ultimately a demonic skill. It gradually affected my mind, making me bloodthirsty. I became obsessed with killing and forgot my original purpose for entering the Jiuxiao Mountains. Chu Tianyong's voice grew more somber. When I finally awakened, all the clan members had been slaughtered by the Ma family. I went completely mad, filled with a desire to kill, and wiped out the entire Ma family, even sparing none in the entire Chingyong town of tens of thousands. From then on, I truly descended into an abyss, becoming like an emotionless puppet, slaughtering city after city. Cities with millions of people were nothing but resources for me to enhance my cultivation. I became the enemy of the entire world. Until later, a girl approached me, claiming to be a survivor of our Chu family. Chu Tianyang's voice began to tremble, but I felt nothing inside, so I raised my hand and killed her. Her blood splattered on my face, and I felt it was indeed the bloodline of my Chu family. That moment awakened a sliver of my conscience, and I seemed to remember my original purpose for entering the Jiuxiao Mountains. In the end, I took my own life. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the ancestor in shock. Was this what the ancestor experienced inside the heart-refining tower? How could it be so terrifying? Demonic skills must not be cultivated. They truly affect one's mind. I was too eager for quick success, becoming a puppet to the demonic skill and forgetting my original intention. Chu Tianyang sighed, eyes full of regret. At that time, he was blinded by hatred and eager for revenge, leading to a path of endless slaughter, becoming the enemy of the entire world. Ancestor, do you still remember the demonic skill? Chu Hongxiao couldn't help but ask. It was just a fleeting dream. Naturally, I don't remember. Chu Tianyang shook his head, looking forlorn. His trial of heart refinement failed miserably. Ha ha, what a rush. At this moment, an excited shout came from the heart refining tower. Everyone turned to see Chu Zhan walking out with excitement, exuding a powerful aura, clearly much stronger than before. His high-grade spiritual physique, the vigorous Vajra body, had evolved into the king-grade Vajra battle body after consuming a reward evolution pill. Chu Zhan hadn't expected such a gain, but a voice from the beast god instructed him to keep this achievement secret. Undoubtedly, it was the work of the beast god, and no one else could have done it. Chu Zhan, how did you get out so quickly? Chu Jingua asked in surprise. Chu Zhan was only in there for half a month. I don't know how it happened. I just came out. Chu Zhan replied, still with an excited expression. Did you receive a reward? Chu Jingua asked, astonished. Chu Zhan nodded. I received a huge reward. He turned to Chu Shiron with a challenging look. Haha, Shiron. This time I want to challenge you again. No problem. Chu Shiron replied calmly. Wait, you two can challenge each other later. Several elders quickly intervened. Chu Zhan, what did you experience inside? I returned to the day I was tied to the pillar of shame. Chu Zhan's expression turned serious. But that night, with the desperate protection of the clan, a few of us from the younger generation escaped. From that moment, I vowed not only to seek revenge, but to rebuild the Chu family. However, I was very aware of my current strength, so I chose to endure, leading the surviving clan members on a perilous journey to Chingyong City. Eventually, at a street stall, I discovered a legacy and started cultivating again. Chu Zhan continued. Though my aptitude wasn't great, for the sake of revenge and rebuilding the Chu family, I gritted my teeth and trained hard. Even so, it took me over 100 years to reach the third-tier martial master, progressing at a snail's pace. By then, the enemy Ma family had become a massive 6-star family. And after a century of struggle, the family that had barely revived was slaughtered again by the Ma family. In the end, at the cost of losing an arm, I once again led some clan members to break through the encirclement and escape into the Jiuxiao Mountains. A glimmer appeared in Chu Zhan's eyes. Perhaps the heavens took pity on me, for there I finally obtained a body refinement technique suitable for me, marking the start of my rise. In 3 years, I broke through to martial sect, 10 years later to martial king, 100 years later to martial emperor, and 500 years later achieved martial honor, finally gaining the power to seek revenge. I not only destroyed the Ma family, but eventually elevated the Chu family to an 8th-tier family. Finally, after tens of thousands of years, unable to break through to martial emperor, my lifespan came to an end. Chu Zhan sighed, eyes full of emotion. It felt like a dream, but it was so real. Especially the 2 times the family was wiped out. The feeling of near collapse was almost like it truly happened. So the difference between you and the ancestor is that you held on to your original intention. Chu Jingua thoughtfully analyzed. No matter how many hardships you faced, you never gave up. Your goal was always revenge and strengthening the family. Whereas the ancestor couldn't resist the temptation of the demonic skill, and after cultivating it, he became lost and forgot his original intention, leading to failure. Through these 2 cases, everyone understood a principle. Once inside the heart-refining tower, one would face various trials, likely reflecting psychological shadows from reality. If one could maintain their original intention, they could pass the heart-refining tower's test. But if lost within, they would ultimately fail. Chu Zhan looked at the ancestor with a smug expression and suddenly burst into laughter. Who would have thought the ancestor would fail? Haha, that means I'm the first to conquer the heart-refining tower. I feel like I should inscribe my glory here. Chu Tianyang's face darkened upon hearing this, and he almost wished to pin down this arrogant youngster and give him a good beating. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and explained to everyone. The heart-refining tower has nothing to do with cultivation level. It tests one's state of mind. As long as one has a strong will, they can pass the trials inside. However, one must be mentally prepared. Otherwise, the experience could be quite harsh. Those with weak resolve should not enter lightly, as it might shatter your mind, leaving you like a walking corpse. Chu Jingua nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, just like when the ancestor came out earlier, something seemed off about him. It seems the rewards for defying fate inside are not easily obtained. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into contemplation. Some chose to enter immediately, while others decided to wait for a more opportune moment. In the following days, Chu Tian did not rush into training but wandered around the family estate in Chingyong City, trying to calm himself after his experience in the heart-refining tower. When he arrived at the martial arts arena in the spatial world, he was surprised to find Chu Jian and Chu Shiron locked in an intense battle. That kid's physique has changed. Chu Tianyang stared at Chu Jian, whose skin had turned a golden hue, and could clearly sense that his physique was no longer the spirit-level mighty Vajra body. This seems like a king-level top-grade physique, the Vajra battle body. When did his physique change? Could it be a reward from the heart-refining tower? Chu Tianyang speculated. Being able to evolve one's physique must be the work of the beast god. Recently, Chu Jian only entered the heart-refining tower, which is a treasure placed here by the beast god. It's highly likely that he received a reward from the beast god for passing the mental trial. With this thought, Chu Tianyang couldn't help but feel envious and resolved to challenge the heart-refining tower again soon. Looking at the vast 9-layer spatial world, Chu Tianyang was filled with marvel. Who would have thought the Chu family could develop to such an extent in just 1 year? All thanks to the beast god. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Although we can't do much for the divine beast, we must always honor its place in our family. Chu Tianyang immediately sought out Chu Jingua and shared several ideas for the family's development. Our Chu family is now a 6-star family, but we lack an emblem. I think we should design one that symbolizes our family and the beast god. From now on, all family members' attire should bear this emblem. We could also design a family battle flag based on the emblem, which would denote our territory wherever it's placed. Chu Tianyang continued. I also think we should establish an organization. Only the strongest in the family can join it. Chu Jingua looked at the ancestor in surprise. Ancestor, are you planning to form an assassin organization? Are the aftereffects of the heart-refining tower still lingering? Do you wish to slaughter in the mortal world again? That would be unwise. Nonsense. Do you think I am that kind of person? Chu Tianyang glared at Chu Jingua. I mean, this organization will be named after dragons, like having left and right dragon generals, 7 dragon guards, and so on. This organization will be our family's future hallmark. In the future, all our family members should see joining this organization as the highest honor. Do you understand what I mean? Chu Jingua suddenly understood. I get it. I will discuss this matter seriously with the other elders and come up with a plan as soon as possible. Chu Tianyang nodded in satisfaction, but then noticed Chu Jingua's expression and couldn't help but scold. What kind of look is that? Do you believe I'll teach you a lesson? He thought to himself that these people were increasingly disregarding him, and he must quickly break through to let them know the ancestors might. No, I wouldn't dare. Chu Jingua quickly waved his hand. That same day, Chu Jingua gathered all the elders to convey the ancestors' ideas. The Chu family now had tens of thousands of members, requiring extensive management, and the number of elders had increased from 8 to over 20. Chu Jinshan was the first to express his support. The ancestors' idea is excellent. I would be the first to join this organization. Chu Jingua stopped the ensuing debate and explained the organization's concept in detail. Ultimately, after intense discussion, it was unanimously decided. The family emblem would feature the character Chu at the center, encircled by a divine dragon. The family battle flag would bear the same emblem. The organization would be named Dragon Guard, with positions such as left and right dragon lords, 9 dragon generals, and 33 dragon guards. Although members of the Dragon Guard would not have actual authority, they would hold the same status as the elders within the Chu family. To determine who could join the Dragon Guard, Chu Jingua organized a highly anticipated martial arts tournament for the entire family. The announcement set the Chu family abuzz. Everyone understood the significance of this competition to find the strongest individuals to join the Dragon Guard and become the backbone of the Chu family. All clan members are eligible to participate, with 2 elders being chosen from among them, while others are selected from the clan. Chu Jingyu announced the rules for the Dragon Guard selection, causing a stir among the Chu family warriors. The selection process will determine 33 Dragon Guards, 9 Dragon Generals, and the left and right Dragon Sovereigns, progressing in stages, with only the strongest advancing. Chu Jian laughed excitedly. Dragon Guard? I, Chu Jian, will definitely become one of them. If not for Chu Shiron and others already being in the Tower of Heart Refinement, they would surely join Chu Jian in shouting their desire to join. Subsequently, the Chu family commenced the intense selection for the Dragon Guard. Meanwhile, the Qinyu region, having just calmed down from the fall of a martial saint, was again thrown into turmoil as over a dozen martial saints descended, causing widespread fear among the warriors, who dared not venture out. Within the beast-taming sect, a group of martial saints clad in Hell-Gate attire, with a pale white flame manifested on their foreheads, arrived, their furious aura forcing everyone to lower their heads. One of them coldly questioned Dalai Yuan about the progress in finding the culprit. Faced with insults and threats, Dalai Yuan could only respond meekly, not daring to resist. The martial saints declared their intent to skin and bone the culprit, then left the beast-taming sect, taking a beautiful female elder with them. Dalai Yuan dared not express his anger, only praying in his heart that the female elder could win the favor of the envoy. Despite the tense atmosphere in Xinyu, the Chu family in Chingyong City continued the Dragon Guard selection as planned. Grand Elder Chu Hongtu and 7th Elder Chu Jianshan emerged victorious, becoming 2 of the Dragon Guards. Chu Zhan joined them with overwhelming strength. Half a month later, the lineup of 44 Dragon Guards was nearly finalized. Chu Jingyu reminded everyone not to be complacent, as the selection would be held every 6 months, with the strong prevailing. He also mentioned clan members training outside, such as Chu Shiron, Chu Shan, and Chu Luiying, all of whom were martial king-level powerhouses, indicating a fierce competition in 6 months. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the entire Chingyong City. Chu Jingyu realized someone was attacking the city's grand array and immediately left the space world to investigate. Outside the city, Hell-Gate Marshal Saint Kuei Jie frowned as he surveyed the city protected by a saint-level array and with an entrance to a space world. He recalled the former Yunxiao sect martial emperor, suspecting that Chingyong City might hide a similar powerhouse. To avoid a reckless entry that could cost his life, Kuei Jie began summoning other martial saints for support. Inside Chingyong City, Chu Jingyu led the elders to the city wall, where they saw the terrifying aura of Kuei Jie. Chu Jianshan speculated that this might be related to the fall of the martial saint in Songyun City, suspecting that the intruder was here to cause trouble for the Chu family. Chu Jingyu anxiously realized they might need the beast god's assistance, as they felt inadequate against such a formidable foe. Within an hour, over a dozen martial saints descended outside Chingyong City, their terrifying presence filling the air with void cracks and holy light, resembling deities descending to the mortal world. A powerful aura reverberated, instantly making every martial artist in Chingyong City feel as if they were standing on the edge of a precipice. On the city wall, Chu Jingua gazed outside the city with a heavy expression. An old man with flowing white hair but the face of a child stood in the void. It was the martial saint, Wuan Town. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, were fixed on the direction of the Chu family, glinting with dangerous intent. North Saint, something's definitely fishy here, Kuei Jie murmured, lowering his voice. I suspect they've inherited Yunxiao sect's legacy, and there might even be a martial emperor overseeing them. Should we request reinforcements from headquarters? Wuan Town sneered dismissively. There's no way there's an emperor-level expert here. We destroyed the 9th grade heaven and earth spiritual veins in this area years ago. Now, in the entire human realm, save for those forbidden grounds, all 9th grade veins are under our control. At most, there's a quasi-emperor. His gaze locked onto Chu Jingua on the city wall, and he shouted sternly. As the city lord, why haven't you come out to greet us? Despite being almost suffocated by the other's imposing presence, Chu Jingua smirked coldly. If you come as friends, you are welcome. But with such murderous intent, how can I greet you with a smile? A mere martial king, who gave you such courage? Wuan Tai's eyes burned with killing intent. I did. A thunderous voice suddenly rang out. From the clouds, a massive blue dragon had appeared, its golden eyes surveying the crowd below. A dragon clan? Wuan Tai exclaimed in shock. Weren't all the dragon clans supposed to have entered the sacred realm? Seeing the seemingly not fully matured true dragon, a glint of greed flashed in Wuan Tai's eyes. If he could capture it alive and offer it to the sacred realm, dare to have designs on me? Long Yuan snorted, and a blue dragon claw descended from the sky. Capture him alive. Wuan Tai roared, leading the martial saints in an attack, a pale flame blazing fiercely at his brow. With a thunderous crash, energy surged. When the light dissipated, a dozen martial saints had vanished into nothingness, leaving only the dragon claw suspended in the air. Long Yuan's figure then disappeared into the storm clouds. The scene left all witnesses in awe. In the distance, Du Lai Yuan, a martial saint from the Beastmaster sect, trembled. That must be a demon emperor-level being. But the Hell Gate won't let him go. They'll surely send an emperor-level expert. Meanwhile, Gu Tianli, the branch president of the Myriad Domains Commerce Association, quietly left, knowing that Chingyong City was on the brink of disaster. Yet, the Chu family remained unperturbed, trusting that the beast god would have a plan. In the Chu family hall, the 13th elder, Chu Limpeng, was worried about his grandson, Chu Feng, who had been missing for 2 months. Chu Jingua recalled the boy with average talent but unyielding spirit, who had trained tirelessly for a decade without breaking through the first rank of martial artists. At that moment, deep within the 9 Heavens Mountains, Chu Feng, after enduring 81 trials of illusions, finally opened his eyes. He not only broke through the first rank, but directly reached the consummate stage of a third-rank martial master. Looking at the black chaos pearl inside him, which was continuously refining his body, Chu Feng knew he was about to gain the unparalleled chaos divine physique. Gazing at the countless skeletal remains around him, Chu Feng felt a chill. If not for the resilience he had cultivated since childhood, he might have ended up like these beings who failed the trials, forever resting in peace here. Although Chu Feng didn't obtain any other inheritances from the Yunxiao sect, he felt incredibly excited inside. Clutching the chaos pearl tightly in his hand, this priceless treasure was more than enough to satisfy him. However, what thrilled him even more was the possibility that other inheritances from the Yunxiao sect might soon emerge. A gleam flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. He needed to report this news to his family as soon as possible. The Yunxiao sect might hold the legendary martial emperor's inheritance, and only by acting quickly could they seize the most precious opportunities. He understood that once the inheritances truly surfaced, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir in the cultivation world. Through this experience, Chu Feng finally understood why so many people were eager to venture out and train. A single opportunity could bring results far more significant than years of hard practice. With this realization, he swiftly left the area filled with both opportunities and dangers and hurried back to his family. As soon as he stepped through the family gates, he saw his grandfather, Chu Linpeng, who had been worrying about him day and night. The elderly man, who had been anxious about his grandson's disappearance, was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Chu Feng. He rushed forward and embraced Chu Feng tightly, his voice trembling with joy. "Fenger, you're alive." Chu Feng's eyes instantly welled up with tears, imagining the worry and anguish his grandfather had endured during this time. Not only had his grandfather been searching everywhere, but even the clan leader had issued a reward for information, though to no avail. "Grandfather," Chu Feng choked out, filled with guilt and emotion. At that moment, Chu Jian came over carrying a few bottles of wine, initially intending to have a drink with the old man, Chu Linpeng. Seeing the unexpected return of Chu Feng, he widened his eyes in surprise. "Chu Feng? You came back alive." Chu Jian scrutinized Chu Feng closely, suddenly exclaiming, "Wow, you've become a third-rank warrior? You must have encountered an incredible opportunity out there." Chu Jian's surprise was justified. He knew Chu Feng's talent well. Despite years of hard training, he hadn't broken through as a first-rank warrior. Even after the appearance of the beast god, which significantly boosted the Chu family's overall strength with various elixirs, Chu Feng's cultivation remained stagnant. At that time, even Chu Feng had despaired, thinking he might never step onto the martial path in his lifetime. Yet now, after just one trip, his cultivation had surged directly to a third-rank warrior? It was something that overturned Chu Jian's understanding. "What? You've finally broken through as a warrior." Chu Linpeng, coming back to his senses from his excitement, sensed carefully and was instantly overjoyed. "Yes, grandfather. I've not only become a warrior, but have also advanced to a third-rank warrior." Chu Feng nodded excitedly. Besides himself, perhaps only his grandfather knew how much effort he had put in. Good, good, good. Heaven has shown mercy, and the beast god has blessed us. My grandson has finally broken through." Chu Linpeng laughed heartily, tears of relief in his eyes. As they say, those who remain silent will eventually astound the world. I'm sure your future path of cultivation will be much smoother. In that case, make sure to train hard. Once you advance further, we'll have a good spar. Chu Jian patted Chu Feng's shoulder, full of anticipation. "All right." Chu Feng nodded solemnly, then suddenly remembered the urgent matter and said eagerly, "Grandfather, I have important news to report to the clan leader." "You just got back? Shouldn't you rest a bit first?" Chu Linpeng advised with concern. "No," Chu Feng insisted. "This matter is crucial. I discovered the inheritance of an ancient sect in the Nine Heavens mountain range. Based on the information I gathered, it might be an 8-star sect, possibly even one that produced a martial emperor-level expert." "What? An 8-star sect?" Chu Linpeng was shocked upon hearing this and immediately said, "Let's go see the clan leader right away." If it were just an ordinary small inheritance, the Chu family might not care much. But if it truly was an 8-star sect's inheritance, it had to be treated with utmost seriousness. Soon, Chu Feng met with the clan leader and recounted his experiences in the Nine Heavens mountain range. Of course, he didn't mention the Chaos Pearl. An 8-star inheritance from the Yunxiao sect? Excellent. The clan leader's eyes gleamed with interest after hearing Chu Feng's report. Chu Jingua gazed at Chu Feng, his eyes filled with a glow of approval. "Chu Feng, your performance is truly impressive. Once this matter is settled, I will personally report your achievements to the beast god and secure a rare opportunity for you." Chu Feng shook his head slightly, his expression resolute. "Opportunities are important, but what matters more to me is the prosperity of the Chu family. We must never let past tragedies repeat themselves." He thought to himself that with the Chaos Pearl in his possession, ordinary opportunities no longer held much appeal for him. Chu Jingua patted Chu Feng's shoulder, speaking with determination. Rest assured, the family will grow stronger. That dark history will never repeat itself. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Jingua hurried off to find the sequestered ancestor Chu Tianyang. Upon seeing Chu Tianyang, he was astonished by the latter's progress. In just a few months, Chu Tianyang had advanced to the peak of martial emperor, prompting Chu Jingua to marvel. Ancestor, has your cultivation speed ever slowed down? Chu Tianyang smiled. I owe it to the opportunities recently bestowed by the beast god. He then inquired about the purpose of Chu Jingua's visit. Chu Jingua recounted in detail what Chu Feng had discovered. Upon hearing about the legacy of the Yunxiao sect, Chu Tianyang immediately decided to lead a team to investigate. This lead, being a main focus for the Chu family, undoubtedly sparked everyone's interest. Guided by Chu Feng, Chu Tianyang led a group of elders and clan members deep into the Jiuxiao mountains. Along the way, Chu Hongtu curiously asked, Chu Feng, back then, you weren't even a first-rank warrior. How did you dare venture so deep into this dangerous place? Chu Feng sheepishly scratched his head and admitted, to be honest, it's a bit embarrassing. I was actually being chased by a beast and ended up here by accident. So that's how it is, haha. It seems fate has brought this opportunity to you. There was a playful tone in Chu Feng's voice, and a glint of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. He glanced around and continued, that's luck for you. If it were anyone else, they would have met their end at the jaws of a beast. The group followed closely behind Chu Feng, advancing cautiously. To their surprise, they encountered no beasts along the way, as if some invisible force was protecting them. At last, they reached their destination without any hindrance. Suddenly, the scene before them left everyone stunned. Is this an underground world? Chu Tianyang's eyes widened in disbelief at the extraordinary sight. Chu Feng nodded and explained, that's right, there was a treasure guarding this place, but I obtained it, which revealed the barrier here. Chu Tianyang nodded thoughtfully, not pressing for details about the treasure, but already speculating in his mind. It was rumored that even martial saints and emperors had come to investigate, but found nothing. A treasure that could elude such powerful eyes must be extraordinary. If someone else had acquired such a treasure, Chu Tianyang would surely have tried to seize it. After all, treasures belong to the strong. But since Chu Feng was a member of the Chu family, there was no issue. The group focused their attention on the exposed transparent barrier of the underground space. Without hesitation, Chu Tianyang unleashed his peak martial emperor strength. His inner energy surged as he performed a powerful martial technique, striking the barrier with a mighty punch. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the barrier didn't budge an inch. Everyone, attack together, Chu Tianyang commanded. Immediately, the elders behind him unleashed their terrifying power. A dazzling array of energy lights converged into a formidable force, crashing against the transparent barrier. But the result was still disappointing. The barrier remained unscathed. What an incredibly strong barrier! Chu Jinshan exclaimed in awe. Even with his holy sword Mo and the combined strength of the ancestors and elders, they couldn't make the slightest dent in the barrier. Chu Tianyang sighed helplessly. There's no choice. We'll have to ask the beast god for help. With that, he took out a communication stone and began to make contact. Such a device, capable of cross-regional communication, was particularly useful in moments like this. All right, everyone wait here. The beast god is on the way. Chu Tianyang said just as a small blue dragon, only a few meters long, suddenly appeared before him. Upon seeing the divine beast, Chu Tianyang hurriedly bowed, and the others quickly followed suit. Long Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the barrier before him, eyebrows raised in mild surprise. This barrier is so well preserved, as if untouched by time. Who discovered it? Long Yuan inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Reporting to the beast god, it was discovered by our clansman Chu Feng. Chu Tianyang replied respectfully, his eyes inadvertently glancing to the side. Following Chu Tianyang's gaze, Long Yuan saw a resolute-looking young man standing there, with a flicker of unease in his eyes. Long Yuan's gaze lingered on the boy momentarily, as if seeing through him. A cultivator, Chu Feng, physique, chaos divine body, growth rate. 1. Realm cultivation, mid-stage 3rd tier martial master. Physical cultivation, mid-stage 2nd tier martial warrior. Identity, Chu clan member. Supreme treasure, chaos pearl, an unparalleled divine artifact. Long Yuan murmured to himself, a touch of astonishment in his voice. A chaos divine body with only 1 growth? I've never seen such a case before. And possessing the supreme artifact chaos pearl, it seems he is a person of great fortune. His physique must be due to the chaos pearl, right? Upon hearing these words, Chu Linping's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, Lord Beast God, is there anything wrong with my grandson? Long Yuan shook his head, his gaze returning to Chu Feng. No, it's quite impressive. It would be even better if his gaze were more steadfast. Work hard. I look forward to the day you become a protector of the dragon sovereign alongside the dragon guards. The crowd was surprised, looking at Chu Feng in disbelief. The beast god had such high expectations for him. The dragon sovereigns were the strongest among the dragon guards. Chu Tianyong secretly resolved to increase his efforts in nurturing Chu Feng upon returning. I will do my best, Chu Feng said through gritted teeth, feeling a strange sensation as if the beast god already knew his secret but didn't care. Yuan turned his attention back to the barrier. This is a barrier set by an emperor-level expert, and for some reason, its power hasn't diminished at all. It's normal that you couldn't break through it. Emperor level. Chu Tianyong asked excitedly. Does that mean there's really an emperor-level inheritance here? Perhaps, Yuan answered indifferently, for to him, an emperor-level inheritance was nothing remarkable. With a light swipe of his dragon claw, the barrier that had stumped Chu Tianyong and others was effortlessly broken. The beast god is so powerful. Chu Feng was shocked. The emperor-level barrier seemed as easy to cut through as tofu. Let's go inside and take a look. Yuan led the way into the barrier. The underground space was vast, clearly a world created by an emperor-level expert. However, this world was in ruins, with cracks covering the ground, as if it had suffered a violent attack. Yuan flew over, observing the desolation and decay, with buildings collapsed and the earth shattered. How strange, Chu Tianyong remarked, looking at the fallen structures. Why do the marks here feel so fresh? The Yunxiao sect's ruins should be over 10,000 years old, yet the battle scars and damaged buildings seem new, like a battle just happened yesterday. It's because there's a treasure protecting this place, Yuan explained. The very opportunity Chu Feng obtained. I see. Chu Tianyong was even more astonished, realizing the magnitude of Chu Feng's opportunity, capable of such feats. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was now certain that the beast god indeed knew what opportunity he had gained, yet didn't care. He felt a pang of shame, realizing his earlier worries were baseless, a petty man's suspicion towards a noble being. Watch out, Yuan's deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. There are lingering energy fluctuations here from a battle between emperor-level powerhouses. A slight misstep could be fatal. Everyone held their breath, cautiously venturing forward. In no time, they were confronted by a headless corpse. Even in death, it exuded a terrifying aura that kept them at bay. Chu Tianyong's face turned pale, and his voice trembled. Beast god, could this be an emperor's corpse? He felt that approaching the corpse would result in his immediate annihilation. Yuan's expression was grave as he nodded in confirmation. Indeed, this is an emperor's corpse. Moreover, the aura it emanates is strikingly similar to that of the martial saints I destroyed earlier. They likely belong to the same organization. With that, he struck with a claw, reducing the emperor's corpse to ashes, its terrifying aura dissipating. Chu Tianyong gasped. An emperor fell here. Could it be that the Yunxiao sect once produced such a powerful martial emperor, capable even of slaying other emperors? He couldn't help but wonder about the martial emperor's strength, feeling both awe and fear. As they continued to explore, they found the entire sect utterly destroyed, its buildings severely damaged and devoid of life. However, in a well-preserved pavilion, they unexpectedly discovered the legacy of the Yunxiao sect, an 8-star sect. There's a technique here that leads straight to an 8th-level martial saint, someone exclaimed. Although the Chu family already had an 8th-level technique granted by the beast god, such a precious legacy was always welcome. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, these legacies will greatly enrich the family's foundation. The entire collection of techniques, martial skills, pills, formations, and artifact crafting from an 8-star sect was invaluable, and for the current Chu family, it was a priceless treasure. While the Chu family had previously seized all the legacies of the Sangyan sect, that was merely a 6-star sect, far inferior to an 8-star sect. This discovery would undoubtedly lay a more solid foundation for the Chu family's rise. The beast god, ancestor, there's a beast tamer inheritance here. An excited shout broke the silence, drawing the attention of everyone around. A young woman in a white dress walked briskly towards them, her delicate oval face brimming with barely concealed excitement. This was Chu Yunling, the clan member who had previously obtained the incomplete beast tamer inheritance in the Nine Heavens mountain range. Her tall figure looked even more graceful in her long dress, and her greatest pride was her contract with a treasure-seeking mouse. This spirit beast had helped the Sangyan sect uncover hidden treasures numerous times, earning Chu Yunling much praise. Chu Tianyong heard this, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. He nodded slightly and said, "Good. Once we're back, start comprehending this complete inheritance." His tone carried a note of expectation, as he understood well the powerful nature of the beast tamer profession. Not only was their combat power on par with other warriors, but they also had powerful spirit beasts fighting alongside them, making it easy to take on multiple opponents at the same level and even have the potential to fight across realms. Thinking of this, a trace of ambition flickered in Chu Tianyong's eyes. If conditions allow, the Chu family will definitely form a beast tamer legion. However, he soon shook his head, a touch of regret in his voice. It's a pity we didn't find an emperor-level inheritance. That would have been perfect. Just then, a loud noise interrupted everyone's thoughts. Long Yuan punched the space in front of him, and with a crisp crack, the void shattered. A pitch-black stone tablet fell out from the crack. What is this? Everyone gathered around in surprise, closely examining the mysterious stone tablet. The surface of the tablet was entirely black, revealing no clues. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A dark light suddenly burst from Chu Feng's forehead, shooting straight at the stone tablet like a black lightning bolt. Under the illumination, mysterious scriptures began to appear on the tablet's surface. It's the Emperor Scripture. Long Yuan's voice was filled with undisguised shock. What? This is the Emperor-level scripture. The crowd gasped, their eyes fixed on the enigmatic stone tablet. However, before they could clearly see the contents of the scripture, the entire tablet seemed to have a will of its own and flew into Chu Feng's forehead. Chu Tianyang's expression turned serious, and he said solemnly, "If I'm not mistaken, this Emperor Scripture was specifically left for Chu Feng by the martial emperor of Yunxiao sect, or perhaps for the one who possesses the Chaos Pearl." His tone became grave and earnest. In that case, no one present today is to discuss anything about the Emperor Scripture, or face the consequences according to clan rules. Understood. The crowd responded in unison, their expressions solemn. They all knew that if news of the Emperor Scripture leaked, it could bring unimaginable disaster to the clan. Tension and gravity filled the air as everyone contemplated the potential impact of this unexpected discovery. Chu Feng gently rubbed his temples, pondering the sudden turn of events. He looked at Long Yuan, about to explain that he had no intention of claiming it for himself, but Long Yuan had already grasped everything. "Since it is destined for you, this imperial scripture should rightfully be yours," Long Yuan said with a penetrating gaze and steady tone. "Moreover, this scripture requires a chaotic body to cultivate. It would be useless to others. I will not disappoint the expectations of the beast god." Chu Feng responded solemnly. Long Yuan nodded slightly, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. With the help of the imperial-level technique and the Chaos Pearl, Chu Feng's future achievements were bound to surpass the martial emperor realm. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyang felt relieved. Not only did the imperial technique fall into the hands of his clansmen, but they also received a saint-level inheritance. Their journey had truly been fruitful. "Continue the search, and don't overlook anything valuable," Long Yuan commanded. The group split up to thoroughly scour the underground space, leaving no corner untouched. However, as they returned to the barrier entrance, a gigantic creature blocked their path. It was a fire Qilin, with the body of a lion and antlers, engulfed in fierce flames, a formidable demon emperor. "Humans, hand over the treasures, and I will spare your lives," it threatened. Just as Chu Tianyang was about to engage, Long Yuan spoke up. "Chu Yunling, go and tame it as your contract beast." "Me?" Chu Yunling was taken aback. "But I'm only a third-tier martial master. Why would it agree?" "It will," Long Yuan assured confidently. He noticed a trace of Qilin bloodline within the fire Qilin. If they could tame it, it would not only bolster the Chu family's strength, but also offer Chu Yunling great fortune. Under Long Yuan's imposing presence, the once arrogant fire Qilin recognized the nobility of the true dragon bloodline. Upon learning it could potentially become a true divine beast, a Qilin, it immediately submitted and willingly formed a contract with Chu Yunling, shrinking to the size of a calf and following her closely. "Once you pass the Heart Refinement Tower's trial, I will grant you an extraordinary opportunity," Long Yuan promised. Everyone envied Chu Yunling's luck at receiving such favor. Days later, news of the underground world spread throughout Sangzhou, attracting countless martial artists. Even the entire Qian domain was stirred. In the beast-taming sect, Du Liuan furrowed his brow. He had reported the fall of the martial saint, yet no martial emperor had arrived. When sect leaders Wat Songmu asked if they should send someone, Du Liuan hesitated. If they hadn't secretly informed Hellgate years ago, how powerful would the Yunxiao sect be today? Of course, what they valued most was the mysterious method to surpass the martial emperor, especially being able to accomplish it without Hellgate's awareness. A flicker of greed passed through Du Liuan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by fear. The memory of that colossal blue creature and its suffocating pressure sent chills down his spine. "Send a few elders to investigate the situation, but be sure not to provoke the Chu family for now," Du Liuan warned sternly. "Once the martial emperor from Hellgate arrives, their good days will naturally come to an end." Zhuang Songmu frowned. "But, Patriarch, the Chu family is currently unstoppable, having become the strongest power in Sangzhou and even starting to expand across the entire Qian region. Many factions, upon learning of so many martial saints falling, are considering siding with the Chu family. If we don't curb this soon, even our beast-taming sect might fall under their control." Du Liuan dismissively waved his hand. "Didn't I say? Once the martial emperor from Hellgate arrives, what is a mere Chu family? Let them develop as they wish. Eventually, they'll have to give it all up." He secretly suspected that the Blue Dragon might have already obtained the Yunxiao sect's legacy, allowing it to silently surpass the Demon Emperor. Because of this, he didn't hold much hope for the Yunxiao sect's martial emperor legacy. With the rise of the Chu family, the number of warriors in the Nine Heavens mountain range and Chingyong City surged. The city had to double in size to accommodate the influx of people. Fortunately, the range of the saint-level formation was sufficiently vast. The center of the Qian region seemed to be quietly shifting from Tanzhou, where the beast-taming sect was located. This echoed the ancient saying, "A mountain is not famous for its height, but for the presence of an immortal." Even though Chingyong Town was once barren, the emergence of a powerful force naturally led to the region's flourishing development. Months later, within the Chu family's spatial world, a powerful aura erupted. Chu Tian had finally broken through to a 7th-tier martial sovereign. With his myriad spiritual sacred body, his cultivation speed was indeed astonishing. Chu Jingua and the other elders had long been waiting at the site of Chu Tianyang's seclusion, and they collectively congratulated him. Congratulations to the patriarch for successfully breaking through to martial sovereign. Achieving martial saint is just around the corner. Chu Tianyang laughed heartily. Though I've achieved martial sovereign, martial saint is still far out of reach. He knew well that each breakthrough would take progressively longer. By his estimation, without other fortuitous encounters, it might take 5 or 6 years to reach martial saint. Has anything major happened in the family recently? Chu Tianyang inquired. Chu Jingua appeared worried. Nothing major, but many people, finding nothing in the underground space of the Nine Heavens mountain range, suspect that our Chu family obtained the legacy there. There are even rumors that the beast god acquired the legacy, spurring our family's development. Quite a few strong individuals are dissatisfied with our Chu family and want to force us to hand over the Yunxiao sect's legacy. Within the Chu family territory, an undercurrent of turmoil is brewing. Unknown martial arts masters are coveting the Yunxiao sect's martial saint inheritance, plotting in the shadows to seize it from the Chu family. The situation is tense, ready to erupt at any moment. Chu Tianyang snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Do they really think they can challenge the Chu family? He turned to Chu Jingua, a probing tone in his voice. You wouldn't disturb the beast god over something so trivial, would you? Chu Jingua's lips curved into a confident smile. Rest assured, ancestor. Why would I bother the beast god over such a minor issue? Besides, a mere martial arts master is nothing to me. Chu Tianyang scrutinized Chu Jingua with a frown. Although this young man was only at the martial king level, he seemed so self-assured. Could the beast god have granted him some special ability? As he pondered this, a clansman hurried over, his face filled with anxiety. Patriarch, we have a problem. 3 martial arts masters have arrived outside, demanding the Chu family hand over the martial emperor's inheritance. A playful glint appeared in Chu Tianyang's eyes as he addressed Chu Jingua. Let's go and see how you're going to handle these martial arts masters with your martial king status. With that, he led the group swiftly out of the spatial realm. Outside the Chu family territory, the scene was imposing. 3 martial arts masters, accompanied by hundreds of martial kings and martial emperors, stood waiting with a formidable presence. Recently, the Nine Heavens mountain range had attracted most of the strong fighters from the Qian domain, all drawn by the Yunxiao sect's martial emperor inheritance. Chu Tianyang approached with a cold smile. Quite a spectacle you all have put on. The 3 martial arts masters were taken aback, their eyes fixing on Chu Tianyang. Chu Tianyang, you've finally shown yourself, have you? What? You've advanced to a martial arts master. They looked at him in disbelief. In just a little over a year, Chu Tianyang had skyrocketed from a 2nd-tier warrior to a 7th-tier martial arts master. Such a rapid progression was unheard of. One of the martial arts masters shouted excitedly, his eyes reddening with fervor. It must be the martial emperor's inheritance. How else could you have advanced so quickly? Chu Tianyang smiled faintly. The higher the level of the cultivation technique, the faster the progress naturally is. His words carried a hint of pride, further fueling their greed. Friend Chu, it's not appropriate for your Chu family to monopolize the Yunxiao sect's legacy. One martial expert said coldly, with greed gleaming in his eyes. I believe we should study the Imperial Scripture together. After all, it's better to share joy than to enjoy it alone. What do you think? Indeed, another martial expert agreed, his voice full of menace. The Yunxiao sect's legacy should be shared. How can your Chu family claim it all? Hand it over quickly, or we won't rest today. If you refuse, we'll crush the Chu family and seize the martial emperor's legacy by force, the 3rd martial expert shouted harshly. As soon as the words left his mouth, hundreds of martial kings and emperors behind the 3 experts erupted with a formidable aura, filled with murderous intent, ready to strike. The air was thick with tension, as if bloodshed was imminent. At the forefront, the 3 martial experts wore cold smiles. They were certain the Chu family wouldn't dare confront so many powerful figures, as it would be suicidal. As for the one who had once slain many martial saints, they thought, we're not truly aiming to destroy the Chu family, just to demand the martial emperor's legacy. Surely, such a powerful figure wouldn't intervene for that. Chu Tianyong smiled coldly, his gaze sweeping over the three. He spoke slowly, his tone disdainful. I have no grand ambitions, just want my Chu family to live happily. So, I'm afraid I must decline. With that, he turned to Chu Jingua, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Show me how you disregard these martial experts. Chu Jingua's gaze was sharp as a blade. Fixing on the three martial experts, his voice icy. Are you truly intent on destroying my Chu family and seizing the martial emperor's legacy? If you refuse to hand over the legacy, we have no choice but to act. One of them replied sternly, determination in his voice. In that case, Chu Jingua's expression turned chilling. You shall die. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Chu Jingua's hand pressed into the air. Instantly, an ancient, heavy three-legged cauldron appeared, descending with an earth-shattering roar. Boom! In the deafening explosion, the three martial experts and a large number of martial kings and emperors behind them had no chance to resist before they were all blasted into a mist of blood. Blood rained down like a storm, and the stench of it spread rapidly. The ground in front of the Chu family was dyed red in an instant, forming a winding river of blood that flowed slowly. The surviving martial artists in the back witnessed the horrific scene, their faces drained of color, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They were horrified to realize that in that single strike, over 100 powerful figures had perished instantly. Terror surged through them like a tide, leaving them shivering with fear. So, do any of you still crave the so-called legacy of the martial emperor? Chu Jingua asked coldly. With a slight raise of his hand, the three-legged cauldron soared into the air again, emanating an intimidating pressure that threatened to annihilate everyone present in the next moment. Run, run for your lives. A terrified scream erupted from the crowd. They had initially believed that their numbers would deter the Chu family from taking action, but Chu Jingua's decisive and fierce response took them by surprise. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling scene was devoid of people. The surrounding martial artists watching the spectacle couldn't help but gasp in shock, their hair standing on end. The Chu family's methods were indeed ruthless. Even more astonishing was that, without the presence of the beast god, the Chu family displayed such terrifying strength that even martial lords were effortlessly sent to the underworld. What kind of treasure is that cauldron to possess such terrifying power? Someone murmured in awe. Has Chu Tianyong also broken through to the martial lord realm? Another person asked in confusion. Chu Tianyong was equally shocked at this moment. Staring at Chu Jingua incredulously, he asked, the clan's imperial weapon, the Dragon Emperor Cauldron? You can actually harness the power of the Dragon Emperor Cauldron. Chu Jingua chuckled with a hint of pride in his expression. That night, I couldn't sleep, so I got up to study the clan's imperial weapon. I thought I would just take a casual look, but I ended up figuring it out. At this moment, Chu Jingua could clearly see the golden family fortune continuously gathering around the Dragon Emperor Cauldron, with a golden dragon serpent forming inside, dancing joyfully. Chu Tianyong stroked his beard, expressing his admiration. Well done. I knew I made the right choice making you the clan leader. Among so many elders in the Chu family, you're the first to sense the presence of our family fortune. Truly deserving of the clan leader title. Impressive, clan leader. Chu Hongxiao gave a thumbs up. He had also studied the clan's imperial weapon numerous times, but never made any progress. The eighth elder, Chu Yunfei, curiously asked, Clan leader, when you activate the clan's imperial weapon, what level of power can you suppress? Chu Jingua pondered for a moment and replied, if I unleash its full power, it should be able to suppress an average martial emperor. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, everyone looking at the clan leader in disbelief. Was Chu Jingua's power truly this terrifying? Chu Jingua continued to explain. However, there are limitations. The further the clan's imperial weapon is from our family, the weaker its power becomes. This imperial weapon seems to have been custom-made by the beast god for us, specifically to protect our family. Since he began sensing the family fortune, Chu Jingua had been deeply researching the Dragon Emperor Cauldron. He discovered that the family fortune was incredibly mysterious. It not only allowed him to observe the intentions of family members, but also fluctuated during significant crises or opportunities faced by the family. Most remarkably, it seemed he could use the family fortune to aid his cultivation. With its blessing, his perception of his surroundings became sharper, and breaking through realms became easier. Chu Tianyong nodded, sighing in awe. Even so, it's equivalent to having a martial emperor in the family, which is already terrifying. No wonder you said you don't regard martial lords as a threat. You truly don't see them as a concern. Even if a martial emperor came, you might not fear them. After some contemplation, Chu Tianyong asked, Jingua, have you entered the heart refining tower yet? Chu Jingua respectfully replied, Ancestor, I haven't entered it yet. Now that I'm out of seclusion, you should give it a try. If you successfully undergo the mental trials, the benefits will exceed your expectations. Chu Jingua's eyes lit up. He had long been intrigued by the heart refining tower. The other person continued, I hope you can obtain a body evolution pill and evolve your spiritual level physique into a kingly one. I'm aiming for that. Chu Jingua nodded firmly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Recently, he had studied many family members who had passed through the heart-refining tower and found that while some succeeded, their rewards were quite ordinary. Not everyone could receive extraordinary rewards. It turns out that the difficulty of the mental trials one faces is closely related to the rewards received. The more terrifying the trials and the less one's mentality is affected by illusions, the greater the rewards. Chu Jingwei resolved to give his all in the heart-refining tower. Recalling the past few months, he noted that only a few from the Chu family had passed the trials perfectly, and he clenched his fist, determined to be among the best. Just then, a shocking piece of news swept through like a hurricane. The Chu family had effortlessly slain 3 martial lords and over 100 warriors, and Chu Tianyong had even broken through to martial lord status. This news spread rapidly, confirming the Chu family's acquisition of the Yunxiao sect's legacy. However, the Chu family remained unfazed. They were no longer a force to be trifled with, and this news only reaffirmed their strength. Meanwhile, within the beast-taming sect, the clan leader's Wei Songmu wore a grim expression as he reported unsettling news to the ancestor. The elders we sent were slain by the Chu family. Indeed, one of the 3 leading martial lords causing trouble at the Chu family was an elder from their sect. Zhuo Songmu gritted his teeth and explained, forcing out the Yunxiao sect's legacy was one goal, but we also wanted to see if the Chu family's beast god would easily make a move. We didn't expect such an outcome. Chu Jingua managed to kill them single-handedly. At this moment, Yuan's face was extremely gloomy, veins bulging on his forehead. He wasn't angry about the elder's death, but rather that the Hell Gate did not send a martial emperor as promised. Instead, they demanded the beast-taming sect destroy the Chu family in Chingyong City as quickly as possible. Yuan held his forehead in frustration, silently complaining. If they really had the courage, they would have acted already. Why wait until now? It's like sending the beast-taming sect to their doom. Originally seeking assistance from Hell Gate, Yuan now found himself under their command. His brow furrowed as he wrestled with his inner turmoil. He had intended to leverage Hell Gate's power, but instead became ensnared by it, leaving him in a precarious position. For a moment, he even considered giving up, thinking that it might not be so bad to have another entity in Xinyu that could rival the Beastmaster sect. However, reality didn't allow for an easy escape. Hell Gate's orders hung over him like a sword poised to strike, the consequences of defiance too dire to imagine. Yuan couldn't help but ponder what changes had occurred within Hell Gate. In the past, if an uncontrollable martial emperor appeared, they would act swiftly to eliminate the threat. Why then, were they hesitating this time, not even sending anyone? What frightened Yuan the most was Hell Gate's beast god. He silently prayed that this fearsome being wouldn't intervene, as the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Sangmu noticed the ancestor's unusual demeanor and cautiously asked, "Ancestor, what's wrong?" Yuan took a deep breath and replied succinctly, "It's nothing. Hellgate wants us to annihilate the Chu family." After a brief pause, he continued, "From now on, keep sending people to challenge the Chu family's limits. We need to gauge the attitude of their beast god." Yuan calculated that if the Chu family's beast god was truly a formidable demon emperor, they wouldn't act rashly. After all, when 3 martial lords had made a move before, the beast god hadn't appeared. He surmised that as long as they didn't employ martial saint-level power, the demon emperor wouldn't get involved. Sangmu responded respectfully, "Yes." With that, he turned and left to start planning their actions. Back at his residence, Sangmu pondered for a moment and decided to summon the subordinate forces of the Beastmaster sect. These forces could serve as cannon fodder, testing the Chu family's limits while avoiding direct losses to the Beastmaster sect. A cold glint flashed in Sangmu's eyes as he thought. In that case, the first step is to eliminate the Chu family's subordinate forces. Recently, as the Chu family expanded rapidly, their subordinate forces also grew in number. Wherever the Chu family's battle flag reached, it became part of their territory. If this situation continued, it would threaten the Beastmaster sect's dominant position in Xinyu. This had long been a source of dissatisfaction for Sangmu. However, when the Beastmaster sect issued the order, the representatives of the summoned subordinate forces were visibly alarmed. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. "What? You want us to destroy the Chu family's subordinate forces?" To them, this seemed like a crazy idea. With a demon emperor-level expert in the Chu family, provoking them seemed like a path to self-destruction. "What are we afraid of?" Sangmu's voice echoed through the secret chamber of the beast-taming sect, his gaze like a blade sweeping over the dozen or so representatives present. The Chu family's beast god is currently unable to act, making this the perfect opportunity to eliminate them. Sangmu stood up, pacing to the center of the room, and continued, "Besides, does that demon emperor really care about a small 6-star family?" He paused, letting the question linger in the minds of those present, then solemnly promised, "I, Zwa, Swear on the honor of the beast-taming sect that if we obtain the Chu family's legacy at Yunxiao sect, we will share the martial emperor's inheritance with the three forces that contribute the most. If I break my word, may I be struck by lightning." The representatives began to whisper among themselves. These were the most powerful factions under the beast-taming sect, with the most prominent being Qingshan Academy, a genuine 7-star force. It was rumored that their patriarch had reached the peak of martial venerable, just a step away from martial saint. Zhuo Songmu thought to himself that if he could use this opportunity to eliminate Qingshan Academy's patriarch, it would remove a significant threat to the beast-taming sect. Although the other forces had not reached 7 stars, nearly all had martial venerable experts. Zhuo Songmu calculated that using these forces against the Chu family to probe the mysterious beast god was the perfect strategy. Indeed, the bait of the martial emperor's inheritance immediately piqued everyone's interest. Elder Chu Li of Tianmen was the first to step forward, hunching over with his cane hitting the ground heavily, and coldly said, "Rest assured, sect leader Zhuo Tianmen will be the first to respond to the beast-taming sect's call. The Chu family, having risen in just over a year, is expanding recklessly as if we don't exist. It's outrageous." He paused before continuing. "If we let them continue to grow, it's only a matter of time before their banner is planted on our territory. Everyone, the action to destroy the Chu family is imperative." Zhuo Songmu nodded in satisfaction as other forces voiced their agreement. Only Elder Gao Wumian from Qingshan Academy remained silent, looking down. "Elder Gao, do you have any objections?" Zhuo Songmu asked with a frown. Gao Wumian cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader Zhuo, I've heard that the Chu family has extraordinary methods. Even without their mysterious beast god acting, they were able to instantly kill 3 martial venerables and nearly 100 strong warriors. With just our martial venerables, I fear we might not make much of an impact." Zhuo Songmu laughed heartily. "So that's your concern. But do you know that the one who killed 3 martial venerables and many martial king and martial emperor experts was merely a junior at the martial king level?" He squinted his eyes. For someone at the martial king level to achieve such feats, could they have done so without using forbidden techniques? Do you believe that? And such techniques can't be used freely. They must come at a heavy cost. He looked around, raising his voice. "So rest assured, once we destroy the Chu family, their martial emperor inheritance will be ours. Elder Gao, do you have any more concerns?" Gao Wumian took a deep breath and resolutely said, "No more, sect leader Zhuo. Qingshan Academy will indeed respond to the beast-taming sect's call. We cannot allow the Chu family to grow unchecked." Zhuo Songmu nodded in satisfaction and concluded, "Good. With such determination from all of you, the fall of the Chu family is near. When the time comes, not only will we obtain the Yunxiao sect's legacy, but we might also gain insight into the mysteries of the martial saint and even the martial emperor." The chamber immediately erupted in agreement, with everyone's eyes gleaming with a desire for power and a vision of the future. Zhuo Songmu's voice boomed like thunder, instantly igniting the crowd's fervor. Cries of "Destroy the Chu family! Seize the Yunxiao sect's legacy!" echoed throughout the grand hall. Although Gao Wumian joined the chanting, his eyes lacked the same fervor as the others. He merely went along to avoid standing out. As soon as the meeting concluded, Gao Wumian quickly left the Yusho sect and headed straight for Qingshan Academy. He knew he had to report this matter to the dean and the elder immediately. Along the way, his mind was racing. The Chu family was currently in an ascendant position, especially with the so-called demon emperor beast god, whose power was unfathomable. Provoking such a being could lead to the complete annihilation of the so-called Holy Land Yusho sect, let alone their Qingshan Academy. Gao Wumian was also puzzled by Yusho sect's mention of the martial emperor. Everyone knew that in the human realm, to break through and become a martial emperor, one needed the approval of the Hell Gate. Otherwise, it was a dead end. Such an unrealistic promise made him skeptical of Yusho sect's plan. Upon returning to the academy, Gao Wumian immediately sought out Dean Mo Shaoling and reported everything he had heard at the Yusho sect. Mo Shaoling listened with a furrowed brow and, without hesitation, took Gao Wumian to see Elder Shengfeng. Despite his gray hair and humble attire, Elder Shengfeng's eyes shone with wisdom. After Mo Shaoling briefly recapped the situation, he couldn't help but ask, "Elder, what do you think the Yusho sect is up to? If they truly have the capability to destroy the Chu family, why don't they act alone and reap all the benefits instead of sharing with us?" Elder Shengfeng pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "You're right. This doesn't align with the Yusho sect's usual behavior." His gaze sharpened. "If I'm not mistaken, they aim to acquire the Yunxiao sect's legacy, but are wary of the Chu family's beast god's power. So, they plan to use us as pawns to test the Chu family's strength. In the eyes of the powerful demon emperor, the Chu family, with only 6 stars, might not be that significant." With a furrowed brow, Shengfeng Laozu analyzed carefully. Last time a martial saint appeared, the beast god took action. But this time, Even with 3 martial venerables and many strong fighters targeting the Chu family, the beast god hasn't shown up. This likely means that without the presence of a martial saint, the Chu family's beast god might not intervene. Mo Shaoling looked serious and asked, "Should we join this battle to annihilate the Chu family?" Shengfeng shook his head decisively, his tone firm. "No, we cannot participate. We can't afford to gamble on this. If we fail, our Qingshan Academy's legacy of nearly 10,000 years will be gone." Mo Shaoling appeared worried. "But if we don't participate, it will surely displease the beast-taming sect. They've long been wary of you, Laozu. If we don't join the fight, they might take this opportunity to target our Qingshan Academy." Shengfeng suddenly showed a look of determination. "No matter, I will break through to become a martial saint right now." "What?" Mo Shaoling exclaimed. "Laozu, are you confident you can break through to martial saint?" Shengfeng shook his head with a bitter smile. "No, not at all." Mo Shaoling looked puzzled and wanted to ask more, but Shengfeng interrupted. "Enough. Go make arrangements and prepare for my funeral." "Ah." Mo Shaoling widened his eyes in shock, momentarily at a loss. Days later, news spread like a whirlwind to the beast-taming sect. The ancestor of Qingshan Academy forced a breakthrough to respond to the sect's call to annihilate the Chu family and perished in the process. Zhuo Tsangmu frowned, murmuring to himself, "Is this old guy really dead or just pretending? How did he die so conveniently?" A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes, and he immediately dispatched 2 martial venerable elders to Qingshan Academy to pay respects. Of course, the main goal was to confirm whether the old guy was truly dead. Zhuo Tsangmu thought to himself, "If he's truly dead, that's fine. But if he's faking it, I'll make sure he dies again to eliminate this threat." However, when the 2 elders returned, their report made Zhuo Tsangmu sigh. The old guy was indeed dead. But this also means that there will be one less formidable martial lord to aid in the destruction of the Chu family. Zhuo Tsangmu frowned, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Why couldn't he die on the battlefield? "What a waste," he muttered, shaking his head with a cold look in his eyes. "Sect Master, Qingshan Academy mentioned that Sheng Feng's funeral will be held next month, so it might take some time before they can join the battle," a respectful elder reported, his voice tinged with caution. "Why next month? They said there's an auspicious day then." How foolish. A warrior believing in such common superstitions." Zhuo Tsangmu scoffed, clenching his fist slightly before relaxing it. "But considering their ancestor died responding to our beast sect's call, I won't push them too hard." He glanced at the other elders. "What about the other factions?" "Sect Master, all other factions are ready and prepared to strike at any moment." Zhuo Tsangmu's lips curled into a cold smile. "Good. Then let's start with those flying the Chu family's battle flag. Let everyone see the consequences of following the Chu family." His voice was icy, filled with murderous intent. "Elder Xiaomu, Elder Zhonglu, you 2 will represent our beast sect in the battle." "Yes." The 2 elders responded in unison, their aura bursting forth instantly. "Clan leader, something terrible has happened. One of our allied forces has been wiped out." Chu Hongxiao reported urgently to the clan leader, his steps hurried, his expression grave. As he reached the door, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from within the room, overwhelming, as if an emperor had descended, making it hard for him to breathe. The aura of a martial emperor? Has the clan leader broken through to martial emperor? Chu Hongxiao was shocked, then immediately felt guilty. How could I disturb the clan leader at such a crucial time? What if something goes wrong with the breakthrough? In fact, Chu Jingua should have broken through long ago, but he was delayed by family affairs, causing him to fall behind the other martial emperors. The door slowly opened, and Chu Jingua appeared at the entrance, his expression still serious, the aura of his recent breakthrough not yet fully retracted. "What did you just say?" "Clan leader, the Chingyong sect, our affiliated 5-star sect, has been destroyed. Our battle flag was broken and replaced with the beast sect's flag, and our other affiliated forces have also been attacked." Chu Hongxiao reported quickly, sweat beading on his forehead. "So, the 8-star beast sect has made a move against us." Chu Jingua squinted his eyes, a hint of killing intent. Previously, there were rumors that one of the instigating martial lords was a beast sect elder, but the Chu family felt they weren't strong enough to destroy them, so they hadn't acted. Unexpectedly, the beast sect struck first. It seems so. Perhaps the beast sect covets the Yunxiao sect's legacy, or they think our rapid growth is a threat to them. "What should we do, clan leader?" Chu Jingyue's eyes sharpened. "What else? Since they want war, then war it is. Our Chu family has been developing for over a year without experiencing a major battle. This is the perfect opportunity." His voice was low and filled with killing intent. "It's time for the ruler of the Qian region to change." After months, the legacy of the Yunxiao sect had been mostly absorbed, and the family's strength had significantly increased. It was time to test their progress. Chu Jingua immediately convened all the elders. The hall was filled with people standing solemnly, the atmosphere tense. "Is it finally time for battle? I've been looking forward to this for so long." The 10th elder, Chu Shiron, clenched his fists excitedly, his eyes shining. Despite his white hair and aged appearance, his eyes were sharp and his battle intent unmatched. Everyone was curious. Ever since he returned from the Refining Heart Tower, he seemed to have gained some opportunity, becoming more spirited. Some elders speculated he had acquired a powerful physique because he became as combative as Chu Jian. Chu Jian secretly chuckled. If not for the divine beast's advice not to reveal his opportunity, he would have told everyone he had acquired the sacred physique, the battle saint physique. As a sacred physique, it was incredibly powerful, especially in battle, making breakthroughs easy. He was eager and ready for action. All right, in that case, let's use this battle to establish our Chu family's reputation in the Qian region. Chu Jingua and the elders began detailed strategic planning. Chu Tian also emerged, leading some family members to attack the conquered Chingyong sect. The site was now occupied by Tian men, flying the beast sect's flag, fluttering mockingly at the Chu family's incompetence. Not only did he plan to drive them back, but he also aimed to strike at Tianmen's stronghold. As he left, the sky suddenly darkened, and a black tower descended from the heavens, landing in Chu Tianyang's hand, emitting a faint black light and an overwhelming aura. It was Long Yuan's lifebound artifact, the Wuan Tower. If we're going to kill, we'll kill until they tremble in fear. Let the entire Qian region know the might of the Chu family. And take this opportunity to make the Chu family the true overlord of the Qian region. The beast god's voice echoed in Chu Tianyang's ear, thunderous. Yes, I will not fail. Chu Tianyang replied solemnly, his eyes flashing with cold light. His target was clear, the martial lords among those forces. Long Yuan observed everything happening in the Qian region, but generally did not intervene in troubles the Chu family could handle. If the strongest in this world were only at the emperor level, he could easily sweep everything, using accelerated methods to quickly elevate the family's rank. But that was not the case. Beyond the emperor level was the god level, perhaps even higher realms. Simply acting as a crutch might allow them to quickly break through to the emperor level, but reaching godhood or higher would be difficult. The Chu family needed to be tempered by blood and fire, which is why he held back. You all must strive hard. You're not far from becoming a 7-star family. Chu Tianyang had achieved martial lord status, and the Chu family now had 6 martial emperors, nearing the threshold of a 7-star family. However, Long Yuan felt a bit frustrated. Although he helped Chu Yunling contract 2 martial emperor beasts, the system only counted her as a single martial emperor. This left Long Yuan vexed. If not for this, the 7-star family task would have been completed. Long Yuan also considered contracting a beast emperor for other family members, which would instantly create another beast emperor. Unfortunately, being a beast master required special talent. Otherwise, even with a contracted spirit beast, they couldn't gain cultivation feedback during breakthroughs. Host, Long Yuan. Species, Azure Flame Blue Dragon. Realm, cultivation, 9th order demon emperor perfection. Body cultivation, 10th order demon god perfection. Current task, elevate the guardian family to a 7-star family. Task rewards, 10 years of cultivation, 1 bloodline regression, 10 sacred artifacts, 5 sources of sacred physique, 5 sources of sacred martial soul, emperor level body refinement technique, cosmic star technique. Guardian family level, 6-star. Host cultivation speed increased by 60 times. Looking at the rewards, Long Yuan licked his lips. This period of cultivation had brought him closer to the god level. He felt that completing the 7-star family task would definitely allow his realm cultivation to break through to the god level. Imagine cultivating non-stop for 600 years under a divine technique. Breaking through to the god level was inevitable. Chu Tianyang led a portion of his clan to leave first, with the Dragon Guard following closely behind. The Dragon Guard was commanded by the left and right Dragon Lords, Chu Jinshan and Chu Yunling, both of whom were formidable martial emperors. After undergoing the Heart Refining Tower's trials, Chu Jinshan's Jade Spirit Sword Soul evolved into a king-level Heavenly Sword Soul, significantly boosting his combat power. Chu Yunling, leveraging her unique abilities as a beast master and the breakthroughs of her contracted spirit beasts, quickly ascended to the rank of martial emperor. Chu Yunling's primary spirit beast, the Fire Lin beast, was nearing the 7th-tier demon sovereign level. This advancement was due to the sacred martial soul essence she acquired in the Heart Refining Tower, the Heart of Beast Mastery. While this martial soul doesn't directly enhance her own combat strength, it continuously refines the bloodline of her contracted spirit beasts as her cultivation progresses, making it a priceless treasure for a beast master. Long Yuan observed the Fire Lin beast and noticed its Fire Kirin bloodline had awakened to 25, a remarkable improvement from the initial 3. This progress was credited to the Heart of Beast Mastery. If the bloodline's awakening reaches 100, the Fire Lin beast could potentially become a god in physical form, ascending to a divine level of strength. Another powerful spirit beast under Chu Yunling's command was the Azure Sky Thundercloud Jiao, which also possessed considerable strength. It bore the Azure Dragon bloodline and was personally discovered by Long Yuan in the depths of the 9 Heavens mountain range. Although it didn't add another martial emperor to the system, it was undoubtedly a significant force for the Chu family. In the realm of martial emperors, unless faced with a divine emperor physique, Chu Yunling was nearly invincible. Master, won't the beast god intervene? The Fire Lin sovereign asked Chu Yunling. Chu Yunling calmly replied, if the beast god intervened, there would be no need for us. Perhaps this is the beast god's test for the Chu family. We must give it our all and demonstrate the Chu family's might to the entire Qin domain. It's said that the Beast Master sect has pills that can enhance spirit beasts' bloodlines. We'll see some for you like candy later. The two spirit beasts' eyes sparkled with excitement at her words. The Azure Sky Thundercloud Jiao agreed. The master is right. If the beast god intervened, we would have nothing to do. Old Qing, the Fire Lin sovereign asked curiously. The beast god mentioned you have a trace of Azure Dragon bloodline, being part of the Dragon clan. Can you sense the beast god's power? Can't sense it, the Azure Sky Thundercloud Jiao replied. But as part of the Dragon clan, as long as one becomes pure blood, regardless of cultivation level, their physical strength reaches a divine level. You, being part of the Kirin clan, should understand this. Chu Yunling looked at the two spirit beasts and asked curiously, what are you two talking about? What divine level? We may not know the exact definition of divine level, but it's certain that the power of the beast god far surpasses that of an emperor-level expert, Huolin Huang explained solemnly to Chu Yunling. In the presence of the beast god, those martial emperors and demon emperors are insignificant. Hearing this, Chu Yunling's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but gasp. She had originally thought the beast god was merely equivalent to a demon emperor, but she hadn't expected it to be so powerful. Is the beast god really that strong? She murmured in disbelief. But isn't emperor level supposed to be the strongest? How can there be something even more powerful? While Chu Yunling was still in shock, Chu Jinshan and Chu Zhan, along with the Dragon Guard, were ready and set to move out. Their presence in Chingyong City caused quite a stir, as many martial artists realized that a major event was about to unfold upon seeing the large number of strong Chu family members assembling. Do you think the Chu family can stand against the beast-taming sect? The martial artists in the city whispered among themselves, some asking with concern. Isn't it obvious? Another replied dismissively. Without the beast god, how could the Chu family possibly be a match for the beast-taming sect? Moreover, I've heard that this time the beast-taming sect has mobilized all its affiliated forces. That's an enormous power. The Chu family and their allies alone can't possibly contend with that. However, someone added, all of this assumes the beast god doesn't intervene. If the beast god steps in, I fear only emperor-level experts could withstand it. This was a consensus among almost everyone. As long as the opposing side lacked emperor-level experts, the Chu family couldn't be easily defeated. Yet, people were also curious why the beast-taming sect would risk provoking the Chu family. Knowing this fact, wasn't this a path to self-destruction? With the Chu family's mobilization, many affiliated forces also responded. Of course, weaker forces were not qualified to join the upcoming battle. Only sects or families with at least martial king-level experts had the right to participate. Otherwise, they would merely serve as cannon fodder. Understanding the Chu family's strength, more affiliated forces chose to join in. The entire Chingyong City was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, with everyone waiting for the imminent epic battle to unfold. Chu Tian led a group of his clan members like a sharp arrow, piercing straight into the heart of the Qingyun sect. The powerful members of Tianmen had anticipated their arrival, knowing that they held many of Qingyun sect's members hostage to lure them out. They were well prepared within the sect, having waited for some time. Xiuli, the elder of Tianmen, hobbled over with a cane to stand before the sect's patriarch, Dishi Tian. He bowed slightly and reported in a trembling voice, Patriarch, the Chu clan's patriarch, Chu Tianyong, has arrived outside our sect. Upon hearing this, Dishi Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He sneered and said, I've heard that Chu Tianyong recently broke through to the martial sovereign level, matching my own. In that case, I shall personally take his head and present it to the Beastmaster sect as a tribute. Let him understand that an 8-star sect is not something a nouveau riche like him can easily offend. With that, Dishi Tian's black robe billowed as if caught in a gust of wind, and his aura surged like a tidal wave. His eyes were sharp, seemingly able to pierce through the void. Xiuli quickly chimed in. Chu Tianyong has only just reached the martial sovereign level. With your abilities, Patriarch, taking his head would be as easy as retrieving something from a bag. Dishi Tian smiled at these words, and in a flash, he disappeared, reappearing at the front gate of the Qingyun sect in the next moment. By this time, Chu Tianyong had also arrived at the sect entrance. He frowned deeply at the sight of the corpses strewn about, seething with anger. He thought to himself, if you have a grievance against my Chu clan, declare war openly. Why resort to such despicable tactics? Little did he know, the Beastmaster sect's actions were a test of the beast god's limits. As soon as the two faced off, Chu Tianyong mocked. What's this? Just you? Didn't the martial sovereign elders from other factions join you? This comment hit Chu Tian like a heavy blow. His white hair moved as if in a storm, like a furious beast. Chu Tianyang's words implied he was unworthy, a blatant display of contempt. Chu Tian laughed in his fury, his voice dripping with disdain. Chu Tianyang, you upstart. How dare you act so arrogantly before me? You've only cultivated for just over 100 years. What right do you have to bark before a senior like me who has cultivated for thousands? With a roar, Chu Shiron transformed into a beam of light, launching himself at Chu Tianyang like an arrow from a bow. Chu Tianyang looked on with disdain, a mocking smile playing at his lips. It took you thousands of years to reach the level of Wuan? Your cultivation speed is truly pathetic. This comment ignited a blaze of fury in Chu Shiron's heart. I'll kill you, he bellowed, his fists glowing with radiant energy that surged forward like a tidal wave towards Chu Tianyang. Chu Tianyang countered with a cold smile, leaping effortlessly into the sky. Their figures clashed in midair, and with each collision of fists and palms, dazzling light erupted, sending ripples of energy in all directions, creating a terrifying spectacle. Amidst the fierce battle, Chu Shiron was astonished to find Chu Tianyang's power far exceeded his expectations. Clearly only at the early stage of Wuan. How can your combat strength be so formidable? He asked in shock. Chu Tianyang replied disdainfully. Merely latest-stage Wuan. You're overestimating yourself. Though his myriad spirit sacred body didn't enhance his combat strength as much as other sacred bodies, it was more than enough to surpass 2 minor realms against an ordinary body. As they fought, exchanging words and blows, thunderous crashes echoed across the sky. The evenly matched battle left the Tianmin elder Ciuli stunned, muttering in disbelief. How is this possible? Didn't Chu Tianyang just recently break through to Wuan? At that moment, Chu Jinan's furious shout resonated across the battlefield. Come on, you Tianmin brats, witness the might of the Chu family. He charged into the enemy ranks, radiating blinding golden light, showcasing the full power of his battle saint body. Chu Hongxiao, Chu Yunfei, Chu Shiron, and others followed him into the fray. Chu Shiron directly confronted Ciuli. Ciuli looked down on the young man, not yet 20, and scoffed. Where does this little brat get such overconfidence? Go home and drink your milk. This remark thoroughly enraged Chu Shiron. He roared, golden lightning crackling around him, suddenly exuding the powerful aura of the martial emperor realm. Ciuli's eyes widened in disbelief at the little brat before him. You'll regret those words, old man. Chu Shiron charged at Ciuli like a bolt of lightning. Despite his shock, Ciuli reacted swiftly, wielding his 6th-tier spiritual weapon staff in defense. The clash of these two martial emperor powerhouses instantly created a massive energy vortex around them. Although Tianmin had a Wuan ancestor, as a non-7th-tier sect, their number of martial emperors was limited. Besides Ciuli, only one other martial emperor elder accompanied them. Chu Hongxiao and Chu Yunfei, 2 powerful warriors at the peak of their abilities, joined forces to confront the intruder, igniting a colossal battle. In the sky, the clash of these 2 martial masters unleashed waves of energy and dazzling light. On the ground, warriors of the emperor level and below were locked in fierce combat, with vibrant bursts of energy exploding like fireworks. Wherever the battle raged, mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. Once towering peaks were reduced to flatlands in an instant, and menacing fissures spread like a spider's web. The destructive power of this battle was truly terrifying. At this moment, the patriarch of the Chingyong sect and his disciples broke through the suppression of Tianmin and fought their way out. Despite being heavily injured, the patriarch remained a formidable emperor-level warrior. His fists were stained with blood as he roared with fury, each blow reducing Tianmin disciples to mere blood mist. You've killed so many of our disciples. Today, you will pay with your blood, the Chingyong sect patriarch shouted, his rage palpable as he unleashed the full might of an emperor. Under his onslaught, Tianmin disciples fell one after another, leaving no bodies behind. In the sky, a more terrifying clash of energies erupted. Both sides unleashed their most powerful martial techniques, as a colossal palm and a golden fist imprint collided high above. The blinding light was as dazzling as the sun, and the overwhelming energy surged like a tsunami. With a thunderous crash, Chu Shiron was struck by this energy, sending him hurtling back hundreds of meters. His throat felt sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling instantly. Holy-level martial technique. Chu Shiron exclaimed in shock. Did your Chu family really obtain the Yunxiao sect's legacy? He was astounded, as even Tianmin did not possess such techniques. What baffled him more was that his opponent was only at the early stage of martial mastery, yet their combat strength was terrifying, especially their physical resilience, which far exceeded his own. Guess. Chu Tianyang sneered, his figure flickering as he launched another fierce assault. This supreme martial technique indeed came from the Yunxiao sect's legacy, but he had no intention of revealing any more information. That's the power of a family's legacy, shouted Chu Tian. refusing to be outdone as he unleashed his own 7th-tier spiritual weapon. Opposite him, Chu Tian, with his considerable wealth, revealed 2 7th-tier spiritual weapons at once, causing Chu Tian to feel secretly astonished. Above Chu Tianyang's head floated a dark red bell, while he tightly gripped a silver war halberd in his hand, launching a fierce attack on Chu Tian. Boom! The bell's sound reverberated through the sky, deafeningly loud. Following that, the war halberd descended with tremendous force. The bell's sound transformed into visible red ripples, spreading outward. The halberd unleashed a silver slash hundreds of meters long, as if to tear the heavens and earth apart. Huh! Chu Tianyang let out a low shout, his energy surging around him. Silver starlight appeared on his body, a sign of having mastered the holy level technique, the star body refinement. Simultaneously, a silver-long knife materialized in his hand. This was a 7th-tier spiritual weapon he purchased from the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce. Azure slash. Chu Tianyang roared, swinging the knife down. In an instant, a kilometer-long silver blade light burst forth, colliding fiercely with the opponent's slash and the bell's ripples. Energy intertwined and exploded in the sky, dazzlingly bright. One slash blocked my 2 attacks, another holy-level martial skill. Chu Tian gritted his teeth in anger, roaring as he charged forward again. In a flash, the 2 figures clashed once more, the battle growing increasingly intense. Meanwhile, the battle below was equally fierce. A martial emperor elder from Tianmen fell under the joint assault of Chu Hongxiao, Chu Yunfei, and the patriarch of Chingyong sect. The Chingyong sect patriarch punched through the opponent's chest, yet was also rendered powerless by the opponent's dying counterattack, collapsing to the side. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the sky. Seali's spiritual staff shattered under the fierce blows of Chu Shiron's thunder fists. Chu Shiron then landed another punch on Seali's abdomen, golden lightning piercing through his body. Seali staggered backward, blood spilling from his mouth, his face filled with terror, all composure gone. Please, young brother, don't kill me. Seali's voice trembled as he pleaded for mercy. I was forced by the beast control sect. I had no choice. Seali fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, his voice choked with emotion. I don't know if you were forced, and I don't care, but you were the one who just told me to go home and drink milk. He silently prayed that his acting could deceive the seemingly young boy in front of him. However, Chu Shiron's expression suddenly turned cold and fierce. With a pointed finger, a golden lightning bolt shot out like a flash, piercing through Seali's forehead in an instant. Seali's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the boy before him. A trace of regret flashed through his mind. If he had known the Chu family was so troublesome, he wouldn't have been so eager to participate in their downfall. I was blinded by the martial emperor's legacy. This was his final whisper before he collapsed, life completely extinguished. Chu Shiron snorted coldly. Umph. Such petty tricks dare to show off in front of me, as if I went to the heart refining tower for a vacation. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Having undergone a lifetime of tempering in the heart refining tower, he had long seen through all kinds of deceitful tactics. With the fall of the 2 martial emperors from Tianmen, the others were powerless to resist. Chu Shiron showed no mercy, not even giving them a chance to surrender, annihilating thousands in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, as Chu Tianyang and Emperor Chu Tian engaged in an intense battle, the terrifying energy ripples spread like waves, keenly sensed by other martial sovereigns. That's the aura of Tianmen's patriarch, Emperor Chu Tian, fighting with another martial sovereign? It must be Chu Tianyang. The Chu family seems to have only one martial sovereign. Elder Shimu and Jianglu of the beast-taming sect had just eradicated a 4-star sect of tens of thousands, and now sense the 2 powerful auras clashing. Let's go. If we can capture Chu Tianyang alive, we can force them to hand over the Yunxiao sect's legacy. Xiaomu said eagerly. With Chu Tianyang, the patriarch of the Chu family, in our hands, the Chu family will have no choice but to submit. The 2 immediately headed towards Chingyong sect, while under the beast-taming sect's command, the martial sovereign-level experts from the affiliated sects also rushed to the same destination, all harboring the same thoughts. As for the affiliated forces with only martial emperor-level experts, they continued to slaughter the sects bearing the Chu family's battle flags, following the beast-taming sect's orders. Ha ha ha, kill. With the holy-level sect beast-taming sect backing us, what is there to fear from the Chu family? A martial emperor from an affiliated sect laughed wildly as he charged towards a Chu family stronghold. Meanwhile, an elder from the Wuan sect, with a face full of wrinkles, arrived at the entrance of 100 Flowers Valley. He licked his lips, unabashedly revealing a look of greedy desire. 100 Flowers Valley. The Wuan sect has come. Ha! In the past, both our sects were affiliates of the beast-taming sect, so we couldn't openly act against you. But now that you've betrayed the beast-taming sect and sided with the Chu family, I won't hold back today. His gaze fell on the Patriarch of 100 Flowers Valley. Patriarch of 100 Flowers Valley, you're also at the martial emperor level. If you become my furnace, my cultivation will surely break through to the martial sovereign realm, he thought to himself. Despite their similar years of cultivation, why did she maintain the appearance of a woman in her 40s? But that was even better. No need to turn off the lights. However, the patriarch of Hundred Flowers Valley, Xiao Min, was furious, trembling with anger, and gritted her teeth in retort. Humph. Betray the beast-taming sect? If I had the ability, I would have killed them all long ago. Every year, we have to offer over 100 of our most exquisite female disciples to those beasts in the beast-taming sect, and even our former sect leader of the Hahuan sect was tortured to death by that beast, Zhuot Songmu. That night, the anguished cries echoed throughout the entire sect, piercing everyone's ears. Since then, Xiao Min, the ancestor, had suffered a setback in her state of mind, making it difficult for her to advance further in her cultivation. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she muttered through clenched teeth. I wish I could devour their flesh and drink their marrow. Xiao Min glanced around, her gaze sweeping over the current sect leader and other women from the sect. Each of them stared angrily, their fury directed at the Hahuan sect. All of this was due to the beastly actions of the Yusho sect, which forced Baiwa Valley to seek protection from other sects. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Hahuan sect let out a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Min, speaking mockingly. Why speak so harshly? Many would envy the fortune of being favored by sect leader Zhua. Your sect leader being graced by him for a night is truly her good fortune. He continued his provocation. Besides, didn't you align with the Chu family, offering your female disciples willingly? What's the difference? Xiao Min could no longer contain her fury and shouted. If it's so wonderful, why don't you offer your mother to Zhuot Songmu? Let him favor her well. She clarified that although some female disciples had joined the Chu family, it was with their consent and through proper marriage, vastly different from the Yusho sect's vile actions. Seeing this, the ancestor of the Hahuan sect flashed a vicious look. He laughed loudly and ordered, since you don't appreciate kindness, then kill them. Hahuan sect disciples, have no restraint today. Take any woman from Baiwa sect you want. She's yours. Upon hearing this, Xiao Min's face twisted with rage. She shouted, fight. Even if we perish together today, we must not let the beasts of the Hahuan sect succeed. She thought to herself that they had endured enough of the past. Under the Chu family's protection these past months, they finally understood what freedom was. Even at the cost of their lives, they would resist to the end. Moreover, with family ties between the Chu family and Baiwa Valley, they surely wouldn't stand by idly. As soon as she finished speaking, a fierce battle erupted between the two factions. Sharp sword lights crisscrossed in the air, and powerful energy waves swept the surroundings. Screams echoed, and blood splattered everywhere. At that moment, a rampant voice called out, "Ha ha ha, beautiful ladies, here I come. This time I want 10 of you. I recently learned a new dual cultivation technique. Any beauties interested in practicing with me? I guarantee you'll be on cloud 9. My looting skills are top-notch, and being able to cultivate with me is a fortune you must have accumulated over several lifetimes. Ha ha." The disciples of the Hahuan sect laughed wildly, their eyes glinting with greed. They scanned the female disciples of the Baiwa Valley like hungry wolves, drool unconsciously dripping from their mouths. They had long coveted the women of Baiwa Valley because the valley possessed a magical technique. Women who practiced it not only maintained their youthful appearance, but became increasingly beautiful as their cultivation deepened. Throughout the Qian domain, marrying a Baiwa Valley disciple was a status symbol for men, and many resorted to unscrupulous means to win their favor. Better to shatter like jade than to be broken like pottery. Baiwa Valley's leader, Wen Ruyu, declared coldly. She wore a white veil, revealing only her stunning eyes. At this moment, she wielded a long sword, fiercely dueling with the Hahuan sect leader. The Hahuan sect leader laughed maniacally. I wonder if the esteemed leader would care to share a bed with me. In a few moves, he tore off Wen Ruyu's veil. To his shock, her face was covered in a network of grotesque scars. Damn, you scared me. What an ugly sight, the Hahuan sect leader exclaimed. Wen Ruyu's sword strikes became even more fierce as she coldly replied. It's thanks to those beasts from the Yusho sect. Ever since their leader met with misfortune, every successor has marred their face before taking the position to prevent the Yusho sect's beasts from targeting them. Xiao Min, your cultivation has stagnated for years. How can you be a match for me? The Hahuan sect elder sneered. Just give in to me, and I'll show you the joys of being a woman. He struck Xiao Min with a seemingly gentle palm, devoid of energy. TSK. This sensation, 2 words tight and firm. The Hahuan sect elder laughed lewdly, his eyes gleaming with repulsive desire. Go to hell, Xiao Min shouted, her body trembling with rage. In that moment of losing control, the highly skilled ancestor of the Hahuan sect seized the opportunity to capture her and seal her powers. Ha ha ha, now where should I start? The ancestor of the Hahuan sect roamed unchecked over Xiao Min, his eyes gleaming with greed. Ancestor, Wen Ruyu exclaimed in panic. For the disciples of the Hundred Flowers Valley, the ancestor at the martial emperor level was their greatest support. With Chiu Min captured, chaos erupted throughout the Hundred Flowers Valley. The disciples were either injured or captured, but no one was killed. The Huan sect's goal was dual cultivation, not slaughter. Heaven is dooming my Hundred Flowers Valley. Chiu Min wept bitterly, though she secretly felt relieved. But it's better than living a life of constant fear and humiliation. At that moment, the sect leader of the Huan sect noticed Wen Ruyu. You ugly freak, die. He spat in disgust at Wen Ruyu's appearance, unleashing his energy and striking with his palm. Suddenly, the clear sound of a sword rang out. A sharp sword light cut through the air, precisely severing the sect leader's arm. Who dares to ambush me? The sect leader shouted in shock and anger. Looking up, a figure appeared in the sky, holding a black long sword with a stern expression. Are you from the Chu family? The sect leader's face changed dramatically, and he instinctively stepped back. Chu Jinshan, Dragon Lord of the Chu family's Dragon Guard, the newcomer announced coldly. The Hundred Flowers Valley is allied with my family by marriage. How dare you covet it? Chu Jinshan descended step by step, his powerful sword aura swirling around him like a serpent. Chiu Min felt a bit of relief at Chu Jinshan's arrival, but when she realized he was alone and only at the initial martial emperor level, her anxiety returned. After all, the Huan sect ancestor was at the late martial emperor level. Just you? You underestimate the Huan sect. The ancestor sneered, already plotting how to capture Chu Jinshan and offer him to the beast sect for favor. One is enough to kill you, Chu Jinshan declared as his sacred sword swung. A dark sword light ripped through the void, targeting the Huan sect ancestor. Foolish child, today I will show you that even one small level difference is insurmountable. The ancestor laughed, his fist glowing with terrifying energy. Let's see how you kill me. He punched towards the dark sword light. To everyone's shock, with a slicing sound, the dark sword light swept through, instantly cleaving the powerful ancestor in two. The scene fell silent until the ancestor's body, split in half, hit the ground heavily, startling everyone awake. The ancestor dead? The Huan sect leader staggered back in disbelief. Before he could react, another sword light flashed, and his head flew off, bizarrely seeing his own headless body still standing. You should be able to handle the rest, right? Chu Jinshan asked calmly, holding the sacred sword, as if he had just done something trivial. Chiu Min swallowed hard, shocked. How could Chu Jinshan, also at the initial martial emperor level, be so terrifyingly powerful that he could instantly kill a late martial emperor? Thank you for your assistance, senior. We can handle the rest now. Chiu Min steadied herself, expressing her gratitude to Chu Jinshan. The crisis at the Hundred Flowers Valley was thus resolved. When Ruyu snapped out of her shock, her eyes sparkling with amazement. Looking at the scene before her, she couldn't help but exclaim. So powerful. This is the legendary strongest dragon guardian of the Chu family? Truly terrifying. She turned to Chu Jinshan, her tone urgent. Here's a suggestion for you. Why not take advantage of this victory and completely annihilate the Huan sect? Chu Jinshan shook his head slightly, his voice calm. Since their martial emperor patriarch has already fallen, I doubt the others pose any threat to you. I don't need to go. With that, he turned and walked away, his figure quickly disappearing from view. The dragon guardians of the Chu family wasted no time, swiftly dispersing to rescue those under siege. Their mission was clear: only target forces guarded by martial emperor powerhouses. As for the more formidable martial lords, they tacitly left those for the patriarch to handle. As when Ruyu watched Chu Jinshan leave, a sharp glint appeared in her eyes. She shouted, "Wipe out these Huan sect scoundrels." Before the words had fully left her mouth, she was already leading the disciples of Hundred Flowers Valley in a fierce counterattack. The battle was brutal yet brief. In just moments, thousands of Huan sect disciples lay dead under the swords of Hundred Flowers Valley, their blood staining the ground red. When the dust settled, when Ruyu turned to Chiu Min, her voice tinged with hesitation. Patriarch, should we, as that senior suggested, completely destroy the Huan sect? Chiu Min sighed deeply, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Who would have thought our two sects would come to this? His voice was full of regret, as if recalling past times. In ancient times, our two sects were not only powerful but deeply connected, Chiu Min recounted slowly. Back then, there were often marriages between the saints of both sections. Unfortunately, as time passed, both sects declined. His gaze turned profound, as if traversing through time. The Huan sect took the wrong path, using women as mere vessels. But according to some fragmented records from Hundred Flowers Valley, in ancient times, although the Huan sect also practiced dual cultivation, it was mutually beneficial. It not only caused no harm to the partner, but even enhanced their cultivation. Chiu Min's tone carried a hint of nostalgia. So in those days, many female disciples of Hundred Flowers Valley longed to become the partners of Huan sect warriors. But as time went on, everything changed. Finally, Chiu Min took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute. Destroy them. What else can be said at this point? His voice was filled with determination, as if drawing a tragic conclusion to the once cherished bond between the two sects. When Ryu led the disciples of Baiwa Valley like a sharp arrow straight into the heart of the Hahuan sect, her eyes gleamed with determination, with each step resonating with resolve. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, Chu Yunling was showcasing her remarkable prowess. She successfully rescued an affiliated sect of the Chu family, demonstrating incredible power. Chu Yunling and her two spirit beasts worked in perfect harmony, their combined strength of three martial emperors crashing through enemy defenses like an overwhelming tidal wave. Such formidable power was enough to instill fear in most factions, leaving them unable to resist. As the flames of war spread, it wasn't just the Chu family fighting. Many of their affiliated forces also joined the fray. They were well aware of the ruthless tactics of the Yusho sect, fearing that if the enemy gained the upper hand, they too would face dire consequences. Consequently, for other six-star sects in Zhangzhou and several six-star forces from neighboring regions entered the conflict, bringing together numerous martial emperor-level experts. These factions understood clearly. If the Chu family fell, they would share in the misfortune. If the Chu family triumphed, they could share in the spoils. However, they were confident that the Chu family would not be defeated, as a powerful beast god was on their side, ensuring their victory. The battlefield shifted to the skies above the Chingyong sect, where Chu Tianyong engaged in a fierce duel with Di Shitian. Amidst the flashing swords, Chu Tianyong pierced Di Shitian's forehead with a single strike, seizing the opponent's spiritual weapon in the process. Yet, before he could savor his victory, a dozen terrifying auras thundered towards him like rolling thunder. Standing in the air, Chu Tianyong's eyes shone with a sharp, blade-like light as he unleashed his powerful presence without reservation. He let out a cold laugh, thinking to himself, "Have they all come? Good. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one." In moments, led by elders Xia Mu and Zhang Lu of the Yusho sect, a group of over a dozen martial sovereigns descended, encircling Chu Tianyong. The air was thick with tension, ready to ignite at any moment. Xia Mu's gaze was intense, his voice filled with menace. "Chu Tianyong, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the Wudi inheritance from Yunshao sect immediately. Such an opportunity is not for a small family like yours to possess." The martial sovereign ancestors from the Guangming sect and others eyed Chu Tianyong greedily. One of them chimed in. "Indeed, Chu Tianyong, considering the difficulty of cultivation for a martial sovereign, it's best you hand over the treasures willingly, or face certain death." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyong's lips curled into a mocking smile, a glint of disdain in his eyes. "Difficult cultivation? Sorry, but I've only been on the rise for less than 2 years. As for the Wudi inheritance," his voice suddenly rose, filled with provocation, "if my Chu family isn't qualified, then which of you is? Is the beast-taming sect really worthy of possessing the martial emperor's legacy with the way you all behave? Even if you obtained it, what then? You'd still end up groveling like lapdogs in front of the Hell's Gate, handing over the so-called legacy without daring to utter a word. You think your pathetic, fawning demeanor qualifies you to be the overlords of Qinyu? You're nothing but a disgrace to us. If I were your ancestor, I'd be ashamed enough to bash my head in right here." Chu Tianyong mocked. "Chu Tianyong, you deserve to die? Do you have any idea of Hell's Gate's power? When you truly face them, your Chu family will fare worse than us." Xiaomu roared in anger. "Humph, and what if we do meet them? Last time, so many martial saints came to Chingyong City and ended up dying like ants. Don't talk to me about martial saints, or even if the martial emperor of Hell's Gate appeared. What could he do to my Chu family?" Chu Tianyong retorted. "Nonsense. Without your beast god, what do you think your Chu family counts for?" Zhang Lu cursed. "That's a fair point. If you're so capable, why don't you find a powerful beast god of your own? I won't object. But with your beast-taming sect's reputation, I doubt any divine beast would even look your way." Chu Tianyong taunted. "Chu Tianyong, I'll kill you," Xiaomu shouted, his rage reaching a boiling point. But despite his anger, his mind was on edge, wary of the beast god's potential intervention. His mental energy spread, ready to react to any sudden threat from the beast god. Attack! Other martial lords charged forward, unleashing powerful techniques, giving Chu Tianyong no room to resist, aiming to suppress him instantly. "If you refuse to play fair, don't blame me," Chu Tianyong shouted. "Tower God, please suppress these martial lords." With a whoosh, Long Yuan's life-bound artifact, the 10,000 Dragons Tower, appeared and soared into the sky, growing to the size of a mountain. It shook violently, and with the sound of dragons roaring, the void trembled. Before the martial lords could react, they exploded into blood mist, scattering in the wind. "Beast God Mighty! Tower God Mighty!" Chu Shiron shouted excitedly from below. The beast god was indeed invincible, and even his life-bound artifact was this powerful. After previously suppressing a martial emperor, it now easily took down over a dozen martial lords. It must be a holy, or even imperial artifact. Chu Yunfei and others marveled. Even without the beast god's direct intervention, his life-bound artifact was unrivaled. I didn't want to summon the tower god so soon, but you left me no choice, Chu Tian said, as he caught the now shrunken 10,000 dragons tower in his hands. All members of the Chu family and allied forces, listen up. Destroy the beast-taming sect's allied forces immediately. Those who surrender may be spared. Chu Tianyang's voice boomed across Zhangzhou and the surrounding regions, signaling a shift in the battle's dynamics. Soon, news spread like a hurricane throughout Xinyu. All the martial lord ancestors who sided with the beast-taming sect against the Chu family had perished. This development sent shockwaves rippling through the realm, as the death of all martial lords on a battlefield dominated by them signaled a decisive turn in the battle. The power of the Chu family shocked the entire Xinyu region. Even without the intervention of the beast god, the Chu family demonstrated an overwhelming advantage, effortlessly defeating numerous martial arts masters. As the news spread, people speculated that the Chu family might become a superpower second only to the beast-taming sect. However, even more astonishing details soon emerged. It turned out that the Chu family did not rely solely on Chu Tianyang's strength to win, but used the beast god's natal spiritual weapon. It was said that this mysterious weapon instantly slaughtered all opposing martial masters. People gasped in disbelief and once again focused their attention on the enigmatic beast god of the Chu family. What kind of incredible luck did the Chu family have to acquire such a powerful guardian beast? People wondered with both envy and confusion. It was well known that the rise of the Chu family began when they encountered this guardian beast. Rumor had it that the Chu family's beast god might have received the martial emperor's legacy from the Yuan sect, enabling it to cultivate to the martial emperor level. But why would such a powerful being willingly become the Chu family's guardian beast? This mystery remains unsolved. As the news spread, the affiliated sects of the beast-taming sect were thrown into panic. Their martial master ancestors had been completely wiped out, and now their only option seemed to be escape. Some suggested seeking the protection of the beast-taming sect's martial saint, only to be mocked by their peers. Are you crazy? If the beast-taming sect's martial saint could intervene, he would have done so already. The fact that even two martial masters have died, and he remains inactive clearly shows his fear of the Chu family's beast god. The situation was tumultuous, and many factions, even those with sect leaders, struggled to maintain morale. Many people began quietly packing their belongings, preparing to flee. After all, this conflict concerned the position of the Xinyu region's overlord, and any misstep could lead to their complete ruin. The entire Xinyu region was enveloped in an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty, with everyone watching and waiting for the next development in the situation. The battle's outcome was clear, and victory for the Chu family seemed inevitable. Everyone understood that with the mysterious Beast Emperor's protection, the Chu family remained unshaken, while the faction led by the Beastmaster sect was destined for defeat. The result was apparent. The matter of victory and defeat was settled. At this moment, internal tensions surged within the Beastmaster sect. Leaders from various factions gathered, pleading with the sect's ancestor, Yuan, to intervene and turn the tide. In their eyes, Yuan was the last hope for altering the situation. Deep within the Beastmaster sect, Yuan furrowed his brows, his expression grave. This confrontation had finally revealed the other side's limits to him. Even if the mysterious beast god did not act directly, he would protect the Chu family from the shadows. Yuan was puzzled as to why such a high-ranking beast emperor would value a small family like the Chus so much. Logically, such beings should remain detached, not meddling in worldly affairs. As for the heavy losses among the allied forces, with several martial masters fallen, Yuan was indifferent. After all, they weren't from the Beastmaster sect itself. However, the deaths of elders Xia Mu and Zhang Lu pained him slightly. These martial masters didn't rise to prominence overnight like the Chu family, but reached their current level through centuries of arduous cultivation. To perish now was truly unfortunate. Including the martial master elder who led the earlier disturbance in Chingyong City, and another taken by the Hell Gate's martial saint, the Beastmaster sect had lost 4 martial masters, significantly weakening its power. At that moment, a thunderous shout suddenly erupted above the Beastmaster sect, resonating in everyone's ears. Ancestor Yuan of the Beastmaster sect, do you plan to continue hiding here? So many martial masters were used as cannon fodder by you, yet you feel no guilt. Yuan instantly recognized the voice, his gaze turning icy. Chu Tianyang, he thought, before swiftly appearing above the Beastmaster sect. Yuan stared coldly at Chu Tianyang, his voice carrying a threat. How dare you storm into my Beastmaster sect alone? Do you really think I won't kill you? Chu Tianyang, unafraid, retorted, I bet you don't dare. If you truly had the nerve, you would have acted already. Instead, you're hiding like a turtle, too scared to face anyone. Although Chu Tianyang was only at the martial lord level, his presence was even more imposing than that of the martial saint, Yuan. Yuan gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, but he dared not act rashly. He was anxious, not only worried about the mysterious beast god taking action, but also apprehensive about the power of the Black Tower in Chu Tianyang's hand. What do you want, Chu Tianyang? Du Yuan asked coldly. Our two factions have their differences, but it hasn't come to a point of mutual destruction, has it? Although we, the beast-taming sect, have wiped out some of your Chu family's subordinate forces, it shouldn't have affected your family much, right? Your presence here today, with such arrogance, isn't that a bit overboard? Chu Tianyang responded with a cold laugh. Overboard? Not at all. The moment your beast-taming sect cut down our Chu family battle flag, it was a declaration of war. You should have been prepared for this. What do you want then? Let's fight, Du Yuan challenged. Fight? Just you, a mere martial lord? Du Yuan scoffed. Humph, with the divine tower in my hand. With that, Chu Tianyang revealed the black tower he held. Du Yuan's face changed dramatically as he yelled, "You shameless!" But it was too late. The black tower soared into the sky, expanding rapidly, its powerful aura overwhelming, immobilizing the strong figures of the beast-taming sect. Ah! Du Yuan roared, unleashing the terrifying power of a martial saint. To Chu Tianyang's shock, a spiritual portal appeared behind Du Yuan, and a saint-level spirit beast, a demon tiger, emerged. Chu Tianyang exclaimed, "Your beast-taming sect hides well. To think you have two martial saints? Regardless, Du Yuan, you won't escape today. Tower God, kill the enemy." Chu Tianyang bowed deeply, and a dragon's roar echoed across the sky, shaking the heavens with an immense aura. Amidst the violent spatial tremors, Du Yuan and his holy spirit beast were instantly crushed to dust. "No, you can't kill me." Du Yuan's soul, reduced to the size of a fist, screamed in terror. "I'm backed by Hell's Gate. If you kill me, the martial emperor experts from Hell's Gate will annihilate your Chu family, erasing you from this world." Chu Tianyang sneered. "Heh, to Hell's Gate. Your beast-taming sect is no better than a dog. Do you really think they'd intervene for you? Du Yuan, you overestimate your worth." Before he finished speaking, the Wanlong Tower trembled fiercely, and Du Yuan's soul was instantly obliterated. Below, in the beast-taming sect masters Wei Songmu slumped to the ground, muttering in despair, "The martial saint ancestor is dead. It's over. Our beast-taming sect is finished." As for the leaders of the affiliated forces, they stood in complete shock, their minds blank. "Why is this happening?" the Light Sect's leader shouted in terror. "Didn't the beast-taming sect tell us the Chu family's beast god wouldn't intervene due to certain reasons? And wasn't Hell's Gate's martial emperor supposed to be our support? They said they wouldn't intervene. Where's your backing now? This time, the beast-taming sect has truly led us to our doom." A cry of despair pierced through the chaos of the battlefield. Amid the turmoil, some sect leaders and clan heads could no longer hold back, their voices trembling as they declared, "We are willing to surrender." At that moment, the downfall of the beast-taming sect was inevitable. Even if they managed to narrowly escape total annihilation, they would fall from the ranks of the 8-star sects, losing any chance of dominating the Qian domain. In the blink of an eye, all the leaders of the sects and families bowed to Chu Tianyang, expressing their submission. Suot Sungmu's face was ashen, fully aware that while some subordinate forces might have a slim chance of survival, the beast-taming sect, as the main culprit, was unlikely to escape complete destruction. Chu Tianyang's authoritative voice rang out, "Very well, I, Chu Tianyang, am not a bloodthirsty person. As long as you sincerely submit and compensate the injured sects to their satisfaction for the losses incurred, the Chu family will let bygones be bygones." He glanced around, adding, "After all, with so many forces, the Chu family couldn't possibly eradicate everyone. That would mean killing millions." Pei Lin, the leader of the Radiant sect, was quick to pledge, "Rest assured, Senior Chu, the Radiant sect will certainly provide satisfactory compensation to show our loyalty to the Chu family." Suot Songmu's eyes flickered with a hint of murderous intent as he silently cursed this perpetual first-to-surrender scoundrel. He couldn't help but recall that when the beast-taming sect rose to power thousands of years ago, the Radiant sect was also the first to submit. At that moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura suddenly descended upon the Qian domain, exerting its pressure on all present. The assembled strongmen were filled with shock and started to speculate. "Is this the arrival of a martial emperor?" "It must be the Nethergate martial emperor," someone asserted. "With the Chu family's demon emperor absent, it has to be the Nethergate martial emperor." The situation changed in an instant, and the advantage the Chu family held vanished. What seemed like a guaranteed victory now turned uncertain and unpredictable. Suddenly, the sky above the beast-taming sect was torn open by a pair of colossal hands, and a towering figure with the force of 1,000 tons descended abruptly. The terrifying aura was overwhelming, like an abyss that left hearts trembling in fear. Suddenly, a figure with white hair descended from the sky, a pale flame burning fiercely at the center of his forehead. This was the unmistakable symbol of the Gate of Hell. A glimmer of hope flashed in Suot Songmu's eyes as he scrambled out of the hall, crawling on all fours before kneeling tears streaming down his face. Lord Wudi, you have finally appeared. Our beast-taming sect was nearly wiped out. Please, deliver justice for us. Pei Lin's body trembled as he looked up in disbelief at the figure in the sky. His mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons before decisively kneeling, tears flowing, and pleaded, Lord Wudi, save us. The Chu family, relying on a demon emperor-level beast god, is forcing all major powers to submit. Now, the entire Qianyu is engulfed in war, rivers of blood flowing. The gate of hell is the eternal ruler of the human world. Please arbitrate for us and restore peace to Qianyu. Zhuo Songmu inwardly cursed Pei Lin for being so shameless, yet he could do nothing. Soon after, several other sect leaders also knelt, tearfully accusing the Chu family of starting the chaos without reason. Qimia frowned as he gazed down at the crowd, feeling irritated. They had been attacking a forbidden area, but were dispatched here instead. A demon emperor? He questioned coldly. How could a demon emperor arise here? In all the world, one can only become an emperor with the approval of the gate of hell. Who else could become an emperor? Who would dare? Someone hurriedly replied, reporting to Lord Wudi. The Chu family's demon emperor received a mysterious inheritance from the Yunxiao sect in the Nine Heavens Mountains, allowing them to reach the emperor level without alerting the outside world. The mysterious legacy of the Yunxiao sect? Chi Mai's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. His eyes widened, and a terrifying aura swept across the area. The space around him began to collapse, with the shattered void resembling a broken mirror. This news dredged up memories Chi Mia would rather forget. He had personally participated in the battle that led to the destruction of the Yuxiao sect. The formidable power of the Yuxiao sect's martial emperor had cost the Hell Gate dearly, resulting in the fall of 3 martial emperors. Even Chi Mia himself had suffered severe injuries and spent thousands of years recuperating. Reflecting on it still filled Chi Mia with dread. Now, hearing that someone had obtained the Yuxiao sect martial emperor's mysterious legacy, his murderous intent surged like a flood breaking through a dam. We searched the entire Nine Heavens mountain range back then and found nothing of their legacy. And now it suddenly appears. Chi Mia gritted his teeth, his gaze like a knife sweeping over Zhuo Songmu and the others. Tell me, how long has the other party been a martial emperor? His stare was as fierce as a beast on the verge of attack, fixating on the group before him. If the opponent had been a martial emperor for long, he might not be able to match them. Zhuo Songmu, sweating profusely, hurriedly replied, We don't know. But that demon emperor is the Chu family's guardian beast, and the Chu family's patriarch, Chu Tianyong, is right here. Chu Tianyong. Chi Mai's gaze shifted to the elderly man hovering above the beast sect, who looked visibly tense. Chi Mia spoke coldly. If you don't want to suffer, you better spill everything about your so-called beast god. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make you wish for death over life. Despite fearing the beast god's might, Chu Tianyong forced himself to respond. You think you, a mere martial emperor, can learn about our beast god? However, before he could finish, Chi Mai's large hands were already reaching over. Zhuo Songmu and the others smirked, thinking the Chu family was too arrogant, believing they could do as they pleased with a demon emperor backing them. Let's see how you handle this. Tower god, save me. Chu Tianyong screamed in terror. Boom. The 10,000 dragon tower shot up, expanding to several meters in size, meeting Chi Mai's grasping hand Heaton. Boom. The collision was massive. To the astonishment of Zhuo Songmu and others, Chi Mai's hand exploded into a cloud of blood mist. What is that? An imperial weapon. Chi Mia staggered back, eyes wide with fear at the sight of the black treasure tower. He was a late-stage martial emperor, yet an imperial weapon could injure him? Nevertheless, the life force of a martial emperor was extraordinarily strong, and before their eyes, his shattered arm regrew. Chi Mia foot a fist. Chi Mia roared, holding nothing back as he unleashed his most powerful technique against the black tower before him. Boom. As his punch landed, a crimson light erupted from his fist, unleashing a mighty force that shattered the space around them. Yet, despite a punch capable of felling a martial emperor, the 10,000 dragon tower didn't retreat an inch, meeting his attack Heaton once more. The explosion was deafening, this time even more terrifying, as half of Chi Mai's body was blown apart, a gruesome sight. He retreated in horror. This black tower was undoubtedly an adversary he couldn't afford to provoke. But the 10,000 dragon tower wasn't done with him. It tore through the void, descending upon Chi Mia with divine might, pinning him in place. What do you want? What are you doing? I'm the Hell Gate's martial emperor, the ruler of the human world, and you dare to attack me? Chi Mia shouted, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. At that moment, the base of the Wanlong Tower suddenly split open, and a massive black dragon's mouth appeared out of nowhere. With an unparalleled force of suction, the Red Extinction martial emperor was instantly pulled into the tower, without even a chance to struggle. Bang! The tower shook violently, and the Red Extinction's piercing screams echoed from within, only to abruptly stop. In an instant, everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The Wanlong Tower quickly shrank and settled firmly into Chu Tianyang's hand. Chu Tianyang's hands trembled uncontrollably, his atoms apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. He had always known the divine tower was extraordinary, but he never imagined it was so powerful that it could easily slay a martial emperor. Witnessing this scene, Zhuo Songmu and the others shivered in fear. The fall of a martial emperor was something they couldn't have imagined even in their wildest dreams. Could it be that even the martial emperors of Hellgate couldn't suppress the Chu family's beast god? What made them even more desperate was the fact that the Chu family's beast god hadn't even made a move. It was merely their life-bound artifact that effortlessly killed the martial emperor. Just how strong was the Chu family? Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, Pei Lin quickly switched allegiances, pledging to Chu Tianyang with firm conviction. Our Guangming sect is willing to follow the Chu family for generations. If we betray, let us be struck by lightning. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous boom resounded, and a bolt of lightning struck directly on Pei Lin's head. It turned out that Chu Shiron had used thunder magic, causing Pei Lin to scream in agony. Chu Tianyang sneered coldly, deserved it. The Chu family doesn't need fair-weather friends like you. With that, he struck down with his palm, flattening Pei Lin into a meat patty, killing him instantly. Then, Chu Tianyang's gaze shifted to lock onto Zhuo Songmu and the other beast-taming sect martial lords. He had no intention of sparing these powerful figures from the beast-taming sect. The news spread like a whirlwind, shocking everyone with the fact that a martial emperor from Hellgate had fallen. People had originally thought the arrival of a martial emperor would stabilize the battle, but who would have thought he would also fall into the hands of the Chu family? The entire cultivation world was shaken, with everyone exclaiming, "Unbelievable, truly unbelievable." The power of the Chu family left everyone astounded. When Gu Tianli of the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce heard the news, he was thunderstruck, trembling all over. He knew very well that the Crimson Destruction Martial Emperor was an unparalleled expert in the late Martial Emperor stage, and anyone who could defeat such a figure must have surpassed this level. The fact that the Chu family's beast god could slay him with just a life-bound spiritual weapon was truly significant. Gu Tianli was overwhelmed by the realization that the mysterious beast god of the Chu family might have reached the pinnacle of martial emperor perfection. Such a level is invincible even among martial emperors. Gu Tianli speculated that even within Hell's Gate, there might not be many strong individuals at the pinnacle of martial emperor. He found himself in a dilemma: to befriend the Chu family while fearing the offense of Hell's Gate, or to distance himself from the Chu family and risk missing out on a potentially rising imperial family. After much deliberation, he decided to maintain a wait-and-see approach, continuing his business dealings with the Chu family, which seemed the most prudent choice for the time being. Meanwhile, at Qingshan Academy, the ancestor Shengfeng was so shocked by the news that he climbed out of his coffin. He was relieved by his foresight in adopting the fake death strategy. Otherwise, Qingshan Academy might have faced the same fate as other forces like the Guangming sect. Dean Mo Shaoling couldn't help but admire the ancestors' cunning wisdom. Those forces that were once on par with Qingshan Academy, such as the Guangming sect, had recklessly followed the ambitions of the beast-taming sect, only to see their millennia-old foundations crumble in an instant. Mo Shaoling felt a sense of relief, yet also a tinge of pity for those fallen forces. They had recklessly pursued the so-called martial emperor's legacy, unaware that it was something you might obtain but not live to use. Even if they did become martial emperors, being discovered by Hell's Gate would still lead to a dead end. With anxiety in his heart, Mo Shaoling asked the ancestor about the Chu family's attitude and whether they demanded allegiance. Surprisingly, the Chu family seemed indifferent to this. Only those forces that willingly submitted would become their vassals. This revelation allowed Mo Shaoling to breathe a sigh of relief and gain a new appreciation for the Chu family's confidence and magnanimity. Let's wait and see. Shengfeng Laozu sat in the grand chair, his brows furrowed. He was well aware of the terrifying power of the Hell's Gate, an ancient force that even with the beast god guarding the Chu family, would be hard to contend with. The situation is unclear now. One wrong move, and it's all over, Shengfeng Laozu said gravely. Hell's Gate lost a martial emperor, so they will definitely send more. How will the Chu family cope then? The safest course is to watch from the sidelines. He turned to Mo Shaoling and advised, remember, keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention from the Chu family and Hell's Gate. Once the time is right, make a grand show of my funeral. Do we really need to go this far, Laozu? If we're going to act, we need to commit fully. Not only will we hold a funeral, but I will personally lie in the coffin. From then on, I will live in seclusion in the Academy cemetery, only emerging if the Academy faces life or death. As the entire Qianyu region buzzed with upheaval, the Chu family was incredibly busy. After the fall of the beast-taming sect, all its affiliated forces, which had thousands of years of heritage, also collapsed. These forces had deep foundations, surpassing the current Chu family in some respects. Now, all these resources belong to the Chu family. especially the 8-star sect, the beast-taming sect, which, while lacking imperial heritage, was rich in resources like elixirs and spirit stones. This victory significantly bolstered the Chu family's supplies. In the main hall of the Chu family, Chu Jingua was receiving reports of their gains. He immediately ordered, "Don't hold back on the elixirs. Distribute them to the clan members. Our priority is to grow the Chu family, and right now, we have too few strong members." The family currently had only one martial venerable, the Laozu, as their pillar, and they had very few martial kings. Chu Jingua knew that to truly join the ranks of great powers, they needed at least a few martial venerables. However, breaking through to such levels after reaching martial king was exceedingly difficult, requiring not only time, but also vast resources. At this moment, someone reported, "Clan leader, Wen Ruyu, the Valley Master of Hundred Flowers Valley, seeks an audience." "Let her in," Chu Jingua said. The Hundred Flowers Valley had not only an affiliation with the Chu family, but also many familial ties. When Ruyu entered gracefully in her white attire, even with a veil, her clear eyes were like rippling water. After greeting everyone, she stated her purpose: to thank the Chu family for sending the dragon guards to assist, and to report the discovery of a secret realm. This secret realm was located in the forbidden area of the Hahuan sect cemetery, and even the martial king ancestor of Hundred Flowers Valley couldn't budge its barrier. When Ruyu admitted that only a martial venerable might forcibly open it. Before leaving, Chu Jingua handed Wen Ruyu a beauty-enhancing elixir and said, "Valley Master Wen, you can remove your veil. Our Chu family may not be paragons of virtue, but we would never commit atrocities like the beast-taming sect." Wen Ruyu's delicate frame trembled slightly, and she bowed deeply in gratitude. After the clan meeting dispersed, Chu Jingua immediately reported the matter to the Laozu, Chu Tian. As the Laozu reached the family square, he witnessed an amusing scene. An elder was angrily reprimanding a skinny young man. "I told you to stop chasing women all day and focus on your training. You're only 18, and in just over a year, you've fathered 3 children, the elder fumed. "Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself and never achieving anything in martial arts?" The young man, Chu Long, shouted, "Grandfather, I know my talents are limited, and I can't help the family grow stronger, so I've taken on the responsibility of continuing the family line." "Nonsense. It's not about talent. You're just obsessed with women." The elder kicked Chu Long's backside. "Look at Chu Feng. He used to be no better than you, and now he's soaring. If you work hard, maybe the beast god will favor you, and you'll defy fate too." Chu Long lamented, "I can't, grandfather. Every time I close my eyes, all I see are enchanting figures. I can't control myself. Just let me focus on expanding the Chu family, and I promise you'll have dozens of great-grandchildren every year." Grandfather Chu Long was furious. He grabbed his grandson by the collar and scolded him harshly. "You still claim you're not lost in lust? Our Chu family is thriving, and instead of seizing the opportunity, you speak such nonsense. If I don't teach you a lesson, who will?" His anger wasn't without reason. While the Chu family was actively expanding its lineage, it was rare for someone like Chu Long, who was clearly a warrior, to indulge in pleasures of the flesh all day. Most warriors were striving hard, riding the wave of prosperity, while the responsibility of expanding the family fell mainly on those without the talent for cultivation. But this disappointing grandson, who had already reached the level of a second-tier warrior, spent his days entangled with his wives and concubines. At this moment, Chu Long looked pale, with lifeless eyes and a frail body, as if a gust of wind could knock him over, clearly the result of excessive indulgence. To make matters worse, he was still thinking about taking more beautiful concubines. Just then, Chu Long spotted the family patriarch and the clan leader approaching from a distance. He immediately shouted, "Uncle clan leader, grandfather ancestor, save me." This cry for help caught the attention of grandfather Chu Long, who quickly released his grip on his grandson. Chu Tianyang and Chu Jingua hurried over, puzzled, and asked, "What's going on here?" Grandfather Chu Long sighed and briefly explained the situation. Before he could finish, Chu Long dashed behind the ancestor and defended himself confidently. "What infatuation! I'm contributing to the family." Grandfather Chu Long was infuriated by this and made a move to pursue him. "You brat, I'll break your third leg." Chu Long, terrified, retreated continuously, circling around Chu Tianyang and Chu Jingua, while loudly pleading for help. "Grandfather ancestor, save me. Clan leader, save me. My grandfather wants to harm me, a contributor to the family." Seeing the chaos, Chu Jingua finally intervened. "Enough." His voice was calm, yet authoritative, immediately halting the chase. Chu Jingua spoke sternly. "Expanding the family lineage is a directive from the beast god himself, and must never be neglected. Even though the Chu family has grown to tens of thousands with recent births, as long as the beast god doesn't call for a halt, this mission must continue." He then turned to Chu Long, his tone growing more severe. "But that doesn't mean indulging in excess. Look at you now, once so robust, and now so weakened." Chu Long, though still tall, had lost his vitality. His lips were pale, eyes sunken, and he looked utterly exhausted. Chu Jingua shook his head and sighed. This won't do. How can a disciple of the Chu family appear so drained? Chu Long lowered his head, muttering. But clan leader, I can't control it. Chu Jingua softened a bit. It's common for young people. You'll grow out of it with time. Seeing this, Chu Tian suggested, why don't you come out with me for a walk and relax? Perhaps the pressure has been too much for you lately. After all, the Chu family had been through significant ups and downs, and some people might struggle mentally. Chu Long quickly agreed. Yes, grandfather ancestor. Afterward, Chu Tianyong took Chu Long to the Wuan sect. The place was in ruins, with most disciples either dead or fled, leaving the sect in shambles. Two elders from the Hundred Flowers Valley were already waiting there. Upon seeing Chu Tianyong, they greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Senior Chu. Chu Tianyong nodded slightly and got straight to the point. Where is the secret realm? Please follow us, Senior. The two elders led Chu Tianyong deeper into the Wuan sect cemetery. There, Chu Tianyong indeed found a golden barrier within the mountain. Without hesitation, he commanded, everyone, step back, and prepared to break through the barrier. The energy within him surged like a tidal wave as Chu Tianyong unleashed a powerful sacred martial skill. His fist shone brilliantly, as if it were imbued with the power of a million stars. With a punch, the air was instantly torn apart, producing a deafening explosion. With a thunderous crash, the mountain, protected by an inner barrier, shook violently, and countless rocks fell like raindrops from above. Surprisingly, the seemingly indestructible barrier remained completely unmoved, without even the slightest ripple. Huh? Chu Tianyong frowned, staring incredulously at the barrier before him. How could he, a respected martial master, fail to break through this seemingly ordinary barrier with a single punch? Unconvinced, he struck again, each blow carrying the force to shatter mountains. Seeing his fists were ineffective, Chu Tianyong even resorted to using a 7th-rank spiritual weapon, a divine tool capable of easily slicing through ordinary barriers. However, even this mighty weapon, when wielded against the barrier, was as ineffective as scratching an itch. Strange, Chu Tianyong muttered to himself, a hint of shock in his eyes. How does the Wuan sect possess such a strong barrier? He turned to look at the people of Baiwa Valley, his voice tinged with urgency. What level of power does the Wuan sect hold? A respected elder from Baiwa Valley answered respectfully. Esteemed senior, the Wuan sect is a 6-star power with a martial emperor overseeing it. However, according to our ancestors, the Wuan sect might have been quite powerful in ancient times. This barrier is likely a remnant from that era, but we aren't very clear on the specifics, and even some elders of the Wuan sect are unaware of this barrier's existence. I see. Chu Tianyong sighed deeply, his brow furrowed. A troubling thought suddenly struck him. This barrier might be even stronger than the ones in the Jiuxiao Mountains. The moment this idea surfaced, it startled even him. The Jiuxiao Mountains housed barriers left by martial emperors. What could be more terrifying than that? With no other choice, Chu Tianyong decisively took out a communication stone and conveyed the situation in detail to the beast god. Seeking the beast god's help had become a habit whenever he faced insurmountable problems. The two elders of Baiwa Valley exchanged a glance, deeply shocked. Was the mysterious beast god of the Chu family about to appear? They had only ever heard of the beast god, never seen him. Now, hearing that he might come, they felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The people of Baiwa Valley were caught off guard as a colossal creature suddenly appeared before them, stretching several hundred meters in length and exuding an overwhelming aura. This was Long Yuan, who could now effortlessly control his size, changing at will. Chu Tianyong immediately bowed and loudly proclaimed, "Greetings, beast god." The others quickly followed suit, showing respect to the legendary guardian of the Chu family. The two elders of Baiwa Valley were utterly shocked, thinking to themselves, is this the Chu family's beast god? Although Long Yuan's size wasn't particularly massive, his aura was as deep as the ocean, leaving them in awe and unable to see through him. Long Yuan paid no attention to their reactions. His focus was entirely on the barrier here. Upon his arrival, he sensed this powerful barrier that surpassed the emperor level. Long Yuan was secretly amazed, thinking, impressive, this barrier has indeed surpassed the emperor level. The aura it exudes is divine, and the one who set this barrier is undoubtedly beyond the emperor level. However, this discovery also puzzled Long Yuan. How can there be someone beyond the emperor level in the mortal realm? It shouldn't be possible. My divine sense hasn't detected any god-level beings in this world. Hearing the words, beyond the emperor level, Chu Tianyong was greatly shaken. He widened his eyes and asked, beast god, is there another realm beyond the emperor level? Long Yuan calmly replied, of course there is, but that's not something you need to worry about right now. When you reach the emperor level, I'll naturally tell you about it. Chu Tianyong couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, explaining, beast god, you may not know, but in our world, To become an emperor level, we must gain the approval of the Hell Gate. But now, they naturally won't agree. He explained that as their family grew stronger, they had learned many secrets known only to the powerful. Hell Gate's approval? Long Yuan sneered. Perhaps it was needed in the past, but from now on, wherever the Chu family's influence reaches, there will be no need for Hell Gate's nod. Besides, how can Hell interfere in human affairs? This rule needs changing from now on. Beside Chu Tianyong, Chu Long couldn't help but silently praise. The beast god is truly formidable. At this point, Long Yuan approached the barrier and instructed everyone, step back. The blue dragon claw slowly extended, emitting a thunderous roar despite no energy leaking out. Long Yuan utilized his physical strength this time, as his cultivation at the level of the perfected demon emperor was insufficient to break the barrier. The dragon claw struck heavily against the golden barrier, causing ripples to spread across it, yet it remained intact. Long Yuan squinted his eyes, thinking to himself, this barrier is no simple matter. It seems this sect was indeed very powerful in ancient times. Otherwise, such a high-level barrier wouldn't exist. He recalled the information Chu Tianyong had shared through the sound-transmitting stone about the ancient history of the Wuan sect. Everything seemed to point to a single fact, and Long Yuan's curiosity about the secrets within the barrier grew. Long Yuan then performed a divine technique, transforming his massive dragon claw into an ancient stone tablet, with faint traces of ancient script visible on its surface. This was the divine physical technique known as the ancient dragon steel hand. With a deafening roar, the entire mountain enveloped by the barrier was reduced to dust under the terrifying impact. The barrier shook violently, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble as well. Seeing this, Long Yuan launched a relentless series of attacks, continuously employing his powerful divine techniques. Moments later, the barrier finally cracked, emitting a piercing crack sound. After a few more fierce strikes, a large breach was torn open in the barrier. At that instant, a magnificent golden light shot up into the sky, reaching the heavens. Within the golden light, a majestic golden dragon soared, surrounded by countless golden divine phoenixes, creating a spectacular sight. Chu Tianyong and the others were deeply shocked by the scene. They recalled that when the Jiuxiao mountain range's martial emperor barrier was breached, such an extraordinary phenomenon had not occurred. What level of inheritance was this? Long Yuan gazed at the golden divine dragon flying in the sky, speculating silently. Could the inheritance here be related to the dragon clan and the phoenix clan? Making a swift decision, he shouted, let's go in and take a look. With that, he led the charge into the barrier, with Chu Tianyong and the others following closely behind. The two elders from the Hundred Flowers Valley exchanged glances. Although their curiosity was piqued, they knew that whatever inheritance lay within was unrelated to them. Furthermore, delving into hidden matters might endanger their lives. Thus, they decisively ordered all disciples of the Hundred Flowers Valley to remain outside the barrier, forbidding entry. At this moment, Chu Tianyong suddenly appeared and said to the two elders, there's no need for such caution. Since the barrier was discovered by your Hundred Flowers Valley, let your disciples enter as well. If they can gain any fortune, it will be theirs to claim. Chu Tianyong's gesture carried significant meaning. As an affiliated force of the Chu family, with familial ties, it was only fair not to neglect their allies when the Chu family benefited. Just as when the beast-taming sect was overthrown, those families and sects that stood with the Chu family reaped substantial rewards. This approach undoubtedly strengthened these forces' allegiance to the Chu family. The two elders from the Hundred Flowers Valley quickly expressed their gratitude. Thank you very much, senior. They felt fortunate, knowing that even if they didn't gain any fortune, the Chu family's attitude was far better than that of the beast-taming sect in the past. Suddenly, an astonishing phenomenon erupted between heaven and earth, shaking the entire Chinyu region and beyond. Golden light shot up into the sky, accompanied by the sounds of dragons and phoenixes, exuding a majestic and awe-inspiring presence. Countless powerful individuals felt a jolt in their hearts, realizing that a monumental opportunity had appeared. Cultivators from all directions couldn't hold back and rushed towards the source of the phenomenon. The cultivators in Chingyong City were no exception, eagerly heading towards the area shrouded in golden light. That direction seemed to be where the Wuan sect was located, suggesting that the ancestors had entered a secret realm. Chu Jingua stood atop the Chu family estate, gazing at the magnificent golden light with anticipation. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the anomaly above the Chu family. The family fortune, which usually flowed like a calm river, was now boiling intensely, as if it were about to ignite. Chu Jingua gasped in shock, muttering to himself, is my Chu family about to gain some extraordinary fortune there? He recalled the last time when their family fortune boiled during the destruction of the Yusho sect, leading him to predict the Chu family's victory. But this time, the boiling was even more intense. What could this mean? Chu Jingua's heart raced with excitement, unable to fathom the incredible opportunity about to unfold. In just half a day, The site of the phenomenon had gathered a large number of martial artists. Most were at the martial emperor level, with several even at the martial venerable level. However, to everyone's frustration, the barrier there emitted an indescribable aura, deterring even these high-level martial artists from approaching easily. Some attempted to reach the golden light, only to dissolve into golden specks in an instant. This scene left everyone in awe, realizing that this barrier was beyond their capabilities to penetrate. The strong sighed in despair, as such a heaven-defying opportunity lay before them, yet remained out of reach. What a pity, truly a pity, someone lamented. If only a martial saint or higher could come and withstand this destructive golden light. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but hope for a more powerful presence to solve this dilemma. Many people, filled with envy, clamored loudly, demanding at least a glimpse of the opportunity that lay within. A day later, several martial saints arrived together, their presence illuminating the area with divine light. The martial emperors and martial lords present felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon them. These martial saints hailed from regions surrounding the Qian domain, clearly drawn by the widespread phenomena occurring here. Let me see what this so-called destructive golden light is all about. One martial saint sneered, summoning his sacred artifact with a wave of his hand. However, the scene that followed sent chills down everyone's spine. The sacred artifact, upon touching the golden light at the barrier's entrance, instantly dissolved into the light. This astonishing sight made the martial saints gasp, their expressions changing dramatically. "Let's strike together," the elder martial saint, Lu Chun, said in a deep voice. Though he appeared old and frail, the aura he emitted was terrifyingly powerful, that of a martial saint at perfection. All the martial saints present understood that while Lu Chen's cultivation was at the peak of martial saint, his unique sacred body granted him combat strength at the quasi-martial emperor level. If not for the suppression by the dominant Hell's Gate, he might have already broken through to become a martial emperor. As Senior Lu Chen suggests, the other martial saints agreed, nodding. They believed that with so many powerful figures joining forces, even an emperor-level barrier wouldn't hold for long. With anticipation in the eyes of all around, the martial saints, led by Lu Chun, unleashed their sacred artifacts, delivering their strongest strikes. A thunderous roar erupted as their combined attacks surged forth like a primordial torrent. Under this terrifying force, the void shattered instantly, and the devastating assault crashed onto the already fractured barrier entrance. To everyone's shock, even the supreme strike from these martial saints was effortlessly dissipated by the mysterious golden light, leaving no trace. This scene left the onlookers in stunned silence, while the martial saints themselves were speechless with disbelief etched on their faces. Lu Chun and the other martial saints launched a combined attack on the barrier, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving no ripples. The group exchanged incredulous glances. Such power could overwhelm even a quasi-emperor, yet it had no effect here. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chun attacked again, followed closely by the other saints, determined to break through the seemingly fractured barrier. Meanwhile, Long Yuan had entered the barrier's interior. Surveying his surroundings, he found a desolate space, untouched by time, with nothing in sight. In the center stood a solitary golden pillar, the source of all anomalies. Long Yuan examined the golden pillar carefully. It towered dozens of zhang high and was so thick that it required several people to encircle it. A lifelike golden dragon spiraled around the pillar, surrounded by several golden phoenixes in various poses. Apart from this, the pillar's surface was smooth as a mirror. What is this? A legacy? Or a divine weapon? Long Yuan murmured, probing the pillar with his consciousness, only to find chaos. He frowned, puzzled by the source of such terrifying phenomena, if it was neither a legacy nor a treasure. Chu Tianyong and the others soon arrived, but their investigation also yielded nothing. Chu Tianyong speculated, could it be like the steel in the underground world of the Nine Heavens mountain range, with the opportunity hidden elsewhere? Long Yuan shook his head, dismissing the idea. I've sensed it. There is nothing here but the pillar. He pondered silently. Perhaps the object was hidden too deeply for their current cultivation to detect. As the group puzzled over the mystery, Chu Long approached the pillar, curiously touching its surface. Instantly, the space resonated with the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries. The dragon on the golden pillar suddenly opened its eyes, golden light enveloping Chu Long. Chu Long! Chu Tianyong exclaimed in shock, fearing for Chu Long's safety and ready to intervene. However, a force held him in place. Long Yuan stopped him. Don't touch him. Perhaps he has a connection with this artifact. Long Yuan was perplexed. Chu Long was merely a latest-stage second-tier warrior, a first-tier martial artist at best, with an ordinary physique and low cultivation. Worse, he appeared physically depleted, indulging in excesses. How could someone like him trigger a reaction from the pillar? Especially when it was clearly a Dragon Clan legacy that even he couldn't activate. Long Yuan was baffled, furrowing his brow as he watched the inexplicable scene unfold before him. At that moment, Chu Long's figure was engulfed by a burst of golden light and vanished from everyone's sight. Long Yuan keenly noticed this. The golden divine dragon had absorbed Chu Long into its mysterious eye. Beast God, Chu Tian exclaimed, his anxiety apparent. Despite Chu Long's usual preoccupation with beauty, he was still a descendant of the Chu family, and such a sudden event was undeniably concerning. Long Yuan, however, remained calm and said softly, "No worries, he seems to have been drawn into the stone pillar. Perhaps this is a rare opportunity." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Yuan extended his consciousness into the stone pillar again, only to sense nothing but chaos, as if Chu Long's presence had vanished. This unusual situation caused even the usually composed Long Yuan to frown. How could this be? Long Yuan murmured to himself, then regained his composure. Perhaps this stone pillar's level is beyond our imagination. With my current cultivation, I can't unravel its mysteries. He turned to the others and suggested, "You can also try interacting with the stone pillar to see if it triggers any reaction." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyang and the others from Baiwa Valley stepped forward to try, but failed to cause any change. The stone pillar remained cold and silent, as if undisturbed. Long Yuan shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. "It seems this opportunity isn't meant for you." Indeed, such opportunities are for those destined for them. Chu Tianyang, however, found it hard to accept, his face full of disbelief. "How can this be? Chu Long is just a lecher, always indulging in beauty." He continued, his face darkening. "On the way here, that little scoundrel even bragged to me about inventing dozens of different positions and asked if I wanted to learn them for free." Chu Tianyang grew increasingly agitated, clearly disapproving of Chu Long's behavior. He spends all his time neglecting cultivation, his mind filled only with his wives and concubines. No wonder his grandfather disciplined him so harshly. It was too lenient. When we return, I'll make sure his grandfather continues to keep him in line. Long Yuan, hearing this, suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, perhaps the inheritance here requires someone exactly like him." Chu Tianyang was taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. How could that be? What kind of inheritance would choose someone like him? "Senior, this is the Hahuan sect," reminded an elder from the Baiwa Valley, a sly glint in her eyes. "Perhaps the legacy here is the ultimate foundation of the Hahuan sect from ancient times." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyang felt a headache coming on and frowned deeply. "The Hahuan sect's legacy?" he muttered to himself. "That's not a good legacy." The thought of Chu Long possibly obtaining such a legacy made him shiver. If he really gets the Hahuan sect's legacy, it would be disastrous. Countless female martial artists would be in trouble. Sensing Chu Tianyang's concern, the Baiwa Valley elder quickly explained, "Senior, no need to worry. I've heard that in ancient times, the Hahuan sect was a legitimate sect." Her voice carried a hint of excitement. Their dual cultivation methods were very different from now. Back then, many female martial artists were eager to become partners with the Hahuan sect disciples. The elder paused and continued. But over time, their legitimate legacy was lost, leading them down the path of the current corrupt dual cultivation. She added, "This is what I heard from Ancestor Chiomin. Though it was quite shocking, there's no reason for the ancestor to lie." Chu Tianyang pondered for a moment, then said seriously, "We'll have to see. If it's the legitimate dual cultivation method, then fine." His tone became resolute. "But if it's the type that uses others as a furnace to absorb their cultivation, then under no circumstances can he practice the legacy here." He was well aware of the Hahuan sect's notorious reputation. They stop at nothing for cultivation. Meanwhile, Chu Long had entered a peculiar space. Before him were lifelike erotic paintings, numbering as many as 108. Seeing those vivid and bizarre poses, he realized his own previous studies were insignificant. "Marvelous!" Chu Long couldn't help but exclaim. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, his eyes shining as if discovering a whole new world. As his entire body trembled with excitement, enchanting figures began to emerge from the walls. These figures were clad in enticing sheer gowns, slowly approaching him. "My lord, please cultivate with us," seductive voices whispered in Chu Long's ears, causing his blood to boil and his heart to race. The golden pillar, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, stood imposingly before everyone. The sudden disappearance of Chu Long left everyone on edge, forcing them to stay put, their expressions tense. Long Yuan initially wanted to display his power by uprooting the pillar, but he hesitated, fearing that such an action might endanger the missing Chu Long. Reluctantly, he suppressed his impulse and waited with the others. Outside the barrier, the unusual phenomenon attracted more and more martial artists who flocked in, surrounding the Hahuan sect completely. Even Lu Chun and the other martial saints fell silent, finally realizing that this barrier was extraordinary and beyond their ability to break. Both the already breached opening and the intact parts of the barrier were remarkably resilient. "There's clearly a huge hole in the barrier, obviously man-made. So why can't we get in?" one martial saint asked, frowning in confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun replied slowly. I suspect that the force used to break the barrier was left by a powerful individual to prevent us from entering. What should we do then? The other martial saints asked impatiently. We can't just let such a great opportunity be monopolized by someone else. Their eyes gleamed with greed. The phenomenon itself was astonishing, and the opportunities inside must be extraordinary. Lu Chun shook his head and sneered. What else can we do? Whoever broke this barrier must be an emperor. Do you think we can seize opportunities from an emperor? An emperor? Could it be the emperor of the Hell Gate? The martial saints were taken aback. If it truly was the emperor of the Hell Gate, they wouldn't dare to covet the opportunities here, as many of their forces were vassals of the Hell Gate. Not necessarily, Lu Chun said, frowning. I heard some rumors from other martial artists around here that suggest the Chu family from Tsangzhou in the Chinyu might have produced a demon emperor. And since the Huan sect was destroyed by a subsidiary of the Chu family, it might be the Chu family's demon emperor. Lu Chun recalled a terrifying aura that had swept over his Taishian sect not long ago, which seemed like the aura of an emperor. Could it be true? If it was, it would be terrifying. But he thought it unlikely, for if a Hellgate emperor had fallen, their armies would have already attacked, not allowing the Chu family's demon emperor to survive. For now, all we can do is wait and see, Lu Chun said in a deep voice. They will have to come out eventually. If it truly is an emperor, we'll have to give up the opportunity. But if not, we must seize it at all costs. At that moment, inside the barrier, Chu Long reappeared before everyone. He looked delighted, though there was still a hint of fear in his eyes. Luckily, I've been to the family's heart refining tower before, Chu Long thought to himself. Otherwise, I would have been bewitched by the beauty that appeared earlier, and that would have been a dead end. Chu Tian frowned and asked, Chu Long, what inheritance did you receive? Chu Long chuckled mysteriously and said, Ancestor, I've learned 108 postures from inside. Chu Tianyang's expression darkened as he threatened. Do you believe I'll hand you over to your grandfather when we return? No, please, Ancestor Grandfather. Chu Long quickly explained. I did learn 108 postures, but it's an extremely powerful inheritance called the Dragon and Phoenix Inverted Yin-Yang 108 styles. It's nothing like the evil arts of the Huan sect. It's a legitimate dual cultivation method. Chu Long eagerly explained, his eyes shining with sincerity. Elder, Beast God, please hear me out. This technique is not about using others as vessels. It's a mutually beneficial method of cultivation. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. It not only rapidly enhances one's own abilities, but also simultaneously strengthens the partner's power, making it an unparalleled dual cultivation technique. Taking a deep breath, Chu Long continued. What's even more astounding is that upon reaching a certain level, the male gains the Yang dragon body, while the female transforms into the Yin Phoenix form. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. If we fight alongside our partners, the combined power is like the harmonious song of dragon and phoenix, unleashing unimaginable strength. We could even form a formidable battle array with multiple partners, easily crossing borders to fight. Chu Tianyang was left speechless, looking incredulously at the beast god, wondering if such a miraculous technique could truly exist. Sensing the elder's doubt, Chu Long quickly added, Elder, beast god, I wouldn't dare deceive you. This cultivation requires the assistance of a partner. He cast a hopeful glance toward the beast god, knowing that if the beast god agreed, the elder would not oppose. After a moment of contemplation, Long Yuan slowly spoke. The world is full of strange techniques, many of which we have never encountered. As for whether this method is sinister, let him practice it for a while first. We can observe the changes in his and his partner's abilities, and the truth will become evident. There's no need to rush to a conclusion. Haha, the beast god is wise. Chu Long shouted with excitement, his worries instantly dissipating. As expected, Chu Tianyang followed with, since the beast god says so, we'll observe you for a while. His tone became stern. But if I find out you're using other female warriors as vessels, I won't let it slide. Although the Chu family is not known for their righteousness, Chu Tianyang would never allow his clan to practice such sinister arts. Rest assured, Elder, I would never do such a thing. Chu Long promised solemnly, feeling relieved that the crisis was averted. Chu Long patted his chest, a mischievous gleam in his eyes. He leaned closer to Chu Tianyang and whispered, Great Ancestor, want me to teach you a few moves? Before he could finish, there was a sharp smack, as Chu Tianyang slapped the back of Chu Long's head. You little rascal. Chu Tianyang's eyes blazed with authority. Focus on your cultivation and the development of our family. If I find out you're spreading anything detrimental to the family, I'll break your third leg. Rubbing his head, Chu Long explained pitifully. Great Ancestor, you've misunderstood. I was asking if you'd like to learn this inheritance. I can teach it to you. Chu Tianyang shook his head, his expression softening. Forget it. I touched the golden pillar earlier, but there was no reaction. It means I'm not destined for this inheritance. Even if you pass it to me, I probably can't train in it or won't be as efficient as you. He paused, then added firmly, Most importantly, I'm not interested in this so-called dual cultivation. Everyone has their own destiny. Chu Long's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Great ancestor isn't interested in women. I'll teach you a lesson, you brat. Chu Tianyong burst into anger, raising his hand as if to strike. Beast god, save me. Great ancestor is going to kill the family genius. Chu Long shouted as he dodged, creating a lively scene. Long Yuan watched this exchange with a smile, a warm feeling rising in his heart. He thought to himself that in the years to come, Chu Long's lineage might produce many extraordinary talents for the Chu family. Afterward, Long Yuan used his abilities to easily extract the entire divine pillar. He intended to place it in the Chu family's 9-layer space world, thinking that this inheritance wasn't a one-time opportunity and that others might benefit from it in the future. Outside the barrier, the crowd waited eagerly, tension in the air. Some were ready to attack, believing the inheritance had been claimed. They planned to seize it the moment someone emerged. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the figures of Chu Tianyong and his group slowly appeared from within the barrier, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Chu Tianyong smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the martial artists blocking his path. Oh, so many people here to welcome us. Chu Tianyong from the Chu family? Lu Chen asked, a scrutinizing gleam in his eyes. Chu Tianyong nodded in response. That's right. And you are? Lu Chun from the Taishan sect. Lu Chen replied, standing tall with a hint of pride in his voice. Chu Tianyong furrowed his brow in surprise. Taishan sect? Isn't that a power from the Qian domain? He thought to himself, puzzled by the phenomenon that had attracted forces from outside the region. Lu Chun smirked slightly, speaking slowly. We've heard of a demon emperor from the Chu family and came to pay our respects. Chu Tianyong was taken aback by this, asking in confusion, demon emperor? What demon emperor? He wondered internally. The beast god had never claimed to be a demon emperor. A martial saint from the Myriad Swords sect chimed in with a chuckle. An emperor-level expert is hard to meet. We're here out of admiration. So please, Chu family ancestor, don't keep such secrets from us. The martial saint from the Divine Fist sect crossed his arms, revealing powerful golden arms as thick as thighs, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, at the very least, we should be allowed to pay our respects. An elder with fiery red hair and a pair of dragon horns stood in front of Chu Tianyong, introducing himself as Jiao Fei from Tianlong Abyss. He said, we've heard it's a true dragon. Our Tianlong Abyss, being part of the dragon lineage, must witness the legendary true dragon. Please, Chu family ancestor, summon your beast god so that this old man may admire the true dragon's majesty. However, Jiao Fei had ulterior motives. He knew that while this world had a few dragons with a trace of true dragon blood, they were extremely rare. If a true dragon existed, it would likely already be under the control of the Hell Gate, brought into the Holy Realm. His real goal was the legacy here, having personally witnessed the golden dragon phantom that appeared, suspecting the legacy was related to both the dragon and phoenix clans. Chu Tianyong saw through their intentions, understanding that their talk of visiting the beast god was merely a guise to probe and seize the legacy. He smiled slightly and said, since you're here to visit our beast god, I assume you've brought generous gifts? How about this, hand over the gifts, and I'll invite our beast god to meet you. The martial saint Hao Jiang from the Divine Fist sect couldn't hold back any longer, shouting angrily, Humph, what nonsense about a beast god? It's just rumors spreading among people. There is no demon emperor. His eyes widened as he continued to roar. Think about it. The Hell Gate has ruled the mortal realm for countless years. How could there possibly be an existence beyond their control? Who actually witnessed a Hell Gate martial emperor being slain? It's all just hearsay. Before he finished speaking, Hao Jiang had already made his move. His fists swung with golden brilliance, like an ancient divine mountain crashing towards Chu Tianyong. Jiao Fei, not wanting to be outdone, transformed one hand into a claw covered in red scales, striking fiercely at Chu Tianyong and his group. He's right. Today's legacy will belong to this saint. Even a demon emperor can't stop me, he shouted fiercely. The other martial saints also attacked almost simultaneously, adhering to the principle of striking first. They were still enticed by the rumors of the Chu family's acquisition of the Nine Heavens Mountain Cloud sect's legacy, further fueling their greed. Although the powerful figures from the holy-level factions were not familiar with Yunxiao sect, their long-standing traditions held memories of a martial emperor emerging from there. At this moment, their eyes glistened with greed as they calculated that acquiring the Yunxiao sect's legacy might allow them to break free from being subservient to the Hell Gate and truly join their ranks. This desire drove them to strike mercilessly, launching a fierce assault on Chu Tianyong. However, Lu Chen quietly retreated to the back of the group, his brow furrowed. As an outsider without a strong backing, he knew he couldn't act as recklessly as the others. More importantly, Chu Tianyong's confident demeanor made him wary, sensing that the other must have a backup plan. Standing at the forefront, Chu Tianyong faced the ferocious attacks of several martial saints, feeling as though he was about to be torn apart. At this critical moment, a mysterious force suddenly emerged, forming an invisible barrier in front of him, shielding him from the terrifying might of the martial saints. Just as the martial saints' attacks were about to reach Chu Tian, a massive blue dragon claw suddenly extended from the golden barrier behind him, looming over the martial saints. In an instant, a mighty divine power erupted, as if the entire sky was pressing down, firmly pinning the attacking martial saints to the ground, rendering them immobile. Zhao Fei's eyes widened, feeling an unprecedented turmoil and fear in his bloodline. Could there really be a true dragon here? He thought in shock. No sooner had he finished the thought than a blue true dragon soared out of the barrier, spiraling above everyone. A true dragon? It's really a true dragon? Zhao Fei trembled all over. His once proud dragon bloodline seemed insignificant in the presence of the true dragon, leaving him prostrate and shivering on the ground. The Chu family's beast god. This is the Chu family's beast god, exclaimed the martial artists who had seen Yuan in Chingyong City, their voices filled with shock and awe. In an instant, all the martial saints were gripped with fear. The realization that the Chu family's beast god was indeed a true dragon left everyone present in disbelief, their hearts filled with shock and terror. The aura of the true dragon from Yuan swept over like a monstrous wave, making the martial saints present feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The martial saint from the Divine Fist sect was the first to sense this soul-crushing killing intent and shouted in terror. "Spare me, Senior. Our Divine Fist sect is affiliated with the Hell Gate. Please spare my life for the sake of the Hell Gate." His swift reaction, from attacking to pleading for mercy, was seamless. However, Yuan merely let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "The Hell Gate? Didn't you know I recently killed a martial emperor from the Hell Gate? Some guy named Chimia, wasn't it?" With these words, the martial saints present felt as if struck by thunder, their pupils contracting sharply, and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They never imagined that the rumor they had heard was true. What shocked them even more was that a few among them had personally heard of the mighty Chimia martial emperor. Seeing the dire situation, Zhao Fei quickly shouted, "Spare me, Senior. I am from the Jiao Dragon clan of Tianlongjuan and am willing to serve you as our dragon god in the future." Among all the martial saints present, he felt the most terrifying oppression, a pressure from the true dragon bloodline that made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Long Yuan's eyes flickered with disdain at these words. "Why would I care to be your dragon god? Die." Before he finished speaking, his dragon claw exerted a slight force, giving them no further chance to plead. In an instant, the bodies of several martial saints exploded, leaving not even a trace behind. This scene shocked everyone present. Yuan killed martial saints as easily as if slaughtering chickens and dogs. Only then did they realize that Yuan had not acted immediately, because he was waiting for these people to make the first move. After all, even in killing, one needs a justified reason. Otherwise, it would tarnish the Chu family's reputation. The surrounding crowd felt their scalps tingle and their hair stand on end. The legendary strength of the Chu family's beast god was unimaginably powerful, and witnessing it firsthand was utterly terrifying. Not far away, Lu Chun watched everything, his mind nearly numb. He was relieved that he had held back from acting rashly. Otherwise, he might have ended up like those martial saints. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to the true dragon, his heart filled with indescribable shock. Was this the beast god of the Chu family? His aura was unfathomable, as deep as an abyss. Could he truly be the legendary demon emperor? One who had even escaped the control of the Hell Gate? Lu Chun was riddled with doubts. Why did Yuan dare to openly challenge the Hell Gate like this? Shouldn't he be choosing to lie low at this time? As everyone was gripped by shock, Yuan's dragon claw gently closed, and from the dissipated blood mist of the martial saints, a trace of crimson bloodline was drawn into his claw. This scene sparked endless speculation in everyone's hearts. Take this back to Chu Yunling. It's a drop of dragon blood that will enhance the bloodline of her contracted beast. Yuan handed the faintly glowing golden dragon blood to Chu Tian, who accepted it with respect and bowed deeply. "On behalf of Yunling, I thank you, beast god." Chu Long stood nearby, his eyes alight with excitement. In his mind, he thought, this is what true power looks like, ignoring everything else. No matter if you're a warrior saint or have any background, in my eyes, you're just a punch away from defeat. One day, I too will be as powerful as the dragon god. However, Chu Long's thoughts soon drifted elsewhere. Stroking his chin with a hint of a smile, he mused, "But first, I need to return and spend some quality time with my beloved wives." He was already contemplating which of the 108 positions he would employ. Yuan led the group away from the area. As they departed, the golden barrier that had surrounded them shattered. Many warriors, seeing this, eagerly rushed in, only to find nothing of value, not even a single useful herb. Lu Chun watched the scene and sighed. We must never provoke the Chu family again. He had a premonition that the world was on the brink of a great change. one that might even challenge the long-standing dominance of the Hell Gate. He resolved internally. It's time for me to prepare to break through to the martial emperor. To Lu Chun, this era was a rare opportunity. Back at the family estate, Chu Long eagerly sought out his wife, Shen Biao, who was in the midst of her training. What? Now? Shen Biao blushed and chided him. It's the middle of the day. Besides, while you were away, Grandpa came to talk to us, saying you shouldn't overindulge. Look at yourself now. Despite all the supplements, you're still as skinny as a rake. The sisters and I agreed you need to abstain for a month until you've recovered. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, Shen Biao closed her eyes, unmoved. Before marrying into the Chu family, she was just an ordinary warrior with average talent, lacking resources, and constantly on guard against men coveting her beauty. Her current life was precious to her, and she didn't want her husband, Chu Long, her pillar of support, to suffer any harm. But I can't hold it any longer, Chu Long exclaimed. Even if you can't, you'll have to, Shen Biao insisted. I really can't wait, Chu Long said as he gently pushed Shen Biao onto the mat. However, before their dual cultivation, he whispered a mantra to her. This isn't for pleasure, it's for training, Chu Long explained. If we don't show results after a while, the ancestor might really enforce abstinence on me. As they began their dual cultivation, spiritual energy flowed between them, and the sound of dragons and phoenixes echoed in the room. Soon, a golden dragon's phantom coiled around Chu Long, and a golden phoenix's phantom appeared by Shen Biao. The dragon and phoenix phantoms intertwined in a unique manner, emitting a dazzling light. Outside the room, Chu Tian squinted as he lay there, his old face slightly flushed. Yet, upon seeing the dragon and phoenix phantoms, he couldn't help but be amazed. Looks like the boy was telling the truth. He really did acquire an extraordinary legacy, Chu Tian thought, deciding to observe a while longer to see if Chu Long's wife would experience any adverse effects from the dual cultivation. Of course, this observation didn't mean standing guard outside their door. Chu Tian was no voyeur. However, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The boy's cultivation positions are quite interesting. Though he had his fair share of experience, he had never tried such positions before. Unbeknownst to Chu Tian, a pair of eyes in the stormy clouds above Chingyong City were also watching the scene unfold. It doesn't seem to be any evil technique. This appears to be a legitimate dual cultivation method. Long Yuan observed what was happening inside, having some knowledge of such techniques. But he wasn't interested in watching their cultivation, as the long-awaited voice of the system finally spoke. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The Guardian family's level has been upgraded to 7 stars. Rewards include 10 years of cultivation, 1 bloodline regression, 10 sacred artifacts, 5 portions of saint-level physique essence, 5 portions of saint-level martial soul essence, and the Imperial-level body refining technique, Cosmic Star Sutra. It's been months, finally completed. Long Yuan sighed with relief. The wait had been worth it. He was particularly excited about the bloodline regression, wondering what kind of existence he would regress into. System, absorb the 10 years of cultivation. Long Yuan decided to enjoy this reward first. Instantly, a warm energy surged through his body, as if he had been cultivating for centuries. His aura began to rise, and his stature grew larger. The absorption of this energy took several days, perhaps due to the increase in his level. Once the 600 years of cultivation were fully absorbed, as he expected, his cultivation broke through to the godly level. However, he underestimated the accumulation needed for the godly level. Despite breaking through, he only reached the mid-stage of the demon god level, far from perfection. The cultivation level aside, he was most eager about the bloodline regression. With anticipation, he began to absorb the reward. Days later, in the thunderous clouds above Chingyong City, within the Dragon Emperor's Hall, a massive creature, tens of thousands of meters long, roamed freely in the sky. Its scales were blue, but the mane along its neck to tail was crimson, and the 3 majestic dragon horns on its head had turned from blue to red. The system's voice echoed again. Host, Long Yuan. Species, Icefire Shintian Dragon. Realm, Midstage Demon God, 10th Order. Physical realm, Immortal Stage Perfection. Current task, cultivate an 8th Order Martial Saint for the Guardian family. Task reward, 100 years of cultivation, Supreme Artifact Time Tower, Supreme Divine Ability Ancestral Dragon Fist, 20 Physique Enhancement Pills, 20 Martial Soul Enhancement Pills. Guardian family level, 7 stars. Host cultivation speed increased by 70 times. Icefire, Shintian Dragon. Long Yuan was thrilled. Previously, he only possessed the power of ice, but now, he had gained the power of fire too. Not only had his appearance become more formidable, but his physical cultivation reached the immortal stage perfection. This stage meant that even if his soul were to perish, his body could endure for ages without decaying. Even after death, as long as the body remained intact, a new soul could eventually be conceived, offering a chance for rebirth. What excited Long Yuan even more was the new task reward, especially the Supreme Artifact Time Tower. According to the system, this artifact could accelerate time. What a treasure, he thought gleefully. The Chu family needs time to develop. With the time tower, the Chu family can quickly cultivate strong warriors, and the system tasks can be completed faster. This artifact couldn't have come at a better time. As one's cultivation level continues to rise, the time required for each breakthrough becomes increasingly prolonged. Even possessing a strong physique cannot lead to limitless rapid breakthroughs. In this context, the significance of the artifact known as the Tower of Time is self-evident. Yuan pondered over the current situation of the Chu family. At present, the highest cultivation level in the Chu family was held by Chu Tian, but he was only at the initial stage of martial lord, still years away from reaching the martial saint level. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yuan's Minda method to quickly produce a martial saint. His eyes lit up as he realized the Chu family had the advantage of beast tamers. If Chu Yunling could contract a saint-level beast, wouldn't that quickly grant them the combat power of a martial saint? This method indeed seemed feasible. However, a new problem arose. Where could they find a saint-level beast? Without the emergence of martial emperors, saint-level beings were nearly the rulers of this world. Yuan recalled the martial saint flood dragon he had previously killed with a slap at the Huan sect. That flood dragon had mentioned it came from Tianlong Abyss. Where was Tianlong Abyss? Yuan's divine sense instantly scanned the entire human realm and found the location of Tianlong Abyss in the dragon domain, adjacent to the Qian domain. After breaking through to the divine level, his divine sense had become truly godlike, able to almost survey the entire human realm in a single thought. Suddenly, he noticed several places where his divine sense couldn't penetrate. Forbidden zones? This piqued his interest. Could there be divine-level beings within? However, he didn't care as long as it didn't hinder the Chu family's development. Everything else was irrelevant to him. Subsequently, Yuan directly summoned Chu Tianyang. Upon seeing the massive figure before him, Chu Tianyang exclaimed in shock, "Beast God, have you undergone a bloodline reversion again?" Yuan's appearance had not only changed, but his size had also increased several times over, from nearly 1,000 meters before to at least 10,000 meters now. This signified an earth-shattering change in the beast god's power. Ha ha ha, that's right. Because you've become a 7-star family, I was so pleased that I underwent a bloodline reversion. Yuan laughed. Chu Tianyang was at a loss for words, inwardly marveling at the beast god's might. A bloodline reversion out of joy, something seen as a supreme opportunity by other warriors and beasts, was so easily achieved by the beast god. At this moment, a golden jade slip flew towards Chu Tianyang. Yuan calmly said, "This is the emperor-level technique, celestial battle art. Now that you are a 7-star family, you're not far from becoming an emperor-level family. Work hard, the future path is still long." Holding the jade slip, Chu Tianyang trembled all over. An emperor-level technique. This was the ultimate foundation that everyone could cultivate. Yuan sighed and said, "How many times have I told you? As the ancestor, you must remain calm. Stop acting like you've never seen the world." "Thank you, beast god." Chu Tianyang, overwhelmed with gratitude, could only express it in these few words. After Chu Tianyang left, Yuan found Chu Yunling, who was cultivating. "Come, let's head out." "Yes, beast god." Chu Yunling responded immediately, and the spirit cave behind her appeared, summoning the Qingtian Thundercloud Flood Dragon. When the Qingtian Thundercloud Flood Dragon saw the red-haired young man before it, it was immediately suppressed by its bloodline, trembling all over and lowering its head. "What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you." Yuan snorted lightly, his voice carrying a faint dragon might. "Train well. I look forward to the day you transform into a true dragon," Yuan said to the Qingtian Thundercloud Flood Dragon. The Qingtian Thundercloud Flood Dragon was both delighted and terrified. "Thank you, senior. I will not disappoint your expectations." Subsequently, Chu Yunling and Yuan stood on the back of the Qingtian Thundercloud Flood Dragon, flying towards the direction of Tianlong Abyss. Meanwhile, the news of the Huan sect martial saint's demise reached Tianlong Abyss and other forces like the Divine Fist sect. All the higher-ups immediately reported this to the Hell Gate, as it was beyond the capabilities of saint-level forces to handle. In the central region of the 33 domains of the human realm, within the celestial domain, several martial emperor powerhouses sat cross-legged in the void, their expressions grim. They discussed the re-emerging threat in the Qian domain, worried that the situation would become even more difficult. Ultimately, they decided to bestow some imperial artifacts and perfected martial emperor attack methods to forces like Tianlong Abyss and the Divine Fist sect, believing these would be sufficient to eliminate the newly risen emperor-level powerhouse. They were confident that no opponent could surpass a perfected martial emperor. While the martial emperors were deliberating their strategy, Yuan and Chu Yunling unabashedly descended upon the territory of the dragon domain's dominant power, Tianlong Abyss. The Dragon Abyss is hidden within a deep canyon, where the legendary existence of a true dragon becomes a reality. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Long Yuan's sharp senses detected the rich aura of a true dragon, causing him to hold his breath. His gaze pierced through the layers of mist, settling on the deepest part of the dragon abyss, where there lay a shimmering golden lake. Dragon's blood, Long Yuan exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. That golden lake was undeniably a pool of true dragon's blood. In his vision, countless small golden dragons swam in the lake, not real dragons, but the essence of the dragon bloodline contained within the blood. Long Yuan suddenly understood why the dragon abyss continuously gave rise to the Jiaolong tribite was nurtured by this lake of dragon's blood. However, the aura of the true dragon around the lake was overwhelmingly dense, exuding an intimidating dragon's might. For the Jiaolong in the dragon abyss, this place was absolutely forbidden. They dared not approach. Nonetheless, the dragon aura emanating from the lake was enough to nourish the entire dragon abyss. Narrowing his eyes, Long Yuan's thoughts raced. He recalled that the dragon abyss seemed to be an affiliate of the Hell Gate, and he had just slain an emperor from the Hell Gate, deepening their enmity. More importantly, in this world, becoming a martial emperor required the approval of the Hell Gate, which was something Long Yuan could never accept. The two sides were destined to stand in opposition. In that case, it wouldn't hurt to take advantage of the opportunity here, Long Yuan murmured to himself, his gaze falling on the azure thundercloud Jiaolong at his feet. Perhaps there is a great opportunity here for him. As for Long Yuan himself, the dragon's blood held no use for him. At that moment, the powerful aura of the demon emperor from the azure thundercloud Jiaolong caught the attention of many strong beings within the dragon abyss. The sound of dragon roars resonated, echoing throughout the dragon abyss. Several Jiaolong emerged from the depths, surrounding them. Ignore them. Head directly to the depths of the dragon abyss. Long Yuan calmly ordered. Yes. The azure thundercloud Jiaolong moved forward, creating a path as the Jiaolong blocking their way seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible force. How dare you trespass into our dragon abyss? No matter who you are, today you will die, roared a demon lord Jiaolong, striking at the azure thundercloud Jiaolong. The dragon abyss had stood for hundreds of thousands of years, and aside from the Hell Gate, no one had ever dared to intrude so boldly into their territory. The enormous dragon claw, carrying destructive force, descended with overwhelming momentum. Yet, just as it was about to touch the azure thundercloud Jiaolong, the claw exploded with a loud bang. This scene left the surrounding Jiaolong wide-eyed and incredulous. Quick, go notify the master that a powerful enemy has invaded, a Jiaolong exclaimed, realizing that the opponent's strength was extraordinary, beyond what they could withstand. The azure thundercloud Jiaolong let out a low dragon roar. Though unclear about the situation, he was certain that the beast god had intervened to assist. Therefore, he had no need for hesitation. His massive body moved swiftly, soon reaching the golden lake. Under Long Yuan's protection, the azure thundercloud Jiaolong felt no pressure from the dragon's blood. This lake contains dragon's blood, Long Yuan explained to the azure thundercloud Jiaolong. Although it's somewhat diluted over time, it will definitely benefit you. Go in and absorb as much as you can. Dragon's blood. The azure thundercloud Jiaolong looked at the golden lake before him in amazement, his heart filled with excitement. Tian Leiyunjiao and Chu Yunling widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the shimmering golden lake before them. The surface of the lake rippled gently, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. Is it really possible that our world still has something like dragon blood? Chu Yunling asked, her voice trembling slightly. As an experienced beast tamer, she knew that in this world, apart from the beast god, true dragons were thought not to exist. Long Yuan smiled faintly, his gaze deep and profound. This is a remnant from an era long past, not something of this age, he explained with a hint of mystery in his voice. And don't underestimate this world. Beyond the gates of hell, there are also unimaginable powers within certain forbidden lands. As he spoke, Long Yuan extended a finger, gently touching the brow of Tian Leiyunjiao. A barely perceptible energy wave flowed from his fingertip into the dragon's body. Go ahead, he said. I've left a protective measure within you. The dragon's might and the violent energies in the blood won't harm you. Absorb the true dragon's blood here boldly. This will bring you one step closer to becoming a true dragon. A flicker of anticipation crossed Long Yuan's eyes. Before arriving here, he hadn't detected the presence of dragon blood, and now it was a pleasant surprise. He wondered to what extent the bloodline of Tian Leiyunjiao would advance after absorbing this dragon blood. Thank you, beast god. Tian Leiyunjiao exclaimed excitedly, clasping its dragon claws together and bowing respectfully to Long Yuan. Without hesitation, it leaped into the golden lake, sending a spray of golden droplets into the air. Standing on the shore, Chu Yunling clenched her fists, her eyes shining with anticipation. She knew that after this, Shaoqing's power would advance by leaps and bounds. As a beast tamer, her own strength would naturally rise as well. Just as Tian Leiyunjiao submerged in the golden lake, a sudden change occurred. From several miles away, terrifying auras descended abruptly, tearing through the tranquil air. They were none other than several martial saint ancestors from Tianlongjuan, their presence a testament to the formidable foundations of Tianlongjuan. Each of these martial saint ancestors displayed expressions of astonishment, their eyes fixed in disbelief on the direction of the dragon blood lake. When they saw a blue dragon immersed in the lake, their breaths quickened, faces filled with incredulity. How is this possible? One of the martial saint ancestors exclaimed in shock. That dragon can actually enter the dragon blood lake directly? His voice was laced with astonishment and a hint of barely concealed envy. That's a place even emperors can't approach, the lake of dragon blood, the ultimate essence of Tianlong abyss, long yearned for, but always out of reach. Now, this sacred place has been intruded upon by outsiders, igniting endless envy and anger in the hearts of the Tianlong abyss elders. They can only absorb the dissipating dragon energy from the periphery, while those two uninvited guests have plunged directly into the pool. Jin Sheng, an imposing figure with golden dragon horns and flowing golden hair, stood by the lake and sternly declared, "Esteemed guests, this is the domain of Tianlong abyss. Your unrestrained intrusion seems rather improper, don't you think?" Long Yuan turned slowly upon hearing this, his gaze sweeping over the gathered elders. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. There are actually a few with complete demon saint capabilities. When his eyes fell on Jin Sheng, a hint of surprise flashed in them. "Oh, you possess a trace of the Imperial golden dragon bloodline?" Long Yuan's gaze seemed to penetrate Jin Sheng's essence like X-rays, and he softly revealed, "Beast, void golden dragon Jiao species, with a 45 awakening of the Jiao dragon Imperial golden dragon bloodline, at the 9th tier complete demon saint cultivation, and an 8th tier complete demon sovereign physical cultivation. Tianlong abyss elder, quite remarkable." As a true dragon, Long Yuan inherited the dragon clan's ancestral knowledge through his bloodline. He pondered the powerful branches within the dragon lineage, the Imperial Golden Dragon, the Celestial Azure Dragon, the Supreme Demon Dragon, and the Ultimate Yinglong. These branches are considered top tier in combat power within the dragon lineage. His own Icefire Xiantian dragon is classified as a mutated true dragon. At this moment, he unexpectedly encountered a dragon with the Imperial Golden Dragon bloodline, and this Jiao dragon was naturally adept at controlling space, truly extraordinary. While the elders of Tianlong Abyss were still in shock, Long Yuan and Chu Yunling vanished in an instant, reappearing right in front of the demon saint elders. The elders reacted swiftly, immediately encircling the two, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. A group of blue dragons transformed into human form, their eyes fierce as they surrounded Long Yuan and Chu Yunling. The air was thick with a sense of impending doom, as if a colossal battle could erupt at any moment. "Speak. What method did you use to enter the dragon blood lake?" One of the blue dragons demanded coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying chill erupted from him, threatening to freeze everything around. However, just as this dreadful cold was about to reach Long Yuan and Chu Yunling, it dissipated into nothingness. Then, the other elders also took action. Flames swirled, fierce winds howled, thunder roared, and golden light shone brilliantly. Each elder unleashed a formidable energy that could easily crush ancient mountains. Their eyes gleamed with greed. If they could master the method to enter the dragon blood lake, they would have a chance to transform into true dragons. Facing the aggressive questioning, Long Yuan's lips curved into a mysterious smile. Suddenly, he frowned, and an aura of dragon majesty even purer than that of the dragon blood lake enveloped the surrounding dragon elders. Ah! Several dragons let out piercing screams as their human forms uncontrollably reverted to their dragon bodies, writhing in pain on the ground. "Dragon aura, such pure dragon aura!" The Golden Saint Elder exclaimed in terror. "Are you a true dragon? Are you the guardian beast of the Chu family?" They had already heard of the demise of the Jiaofei Elder and knew that a true dragon demon emperor, who dared to slay even the martial emperor of the Hell Gate, had appeared in the Chu family. But they never expected this fierce individual to confront them directly. "Oh, you guessed who I am so quickly." Long Yuan looked at them calmly. The dragon bloodline's suppression was so strong that in the face of a true dragon bloodline, the lesser dragon bloodlines couldn't even lift their heads. He turned to Chu Yunling and said, "Choose one of these demon saints as your contract beast." Contract demon saint. Chu Yunling's eyes widened in surprise. Such powerful beings were unheard of even in her Chu family. "That's right. That's why I brought you here," Long Yuan explained. "Take a look and choose the one you like to make a contract with." Then he addressed the demon saints with a tempting tone. "I'm giving you a chance to transform into a dragon. Whoever becomes this young lady's contract beast, I will take them into the dragon blood lake. Don't feel like you're being slighted. This young lady has a special ability that can continuously enhance the bloodline of her contract beasts. You should understand the benefits of this." Chu Yunling, filled with excitement, scanned the dragons, trying to select the most suitable spirit beast. However, Each demon saint appeared so powerful, making it difficult for her to decide. The demon saints, too, were caught in a dilemma. The prospect of transforming into a dragon was undeniably tempting, but becoming a contract beast meant losing their current freedom. Yet, the ability to continuously enhance their bloodline was highly enticing. Beast God, my eyes are not sharp enough to discern their differences. Please guide me. Chu Yunling pleaded to Long Yuan after surveying the dragons. Long Yuan glanced over them and pointed to one. Choose that golden dragon. With the Imperial Golden Dragon bloodline, it will certainly become a formidable ally with proper cultivation. The chosen Golden Saint Elder sighed, filled with both anticipation and anxiety, unsure whether this was a blessing or a curse. But in the presence of this true dragon demon emperor, he had no choice. Ultimately, the Golden Saint Elder signed a contract with Chu Yunling. Witnessing this, the other demon saints also entertained the idea of being contracted. Unfortunately, they missed their chance, as Long Yuan only allowed Chu Yunling to contract with one demon saint. Knowing more would be unnecessary. Although Chu Yunling contracted 2 demon saints, the system still only counted 1. The main purpose of this contract was to quickly complete the system task and obtain the supreme artifact, the Tower of Time. With the Tower of Time, the strength of the Chu family could rapidly increase again. However, for the long-term development of the Chu family, they would need to work hard step by step. Long Yuan kept his promise and led the Golden Saint ancestor, who had been contracted by Chu Yunling, towards the Dragon Blood Lake. Surprisingly, they did not feel any suppression from the dragon's might. The Golden Saint ancestor was thrilled. From birth, he had always hoped to enter this sacred place, and now his wish had finally come true. Amidst the envious gazes of all the demon saints outside, the Golden Saint ancestor slowly walked into the Dragon Blood Lake. The lake's surface rippled gently, as if welcoming this new guest. At that moment, Long Yuan heard the long-awaited system notification in his ear. Congratulations to the host for nurturing an 8th-level martial saint for the Guardian family. Task rewards have been issued to the system space. A century of cultivation, the supreme artifact Tower of Time, the supreme divine skill Ancestral Dragon Fist, 20 body enhancement pills, and 20 martial soul enhancement pills. Long Yuan felt a wave of satisfaction. The feeling of completing a task was indeed wonderful. He eagerly checked the system space, where a towering 10-story golden tower stood prominently. This was the legendary Tower of Time. Each floor of the Tower of Time had different time acceleration functions, with the multiplier increasing as you went higher. The first floor could accelerate time by 10 times. The second floor by 20 times. The third floor by 40 times. The fourth floor by 80 times. The fifth floor by 160 times. The sixth floor by 320 times. The seventh floor by 640 times. The eighth floor by 1280 times. The ninth floor by 2560 times. And the 10th floor reached an astonishing 5,120 times. Long Yuan was amazed. This meant that while a year passed outside, 5,120 years would have passed on the 10th floor of the Tower of Time. Such an artifact would surely be immensely beneficial to the development of the Chu family. He couldn't help but marvel. Truly a supreme artifact. Its power is simply astounding. The Tower of Time stood proudly at the center of the Chu family's territory, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Long Yuan stood before it, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He was well aware of the tower's significance and understood that its operation required the consumption of a vast amount of elemental stones. Just opening the first level for a day would cost hundreds of thousands of lower-grade stones, an astronomical figure for an ordinary family. Turning around, Long Yuan glanced at the Dragon Blood Lake nearby, where 2 flood dragons were greedily absorbing the essence of dragon blood. He nodded slightly, then closed his eyes, focusing on absorbing the supreme divine skill gifted by the system Ancestral Dragon Fist. As for the century's worth of cultivation, he decided to absorb it upon returning to Chingyong Town. At that moment, the system's notification sounded in Long Yuan's mind. Host Long Yuan, Ice and Fire Xiantian Dragon, Cultivation Realm Midstage 10th Order Demon God, Physical Cultivation at the peak of the Immortal Realm. Current task, elevate the Guardian family to an 8-star family. Task rewards, Bloodline Restoration once, 1,000 years of cultivation, the Eternal Dragon God Technique, 5 Imperial Artifacts, 20 Physique Evolution Pills, 20 Martial Soul Evolution Pills, and the Divine Array Heaven and Earth Universe Array. Guardian Family Level, 7-star. Host cultivation speed increased by 70 times. Long Yuan was taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes. His Ice and Fire Xiantian Dragon bloodline was already incredibly powerful, and he hadn't expected it could undergo restoration again. The generous rewards filled him with even more anticipation for the future. He pondered to himself, if he could nurture the Chu family to an imperial or even divine level family, wouldn't the rewards be extraordinary? This thought fueled Long Yuan with even more motivation. Just then, the Void Golden Dragon Jiao spoke up, its voice tinged with urgency. Beast God, I feel like I can't hold it in any longer. Long Yuan was momentarily confused, his face showing puzzlement. Was the dragon about to relieve itself in Dragon Blood Lake? But the next moment, the void golden dragon Jiao exclaimed excitedly. I feel like I'm about to break through to the Demon Emperor. This exclamation instantly clarified the situation for Long Yuan, and a hint of delight flashed in his eyes. It seemed that this opportunity was not just a boon for him personally, but a qualitative leap for the entire Chu family. The void golden dragon Jiao stood by the Dragon Blood Lake, exuding an aura of immense power indicative of a complete demon saint. He gazed at the lake's surface, his heart stirred with emotion. For years, he had lingered at the demon saint level, and now he was finally touching the threshold of becoming a demon emperor. Yet, at this critical moment of breakthrough, a tinge of hesitation crept into his heart. The energy of the dragon blood surged within him, urging him to take that final step. However, the temptation of becoming a demon emperor was fraught with deadly risks. In this world, to ascend to the emperor level, one must receive the approval of the gate of hell. Otherwise, what awaited him was certain doom, akin to the fate of the Yunshao sect's martial emperor, who was annihilated 10,000 years ago. As the void golden dragon Jiao wavered, a confident voice interrupted his thoughts. No worries, if you want to break through, just do it. Don't have any fears. Just a bunch of martial emperors. If they dare to come, I wouldn't mind wiping them out. Long Yuan's words carried an aura of immense power, causing the void golden dragon Jiao to shiver. Long Yuan was secretly pleased, not expecting the void golden dragon Jiao to possess the strength to break through to the emperor level, which was an unexpected delight. The task of nurturing a 9th-level martial emperor was accomplished ahead of schedule, and he was already calculating the rewards that would soon be his. Although Long Yuan's words gave the void golden dragon Jiao some courage, the long-standing fear of the gate of hell still lingered in his heart. As a subordinate force of the gate of hell, Tianlongjuan was well aware of its power and ruthlessness. At that moment, Chu Yunling's resolute voice came through. If the beast god says you can break through, then do it. The beast god has killed Hellgate's martial emperors before. These words completely dispelled the void golden dragon Jiao's doubts. All right, I'll break through. At worst, I'll die, he resolved, knowing that missing this opportunity could become a lifelong regret. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura erupted from the void golden dragon Jiao. Golden radiance enveloped his body, marking the beginning of his final step towards the demon emperor realm. Meanwhile, outside the Dragon Blood Lake, the demon saint powerhouses of Tianlongjuan were in a panic. Is Jin Sheng breaking through to the demon emperor? Did he get approval from the gate of hell? Someone exclaimed in shock. We're doomed. Tianlongjuan is doomed. If the gate of hell holds us accountable, we'll be erased from this world, another elder said in despair. Despite attempts to comfort by saying the void golden dragon Jiao had become a contracted beast of the Chu family, and the gate of hell might not pursue them, others quickly dismissed the idea. How could they not? Do you think the gate of hell is reasonable? The faces of many demon saint elders were filled with fear, as if they could already see the day Tianlongjuan would be leveled. With the powerful energy of the Dragon Blood Lake propelling him, the void golden dragon Jiao's aura climbed steadily. It wasn't long before he successfully reached the early stage of the Demon Emperor. So this is what being an emperor feels like. Truly boundless power. No wonder it can suppress saint levels single-handedly. The void golden dragon Jiao clenched his dragon claw, immersed in this unprecedented sense of power. Not only did his cultivation break through, but the concentration of the sovereign golden dragon bloodline in his body also increased significantly, reaching over 90. Apart from the 4 dragon claws, his appearance was no different from a true dragon. However, when the void golden dragon Jiao's gaze fell on the young man with fiery red hair by the lake, his pupils shrank suddenly. Even with his early-stage demon emperor cultivation, he couldn't discern the other's true strength. Long Yuan seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious mist, making it impossible to penetrate his real power. Could he be a complete demon emperor? The void golden dragon Jiao speculated, gaining a new understanding of Long Yuan's capabilities. The void golden dragon Jiao furrowed his brow, pondering silently. His gaze swept across the scene before him, and the image of that mysterious powerful figure surfaced in his mind. This person not only has a life-bound artifact capable of easily killing a mid-level martial emperor like Chingyong, but his own cultivation is also unfathomable. Could this be the confidence he has to confront the Hellgate Heathen? Days passed swiftly. The azure sky thundercloud Jiao finally emerged from seclusion, exuding a formidable aura. He felt the surge of power within him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The concentration of my bloodline can no longer improve, but under the influence of dragon blood, my cultivation has reached the level of a monster saint. A truly remarkable leap. Long Yuan nodded with satisfaction, offering praise. Indeed, the increase in your strength this time is substantial. The azure sky thundercloud Jiao bowed respectfully, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you for the opportunity given by the beast god. Long Yuan's expression turned serious as he cautioned. Yes, but once you return, you must continue to cultivate diligently and not become complacent. Understood, the azure sky thundercloud Jiao replied solemnly. Afterward, the void golden dragon Jiao bid farewell to the venerable monster saint ancestors of Tianlong Abyss. Having become Chu Yunling's contract beast, he had no choice but to leave the place he once protected. At the moment of departure, he spoke with a complex expression. Everyone, I am well aware that achieving the monster emperor status is a disaster for Tianlong Abyss, but I have no other choice. Becoming the Chu family's guardian beast means standing in opposition to the Hell Gate. Without becoming a monster emperor, death is certain, but as a monster emperor, there might be a slim chance of survival. The other monster saints sighed upon hearing this. Given the circumstances, all they could do was silently hope that the Hell Gate would not hold them accountable. At that moment, the void golden dragon Jiao suddenly suggested, Everyone, I actually have a suggestion, which is to break away from the Hell Gate and pledge allegiance to the Chu family. As soon as he finished speaking, the other monster saints immediately objected. Not rebelling might offer a slim chance of survival, but outright betrayal of the Hell Gate leaves no chance at all. They were all too aware of the terrifying power of the Hell Gate. Throughout history, almost all emperor-level powerhouses have come from the Hell Gate, and the depth of that force's foundation is unimaginably frightening. However, in the midst of this tense atmosphere, Long Yuan unexpectedly appeared and spoke calmly. Actually, what he said is not a bad idea. At least for me, emperor-level powerhouses are of no concern. Long Yuan's words were like a thunderbolt, striking the hearts of the many demon saints and ancestors of Tianlong Abyss. They stared in astonishment at this mysterious figure, struggling to believe as he continued. No matter how many emperor-level powerhouses come, I can slay them all. This bold claim shocked all the demon saints present. Emperor-level powerhouses were the strongest in this world, yet Long Yuan dismissed them as nothing. As the crowd was filled with doubt, Long Yuan suddenly swore by his dragon bloodline, his voice deep and resolute. I swear by my dragon bloodline. The reason for all this effort is solely to find a contract spirit beast for the Chu family's beast master. The flood dragons in Tianlong Abyss possess a faint true dragon bloodline, making them the perfect choice. Otherwise, why would I waste my breath here? This oath left everyone even more astonished. The void golden dragon Jiao couldn't help but take notice, thinking to itself, could the other party truly be so powerful, disregarding even emperor-level powerhouses? Yet, on second thought, it felt a sense of relief. The stronger the beast god, the safer it would be. After intense deliberation, the demon saint ancestors made a shocking decision to defect from the Hell Gate and align with the Chu family. Long Yuan then communicated with Chu Tian to discuss the relevant matters, but made it clear he would not interfere with the Chu family's specific development. When Chu Tian learned of a saint-level force pledging allegiance, he was surprised but accepted it, considering it was the beast god himself involved. However, what truly astonished him was that the beast god had arranged for a demon emperor-level powerhouse to be Chu Yunling's contract beast. This news completely overturned Chu Tianyang's understanding. As Chu Tianyang was still processing this information, the void golden dragon Jiao added, Jiao Yun has gone to the Hell Gate. Among all our ancestors, he feels the strongest connection to the Hell Gate. Seeing Chu Tianyang's puzzled expression, the void golden dragon Jiao explained, yes, an ancestor from Jiao Yun's lineage once joined the Hell Gate and became a demon emperor. Because of this, Jiao Yun's lineage has always been closely tied to the Hell Gate. This revelation added a new layer of complexity to the situation, and Chu Tianyang realized that the path ahead might be more winding than he had imagined. Chu Tianyang frowned slightly and asked the void golden dragon Jiao, most forces have submitted to Hell Gate just for self-preservation, right? They don't have any special relationship with them. Should we wait for them to come back and then capture them? A gleam flashed in the eyes of the void golden dragon Jiao, and he replied solemnly, no, I have a better idea. Currently, except for us few ancestors, no one knows we've aligned with the Chu family. Why not use this opportunity to act as an insider and investigate Hellgate's true methods? Perhaps we could even deliver a heavy blow at a critical moment. Chu Tianyang's eyes lit up, and he praised, great idea. The group then engaged in detailed discussions and finalized a plan. On the surface, Tianlong Abyss would still appear to be a subsidiary force of Hellgate, but secretly, it had already pledged allegiance to the Chu family. This decision stemmed from the confidence Dragon Yuan instilled in them, especially with the oath made on his dragon bloodline, which bolstered their resolve. With the plan set, the void golden dragon Jiao did not immediately head to the Chu family, but chose to stay put, waiting for Jiao Yun to return from Hellgate. Before departing, Dragon Yuan advised the void golden dragon Jiao, once this matter is resolved, return to the Chu family quickly. There, you'll find an environment suitable for emperor-level cultivators. These words startled the void golden dragon Jiao. leading him to ponder whether the Chu family possessed a ninth-grade heaven and earth essence vein. He then respectfully bowed. Dragon Yuan also promised the other demon saints, "After this matter is settled, I'll open a passage directly to the dragon blood lake for you. Then, you can enter and purify your bloodlines." Upon hearing this, the demon saints' expressions changed dramatically to joy. 4 Jiao dragons. Purifying their bloodline to evolve into dragons was almost a lifelong, ultimate pursuit. "Thank you, Senior." Everyone expressed their gratitude in unison, their eyes shining with anticipation. Half a month later, Jiao Yuan returned to Tianlong Abyss excitedly from Hellgate. His silver hair fluttered wildly, and he laughed loudly upon entering. "Ha! This time the Chu family is doomed." The other ancestors, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by that? Is Hellgate's Emperor-level expert going to take action personally?" Jiao Yun scoffed and replied arrogantly, "The insignificant Chu family doesn't require an Emperor-level expert's intervention. However, Hellgate's seniors have been generous this time, bestowing us with Emperor weapons and Emperor-level talismans. We have 5 or 6 Emperor weapons alone, and dozens of Emperor-level talismans. With such formidable means, how can the Chu family possibly survive?" Before Dragon Yuan's arrival, the demon saints would have been shocked by Hellgate's display. But now, they were aware that the Chu family's beast god didn't regard even Emperor-level experts as threats, let alone these weapons and talismans. Nonetheless, they feigned shock and echoed the sentiment that the Chu family would inevitably fall. Subsequently, with a tacit understanding, the Golden Saint Ancestor and others extracted more details of Hellgate's plans. Besides Tianlong Abyss, 5 other holy-level sects, including the Divine Fist sect and the 10,000 Sword Gate, were involved. These forces, strong presences surrounding the Qian domain, were determined to annihilate the Chu family, especially coveting their guardian beast. The Golden Saint Ancestor and others exchanged glances, deciding to relay this intelligence to the Chu family as soon as possible to prevent a surprise attack, causing substantial losses. Meanwhile, within the Chu family's 9-layered spatial world, Dragon Yuan had settled the Time Tower. When he revealed its miraculous effects, Chu Tianyong and Chu Jingua were astounded. Does it really have a time acceleration effect inside? The 10th layer actually accelerates time over 5,000 times. Chu Tianyong asked in disbelief. Dragon Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, but the energy stones required are exceptionally immense. You must be thoroughly prepared before using it to avoid waste." He initially considered placing the Time Tower in the Dragon Emperor Hall, where the divine-grade heaven and earth essence veins made for a rich environment. However, he thought better of it, realizing that with the system in hand, the rewards it offered surpassed even the benefits of training in the Time Tower. Chu Jingua was amazed. "This treasure could rapidly boost our Chu family's strength. If the 10th layer is activated, 1 year outside would equate to over 5,000 years inside. Such an extraordinary function truly makes it a supreme treasure. Compared to that, the cost of energy stones is trivial." After arrangements were made, Dragon Yuan returned to the Dragon Emperor Hall. As a homebody, he avoided appearing unless necessary. However, within the Dragon Emperor Hall, he became interested in Chu Long's situation. Is this guy still dual cultivating? Dragon Yuan wondered in surprise. In the room where Chu Long was, the sounds of dragon and phoenix cries echoed continuously. A golden divine dragon and a golden divine phoenix danced gracefully, sometimes harmonizing, sometimes circling the pair. Not only had Chu Long's complexion improved, shedding his previously drained appearance, but his cultivation had also advanced to the 4th rank martial sect. Dragon Yuan was quite surprised. Within less than a month of acquiring this heritage, Chu Long had progressed from a 2nd rank martial artist to a 4th rank, a truly astonishing rate of cultivation. He then observed Chu Long's partner, Shin Biao. Contrary to an ordinary furnace, she appeared rosy and had undergone a dramatic change in cultivation. It seemed that during this dual cultivation period, both Chu Long and his partners experienced rapid advancements in their cultivation. Not bad. It seems this isn't some evil dual cultivation heritage. Dragon Yuan nodded to himself. He also noticed that golden dragon and phoenix tattoos were faintly emerging on their bodies. Is this the nascent form of the Yang dragon body and Yin phoenix body? Dragon Yuan confirmed in his heart that Chu Long's fortune was indeed extraordinary. This world is quite complex, containing such inheritances. Dragon Yuan mused. Strangely, these inheritances have been interrupted, leading to a complete decline where not even a single divine-level expert can emerge. Could it be related to Hellgate? Not to mention, just the name of that force sounds odd. This world is named the human realm, yet there's a so-called Hellgate? It's as if hell is ruling over the human world. Of course, the primary reason might be that this world no longer has divine-grade heaven and earth essence veins. Without them, divine-level experts naturally can't be born. In Dragon Yuan's divine sense, the human realm still held many powerful inheritances. Besides Tianlong Abyss Dragon Blood Lake, there were the Divine Fist sect's ancient heavenly monument, the 10,000 sword gates, sword mountain, and other powerful heritage sites. Unfortunately, none had managed to produce a divine-level expert. His divine sense swept over the martial training ground, where two figures were engaged in intense combat. It was the dragon guard Chu Jian and elder Chu Jinan, battling fiercely from the ground to the sky, their punches and palms creating waves of energy that filled the surroundings. Chu Jinan's battle saint physique was like an untiring beast on the battlefield. Each clash only fueled his fighting spirit, and his strength continued to rise. In contrast, Chu Jian's diamond battle physique, though merely a royal body, stood out among the many powerful figures of the Chu family due to his profound body refinement skills. The two figures intertwined in the air, their fists and feet colliding with deafening booms, making it difficult to determine a victor. From a distance, Yuan watched the fierce contest with a sharp gaze. He calculated silently. If they could activate the time tower, even staying on the first level for a month would be a qualitative leap for the Chu family. Inside the tower, a year would be enough to elevate their strength significantly. As for the required spirit stones, the resources plundered from the beast control sect would sustain their training for several months. However, the surrounding major forces clearly had no intention of giving the Chu family a chance to catch their breath. Just as Yuan pondered, Chu Jingua hurried over with a solemn expression and reported, "Beast God, news from Tian Longjuan the enemy has started to move." Upon hearing this, Yuan frowned slightly and sneered. "Oh? No emperor-level experts have been deployed yet. Are they underestimating me?" Chu Jingua asked anxiously. "Beast God, how should we respond?" Yuan calmly replied, "How to respond? Since they've come knocking, we naturally need to eliminate them completely. Don't you want the resources of those holy lands?" Chu Jingua gave an awkward smile. Though he coveted the resources of those holy lands, the thought of the many emperor weapons and emperor-level talismans deployed by the enemy made him uneasy. Seeing through his thoughts, Yuan continued, "The real challenge isn't those so-called emperor weapons and talismans. No matter how many they have, I don't regard them as a threat. The real trouble is that they don't dare face us hidden and instead scheme from the shadows. If possible, it would be best to gather them in one place so I can take them out in one fell swoop." Chu Jingua nodded thoughtfully and then said resolutely, "Gather them together? Leave that to us." "Oh, you have a plan." Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Not yet," Chu Jingua admitted. "But with many people, we can surely come up with something." Yuan nodded in approval. "Good, then think of a way. If you can gather them, I'll personally deal with them." His tone carried a hint of laziness, revealing his preference for acting at crucial moments, while otherwise enjoying leisurely cultivation or moments of peace. Seeing the beast god's assurance, Chu Jingua's confidence soared, and he bowed before taking his leave. After Chu Jingua left, Yuan flicked his fingers, sending a few streams of light piercing through the void into the refining heart tower. These were system rewards he had received recently. Through long-term observation, Yuan had realized that the system's rewards came in two parts, one for him personally, and the other as gifts to the Chu family from the system. Chu Tianyong placed all the rewards he received from the Chu family into the heart refining tower. These included rare treasures such as holy artifacts, holy-grade physique origins, and holy-grade martial soul origins, along with 20 physique enhancement pills and 20 martial soul enhancement pills. These treasures are considered priceless even in the human realm. As for the Imperial-level body refining technique, the Cosmic Star technique, he decided to keep it for now, planning to pass it on gradually or after he breaks through to the martial saint level and then hand it over to the Chu family. Chu Jingua quickly returned to Chingyong City after receiving the task and immediately convened the elders and the ancestors to discuss the matter. During the meeting, an elder frowned and said, "Gathering everyone together? That's no easy task. Those holy-level forces are spread around the Qian domain, and if we make a move, they might attack from all directions. To bring them together, we might need to rely on Tianlong Abyss to mediate. Our Chu family is really not in a position to show up." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Jingua slowly said, "Firstly, the other side is going through such great lengths because they fear the beast god. With our Chu family only at 7 stars, we are not even on their radar. So, their target must be focused on the beast god. We can fully exploit this point to lure these people together." After a heated discussion, the Chu family finally settled on a plan. A few days later, under the pretense of crusading against the Chu family's demon emperor, Tianlong Abyss gathered sects like the Divine Fist sect and the 10,000 Sword Gate to discuss the matter. However, each sect only sent an ancestor-level expert, not gathering all their masters in one place. Ancestor Jinxing sighed inwardly, thinking, "If the powerful figures of all major forces were gathered, a single transmission from me would lead to their downfall. Unfortunately, the time is not yet ripe." At that moment, the ancestor of the Divine Fist sect, Iron Hand Divine Fist, couldn't hold back anymore and urgently asked, "Ancestor Jinxing, you said Tianlong Abyss has a way to deal with the Chu family's demon emperor. What exactly is the method? Tell us quickly." Elder Jinsheng solemnly announced a shocking piece of news. Everyone, I have unfortunate news to share. Elder Jiayun of Tianlong Abyss has fallen. This announcement hit like a sledgehammer, shattering the psychological defenses of all the elders present. They exclaimed in unison, "What? Jiayun has fallen." Their faces were etched with disbelief and shock. Elder Jiayun was a perfect-level demon saint. His fall signified something monumental. The face of Elder Jianshun from the Wanjian sect suddenly changed, as if he had realized something dreadful. He cautiously asked, "Could it be?" Elder Jinsheng nodded, confirming Jian Chen's suspicion. Yes, it was the Chu family's demon emperor who killed him. Elder Jiayun, to ensure the flawless completion of the mission assigned by the Hell Gate, ventured deep into the Chu family to gather intelligence on the demon emperor. As a result, he remains there forever. There was sorrow in Elder Jinsheng's words, yet he harbored a shocking secret. In reality, Jiayun did not die at the hands of the Chu family, but was executed by Elder Jinsheng himself. The reason was simple. Tianlong Abyss had already allied with the Chu family, and Jiayun was closely tied to the Hell Gate. To prevent Jiayun from revealing Tianlong Abyss's role as a spy, they had to resort to such extreme measures. Iron Fist Elder, upon hearing this, was furious. He stood up, his fists clashing together with a deafening sound like clashing metal. He roared, "That Chu family demon emperor is courting death. How dare he strike against us? I say we should act immediately, crush him to dust, and scatter his bones." Elder Jinshin quickly intervened to curb Iron Fist's impulsiveness. "Iron Fist, why the rush? Don't forget, the opponent is a true emperor-level powerhouse. If we can't deliver a severe blow with one strike, it might be us who perish." He frowned and asked, "Jian didn't let the emperor's weapon fall into the demon emperor's hands, did he?" Elder Jinsheng shook his head. "No need to worry about that." When Jiayun left, fearing an accident, he left the emperor's weapon in Tianlong Abyss. Elder Jianchun breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. If the weapon fell into their hands, it would be a huge problem." He paused and then asked, "By the way, did Elder Jiayun gather any intelligence on the Chu family's demon emperor?" This question voiced the concern of everyone present. After all, none of them had ever seen the Chu family demon emperor, and their understanding of this mysterious powerhouse was based only on hearsay. Ancestor Jin Sheng nodded solemnly, his eyes glinting with wisdom. "Indeed, there is crucial intelligence." As soon as he spoke, the eyes of all the saint-level ancestors present lit up, as if they had glimpsed a ray of hope. Gaining some critical information about the demon emperor would undoubtedly be beneficial in dealing with such a formidable foe. Ancestor Jin Sheng surveyed the room and asked in a deep voice, "Have any of you ever wondered why, despite being powerful enough to slay the Red Extinction Martial Emperor, the demon emperor seldom acts personally? Instead, he relies on the small Chu family. Isn't this something worth pondering?" Iron Fist God frowned and thought for a moment before tentatively responding. Perhaps he's afraid of attracting the attention of the Hell Gate? No sooner had he finished speaking than Ancestor Gong Pu of the Wild God Pavilion sneered, mercilessly mocking. "It seems you've used all your intelligence on those iron fists, leaving none for thinking." Iron Fist God was instantly enraged, clenching his fists in threat. "What did you say? Want to see if my fist can smash your head?" Gong Pu didn't back down, coldly retorting, "You're welcome to try." If the opponent were truly afraid of attracting the Hellgate's attention, he would stay hidden and not show himself so frequently, let alone slay the Red Extinction Martial Emperor. Iron Fist God, infuriated by these words, could only turn away in anger, snorting coldly without further words. Seeing the tension rising, Ancestor Jin Sheng quickly intervened. "Let's not let our tempers flare. Our goal now is to figure out how to defeat the Chu family's demon emperor, not to fight amongst ourselves." He took a deep breath and continued. "To be honest, based on the intelligence gathered by Jiayun, the issue is not that the demon emperor doesn't want to act, but that his body has a problem." "Oh, what do you mean?" Ancestor Jinshin asked eagerly. Lowering his voice, Ancestor Jin Sheng spoke mysteriously. "According to the information our ancestor Jiayun risked his life to gather, the Chu family's demon emperor becomes weak on every full moon night, with his strength dropping from a perfect demon emperor to an initial stage demon emperor. We suspect this is due to some uncontrollable change happening with the thin dragon blood within him. This is the real reason he hesitates to act." This revelation left everyone astonished. Although they had heard rumors that the Chu family's demon emperor might be a true dragon, they had always been skeptical due to lack of evidence. After all, true dragons are mythical creatures, and the body of a pure-blooded true dragon is said to be at the martial god level from birth. If true, what chance would they have? Even if he stood still and let them attack, they likely couldn't break through his defenses. Moreover, how could such a being exist in the human world? After some contemplation, they leaned towards believing that he was a dragon with dragon blood. The fall of the Red Extinction Martial Emperor was evidence enough of the Chu family's demon emperor's extraordinary combat prowess, certainly surpassing that of the Red Extinction Martial Emperor. "Does this mean we should strike on a full moon night?" someone suggested. Ancestor Jin Sheng nodded in agreement, but added, yes. However, even then, it's not foolproof. The Chu family's demon emperor is cunning and will surely hide well on a full moon night. We might not even know where to find him. If we alert him prematurely, the consequences could be dire. Iron Fist God, dissatisfied, shouted. Then what do we do? Doesn't this make everything you said pointless? This outburst completely infuriated Ancestor Jin Sheng. He gritted his teeth, barely restraining himself from teaching this reckless man a lesson. However, for the sake of the greater good, he swallowed his anger and continued to devise a strategy. The cold snort of Ancestor Gong Pu from the archaic God Pavilion shattered the silence in the conference room. He cast a disdainful glance at everyone present, finally fixing his gaze on Ancestor Jin Sheng. You brainless fool. Gong Pu rebuked sharply. We are gathered here today to devise a foolproof plan. If the Demon Emperor were so easy to deal with, why would we go to such lengths? Sensing the tension in the room, Jian Chen quickly interjected. Ancestor Jin Sheng, do you have a way to deal with the Demon Emperor? Please share it, so we can all consider it together. His tone carried a hint of urgency, clearly indicating that there must be a feasible strategy since they were brought together, otherwise, it would be a waste of time. A glimmer of insight flashed in Ancestor Jin Sheng's eyes as he spoke slowly. Indeed, I do have a method, but, oh, come on, stop beating around the bush and just tell us, an impatient elder interrupted. My fists are itching for action. Ancestor Jin Sheng took a deep breath, his expression turning stern. A terrifying aura subtly emanated from him, reflecting the anger within. As everyone knows, besides Ancestor Jiao Yuan, Ancestor Jiao Fei also fell at the hands of the Demon Emperor. So, Tianlong Abyss and the Chu family's Demon Emperor have an irreconcilable enmity. If not for this connection, Tianlong Abyss wouldn't even consider using this last resort. If Long Yuan were here, he would surely give a thumbs up to Ancestor Jin Sheng's performance. This act was so convincing that even these ancient beings, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, found it hard to discern its authenticity. Jian Chun grew impatient and urged, calm down, Ancestor Jin Sheng, and tell us your method. If it works, we will certainly contribute our efforts. Seeing the atmosphere sufficiently stirred, Ancestor Jin Sheng finally revealed. As I mentioned earlier, the Chu family's Demon Emperor's uncontrollable power surge is due to dragon blood. Therefore, Tianlong Abyss plans to lure him in using our ultimate resource, the Dragon Blood Lake. This statement left all the saint-level ancestors present in astonishment, their eyes filled with incredulous light. Clearly, they hadn't expected him to go to such lengths. The conference room was plunged into a stunned silence. Dragon Blood Lake is the origin of Tianlong Abyss, and any mishap could mean an immeasurable loss for Tianlong Abyss. Jin Saint Ancestor's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, his voice low and resolute, as if announcing a meticulously planned trap. Isn't the Demon Emperor of the Chu family afraid to show up on the night of the full moon? Then I'll spread the word that the Dragon Blood Lake of Tianlong Abyss has its suppression weakened on full moon nights. His gaze swept across those present as he continued to elaborate on his plan. The problem with the dragon blood in his body will inevitably draw him to the Dragon Blood Lake. Even if his symptoms have nothing to do with dragon blood, hearing that there's dragon blood in the lake will certainly make him want to investigate it's in the nature of all of us dragons. Jin Saint Ancestor's voice grew colder. As long as he dares to come here on the night of the full moon, under the trap we've set, he will have no chance of leaving. By the end, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he could already see the Demon Emperor of the Chu family being torn to pieces. The other holy ancestors of the major forces exchanged glances, silently weighing the feasibility of this plan. A tense yet excited atmosphere filled the air. Suddenly, Iron Fist Divine Fist stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. Since Tianlong Abyss has made such a significant move, our Divine Fist sect cannot stand idly by. With years of accumulation, we have some resources too. Our Divine Fist sect is willing to contribute an Emperor-level formation, which will surely trap the Demon Emperor of the Chu family within, giving us the assurance to completely annihilate him. Iron Fist Divine Fist declaration seemed to open the floodgates, prompting other forces to express their support. In addition to the Emperor artifacts and Emperor-level attack talismans promised by the Hell Gate, all the major forces revealed significant resources. These forces, having existed for at least hundreds of thousands of years, would not have survived without some means. Subsequently, everyone began to discuss the details of the plan thoroughly, repeatedly simulating various possible scenarios. They all knew they were facing a true Emperor-level powerhouse and could not afford the slightest negligence, or they might end up dead themselves. However, from beginning to end, no one suspected that Tianlong Abyss had already allied with the Chu family. After all, who would think a force would be willing to expose its ultimate resources just to deal with an enemy? Iron Hand Divine Fist smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Now we just have to wait for the Chu family's Demon Emperor to show up. To slay an emperor, he murmured, his blood seemingly boiling with anticipation. Beside him, Old Ancestor Jin Sheng nodded, his expression serious. They dared to employ such tactics because Long Yuan had declared that any emperor-level means were not to be feared. With that assurance, they could risk it all and lure these forces into a carefully designed trap. The leaders of various major forces soon dispersed, readying themselves for the impending operation to slay the emperor. Meanwhile, Tian Longyuan cleverly spread the news about the Dragon Blood Lake to Chingyong City. As expected, the day the news spread, Long Yuan appeared above the Dragon Blood Lake. He circled the lake several times, attempting to attack it, but was unable to breach its defenses. In the end, Long Yuan had to leave in frustration, a scene witnessed by the forces like the Divine Fist sect who had been secretly observing. This performance convinced everyone that the dragon had indeed come, and the aura it exuded was at the peak of the Demon Emperor realm. The information gathered by Jiao Yuan was confirmed the Chu family's Demon Emperor was indeed terrifyingly powerful, reaching the pinnacle of the Demon Emperor level. Initially, some sect forces thought this move was unnecessary, believing the means granted by Hell Gate were sufficient to suppress the opponent. However, after witnessing Long Yuan's power firsthand, they dared not act recklessly. After all, the strongest means granted by Hell Gate were merely Emperor-level talismans at their peak, incapable of defeating such a formidable enemy with a single blow. However, all of this was merely a carefully orchestrated play by Long Yuan. His goal was to gather all the powerful individuals in one place and capture them all in one fell swoop. During this time, the Chu family spared no expense, using a large number of spirit stones to open the first layer of the Time Tower. This time, those entering the Time Tower included not only the Dragon Guards but also many of the Chu family's talents, with Chu Tian among them. For him, such an opportunity was not to be missed. Even with the myriad spirit sacred body, breaking through from martial venerable to martial saint required a lengthy period of accumulation. Only the Time Tower could save him a significant amount of time. Many elders also entered the Time Tower for intense cultivation, but clan leader Chu Jingua did not. His physique was originally the spirit-level golden light body, but seeing his diligent work for the Chu family, Long Yuan granted him a physique evolution pill, evolving it into the king-level golden light battle body. Despite only being a king body, his cultivation had reached the early stage of 7th tier martial venerable. This was thanks to a method of auxiliary cultivation he comprehended from the clan's fortune, which was even more effective than the tenfold acceleration within the Time Tower. The stronger the clan's fortune, the faster his cultivation speed, mirroring the system's cultivation speed bonus given to Long Yuan. As the clan leader, Chu Jingua naturally enjoyed excellent treatment. He had access to any usable pills obtained from the Beastmasters. Therefore, even without much time for cultivation, he did not fall behind in his progress. For this reason, he once considered resigning as clan leader to focus solely on cultivation, but Chu Tian firmly refused. The reason was simple. Chu Jingua was currently the only person in the Chu family who could perceive the clan's fortune and the only one capable of wielding the clan's imperial weapon, the Dragon Emperor Cauldron. It would be a great waste for such a talent not to serve as clan leader. Chu Tian gazed firmly at Chu Jingua and said, "Let's wait until our Chu family becomes a true imperial clan, or until someone else senses the presence of our clan's fortune. Only then should you step down as the patriarch." He understood well that at this stage, no one was more suited to be the patriarch than Chu Jingua. Time flowed on, and the cycles of the sun and moon continued. The full moon night in the human realm arrived as expected, and Long Yuan's silhouette appeared above Dragon Blood Lake. He looked down with a cold smile. There are quite a lot of people here. Long Yuan's divine sense swept over the hidden areas by the lake, where the ancestors of various powerful factions were concealed. He calculated silently. There were over 30 saint-level experts alone, indicating that these factions had mobilized their full strength. More alarming was the formidable killing intent hidden here, so intense that even an early-stage Imperial-level expert might struggle to leave unscathed. Several Imperial-level killing formations had been set up, showing just how determined they were to eliminate him. To meet their expectations, Long Yuan deliberately released the aura of an early-stage Imperial-level being. This action reinforced the belief of those in hiding in the previous intelligence from Jiao Yuan. They were secretly delighted. Indeed, last time he appeared, he had the aura of a full-fledged demon emperor, but this time, he only had the power of an early-stage demon emperor. It seemed his strength truly waned on the night of the full moon. This made them even more confident. Ancestor Jin Sheng held a black long spear, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wu Chun, the ancestor of the Divine Fist sect. Both were armed with imperial artifacts bestowed by the Hell Gate, ready to strike. Wu Chun stared eagerly at the dragons circling in the sky and whispered urgently, "Get in there. Hurry up." Suddenly, he frowned in confusion. Come to think of it, is this really a flood dragon? Why do I feel it looks more like a true dragon? Ancestor Jin Sheng shook his head decisively, denying. How could that be? How could there be a true dragon in this world? It just looks like one. Despite his words, his heart was filled with excitement. It was his first time seeing Long Yuan's true form, and his first time witnessing the majesty of a true dragon. The imposing dragon's body and the lively dragon's eyes captivated him, leaving him in awe and unable to contain himself. This is one of the reasons they were willing to submit to the Chu family. Long Yuan is not only incredibly powerful, but also the only true dragon in the mortal realm. For those with dragon blood, meeting Long Yuan felt like facing their ancestral forebear, filling them with uncontrollable excitement. Why are you so excited? Ancestor Wu Chen asked Ancestor Jin Sheng, puzzled. Of course, it's the Dragon Emperor. Aren't you excited? Ancestor Jin Sheng replied, his eyes shining with excitement. Indeed. Ancestor Wu Chen nodded in agreement. After all, this is an event that will be recorded in history. As everyone watched with anticipation, Long Yuan suddenly dove into the dragon blood lake, charging straight into the carefully arranged trap. Activate the formation, Ancestor Wu Chen shouted excitedly. In an instant, beams of light erupted, and the area above Tian Yuan was enveloped by a three-layered barrier. A terrifying aura spread out, stemming from their meticulously prepared Emperor-level format Iona combination of a trapping and a killing array, determined to slay the demon emperor of the Chu family. Boom! As the formation lit up, over 30 saint-level powerhouses revealed themselves, no longer hiding. They grouped by faction, each wielding an emperor artifact. Together, they unleashed a terrifying aura capable of tearing apart the heavens and earth. An ambush, Long Yuan exclaimed, trying to escape, but was forcefully repelled by the formation. Ha ha ha, demon emperor of the Chu family, just realizing it's an ambush? Isn't it a bit late? Iron Fist God laughed loudly. Today, I will slay the emperor. I will use your emperor's blood to temper my unparalleled Iron Fist. Despite the situation, they remained cautious and didn't attack immediately. Instead, the Wanjian sect took the lead in activating the prearranged emperor-level killing formation, the Annihilating Cross-Sword formation, intending to first deplete Long Yuan's strength. In an instant, countless dazzling sword lights erupted from the formation, attacking Long Yuan at the center with world-destroying force from all directions. This is the emperor-level formation we obtained from Sword Mountain, Jianshin said, gripping his sword firmly. Even if it doesn't kill you, it will make you shed a layer of skin. Countless beams of sword light shone brilliantly, each containing enough destructive power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. The might of this extermination cross-sword formation was such that even a consummate saint-level expert would find it impossible to withstand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed incessantly. The sword light struck Long Yuan's body, covered in blue dragon scales, and in an instant, he was completely engulfed by it. Watching this, Ancestor Jin Sheng felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself that with his early-stage demon emperor cultivation, even if he could withstand this sword formation known for its destructive power, it would likely leave him seriously injured. However, Long Yuan, at the center of the sword formation, remained calm. He didn't employ any defensive measures because the sword light falling on him gave him a tingling, pleasant sensation reminiscent of a massage from a past life. Just not strong enough. If only it were a bit more intense. Long Yuan mused. With his body at the peak of the immortal realm, only the destructive power of a divine formation could provide a more exhilarating experience. Outside the sword formation, the crowd noticed Long Yuan's aura seemed to be waning, and their faces lit up with joy. Everyone attack! Iron Fist Divine Fist shouted, channeling energy like a rushing river into the Emperor weapon, that Songming blade, wielded by Ancestor Wu Chen. Simultaneously, several saint-level ancestors of the Divine Fist sect poured their energy into the Emperor weapon. Scarlet light erupted from the Songming blade, illuminating the heavens and the earth. As the blade's aura spread, the surrounding void shattered into a black hole. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire dragon domain, as if an unparalleled martial emperor had descended, striking fear into countless martial artists. At this moment, the emperor weapons of other factions, like the void sword of the Myriad Sword sect and the heavenly monument of the Wild God Pavilion, also erupted, their combined might instantly transforming the sky above Long Yuan into a perilous land. Attack! Today, I will slay an emperor. Iron Fist Divine Fist roared as he swung the Songming blade. The dazzling blade light cut through the void like tofu. With a thunderous sound, the intersection of the blade light and the sword formation erupted in a deafening explosion. Just as everyone thought they had succeeded, a sudden dragon roar echoed. A majestic dragon burst forth from the energy, its blue scales shimmering, and its mane and horns ablaze with crimson flames, exuding an aura of supreme dominance. Had enough fun? Is it my turn now? Long Yuan looked down at everyone with disdain. His body was entirely unscathed, a sight that filled all the saint-level experts present with dread. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Ancestor Gong Pu of the Wild God Pavilion suggested unleashing an emperor-level talisman. Yet, just as they brought out the talisman, Long Yuan used his mid-stage demon god consciousness to seize it effortlessly, casually storing it away. It's over. The crowd's faces turned ashen, their last trump card snatched away. In this dire moment, they pinned their hopes on Ancestor Jin Sheng. Unexpectedly, Ancestor Jin Sheng suddenly unleashed the aura of a demon emperor, wielding the heaven-breaking spear, sweeping through with imperial might. Several martial saints of the Divine Fist sect were instantly reduced to ashes, plunging everyone into extreme shock and fear. Elder Jin Sheng, what are you doing? Jian Shun from the Tianjian sect demanded sharply, disbelief gleaming in his eyes. With one strike from Jin Sheng, several martial saints from the Divine Fist sect were reduced to dust, leaving everyone present in shock and fear. Jin Sheng chuckled coldly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. What am I doing? Can't you see I'm killing you all? His voice was icy, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. Gong Pu stared intently at Jin Sheng and said gravely, Jin Sheng, do you realize you're betraying the Hell Gate by doing this? I advise you to turn back now, kill the demon emperor of the Chu family, and maybe the Hell Gate will forgive you. You might even have a chance to join them and become a real power there. Jianshan also said coldly, that's right. Your Tianlong Abyss is an affiliate of the Hell Gate. Even if you broke through to Demon Emperor without their consent, they'd likely spare you and not eradicate you completely. Now that the Holy Light Ancestor has broken through to Demon Emperor, it might be their chance to escape, but only if they can persuade him to act against the Chu family Demon Emperor, someone analyzed in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng sneered disdainfully, you overestimate the Hell Gate. Anyone who doesn't follow their rules ends up dead. Look at the Shao family in the Xian region as the perfect example. So, yes, I have betrayed the Hell Gate. He paused, a cunning gleam in his eyes. And haven't you realized yet that this is all a trap set by Tianlong Abyss and the Chu family to wipe out all your martial saints? At these words, the faces of those from the Tianjian sect and the desolate God Pavilion turned pale. Gong Pu exclaimed in shock, you sided with the Chu family? He looked at Jin Sheng as if he were a madman. Has he lost his mind? To abandon the Hell Gate, the dominant power of the mortal realm, and side with the small Chu family? Aren't you afraid the Hell Gate will come after you? Jin Sheng narrowed his eyes, his imperial weapon beginning to move, emitting a chilling aura. The Hell Gate? They can't even take care of themselves right now, let alone deal with us. And even if they come, I'm not afraid. With that, he launched an attack on the desolate God Pavilion and Wanjin Mountain. Jin Sheng, betraying the Hell Gate will lead to your doom. Gong Pu let out a final scream before his body was completely destroyed by the Imperial weapon's assault. A martial saint is as fragile as an ant before an Imperial-level powerhouse. In just a moment, all the martial saints who came to Tianlong Abyss were wiped out by Jin Sheng, serving as a token of allegiance to the Chu family. Long Yuan nodded in satisfaction, having not made a move himself. Why would he bother with such small fry? He was merely the bait. Very well, the next step is to harvest the foundations of these sects, Long Yuan said to Jin Sheng. However, we'll still need your help. Although the leaders of those forces are dead, they still have substantial foundations, and there might even be some old relics guarding them. The Chu family hasn't fully matured yet, and they can't swallow such large forces all at once. Jin Sheng replied respectfully. Yes, I will personally lead the demon saints of Tianlong Abyss to follow the Chu family until they fully take over the 5 great saint-level forces. Good. Long Yuan nodded approvingly. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. As for this Imperial weapon and the Imperial talisman in your hand, keep them for now, just in case. Yes. Jin Sheng felt touched, not expecting the other party to be concerned for their safety. Long Yuan took away the Imperial weapons brought by the other 5 forces, which would contribute to the Chu family's foundation. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The plan was going smoothly, and the rise of the Chu family was imminent. Long Yuan is filled with confidence about the future of the Chu family. He firmly believes that with the support of the 5 great sacred forces and the magical power of the Time Tower, the strength of the Chu family will experience a qualitative leap in the near future. Although reaching the level of Martial Emperor is still a distant goal, they are likely to produce several martial saints, bringing them closer to completing their mission. Following this, Long Yuan demonstrated his exceptional skills by creating a special passage for the demon saints of Tianlongjuan that leads directly to Dragon Blood Lake. The unique feature of this passage is that the demon saints are not affected by the powerful dragon aura contained in the dragon blood. This immediately excited the demon saints of Tianlongjuan, as they feared Long Yuan might forget this matter. Long Yuan explained to the demon saints, the dragon blood here, though aged, still contains immense power capable of significantly enhancing your bloodlines. He went on to promise, in the future, if any of you can achieve the status of dragon god, this place can become the permanent sacred ground of Tianlongjuan. Dragon god. The mention of this term stirred the emotions of all the demon saints, as it represented a supreme existence they had never dared to imagine. Meanwhile, Long Yuan contacted Chu Tian, who had just emerged from the first layer of the time tower. Having spent what equated to 10 months inside while only a month passed outside, Chu Tianyang's cultivation had advanced to the mid-stage of martial venerable. Given more time, he could progress even further. Upon learning of the developments outside, Chu Tianyang immediately instructed Chu Jingua to mobilize the Chu family members to prepare for receiving resources from the major sacred lands. These resources would be crucial for extending the activation of the time tower, which was vital for the Chu family's rapid strength enhancement. Currently, the strength of the Chu family remains relatively weak. Besides Chu Yunling, an imperial-level beast tamer, only Chu Tianyang and Chu Jingua are martial venerable warriors. Therefore, keeping the time tower operational for extended periods has become their top priority for swift development. For now, the entire Chu family is once again bustling with activity, making intensive preparations for the significant changes ahead. The large-scale actions of the Chu family swept through the entire Qian region like a whirlwind. Various factions turned their attention, recalling the last time the Chu family made such a grand move was during the overthrow of the Qian region's overlord, the beast-taming sect. However, this time, the purpose of the Chu family's actions was shrouded in mystery, leaving outsiders guessing. The power of the beast god proved to be unfathomable, silently annihilating the 5 surrounding sacred lands of the Qian region. Chu Zhan and Chu Feng, along with some clan members, were led by a demon saint from the heavenly dragon abyss towards the location of the Divine Fist sect. The 5 sacred lands that were wiped out included the Divine Fist sect, the 10,000 Swords Gate, the Desolate God Pavilion, the Myriad Stars Mountain, and the Heaven-Severing sect, each possessing unique and formidable legacies. The Divine Fist sect was renowned for its rare martial arts, rumored to hold an ancient monument inscribed with supreme ancient fist techniques. This mysterious legacy deeply intrigued Chu Zhan and Chu Feng, prompting them to target the Divine Fist sect. Meanwhile, Chu Jinshan was drawn to the Sword Mountain of the 10,000 Swords Gate and chose to go there. The battle saint physique, Chu Jinan, set his sights on the heaven-severing sect, while Chu Luiying, having already elevated her starlight glazed physique to the king-level celestial star physique, still yearned for the legacy of the Myriad Stars Mountain, hoping to gain new opportunities from it. In this operation, the Chu family nearly emptied its nest, with all elders and strong members heading to the various sacred lands. Their goal was not only to gather resources, but, more importantly, to acquire the powerful legacies of these forces. At this critical moment, the Chu family couldn't afford to miss any chance to strengthen itself. When Chu Zhan and his group descended upon the Divine Fist sect, the sect was unaware that several of their ancestors had already fallen. Faced with the sudden and forceful invasion, the sect master of the Divine Fist sect immediately led a group of elders out, brimming with hostility and ready to confront this unexpected crisis. The air was thick with tension and animosity, with a fierce confrontation seemingly on the brink of erupting. How dare you? Who dares to intrude upon the Divine Fist sect? The sect master's furious shout thundered at the mountain gate, shaking the very air with its intensity. The demon sage ancestor of Tianlong Abyss scoffed disdainfully. What's there to boast about? Your ancestors have already fallen, so why are you still barking here? The sect master's eyes widened in disbelief as he retorted, Nonsense. Our ancestors possess unparalleled divine skills and boundless power. How could they possibly fall? Stop trying to disturb our spirits. If you know what's good for you, retreat now, or you'll regret ever coming to this world. His voice was full of conviction, as he believed their ancestors held imperial weapons and talismans of the highest order who, in the mortal realm, could harm them. The ancestor of Tianlong Abyss spoke no more, simply uttering a cold command, kill, and then charged into the mountain gate of the Divine Fist sect. Despite the absence of the martial saint ancestor, the Divine Fist sect was deeply rooted, with at least dozens of martial lords guarding it. If it were just the Chu family, they wouldn't stand a chance. However, the battle was imminent. Chu Zhan laughed heartily as he charged towards the Divine Fist sect's martial emperor ranks. Ha! Come on, my little darlings. I've heard your fist techniques are unmatched. Today, let me experience them. He directly engaged in combat with the sect's Holy Sun. Their fists collided, creating a thunderous roar. Although the Holy Sun possessed a sacred-level special physique, stronger than Chu Zhan's kingly body, Chu Zhan's body was equally formidable due to his powerful body-refining techniques. For a moment, they were evenly matched, fists flying, sparks igniting. The Holy Sun of the Divine Fist sect roared, "Where did this ant come from, daring to challenge our sect?" He had never faced such humiliation, being attacked at their doorstep, his heart burning with fury. His fists struck like dragons, sending out mighty fist imprints that swept the surroundings with the force of a collapsing sky, forcing Chu Zhan to retreat step by step. Chu Zhan was secretly shocked. Such terrifying fist techniques. The power of these techniques far exceeded his expectations, making him wary of facing them heat-on. Seeing this, the Holy Son grew even angrier, his eyes nearly bursting as he shouted, "Humph, shameless scum, attacking our sect while our ancestors are away. Today, I'll use my 8-character divine fist to smash your head." With that, he charged at Chu Jian, punching with reckless abandon. Chu Jian was not afraid. Instead, he looked excited. 8-character divine fist, you say? Very well, after today, it will belong to the Chu family. He relished such battles, his muscles bulging as he charged forward once more. The two figures battled from the ground to the sky, fists and palms clashing. Though they were just martial emperors, they fought with the momentum of martial saints, astonishing everyone present. At this moment, Chu Feng also joined the fray, smiling as he charged at the other holy sons of the Divine Fist sect. Despite only being at the martial king level, the strands of black chaotic energy surrounding him made even martial lords 2 levels higher wary. Chu Feng's combat prowess was even more terrifying than Chu Zhan's. To develop his chaotic divine body, the Chu family invested a massive amount of heavenly treasures in him. It's no exaggeration to say that the resources consumed by him alone were equivalent to dozens of martial artists at the same level. The results were evident, as Chu Feng easily handled martial emperors a level higher, able to send them flying with a single slap. The battle erupted in full force at the mountain gate of the Divine Fist sect, with screams echoing and blood staining the ground. This sudden attack left the Divine Fist sect unprepared, plunging them into an unprecedented crisis. Chu Jian swept across the battlefield like a fierce storm, cutting down several martial emperor signs in an instant. Blood splattered, and screams echoed, but nothing slowed his advance. His eyes, sharp and focused, locked onto an elder at the martial venerable level. The elder, seeing this, widened his eyes in fury and roared, "The Chu family, a mere Chu family, has a genius like you? Even if I die today, I'll take you with me." Before he finished speaking, he charged at Chu Jian. The battle erupted instantly, with ferocious moves and energy rippling through the air. Chu Jian faced the elder without flinching, and the two exchanged blows for several rounds. Suddenly, the elder's expression turned ruthless as he recklessly charged at Chu Jian, his body swelling rapidly, clearly intending to self-destruct and take Chu Jian with him. Chu Jian sneered, "You think you can perish together with me? What a fool's dream." With a wave of his hand, a jet-black stone tablet appeared out of thin air. This was the very tablet, crafted from chaos stone and inscribed with emperor-level techniques, that Long Yuan had discovered in the void of Yunxiao sect's library, a powerful spiritual artifact in its own right. The tablet soared into the sky, expanding to several meters in size before crashing down. The elder, about to self-destruct, didn't even have time to react before being crushed into a bloody pulp by the massive stone tablet. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Divine Fist sect finally recognized the intruders. When they saw the banner with the Chu character entwined by a true dragon, they were all stunned. The Chu family had come to attack, but they were baffled hadn't their own ancestor allied with the other 5 holy-level forces to strike against the Chu family. How could the Chu family be here now? Could it be true, as the enemy had claimed, that their ancestor and the others had perished? Panic spread throughout the Divine Fist sect. The leaders were at a loss, and disciples scattered in all directions. Chu Jian and the demon saint ancestor of Tianlongjuan moved through the sect unchallenged, leaving countless Divine Fist sect strongmen dead or wounded in their wake. In an instant, the entire Divine Fist sect descended into chaos. Smoke and flames rose, pavilions collapsed, and everywhere were fleeing disciples and fallen bodies. Once a formidable force, the Divine Fist sect was now in utter disarray. After Chu Jian and his companions looted the treasure vault and library of the Divine Fist sect, they eagerly made their way to the sect's forbidden area, the location of the ancient heavenly steel. This area, situated in the deepest part of the sect, was usually guarded by the elders and was off-limits to ordinary disciples. Only the sect's prodigies had the chance to witness the steel. When Chu Jian finally stood before the legendary ancient heavenly steel, he was taken aback. The greystone steel appeared ordinary, about 3 meters tall, and bore no inscriptions of martial techniques, only 8 simple fist imprints. At first glance, it was hard to believe this was the revered treasure that the Divine Fist sect was famous for. "This must be it," Chu Jian murmured to himself. "Let's try to comprehend it." The Chu family members then sat around the ancient heavenly steel, focusing intently on understanding this supreme legacy of the Divine Fist sect. Chu Jian was filled with excitement, recalling the snippets of information he had gathered during his previous encounter with the sect's holy son. It was said that the steel contained the ultimate secrets of all fist techniques in the world, and even a small insight could benefit a practitioner for life. Even more enticing was the fact that hidden within the steel were the legendary 8 supreme fist techniques: heaven, earth, black, yellow, universe, flood, and wilderness. This was the true essence of the 8-word divine fist technique. However, even after tens of thousands of years, only a few from the Divine Fist sect had managed to comprehend this technique. Anyone who could unravel even one of the techniques would qualify to join the mysterious Hell's Gate. This attested to the astonishing power of these techniques. As the Divine Fist sect fell completely, several other sacred grounds were also conquered almost simultaneously, with Chu family's war banners flying over them. These forces had exhausted all their resources to resist Long Yuan. Only the desolate God Pavilion had an elderly martial saint who was nearly at the end of his life, but under the leadership of Chu Yunling and with the assistance of the Golden Saint Elder, even he was easily subdued. With such a formidable lineup, any martial saint facing them had only one path to defeat. Thus, the 5 sacred grounds that had existed for tens of thousands of years were completely overthrown, with everything falling into the hands of the Chu family. This day was destined to be recorded in the annals of the cultivation world as the beginning of a new era. Chu Jinshan arrived at the Wuan Jian sect, renowned as the foremost sanctuary of swordsmanship in the human realm. His goal was clear: to witness the legendary Sword Mountain with his own eyes. As he stepped onto the territory of the Wuan Jian sect, the view before him opened up dramatically. A stone mountain, towering like a giant sword piercing the clouds, stood before him. Its surface was embedded with weathered and broken long swords, haphazardly lodged in the rocks. This was the famed Sword Mountain. Just as Chu Jinshan approached the mountain's base, an unusual phenomenon occurred. The swords on the mountain began to tremble in unison, emitting a chorus of sword cries, and an invisible wave of sword intent surged toward him like a tidal wave. In a critical moment, a sharp and intimidating sword light erupted from Chu Jinshan, causing the mountain's sword intent to dissipate instantly. So that's how it is, Chu Jinshan mused. Without an innate talent for swordsmanship, one might not even be able to ascend this sword mountain. With a stern and determined expression, Chu Jinshan held the sacred sword Mo Yi in his right hand and steadily climbed the winding path up the mountain. The elite members of the Chu family attempted to follow, but were repelled by the sword intent as soon as they set foot on the path. Do not attempt to climb if you lack swordsmanship talent, or you will be harmed by the sword intent here, Chu Jinshan cautioned as he looked back. Although he was no longer an elder, his status as one of the twin dragon lords of the Dragon Guard was as high as any elders, and his strength was unparalleled. The group had no choice but to nod in agreement, with most having to leave regretfully, while only a few managed to continue the ascent. As Chu Jinshan climbed higher, the sword intent struck again. He understood this was a test. The stronger one's talent in swordsmanship, the higher they could reach. The heavenly sword martial spirit emerged behind him, its fierce sword intent enveloping the surroundings, causing the oppressive sword intent to vanish once more. After a long climb, Chu Jinshan reached the halfway point of the mountain. The situation there was even more intense, with the surrounding swords occasionally vibrating, emitting low sword cries, and sometimes even launching sword energy directly at him. Despite having released his martial spirit, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. How terrifying! Chu Jinshan marveled internally. Even with a king-level heavenly sword martial spirit, is this the best I can do? What kind of swordsmanship talent is required to reach the summit? Saint level or emperor level? With this thought, Chu Jinshan decided to unleash his full power. A blood-red sword shadow appeared at the center of his brow, and blood-colored sword lights shot out from his body, blocking all the sword intent from the surrounding sword mountain. This was his sacred body, the 9 Tribulations sword body, a reward he had acquired from the Heart Refining Tower. Chu Jinshan recalled his fortuitous encounters. The first time he passed through the Heart Refining Tower, he received a martial spirit evolution pill, elevating his spirit-level martial spirit to king level. Hoping to obtain another evolution pill, he unexpectedly gained the saint-level constitution of the 9 Tribulations sword body. Now, this fortuitous gift played a crucial role on Sword Mountain. Chu Jinshan stood at the peak of Sword Mountain, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. As a sword cultivator, he yearned to elevate his heavenly sword martial soul to a saintly level, or even to the emperor level. However, the path was fraught with hardships, especially the daunting Heart Refining Tower. Each entry became increasingly terrifying, and achieving a perfect clearance seemed nearly impossible. He couldn't help but doubt whether he could continue to obtain the evolution pill. Taking a deep breath, Chu Jinshan cleared his mind of distractions and continued his ascent. With the support of his 9 Tribulations sword body and heavenly sword martial soul, he moved effortlessly, his steps light. Yet, when he was still about 100 meters from the summit, he had to halt. This was his limit. Chu Jinshan did not push himself further, knowing that Sword Mountain was now under the control of the Chu family, and there would be more opportunities in the future. He sat cross-legged on the ground, immersing himself in the understanding of the supreme swordsmanship around him. Meanwhile, within the desolate God Pavilion, a sturdy, resolute-looking young man caught everyone's attention. This unkempt, disheveled youth was Chu Huang, who surprisingly had a connection with the pavilion's legacy. Those around him cast envious glances, secretly acknowledging this might be his destined chance. Chu Yunling, standing nearby, explained, The legacy of the desolate god pavilion is indeed formidable. It contains a mysterious power capable of rendering everything lifeless and extinct. Even an emperor-level warrior would find it difficult to resist. Yet, she showed no envy, as the opportunity bestowed upon her by the beast god was enough to make her entire clan envious. As the Chu family reaped the fortunes of the 5 sacred lands, an astonishing piece of news spread like a whirlwind. The Divine Fist sect has been annihilated? How is that possible? People were incredulous. There was no warning at all. Who possesses such terrifying power to destroy a sacred land? The answer quickly circulated. It was the Chu family from the Qian region. Impossible, exclaimed a martial artist. The Chu family is just an emerging 7-star family. How could they possibly have the strength to destroy a sanctuary guarded by several martial saints? You might not know, another person whispered, but it said that the Chu family has a demon emperor backing them. It was because of this demon emperor's secret intervention that the sanctuary was destroyed. A demon emperor? The crowd was in an uproar. Can an emperor-level powerhouse really emerge in the human realm now? Someone raised a question. Isn't the Divine Fist sect an affiliate of the Hell Gate? If it was destroyed, how could the Hell Gate just stand by and do nothing? The martial world was in turmoil. The destruction of a sanctuary was no small matter, especially for the affiliates of the Divine Fist sect, who were all trembling with fear, worried that the Chu family might target them next. As people were discussing this, even more shocking news swept through the surrounding regions like a storm. The Chu family had not only wiped out the Divine Fist sect, but also eliminated the 10,000 Swords Gate, the Wild God Pavilion, the 10,000 Stars Mountain, and the Heaven-Severing Sect. Each of these 5 sanctuaries was a behemoth with decades of heritage, yet they were all destroyed by an emerging family overnight. Is the human realm about to change drastically? The elders and martial saints of the Taishan sect, including Lu Chun, looked grave and felt a chill down their spines. They were sanctuaries like the Divine Fist sect, and if the Chu family could destroy the 5 great sanctuaries, they could easily target them too. Thankfully, we were cautious back then. Lu Chun sighed deeply. Otherwise, we might have ended up like the Divine Fist sect. However, someone noticed something unusual. Strange, why is the Heavenly Dragon Abyss unharmed? They, along with the Divine Fist sect and others, are affiliates of the Hell Gate and should stand together. Now that the others are destroyed, but the Heavenly Dragon Abyss remains intact, there must be something hidden behind this. Faced with such a turbulent situation, the leaders of the Taishan sect engaged in intense discussions. What should our Taishan sect do now? It seems like the human realm is starting to shake. Should we seize the opportunity to rise? Ultimately, Lu Chun made a decision. Now, it depends on how the Hell Gate will respond. From today on, seal the sect. Our Taishan sect will retreat from the world until the situation in the human realm becomes clear. Not only did other regions experience turmoil, but the Qian domain was also abuzz with commotion. News spread like wildfire. The Chu family not only launched a surprise attack to destroy the beast-taming sect, but also went on to annihilate several sacred lands. Discussions erupted everywhere, from the streets to tea houses and taverns. The Chu family is defying the heavens. It's not just the Chu family. It's their mysterious beast god who's too formidable. Exactly. With just the Chu family's resources, how could they possibly shake the sacred lands that have stood for hundreds of thousands of years? Everyone understood that such earth-shattering feats could only be accomplished by an emperor-level powerhouse. Speculations arose. Was the Chu family challenging the dominance of the Hell Gate? And why did the Hell Gate remain inactive despite the fall of the martial emperor? In Chingyong City, Gu Tianli, the president of the Universal Commerce Guild, paced his room, deep in thought. He had already reported the martial emperor's demise to the headquarters, only to receive a lukewarm response. Keep a distance from the Chu family and avoid getting entangled in the emperor-level conflict. To the headquarters, the fall of the Chu family seemed inevitable. The news spread like ripples, shaking the entire human realm. This was an unprecedented event. Someone broke through to the emperor level without the Hell Gate's permission, not only avoiding suppression but also causing significant losses to the Hell Gate. 5 affiliated sacred lands were destroyed, and a martial emperor had fallen, which was nothing short of a declaration of war against the Hell Gate. Various factions watched the Qian domain like hawks, anticipating the next dramatic development. Meanwhile, Chu Yan, having just escaped pursuit in the Yin domain, was shocked and unsettled by the news. In just over a year, how could the small Chu family slay a martial emperor and destroy sacred lands? Unable to believe it, he rushed to the Tianji Pavilion to verify the information. The Tianji Pavilion, the largest intelligence agency in the human realm, knows everything if you're willing to pay the price. It was confirmed. The events in the Qian domain were true, with the key player being the beast god. Chu Yan suddenly understood, recalling how the old medicine master mentioned that the beast god might be a demon emperor. He touched the jade slip in his pocket, a life-saving token left by the beast god. Just crush it, and the beast god would appear to help. At this moment, he hesitated. Should he crush the jade slip and ask for the beast god's intervention? Chu Yin found himself in an unprecedented predicament. He had finally discovered the whereabouts of his mother, only to learn that she had entered the perilous forbidden zone of Ling Tian Cave, a place from which none return. To make matters worse, Yao Lao, who came to rescue him, had also fallen into the hands of the Hell Gate's powerful forces. Facing such a dire situation, Chu Yin wavered, contemplating whether to seek the help of the beast god. However, reason quickly prevailed. Chu Yin understood that although the beast god could easily resolve the immediate crisis, the Chu family situation was equally precarious. The Hell Gate, as the dominant force in the human realm, was frighteningly powerful. If the beast god were to leave the Chu family, it might give Hell Gate an opportunity to strike. After much deliberation, Chu Yin resolutely decided to rely on his own strength. He silently vowed not only to rescue Yao Lao and the others, but also to break through to the martial emperor realm as soon as possible, thus strengthening his family. The Hell Gate's power was vast, and the beast god alone could not sustain support for long. With a meticulous plan in place, Chu Yin stealthily infiltrated the Hell Gate's branch in the Yin domain. Meanwhile, an astonishing conversation was taking place in the secret chamber of the Chu family in the Tsang domain. What? Chu Tian, the head of the Chu family, widened his eyes in disbelief at the old man before him. Are you saying that the Chu family, which has stirred up a storm in the human realm, is actually a branch of our Chu family? The old man, with a solemn expression, firmly replied, "There is no mistake, patriarch. I have carefully reviewed the genealogy. The Chu family there indeed descended from our Tsang domain Chu family, having separated several thousand years ago." Seeing Chu Tian's lingering doubts, the old man continued to explain. The patriarch may recall that years ago, someone from our Chu family broke through to the martial emperor level without the consent of the Hell Gate. To appease the Hell Gate's wrath, we had no choice but to employ special means to hand over that martial emperor to them. These words struck Chu Tian like a heavy blow, reverberating in his heart. He gazed at the old man, his mind swirling with countless thoughts, trying to unravel this long-buried family secret. The old man's voice was as heavy as a mountain, resonating deeply within Chu Tian's heart. Although the martial emperor has fallen, in his final moments, he managed to send his kin away from the Tsang domain. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Tian's eyes as he muttered to himself. Ancestor, are you implying that the Chu family in the Qian domain today are the descendants of that very martial emperor? Exactly. The old man hadn't even finished speaking before Chu Tian was seething with anger. Bang! With a loud crash, the tables and chairs turned to dust under his palm. He gritted his teeth, roaring, "It's them again. Why can't they just stay out of trouble? They nearly destroyed our Chu family back then, and now they come to wreak havoc again." Amid his fury, a deep worry gnawed at Chu Tian. With a trembling voice, he asked, "Ancestor, this situation is more severe than before. The Hell Gate has already lost a martial emperor, and they surely won't let it go. If they find out those people are connected to our Chu family, the consequences would be unimaginable. How should we respond?" The old man pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "We must remain as uninvolved observers. After all, these are matters from tens of thousands of years ago, and aside from our records here, it's difficult for others to verify. Over the years, we've had no ties with them, so even if there are traces, what does it have to do with our Chu family? We've relied on the Hell Gate for many years and have always kept to ourselves. Let's just hope this matter subsides quickly." At that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. A terrifying aura spread like a tide, the roar of endless murderous intent. In the central Tian domain of the human world, within the headquarters of the Hell Gate, a series of terrifying auras erupted like a volcanic explosion, sweeping across the heavens and earth. The entire Tian domain fell into a deathly silence, as if all things were frozen by this aura. A deep voice broke the silence, belonging to the beast martial emperor. "Chu family demon emperor. We granted him so many means, yet he still survived and even destroyed several sacred lands. The reputation of our Hell Gate is in shambles." His voice was filled with determination. "No, we must send out an emperor-level expert to eradicate him completely. We cannot let him continue to act so recklessly. If this goes on, the entire human world might descend into chaos. By then, where will the dignity of our Hell Gate be?" His deep eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the soul fire at the center of his brow burned fiercely, reflecting his anger. Behind him, a spiritual portal hovered, with a powerful spirit beast growling lowly, signifying his status as a beast master emperor. In the conference hall, the emperors debated heatedly. One of them spoke in a grave tone. "The demon emperor of the Chu family must be eliminated, but the current situation is tense. We are on the brink of conflict with the forbidden realm of the time abyss, and the strong ones from the holy realm are about to descend. How can we afford any distractions?" The beast emperor, however, was dismissive, sneering as he said, "Gentlemen, if the holy realm sees the human world falling out of control, Won't they hold us accountable for our inadequate supervision? This remark sent a shiver through the hearts of the emperors, as the consequences were too dire to bear. An elder emperor sighed. In that case, we'll leave the Chu family demon emperor to you. The beast emperor was overjoyed at these words, having long intended to take the Chu family demon emperor for his own use. Leaving the headquarters of the Hell Gate, the beast emperor immediately summoned the demon emperor's spirit beast, the Netherfire Crow, and headed aggressively towards the Qian region. Along the way, various factions were shocked and murmured among themselves. That's the beast emperor, one of Hellgate's strongest. The Chu family demon emperor is in danger. Chu Tian of the Chu family in the Tsang region watched coldly, secretly hoping that the troublesome branch would be swiftly annihilated to prevent the conflict from spreading to him. He closely monitored the beast emperor's movements, feeling both anticipation and anxiety. Dark clouds loomed over Chinyu, casting a foreboding atmosphere across the mortal realm. Countless forces watched intently, their gazes sharp as knives, eager to witness the brutal retribution awaiting the family that dared to challenge the authority of the Hell Gate. Open your eyes wide, you young ones, an elderly man shouted sternly, his voice cutting through the air with a warning glint in his cloudy eyes. See what happens to those who defy the Hell Gate. The young cultivators around him shivered, fearing the consequences of crossing such a formidable power. Meanwhile, inside the Chu family hall, a different scene unfolded. Chu Jingua, his face glowing with excitement, announced to his clan, "We have acquired all the resources of the 5 great sacred sects. These treasures will exponentially boost the strength of the Chu family." He waved his arms enthusiastically. "With these spirit stones, we can keep the Tower of Time open longer, even reaching higher levels." Chu Jingua recalled how merely opening the first level for a month had already brought great benefits to the clan. Now, with these abundant resources, they could unlock even more mysterious doors, allowing the Chu family's power to surge like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Immediately arrange for the elders to draft a detailed plan, Chu Jingua decisively ordered, including the distribution of resources like elixirs within the Tower of Time. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. In an accelerated time environment, supplemented by elixirs, our family's strength will soar. At this moment, Elder Chu Hongxiao stepped forward with a suggestion. Clan leader, why not let our members enter the Tower of Tempering first, to hone their skills and seek opportunities within? Once the Tower of Time opens, they can fully utilize their gains. A glint of insight flashed in his eyes. Moreover, we can wait for those still acquiring legacies in the 5 great sacred lands to return, achieving the best of both worlds. Chu Jingua nodded thoughtfully, understanding that those seeking opportunities in the sacred lands were the elite of the family. Even if they weren't yet, they would undoubtedly become its backbone in the future. This suggestion not only maximized the family's strength, but also ensured the interests of all clan members were safeguarded. Chu Jingua was well aware of the astonishing opportunities hidden within the Refining Heart Tower and immediately ordered his clan members to enter as soon as possible. The tower held not only evolution pills for physique and martial souls, but also saint-level physiques and the essence of martial souls. Even realm breakthrough pills were within reach. Any of these treasures would be enough to create a massive upheaval in the world. As Chu Jingua and the elders were discussing the details, a suffocating and terrifying aura swept across the Qian region like a colossal wave. Everything fell silent in its path, as if doomsday had arrived. Even a martial emperor would find it difficult to instantly traverse the vast expanses of the mortal realm from the heavenly region to the Qian region. In the Dragon Emperor Hall, Long Yuan slightly opened his eyes, his gaze skimming over the direction from which the myriad beast martial emperor approached. However, to him, a mere perfect martial emperor was insignificant. Only divine-level beings could capture his attention now. Unfortunately, the Chu family currently lacked an emperor-level expert to hold the fort, or else this would have been a good opportunity for practice. At that moment, Chu Yunling and the Golden Saint Patriarch were waiting outside the desolate God Pavilion for Chu Huang. If she were here, it would indeed be a rare chance for experience. After some thought, Long Yuan decided to let the Golden Saint Patriarch take action, as such an opportunity was truly valuable. While Chu Yunling and her companion sat waiting, a pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared. Long Yuan's voice emerged from it. An emperor-level expert has descended upon our Chu family. A flash of brilliance appeared in Chu Yunling's eyes. It seems it can only be the Hell Gate. They really couldn't sit still. I wonder which martial emperor has come in person. The Golden Saint Patriarch replied solemnly. No matter who it is, we must be extremely vigilant. Chu Yunling, however, was unconcerned. What does it matter which martial emperor it is? Since the beast god has sent you to engage with an emperor-level expert, there won't be any real danger. Besides, with the beast god around, even if there were danger, so what? Her tone was filled with absolute trust in Long Yuan. The old ancestor Jin Sheng nodded slightly, and, along with Long Yuan, stepped into the inky black vortex. In the blink of an eye, a burst of light appeared, and they found themselves inside the Dragon Emperor's hall. The concentration of spiritual energy here is incredible. Jin Sheng marveled, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. As a newly ascended emperor-level cultivator, he knew that an 8th-tier spiritual vein could no longer satisfy his cultivation needs. However, the density of spiritual energy here exceeded his expectations. He couldn't help but wonder if there might be a 9th-tier spiritual vein hidden in this place. Noticing Jin Sheng's astonishment, Long Yuan smirked slightly. An emperor-level beast master is approaching the Chu family. You've just broken through to the emperor level. This is a perfect opportunity for you to spar and experience a battle between emperors firsthand. Yes, Jin Sheng responded, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The thought of facing an emperor-level opponent thrilled him. At that moment, an overwhelming and terrifying aura suddenly descended upon the Qian domain, capturing everyone's attention. In Chingyong City, Gu Tianli trembled all over, his voice shaking as he said, "He's here. The Hellgate Martial Emperor has finally arrived." In an instant, all the martial artists in the Qian domain felt an unparalleled pressure weighing down on them like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. Some couldn't help but ponder. Is this the might of a martial emperor? Why did the Chu family's demon emperor never exude such a terrifying aura before? Thinking back to when the Chu family's demon emperor appeared, there was a refreshing feeling, with little sense of oppressive power apart from the physical presence. Could it be that the Chu family's demon emperor isn't as powerful as this one? It seems the Chu family might not escape disaster this time. As whispers spread among the crowd, the massive figure of the Netherfire Crow suddenly descended. The ghostly white flames of the Netherworld burned fiercely on its body, as if to melt the void. Atop the crow stood a burly, long-haired middle-aged man, exuding an unfathomable aura, like a giant standing firm against the sky. This formidable figure looked down coldly, his voice filled with disdain. So this is where the Chu family is located? Such a commotion for a mere 7-star family. They must be wiped out. As his words fell, the Netherfire Crow beneath him unfurled its black wings that blotted out the sky, and an overwhelming wave of ghostly white flames poured down like a waterfall from the heavens, sweeping towards the entire Chingyong City. The terrifying power of the flames was astonishing, instantly burning the sun, moon, and stars array, protecting Chingyong City to ashes. Within Chingyong City, a sense of despair spread like a tide, and everyone felt a chill to their bones. Chu Jingua, the head of the Chu family, clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fury, cursing inwardly. Damn it. If only we had another year or two, even the Hellgate Martial Emperor wouldn't daunt us. Once we activate the Tower of Time and assimilate the entire foundation of the 5 great sacred lands, our strength would skyrocket. But they came so quickly, not giving us any time to grow. In this critical moment, a rift suddenly opened in the void above Chingyong City, and the Netherfire capable of incinerating the entire city was completely swallowed, vanishing without a trace. Oh, has the Chu family's demon emperor intervened? The beast emperor showed a look of excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. In the next moment, a golden flood dragon burst out from the thunderclouds over Chingyong City, soaring into the sky. Its massive body, thousands of meters long, hovered before the Netherfire Crow, its aura equally imposing. The beast emperor furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the golden flood dragon with confusion. Are you the Chu family's demon emperor? How could you only have the cultivation of an early-stage demon emperor? He pondered silently, thinking that the one who could slay the Crimson Extinction Martial Emperor should have at least mid-stage demon emperor strength. So how could it be this week? The golden flood dragon sneered disdainfully. Humph, I am the contracted spirit beast of the Chu family's beast master. You must be referring to the beast god. But with your strength, do you think you can meet the beast god? Jin Sheng Lao Zhu snorted disdainfully, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. What are you thinking, nonsense? This remark hit the heart of Wan Shou Di like a heavy hammer. He couldn't remember the last time he had been so insulted in countless millennia, and his anger flared instantly. His eyes widened, his face darkened like ink, and he gritted his teeth as he retorted. A mere early-stage demon emperor dares to be so arrogant. You're courting death. Before his words had even faded, a brilliant light burst forth from the spirit hole behind Wan Shou Di. In an instant, 2 imposing spirit beasts emerged. One was a snow-white tiger with an evil glint in its eyes. The other was a burly demon ape with fierce, gleaming green eyes. Both beasts exuded an early-stage demon emperor aura, on par with Jin Sheng Laozu. In that moment, the entire Qian domain fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze, and even the wind ceased its howling. Every being witnessing the scene held their breath, hearts filled with fear and despair. A martial emperor at the peak of the demon emperor realm, accompanied by 2 early-stage and 1 mid-stage demon emperor spirit beasts who could withstand such a force. Wan Shou Di looked down upon Jin Sheng Laozu with a cruel smile. Do you feel despair? If you were a demon emperor from the Chu family, I might have given you a chance for a contract. But since you're someone else's contract beast, you might as well die. With a wave of his hand, the evil-eyed white tiger and the greeny demon ape let out earth-shattering roars and charged at Jin Sheng Lao Zu like lightning. Faced with such formidable foes, Jin Sheng Lao Zu showed no fear. Instead, he laughed heartily. Good. Let me experience a battle at the Demon Emperor level. With that, he charged forward without hesitation to meet the life-and-death battle heat-in. In an instant, the three Demon Emperor-level powerhouses clashed fiercely. Jin Sheng Lao Zu fought two foes at once, his massive dragon claws colliding with them violently. The terrifying power sent the two enemies reeling, waves of energy rolling, distorting the surrounding space. Wan Shou Wu Di squinted his eyes, secretly astonished. Such strong combat power. He quickly assessed that the spirit beast's bloodline type and intensity were far from ordinary, explaining its formidable strength. Realizing Jin Sheng Lao Zu's might, the two spirit beasts immediately changed tactics. They no longer engaged in direct confrontation, but instead attacked from the front and back, seeking a weakness. As they battled, terrifying energy exploded continuously, blossoming in the sky. The duel of Emperor-level powerhouses was earth-shattering, dazzling divine light illuminating the battlefield like brilliant fireworks. This epic battle was destined to be recorded in history, becoming a legendary chapter. The void was annihilated as a violent storm swept through, turning everything in its path to nothingness. Yet, Jin Sheng, who had just broken through to the early stage of the Demon Emperor, skillfully controlled the spatial abilities to firmly suppress the formidable opponents, the evil-eyed white tiger and the greeny demon ape. Inside Chingyong City, people were abuzz, surprised by the origin of the powerful spirit beast. That doesn't seem to be the Chu family's beast god, does it? Someone questioned. The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts sighed inwardly. Such a powerful spirit beast already contracted by someone else. What a pity. If not, I would have considered claiming it for myself. Amidst the fierce battle of the three powerful beings, the Emperor of 10,000 Beasts suddenly turned his gaze toward Chingyong City. He raised his palm and slammed it down forcefully. In an instant, vast energy coalesced into a gigantic hand that cast the entire city in shadow. Wherever the giant hand passed, the void was completely annihilated. A suffocating pressure swept over, causing every living being within the city to tremble, with many collapsing to the ground, faces ashen. It was undoubtedly a city-destroying might. However, just as the devastating giant hand was about to touch Chingyong City, it vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. All the creatures witnessing this scene, both inside and outside the city, were stunned. Even the Emperor of 10,000 Beasts himself looked bewildered. What happened? Where did my attack go? The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts was incredulous. Even though that strike wasn't at full power, it still had 60 to 70% of my strength. How could it disappear without a trace? And I don't even know why it vanished. Enraged, the Emperor of 10,000 Beasts decided to investigate. I want to see what's playing tricks on me, he roared, as energy surged through him like a tidal wave and deafening thunder echoed around. His fist radiated brilliant light, with countless spirit beast phantoms seemingly roaring menacingly. 10,000 Beasts Fist. The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts unleashed his signature move, and the world seemed to change color. Earth-shattering roars of 10,000 beasts erupted from the massive fist light, leaving everyone staring in awe as the fist light constantly morphed, transforming from a soaring dragon to a phoenix spreading its wings, and quickly shifting into other mythical beast forms. This astonishing scene left all onlookers in wonder. The thousand-beast fist truly lives up to its name. The terrifying force of the punch surged forward like a stampede, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Even though many suspected that the one making the move could be the beast god from the Chu family, the astounding power still sent shivers down their spines. The beast martial emperor narrowed his eyes, his spiritual sense spreading out like threads, closely monitoring every move in Chingyong City. He pondered, who exactly is making this move? Initially, he assumed the golden flood dragon was the Chu family's beast, but the words spoken earlier indicated otherwise. This meant the Chu family possessed two beast emperors. While an additional beast emperor wasn't enough to intimidate him, the stark difference between reality and intelligence made him realize that the Chu family was far more mysterious than he had imagined. The golden fist imprint struck Chingyong City with a thunderous impact, yet it didn't cause the expected explosion. Instead, the beast martial emperor's proud thousand-beast fist was completely absorbed by a strange energy. As he stood there in disbelief, his pupils suddenly contracted. A massive fist of light appeared abruptly from where the thousand-beast fist had vanished, and shockingly, it was aimed at him. What a joke! The beast martial emperor roared in anger, feeling deeply insulted. Energy surged within him, radiating light as he unleashed the thousand-beast fist once more. It wasn't that he could only use this move, but because the thousand-beast fist was his own creation, his most prized technique. With a thunderous roar, the void was torn open by his thousand-beast fist. The sound of beasts stampeding echoed through the skies as the two fist imprints collided violently in front of Chingyong City. The deafening explosion was earth-shattering, the blinding light illuminating the heavens, and the sheer intensity of it all left the martial artists present unable to look directly at it. After a long while, the energy gradually subsided, and everything returned to calm. Standing on the city walls, Chu Jingua and the others were taken aback. They saw a figure lying on the ground several kilometers outside Chingyong City. Looking terrified, it was none other than the beast martial emperor. Even more shocking was the huge, gaping hole that had pierced through his abdomen. How is this possible? The beast martial emperor murmured to himself, staring in disbelief at his wound. The power of that fist imprint increased so much that even I couldn't withstand it. What kind of entity is intervening from the shadows? Could their strength have surpassed the pinnacle of the emperor level? No, that's absolutely impossible. Apart from forbidden lands, how could there be such a powerful existence in the mortal realm? Despite the shocking wound in his abdomen, a gentle light soon began to emanate from it, and the terrifying injury gradually started to heal. The martial emperor's vitality was indeed formidable. Though the blow was fierce, it wasn't enough to claim the beast martial emperor's life. However, an unprecedented fear had already begun to take root in the beast martial emperor's heart. He frowned, gazing intently at Chingyong City, contemplating, what kind of technique could possibly turn my attack against me? This is nothing like the legacy of the Cloud Sky sect's martial emperor. He recalled the records from the Hell Gate about the Cloud Sky sect's martial emperor. Though the latter practiced the chaotic path and possessed astonishing strength, he definitely did not have the ability to turn the opponent's technique back upon them. I refuse to believe you are truly invincible. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the beast martial emperor's eyes as a spiritual portal appeared behind him. A golden toad leaped out from within, and though it wasn't large, its aura was no less imposing than that of the beast martial emperor himself. This was evidently another spirit beast that had reached the perfect realm of a beast emperor. On the city wall, Chu Jingua and others witnessed the astonishing scene before them and couldn't help but gasp. The depth of Hellgate's resources was truly formidable. With just one beast master, they possessed so many emperor-level perfected spirit beasts, making their combat power seemingly unbeatable among emperor-level beings. In the shadows, various factions observing this scene were equally shocked. The might of Hellgate, the eternal overlord of the human realm, was on full display. Some martial saints from sacred lands either used special techniques or treasures to project the scene unfolding in front of Chingyong City to promising younger generations, warning them. The most crucial rule in the human realm is to never be enemies with Hellgate. Yes, ancestor, we will remember. The younger generations, watching the reflected scene, felt their scalps tingle, and a wave of fear toward Hellgate surged in their hearts. They silently vowed never to oppose Hellgate, not even if it meant death. In the Cangyu region, Chu Tian initially relaxed upon seeing that the so-called Chu family demon emperor was only at the early stage. Such strength likely wouldn't withstand even a single round against the 10,000 beasts martial emperor. However, when he witnessed the 10,000 beasts martial emperor's abdomen being pierced, his heart was thrown into turmoil. Could there be other emperor-level powerhouses in the Chu family? But when the 10,000 beasts martial emperor summoned an emperor-level perfected spirit beast, Chu Tian nodded again. With two emperor-level perfected powerhouses in action, the restless Chu family was bound to be destroyed. Swallowing heaven, let's attack together. I want to see if they can really withstand us, the 10,000 beasts martial emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, master. Swallowing heaven responded. In an instant, the two emperor-level perfected beings decisively launched their strongest attacks. The 10,000 beasts martial emperor unleashed his most prized martial skill, the 10,000 beasts fist. Immediately, the sound of thousands of beasts roaring echoed through the sky, their power still earth-shattering, as if it could tear the entire world apart. The golden toad opened its massive mouth, and a golden vortex appeared out of thin air, unleashing a suffocating force of devourment. The terrifying energy waves swept through, causing the entire city of Chingyong to tremble violently, as if it could be flattened at any moment. At the same time, the beast martial emperor unleashed his ultimate technique. The combined power of these two supreme emperors was truly terrifying. Chu Jingua and the others wore grave expressions, a thread of worry rising in their hearts. Against such a formidable assault, even the beast god might not escape unscathed. However, just as the situation reached a critical point, a thunderous shout erupted like a heavenly explosion, carrying divine majesty as it charged toward the beast martial emperor and the golden toad. Begone! This shout seemed to embody the power of heaven and earth, instantly dispersing the attacks of the two emperor-level experts. With two resounding booms, the bodies of the beast martial emperor and the golden toad were blasted apart into clouds of blood mist, as if struck by a cataclysmic force. The golden emperor's blood drifted and spread before Chingyong City, creating a scene of utmost horror. At that moment, the world fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by the incomprehensible spectacle before them. Could a single word really obliterate two consummate martial emperors? Was this the true strength of the beast god? Chu Jingua and the others reevaluated their assessment of Long Yuan's power. They had initially thought the beast god was merely a demon emperor, but now it seemed his strength far exceeded their imagination. Chu Long involuntarily swallowed, a bold conjecture flashing through his mind. Could it be that the beast god's power had surpassed the martial emperor realm? Impossible, Chu Jingua muttered to himself. The strongest in the mortal world is the martial emperor. How could there be a realm beyond that? Yet he had to admit that the power displayed by the beast god was indeed beyond comprehension. For the beast god, there seemed to be no adversary left in this world worthy of his attention. As everyone remained engulfed in shock, Chu Jingua suddenly realized something. Looking around, he asked in confusion, "Where's the old ancestor? Such a breathtaking event, yet there's no sign of him." "I don't know. Maybe he's in seclusion," someone speculated. However, another voice interrupted that speculation. "No, he's not. Before the arrival of this martial emperor, I went to look for the old ancestor and couldn't find him." This unexpected news deepened the confusion among the crowd, turning the whereabouts of the old ancestor into a new mystery and adding another layer of intrigue to the already thrilling battle. In the mysterious space, Chu Tian frowned and looked up as the noise from outside reached his ears. He thought to himself that something major seemed to be happening in Chingyong City. However, with the beast god overseeing, there should be nothing to worry about. Chu Tianyong refocused on the task at hand. He held a special token, the one Long Yuan had found on the corpse of the Ma family patriarch. After long research, he discovered its secret during the latest full moon night. Only when energy is infused during a full moon does the token react. Following the token's guidance, Chu Tianyong arrived at this hidden location. To his surprise, it was at the bottom of Chingyong Lake within the city. He carefully placed the token into the groove before him, and immediately, a silver barrier portal appeared in front of him. Chu Tianyong silently prayed, "I hope this isn't some low-level inheritance." After all, the Chu family had changed significantly and required opportunities to match. Meanwhile, the battle outside Chingyong City had concluded. The beast emperor and his demon emperor spirit beasts turned into a mist of blood with a cold snort, never to recover. Everyone realized that this powerful martial emperor had fallen. In the sky, the evil-eyed white tiger and the greeny demon ape, who had been fighting with the golden sage patriarch, were severely injured due to the death of their beast master, their souls damaged and in pain. The golden sage patriarch seized the opportunity and mercilessly struck, killing the two emperor-level spirit beasts instantly. The golden sage patriarch looked at the dissipating blood mist and remarked, "A consummate emperor-level powerhouse couldn't withstand even a sound from the beast god." The beast god's power is indeed unfathomable. He wondered why the beast god didn't act personally, but chose to nurture the Chu family instead, a question that puzzled him deeply. The massive bodies of the two beasts fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the Jiuxiao mountains behind Chingyong City. The loud noise awakened the martial artists from their shock. Someone exclaimed, "My God, we witnessed the fall of 4 emperor-level powerhouses." People snapped back to reality, shocked by the destruction of the 4 martial emperors of Hell's Gate. Though the fall of the Red Extinction martial emperor was previously just a rumor, they witnessed it firsthand today. Everyone speculated about the hidden strength of the Chu family. Besides the powerful beast god, there was another demon emperor. This seemed incredible to everyone. Having one emperor-level powerhouse was already astonishing, but the Chu family had 2? Even more surprising was that despite this, Hell's Gate seemed unable to contend with the Chu family. Inside and outside Chingyong City, discussions abounded as everyone speculated about the secrets hidden behind the Chu family. Could the Gate of Hell be nothing more than an empty threat? In the streets and alleys of Chingyong City, people whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with doubt. In the past, the Gate of Hell was a name that struck fear into everyone's hearts, and it was said that any emperor-level warrior who didn't have their approval would meet a dead end. Yet now, the Gate of Hell has lost several emperor-level warriors, while the Chu family remains unscathed. Ancestor, is the Gate of Hell's martial emperor truly that weak? A young person couldn't help but ask, disbelief in their voice. The elder powerhouses of various factions remained silent, watching the scene unfold through secret techniques, their brows furrowed. This was completely contrary to their expectations. The Gate of Hell should have easily eliminated the Chu family's demon emperor, yet it was they who were suffering losses. One elder hurriedly defended, "This is merely a momentary lapse on the Gate of Hell's part. The Chu family and their demon emperor are doomed. It's a certainty." Their tone lacked confidence. "You youngsters shouldn't doubt the Gate of Hell's strength. Keep in mind, they only sent one martial emperor this time. Once they get serious, the Chu family will have no escape. Let's just wait and see," another elder chimed in. "It won't be long before the Chu family is wiped out." They spoke with conviction, trying to mask their inner doubts with words. The foundation of the gate of hell is beyond your imagination. Once they truly reveal their strength, you'll be scared out of your wits. Meanwhile, the Chu family in the Tsang domain was in an uproar. How is this possible? The gate of hell's myriad beast martial emperor has fallen. Someone murmured in disbelief. He was a martial emperor at the peak of his power. Could our Chu family's mysterious demon emperor be even more terrifying than a martial emperor at his peak? How can this be? Chu Tian stood in the center of the hall, his brow furrowed, speaking in a deep voice. Stronger than a martial emperor at his peak. What level is that? He clenched his fists. Couldn't you just let the myriad beast martial emperor kill you quietly? Now we have to live in constant fear. If his strength allowed, he would have immediately sent out the Chu family's martial saint to completely annihilate the opponent and eliminate all future threats. This is outrageous. Chu Tian ground his teeth. How can a mere abandoned branch be stronger than our main lineage? His words were filled with resentment and jealousy, his eyes glinting with dangerous intent. This made Chu Tian's anger boil, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Through gritted teeth, he muttered to himself. What kind of luck did the Chu family stumble upon? How do they have such a powerful protector? He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner rage. Hopefully, Hell's Gate will eliminate them soon. However, to everyone's bewilderment, Hell's Gate didn't act immediately after learning about the events in the Qian domain. This unusual behavior sparked numerous speculations, with people wondering aloud. That's strange. Could something have happened within Hell's Gate that's keeping them busy? Otherwise, why would they be indifferent to such events? As time passed, some mighty martial saints began to stir with ambition. They exchanged private words, their eyes gleaming with ambition. Perhaps this is a golden opportunity to break through to the martial emperor level. Amidst rampant speculation, a message from Hell's Gate hit like a hammer on everyone's minds. When they conquer the Forbidden Lands, it will be the day of the Chu family's downfall. This announcement was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples of shock. That explains it. Many people suddenly understood. I knew Hell's Gate wouldn't just let the Chu family exist. They must be attacking the Forbidden Lands. In the human realm, there are many forbidden areas, mysterious zones that even a colossal entity like Hell's Gate dares not easily tread. While Hell's Gate might control the life and death of the human realm's beings, the Forbidden Lands are an eternal presence, feared even by them. Now, Hell's Gate setting its sights on the Forbidden Lands is undoubtedly a bold move. No wonder they have no time for the Chu family, as the Forbidden Lands are far more significant. Upon hearing this news, Chu Tian smirked coldly and scoffed. Once Hell's Gate is free to act, the Chu family will be wiped out in an instant. This thought brought him considerable satisfaction. Meanwhile, Chingyong City presented a starkly different scene. Instead of fear, the previous great battle attracted even more martial artists to gather there. The city bustled with activity and excitement, with some affectionately dubbing it Human City. These martial artists were filled with hope, yearning for the Chu family's demon emperor to lead them in tearing apart Hell's Gate's eons-long dominion, allowing the human realm to truly be under human control. They hoped that those capable of breaking through to the emperor level could do so without needing Hell's Gate's approval. This desire burned like a flame in each martial artist's heart, illuminating their path to strength. Nearly a month had passed since the fall of the beast martial emperor, and the talented members of the Chu family returned from their enlightenment and inheritance at the 5 great sacred grounds, including the Divine Fist sect. The 5 regions were now entirely under the Chu family's control, with even the forces previously belonging to the 5 great sacred sects surrendering. Standing in the family's council hall, Chu Jingua, with eyes sharp as a hawk, declared, "It's time to reopen the Tower of Time." Chu Hongxiao promptly reported, "Patriarch, we have assessed the crystal reserves. We can sustain the 6th level for a full year." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chu Jingua's eyes. A year on the 6th level? That equates to 320 years within the Tower of Time. Exactly, Chu Hongxiao affirmed. Chu Jingua exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Great. 320 years is enough for our Chu family to reach new heights of power. We might even see the rise of an emperor-level warrior." He immediately issued an order. "Spread the word. The Tower of Time will open soon. All dragon guards must participate, and other members will be selected based on merit." However, Chu Hongxiao's brow furrowed slightly. "But the ancestor is still missing. He is our best hope for becoming a martial emperor, and his absence during this opening would be a significant loss." Chu Jingua was taken aback. The ancestor is still missing after all this time? He pondered briefly. "In that case, I will inquire with the beast god to see if he knows the whereabouts of the ancestor." Arriving at the Dragon Emperor Hall, Chu Jingua asked Long Yuan about the ancestor. Long Yuan replied, "I only know that on the day the martial emperor appeared at the Hell Gate, Chu Tianyang seemed to have entered Chingyong Lake. Why hasn't he come out yet?" Chingyong Lake? What was the ancestor doing in Chingyong Lake? Chu Jingua wondered, puzzled. Long Yuan shrank his form and entered Chingyong Lake alongside Chu Jingua. The lake's surface was calm, and the surroundings were silent and deserted. Suddenly, they discovered a silver portal in the form of a barrier. Chu Jingua was astonished at the sight of the portal. Why is there a barrier here? Without hesitation, Long Yuan stepped through the silver portal. Chu Jingua followed closely, filled with a mix of anticipation and concern for the unknown. Beyond the gateway, a vast and decayed world unfurled before their eyes. The ground was littered with ancient, broken spiritual artifacts, and crisscrossed with deep ravines, the air thick with the essence of bygone eras. This place resembled an ancient battlefield, exuding a chilling aura of death and destruction. Chu Jingwa widened his eyes in shock as he surveyed the surroundings. Wow, is there really such an expansive world here? He murmured, suddenly struck by a startling realization. Could it be that we have been living above such a space all along? Long Yuan's consciousness swept through the space like a flash of lightning, instantly pinpointing Chu Tianyang's location. Let's go, he commanded, and with a low growl, he and Chu Jingua vanished, reappearing moments later in another part of the world. Ancestor! Chu Jingua exclaimed, his heart tightening at the scene before him. His family's ancestor lay on the ground, covered in wounds, lifeless. Even more alarming, sword energy occasionally flickered around Chu Tianyang, etching new scars into his body. Instinctively, Chu Jingua wanted to rush forward, but he was suddenly overwhelmed by an unparalleled destructive force. It was as if this power could obliterate everything, terrifying him into halting his steps. Beast God, what happened to the ancestor? Chu Jingua urgently asked, his voice filled with worry and fear. Long Yuan explained gravely. He was injured by the residual sword energy here. As he spoke, he struck down with a claw, shattering the rampant sword energy around them, dispersing it into nothingness. Only then did Chu Jingua dare to approach, carefully lifting the ancestor. This is an ancient battlefield, Long Yuan observed, scanning the surroundings. Even after endless ages, some terrifying killing energy remains. Your ancestor stumbled into this perilous place. He paused, adding, this battlefield is somewhat similar to the ruins of the Yunxiao sect, but the hidden dangers here are far more terrifying. That's because attacks left by beings beyond the god level are present here, which means a divine war once erupted here. Long Yuan gazed at the unconscious Chu Tianyang, extending a finger to touch his forehead. Instantly, several strands of sword energy shot out from Chu Tianyang's brow, dissipating into the air. Fortunately, the destructive forces hidden here have been eroded by time and are nearly depleted, Long Yuan remarked casually. Though he is severely injured, he's not beyond saving. Chu Jingua looked at the ancestor lying on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. He quickly took out a pill from his pocket and carefully fed it to the ancestor. How could the ancestor be so careless? To venture into such a perilous place so recklessly? He muttered to himself while observing the surroundings, inwardly grateful that the Tower of Years activated in time. Otherwise, the ancestor might have truly perished here. Kid, are you looking for a beating? Chu Tianyang's weak voice came through, tinged with a bit of helplessness and self-mockery. He slowly opened his eyes, recalling the scene when he first entered this place. At that time, he hadn't sensed the lurking danger at all, and his spiritual awareness failed to warn him. By the time he realized the danger, he was already trapped, and it was too late. Long Yuan stood nearby, his brow furrowed. As a powerful figure who had resided in the thunderclouds for a long time, he hadn't discovered this hidden place either, which puzzled him. How did you find this place? He asked, his tone curious. Chu Tianyang struggled to sit up and began to recount the secret behind discovering the token. Beast God, do you remember the token we found on the old ancestor of the Ma family? It only changes when energy is infused during a full moon night. I followed the token's guidance and arrived here. After listening, Chu Jingua pondered. Could it be that the Ma family's ancestor discovered this place, which led to their sudden rise in power? Exactly. Chu Tianyang confirmed with a nod. The Ma family's ancestor probably found some relics on the outskirts, which gave the Ma family a chance to turn their fortunes around. Suddenly enlightened, Chu Jingua thought of another key point. No wonder they were determined to eliminate both of our families. They must have feared the secret of this spatial world being revealed. Only by completely occupying the former Chingyong town could they freely plunder the legacies within these ruins. Chu Tianyang let out a cold laugh, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. Even if they had wiped out both of our families back then, with the Ma family's strength, venturing deeper would still lead to a dead end. He glanced around, sensing the terrifying hidden dangers lurking in the shadows, and continued. As you go deeper, the concealed lethal forces are too terrifying. Given the Ma family's strength at that time, once they triggered the hidden dangers, they would be powerless. As they conversed, Long Yuan's eyes suddenly emitted a brilliant divine light, his sharp gaze piercing through space to the deepest part of this world. There, he witnessed a shocking scene. A woman in a silver robe lay quietly atop a bloodstained coffin. What surprised Long Yuan even more was the faint trace of life he sensed within her. There's someone alive. Let's go deeper and take a look. Long Yuan ordered decisively, leading the two of them to swiftly fly into the depths of this space. As they ventured further, the murderous aura around them grew increasingly terrifying. Even with Long Yuan's protection, Chu Tian and Chu Jingua were filled with dread. In the depths of the space, an endless killing intent transformed into various terrifying phenomena: blood-red tornadoes, seas of sword energy, and the like, swirling around them. Although these phenomena hadn't caused earth-shattering destruction, any slight contact could unleash devastating power. What kind of powerful being could leave behind such horrifying attacks? Chu Tianyong asked in shock, relieved that he had only been trapped on the outskirts earlier. At least a god-level being, or above, Long Yuan replied calmly. God level? What realm is that? Chu Jingua was taken aback, having never heard of such a level. A realm above the emperor level. What? There's a realm above the emperor level. The two of them were visibly shaken. If anyone else had said this, they might not have believed it at all. In their understanding, the martial emperor was the pinnacle of strength. But hearing it from the beast god, they had no choice but to believe. Long Yuan continued to explain. The killing aura here could instantly obliterate a perfect emperor-level expert. Who else could have left it but a being above the martial god level? And it's not just as simple as the martial god realm. It might even be the presence of an immortal realm being that once fought here. Chu Tianyong looked at Long Yuan in shock, his mind swirling with incredulous speculations. When they first met, Long Yuan was only at the 4th-tier martial sect level. How could he have broken through to this level so quickly? Long Yuan simply chuckled without offering an explanation. Their current levels were too low for further elaboration to be of any use. Seeing the beast god's expression, Chu Tianyong couldn't help but shudder. He recalled how the beast god had the same expression when everyone speculated he was a demon emperor. A bold guess formed in Chu Tianyong's mind. The beast god's cultivation might not be limited to the martial god level. At this thought, Chu Tianyong's heart pounded wildly. Clang, clang, clang. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the murderous aura became. Long Yuan couldn't be bothered to dodge and charged straight through with his powerful, perfected immortal realm body, allowing the terrifying attacks to strike him. Sparks flew, and the sound of clashing echoed endlessly as the fearsome attacks landed on Long Yuan. Moments ago, Long Yuan unleashed the divine power of the dragon god's 9 transformations, with each transformation temporarily elevating his level by a small degree. When all 9 transformations were fully released, his cultivation soared from the pinnacle of the demon god level to a realm beyond immortality, reaching an unprecedented state. As an ice and fire mysterious heavenly dragon, he unleashed his primordial dragon fire, transforming into a ferocious fire dragon that instantly incinerated the ghostly faces surrounding him. The fire dragon charged forward with unstoppable force, cutting through the blood-red mist and plunging into the coffin. Agonizing screams suddenly erupted, and the coffin shook violently as the creature inside was relentlessly scorched by the dragon fire. Narrowing his eyes, Long Yuan resolved that whatever was inside, since it harbored murderous intent towards him, must be completely eradicated. Through a crack in the coffin, Long Yuan caught a glimpse of the interior and was shocked by what he saw. It was an incredibly bizarre creature, somewhat humanoid, but covered in thick, long red hair. Even more horrifying, each strand of hair ended with a grotesque face of a living creature. This entity exuded an intensely ominous aura, reinforcing Long Yuan's determination to destroy it. Long Yuan clenched his dragon claw, a golden dragon shadow flickering faintly upon it. It was the supreme divine technique, the ancestral dragon fist. However, at that moment, the silhouette of a woman atop the coffin slowly opened her eyes. A moonlight-like glow radiated from her brow, and a silver moon mark quietly emerged. Who would have thought someone would find this place? The woman's cool voice emerged as her gaze locked onto Long Yuan. A dragon? And a rather powerful one at that. The ice and fire mysterious heavenly dragon? Are you from the supreme divine realm? No, I come from the human realm. Long Yuan paused his impending ancestral dragon fist and answered truthfully. The human realm? The woman sounded puzzled. Weren't the celestial veins of the human realm destroyed by the nether hell? How could a strong being like you emerge? Are you from one of those forbidden lands? By now, the woman was seated cross-legged atop the blood-red coffin, her body emitting a gentle, water-like moonlight. To Long Yuan, she appeared like a goddess overlooking the mortal world from the heavens. The sacred light made him hesitate to gaze directly at her, as if doing so would be a desecration. Long Yuan frowned slightly, aware of the forbidden lands, but knowing nothing of the nether hell. Could it be related to the gate of hell? Nonetheless, he answered honestly. No, I come from a simple place and have reached my current level through certain opportunities. May I ask who you are? I am the moon goddess, she replied calmly. Moon goddess? I've never heard of you. Long Yuan blurted out. Of course you haven't. My era is far too ancient, the moon goddess said, as her gentle moonlight seeped into the blood-red coffin. Long Yuan frowned, realizing that his fire dragon had been suppressed and dissipated by her. What is your intention, senior? He asked, confused, having initially thought she was there to suppress the coffin's creature, but now it seemed otherwise. I kindly ask you to hold your hand, Long Yuan said warily, filled with doubt. Was this moon goddess actually protecting the eerie creature within the coffin? The person inside the coffin was once a friend of mine. He was transformed into this state after being tainted by malevolent energy during a great battle. I have suppressed him here to dispel the evil energy from his body and restore him to his normal self. So, I kindly ask you to show mercy, the moon god said with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. Contaminated? It's probably more than just contamination, Long Yuan replied with a frown. The being inside the coffin is clearly not of a normal race. Even if he was tainted, he seems to have been completely corrupted by now. Are you sure you can still dispel the evil energy from him? The presence inside the coffin, especially the sinister aura it emitted when using its powers, was chilling. The moon god's expression turned cold as she replied sternly, I said I can, so I can. Please leave, sir. Long Yuan narrowed his eyes, glanced at the blood-colored coffin, then at the moon god, and turned away calmly, saying, I don't care what he is, but I hope it won't affect me. Otherwise, it won't just be talk next time. With the use of the 9 transformations of the dragon god, dealing with the entity inside the coffin might be possible, but handling both that entity and the moon god simultaneously would be challenging. Moreover, this spatial world is located beneath Chingyong Lake, and a battle here could affect the entire Chingyong City. So Long Yuan planned to act only when he had an overwhelming advantage. Without dwelling on it further, he left with Chu Tian. In the spatial world, the moon god gently caressed the blood coffin, murmuring, in the end, no supreme deity descended from their realm. Perhaps they have long forgotten us. I've always said, what does the survival of this world have to do with us? Why not find a secluded corner to live in peace? If you hadn't insisted on joining that so-called battle for defense, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Someone from the netherworld once invited me to join them, but I refused. Now I wonder if I should have accepted. The outcome couldn't have been worse than this. Even the star god has forgotten us. Sun god, when will you finally awaken? The moon god sighed, sensing that the sun god's consciousness was being invaded by the sinister force and was on the verge of dissipating. She then radiated lunar brilliance once more, channeling it into the coffin to help the sun god fend off the malevolent energy. After leaving the lake world, Long Yuan returned to the Dragon Emperor's palace. Upon learning that the Chu family was about to open the Tower of Time, he gave Chu Tian the Imperial-level body refining technique, the Cosmic Star Technique. The reward for breaking through to Martial Emperor was an Imperial artifact, and for reaching Martial Saint, a mirror-breaking pill. This reward was personally set by the Beast God. Inside the 9-layered spatial world of the Chu family, Chu Tian stood before the Tower of Time, addressing all the family members about to enter. Everyone was astonished by the generous rewards. Anyone entering the Tower of Time can make any requests, and the family will try to meet them as much as possible. Chu Long shouted immediately after Chu Tianyang's announcement, Ancestor, I urgently need many Dao companions. Chu Tianyang was so exasperated that he flared his nostrils, annoyed by how this young man constantly thought about Dao companions. Chu Tianyang gazed at Chu Long, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This young man, with his vast harem, had advanced his cultivation at an astonishing rate, reaching the 6th level of the Martial Emperor realm. Even more astonishing was the rapid progress of his group of partners. Chu Tianyang recalled the earlier investigation results. Chu Long's wives and concubines were not considered exceptionally talented, yet after dual cultivation with him, their cultivation levels soared, and their demeanors underwent dramatic changes. Those once ordinary women now exuded a subtle nobility, akin to phoenixes reborn from the ashes. This peculiar transformation piqued Chu Tianyang's curiosity. He remembered consulting beast god Long Yuan. Long Yuan's response was concise. It might be influenced by the Yin Phoenix physique. The Dragon Phoenix Reversal Yin-Yang 108 technique could endow males with the Yang Dragon physique and females with the Yin Phoenix physique. The Phoenix clan is inherently noble, and with the emergence of the Yin Phoenix physique, this nobility naturally follows. What amazed Chu Tianyang further was that Chu Long, aside from his partners, had not utilized any family resources. He hadn't touched the precious elixirs or treasures within the heart-refining tower. Chu Tianyang clearly remembered that Chu Long once obtained a physique evolution pill in the tower, yet he handed it over to the family without hesitation. His cultivation was entirely the result of his and his partner's efforts. Chu Tianyang mused, considering Chu Long's current state, he might truly achieve the Martial Emperor realm when the Time Tower opens. At that moment, Chu Yunling suggested with a playful smile, Ancestor, why not let Chu Long visit Tianlong Abyss? There are quite a few dragon maidens with exceptional talents there, and if they hit it off, it could greatly benefit Chu Long's cultivation. Chu Yunling's words carried a hint of mischief. She had long heard of Chu Long's miraculous cultivation technique and knew of his prowess in intimate matters. Given the lustful nature of dragons and the robust physique of the flood dragon, he might have some interesting exchanges with those dragon maidens. However, this thought led Chu Yunling to wonder about the beast god. As a true dragon, why didn't he exhibit those dragon characteristics? Chu Tianyong nodded slightly and turned to Chu Long. All right, you should visit Tianlong Abyss, see if you can connect with any dragon maidens. But remember, go quickly and return swiftly. For every day you delay outside, a year passes inside the time tower. Got it, ancestor? Chu Long laughed heartily, darting away like a puff of smoke, eager to find his dragon sister. This scene left the others dumbfounded, wondering, is he going to cultivate or to court? Chu Zhan spoke solemnly. The 6th level, 320 years? This time, forget about cultivation level. At the very least, my physical prowess must reach the martial emperor realm. He always focused on physical cultivation, believing that only battles where fists meet flesh are true tests of manhood. Moreover, he needed to fully integrate the legacy he received from the Divine Fist sect. Although he didn't acquire the complete 8-character Divine Fist technique, he did learn the Earth character Fist. Like Chu Zhan, Chu Feng also received the Divine Fist sect's legacy, but he learned the Hong character Fist. Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, Universe, Flood, and Desolation. These 8 characters each represent a fist technique. The 8-character Divine Fist technique encompasses all the mysteries of fist techniques in the world, and mastering them would grant unimaginable power. Other Chu family members who received sacred site legacies also clenched their fists, silently vowing to make significant progress in the Time Tower. Meanwhile, Chu Huang stood alone in a corner, isolated from the others. Chu Huang exuded an eerie energy that sent chills down the spine, a force of annihilation seemingly capable of devouring everything. Anyone who approached him couldn't help but feel threatened by this power. Chu Huang's goal was clear, to fully master the inheritance of the wild god and completely control this terrifying force within the given time. Among the crowd, Chu Luing stood out prominently. Surrounded by dazzling starlight, fist-sized stars of various colors slowly revolved around her, resembling a miniature universe. This was the inheritance of the star god from Wanqing Mountain, radiating a mysterious and powerful aura. Not far away, Chu Jinshan stood with eyes closed, surrounded by swirling sword energy. The overwhelming power created an invisible barrier that kept others at bay. The time tower finally opened. Everyone was excited yet orderly as they filed into the tower. Long Yuan watched the scene, equally thrilled. He knew clearly that the opening of the time tower would allow him to complete several system tasks. He couldn't help but anticipate the rewards that awaited him. Long Yuan watched as the Chu family members entered the time tower, calculating silently. The large number of participants from the Chu family, including the clan leader Chu Jingua, underscored the importance of this event. With the elite of the Chu family entering the time tower, the entire family suddenly became low-key. Apart from maintaining normal business dealings, the usually prominent Chu family talents almost disappeared from public view. This unusual behavior immediately sparked external speculation. Soon, rumors began to spread throughout Chingyong City. Some asserted that it was due to the threat of the Hell Gate, claiming the Chu family was terrified and had retreated. Others speculated that the Chu family's talents had been secretly dispersed for self-preservation. The Chu family is doomed. Such sentiments were rampant. For a time, negative news spread like wildfire in Chingyong City, causing unrest. However, despite the overwhelming speculation and doubt, the Chu family remained silent, seemingly uninterested in offering any explanation. Long Yuan witnessed all this, but chose to ignore it. He knew that when the Chu family members emerged from the time tower, they would return with a strength that would shock the entire human realm. At that moment, the system's notification suddenly chimed. Ding! During the 2 months that the Chu family spent in the time tower, Long Yuan finally heard the long-awaited system notification. This sound not only signified that the Chu family had successfully advanced to an 8-star family, but also heralded the emergence of an 8th-rank martial saint and 8 7th-rank martial lords within the family. Long Yuan felt a surge of joy, as the Guardian family had finally reached a level of strength comparable to the Beastmasters. While he was still reveling in this happiness, the system's voice sounded again, delivering even more astonishing news. It turned out that the Chu family had unknowingly nurtured a martial emperor-level powerhouse. This revelation instantly reminded Long Yuan of the contract with Jin Sheng, the ancestor of Chu Yunling, realizing that this task had actually been completed long ago. The system then unveiled a generous list of rewards: a bloodline reversion, 4,000 years of cultivation, the eternal dragon god technique for immortality, various divine abilities, techniques, imperial weapons, and a large number of physique evolution pills and martial soul evolution pills. Long Yuan was astounded by the richness of the rewards, which far exceeded anything he had received before, both for himself and for the Chu family. With excitement, Long Yuan eagerly began the bloodline reversion process. Although it took a long time, the result left him ecstatic. Not only did he complete the bloodline reversion, but he also absorbed a total of 310,000 years of cultivation from the system's rewards, significantly boosting his power. The system then updated Long Yuan's personal information. Host, Long Yuan. Race, 5-element extreme dragon. Realm, sovereign realm perfected cultivation. Immortal realm perfected physical body. Current task, cultivate the guardian family to an emperor-level family. Task rewards, bloodline reversion, 10,000 years of cultivation, sovereign level divine ability dragon's roar, divine level body, refining technique, Xian Tian 9 transformations, 1 chaos spirit vein. Guardian family level, 8-star. Host cultivation speed, increased by 80 times. Long Yuan silently noted this information, already planning his next steps. He knew that there was still a long way to go to elevate the guardian family to an emperor level. However, with these generous rewards and enhancements, he felt more confident in facing the challenges ahead. Long Yuan gazed at the outcome before him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The 5 elements extreme dragon, its bloodline power rivaled that of the Imperial Golden Dragon, the Divine Azure Dragon, the Peerless Demon Dragon, and the Supreme Long, each innately mastering the power of the 5 elements. He recalled the information gleaned from dragon blood, revealing that ancestral dragons were born from these 4 dragon bloodlines throughout history. This indicated that, with the current 5 elements extreme dragon bloodline, he might even have the potential to become the ancestral dragon of this era. However, the system's rewards indicated that the 5 elements extreme dragon bloodline could still undergo ancestral regression. Long Yuan pondered the extent to which this regression could reach. The Chu family was currently an 8-star family, and he had already reached this realm. If the Chu family continued to rise, would he continue to regress ancestrally? Even more astonishing was that his physical realm had reached the longevity realm. This meant that with each ancestral regression of his bloodline, his physical realm would advance by a major realm. Demigod, immortal, longevity, sovereign. Could there be more realms beyond these? The longevity realm signified an immortal body and an undispersed soul, achieving true immortality. Without external interference, one could exist eternally with the world. The sovereign realm, on the other hand, possessed the true power to dominate the heavens and earth, capable of absorbing the power of chaos, and was regarded as a titan in the universe. Long Yuan realized he had become an unrivaled titan of the world, considering the cultivation of over 300,000 years. He couldn't help but rub his dragon claws together, producing a resonant clang. The ancestral regression of his bloodline and the 10,000 years of cultivation were incredibly enticing. With an 80-fold enhancement, it equated to 800,000 years, a duration long enough to propel his strength to a new qualitative leap. His consciousness expanded, his mental power fully enveloping the human world. He saw places previously beyond the reach of his divine sense, and discovered nearly 100 emperor-level powerhouses from the Hell Gate, besieging a forbidden area. This was the foundation of the Hell Gate. Such a large number of emperor-level powerhouses would be formidable for anyone to withstand. However, the foundation of the forbidden area was extraordinary as well, especially the one being attacked by the Hell Gate, which housed entities surpassing martial gods. Long Yuan was surprised to find that among the Hell Gate's attacking forces, there was an immortal realm leader and several martial gods. This was inconsistent with what he had discovered when probing the Hell Gate headquarters in the heavenly domain earlier. Long Yuan's eyes shone with divine light as he gazed across the endless space towards the location of the forbidden area of time. It was a wondrous place where terrifying fragments of time danced, instantly reducing any martial artist below the longevity realm to bones upon contact. Long Yuan immediately recognized it as the power of time, a deadly existence for martial artists below the longevity realm. However, he merely glanced and withdrew his divine sense, losing interest in the battle there. Meanwhile, he noticed that although the Chu family maintained a low profile, some of its affiliated forces were beginning to act with high profile. Many factions believed that the Chu family was beginning to disperse its members out of fear of the Hell Gate, preparing for the possible annihilation of their clan. This news swept into the council hall of the Ni Shui sect like a chilling wind. One elder frowned at the sect leader, Ni Shui Han, his voice filled with evident concern. Sect leader, is it wise to claim one of the Chu family's vital resources for ourselves? Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? He glanced at the other elders in the hall and continued to explain. That vital resource originally belonged to Wanqing Mountain. After its downfall, it naturally fell into the Chu family's hands. Being nearby and a subsidiary sect of the Chu family, we have been responsible for its extraction. The Chu family takes 70%, and we take 30%, which has significantly benefited our sect. And Ai Shui Han slowly stood up, his voice deep and resolute. Ladies and gentlemen, we must have foresight. If the Chu family is destroyed by the Hell Gate, won't these resources fall into others' hands? Instead, it is better for us to act first. If we wait for others to make a move, we will be too late. As soon as he finished speaking, an elder immediately agreed. The sect leader is right. Given the Chu family's current predicament, their destruction is imminent. We must seize the opportunity and not fall behind. Another elder's eyes sparkled with excitement. While it's a crisis for the Chu family, for us, it's a golden opportunity to turn the tide. The atmosphere in the council hall suddenly became lively, with the elders eagerly expressing their views. In the past, with the giant Wanqing mountain looming over us, we dared not entertain any ambitions. Now it's different. The Chu family destroyed Wanqing mountain, but now faces its own demise. For small factions like ours, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, the voice of Elder Dan Xiofeng interrupted their excitement. But even so, we shouldn't imprison the Chu family's steward. His words were full of worry, as if he foresaw the terrible consequences this decision might bring. Nishui Han gave a cold smile, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "You're worrying unnecessarily. Keeping that steward is just a precaution. If there's any chance for the Chu family to survive, we can use him to manipulate things. But if the Chu family is truly destroyed by the Hell Gate, then the steward becomes useless and can be dealt with at any time." Upon hearing this, Qiu Fengming sighed deeply. He realized that the sect leader would no longer heed his advice. Seeing the situation was set, Qiu Fengming made up his mind to leave the Nishui sect. The next morning, he quietly packed his belongings and found a secluded place where no one knew, choosing to retreat from the world. Before leaving, Qiu Fengming looked at the familiar sect, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "I'm afraid the Nishui sect is truly doomed this time. A legacy of 10,000 years might be destroyed in an instant." He shook his head and murmured to himself, "I've said all I can. If they insist on courting disaster, there's nothing more I can do." With that, Qiu Fengming turned and left, disappearing from the sight of those in the Nishui sect. Just as Nishui Han had predicted, in the 5 domains conquered by the Chu family, many forces began to stir, secretly plotting rebellion. However, some forces chose to watch and wait, unwilling to act rashly when the situation was unclear. Even in the Qian domain, where the Chu family was based, some forces began to waver, secretly dividing up territories. These undercurrents did not escape the Chu family's notice. However, before entering the Tower of Time, Chu Jingua had strictly ordered the elders and stewards in charge of family affairs. If such a situation arose, they should not act rashly and wait until he emerged to settle accounts slowly. Chu Jingua was fully aware that many forces were secretly restless. Especially after the fall of the 5-domain sacred sect, some forces even secretly contacted the Hell Gate, attempting to become insiders and deliver a fatal blow to the Chu family. However, lacking concrete evidence, the Chu family could not act recklessly. Therefore, Chu Jingua decided to use this opportunity to make these forces reveal themselves. He let out a cold laugh, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Let them jump around for now. When the time is right, we'll catch them all in one sweep and completely annihilate them." The Chu family never claimed to be a righteous force, nor did they force any power to pledge allegiance to them. However, for those who willingly aligned themselves with the Chu family, they demanded strict adherence to loyalty. Anyone who posed a threat to the Chu family would face merciless retribution. On this particular day, the Chu family's 9-layered spatial world was suddenly filled with earth-shattering dragon roars. Long Yuan awoke from his slumber, opened his eyes, and looked outside the clan's territory, utterly shocked. Above the Chu family's land, 9 massive dragon apparitions, each of a different color, hovered like mountains, exuding unparalleled majesty. Long Yuan left the Dragon Emperor's hall, revealing his reduced form, a 10th-meter body hovering above Chingyong City. The crowd gasped, recognizing him as the Chu family's beast god. Many were deeply shaken, realizing that the Chu family's recent low profile might conceal other reasons, rather than a fear of the Hell's Gate. The Chu family members stationed outside quickly bowed to Long Yuan. He nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the anomaly above the Chu family. When questioned, Long Yuan speculated that someone in the Chu family might have awakened a divine physique, something unseen in the human realm for many years. Long Yuan flashed into the 9-layered spatial world and discovered the source of the anomaly was the Tower of Time. He stepped inside. Meanwhile, near the distant Time Cave, 2 figures were engaged in an intense battle in the void. One was a strong figure from the Time Cave, and the other was an immortal realm expert from the Hell's Gate. Their lethal exchanges caused the void to shatter continuously. Just as they were about to continue their fight, the air was suddenly filled with dragon roars. Both turned their heads sharply, their eyes fixed on the direction of the Qian domain. The Hell's Gate expert was shocked and immediately ordered a search for the person suspected of awakening a divine physique. 5 martial emperors flew towards the anomaly. They realized the target might be in the Qian domain, where the beast emperor had once fallen. To be safe, they decided to send only the strongest of the emperor level. Long Yuan entered the Tower of Time and found the source of the anomaly. Surprisingly, it was caused by a newborn baby. Chu Tianyang and Chu Jingua arrived in shock to discover it was Chu Long's child. A chubby baby boy was brought out, surrounded by 9 colorful dragon apparitions, each about a foot long. Long Yuan, in awe, announced that this was a divine physique, the 9 dragons' battle body. Everyone present gasped, their eyes wide open at the sight of this extraordinary infant. Although they had read about divine physiques in ancient texts, witnessing one was unprecedented. The arrival of this baby would undoubtedly bring monumental changes to the Chu family. A flicker of awe crossed Long Yuan's eyes. The 9 dragons' battle physique, an extremely rare combat constitution, made him gasp. In his mind, he envisioned 9 majestic dragons swirling and roaring, as if he could feel the overwhelming power emanating from them. When the 9 dragons emerge, the combat strength multiplies 9-fold. Long Yuan murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with admiration. What's even more astounding is that this physique contains the 9 supreme powers of the universe. This child, born with such ultimate strength, has unimaginable potential for the future. The surrounding crowd was equally stunned, their gazes fixed on the seemingly ordinary boy in Chu Long's arms, as if trying to see through him. An indescribable tension and anticipation filled the air. Chu Tianyang's demeanor changed instantly. His gaze towards Chu Long softened, even showing a hint of approval. If such a prodigy can be born, he thought, why not have a few more? Chu Long carefully held the child and respectfully requested the beast god Long Yuan. Please, grant this child a name. Long Yuan pondered for a moment, his gaze piercing as if seeing through the baby's future. He solemnly said, keep it simple, call him Chu Ming. May he become renowned across the heavens. Hearing this, Chu Long's eyes lit up with joy. He looked down at the child in his arms and softly said, Chu Ming, a good name. From now on, you will be called Chu Ming. Don't let the beast god down. He felt secretly grateful, knowing that receiving a name from the beast god was a tremendous blessing for the child. Chu Tianyang interjected, beast god, should this child grow up in the Tower of Time, or should we send him outside? His tone was slightly urgent, clearly eager to nurture this child with limitless potential as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Long Yuan shook his head. Let him grow up outside, he said calmly. You are all focused on cultivation and have little time to care for a child. Besides, it's better for a child to grow in a normal environment. Before the age of 10, it's best not to let him train in the Tower of Time. Chu Tianyang was puzzled. Wouldn't that waste a lot of time? Long Yuan was unfazed. It's fine. The development of the Chu family is a long journey. There's no rush. Achieving an empire-level family is simple, but becoming a god-level family takes much longer. Without the support of the Tower of Time, it might take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to become a god-level family. Chu Tianyang and Chu Long exchanged glances and finally nodded in agreement. All right, in that case, let's send Chu Ming out of the Tower of Time to grow in the 9 realms. Chu Tianyang said. Chu Long also agreed, hoping his child could have a normal childhood rather than constantly being surrounded by adults obsessed with cultivation. At that moment, Long Yuan frowned, sensing a presence from afar. Is someone else coming to meet their end? He shook his head. An emperor-level opponent is not worth my time. Unless an immortal-level expert comes, perhaps then I'd pay more attention. Long Yuan returned to the Dragon Emperor Hall to rest, secretly hoping the Chu family would have more breakthroughs to the martial emperor level, so he wouldn't have to intervene against emperor-level threats. Just then, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Congratulations to the host for nurturing the Guardian family to an emperor-level family. Task rewards. Ancestral bloodline awakening. 10,000 years of cultivation. Divine ability Dragon's Roar of the Living Sovereign level. Body refinement technique. Xintian 9 transformations. Divine level. 1 chaos vein. 10 emperor artifacts. 1 divine artifact. Long Yuan paused in surprise. It's been less than half a year, and the emperor-level family task is completed? He calculated in his mind. So, besides Jin Sheng's ancestor at the emperor level, the Chu family already has 9 martial saint-level members. This progress is much faster than I anticipated. At this pace, after the closure of the Tower of Time, the strength of the Chu family is bound to experience a significant boost. Long Yuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he counted the powerful figures in the family who were on the verge of a breakthrough. Chu Tianyang was undoubtedly the closest to reaching the martial emperor level. During their last meeting, Long Yuan could clearly sense that Chu Tianyang had already reached the pinnacle of the martial saint level, seemingly just a step away from entering the realm of the martial emperor. Following closely was Chu Jingua, a standout in the family, whose accumulation in the martial saint realm was even deeper than Chu Tianyang's. This was all thanks to the family's fortune enhancing his cultivation, making it only a matter of time before Chu Jingua also broke through to the martial emperor level. Long Yuan's gaze then fell upon Chu Long, whose progress left him in awe. With his unique dual cultivation technique, Chu Long's cultivation level skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Even more astonishing was that the cultivation levels of his harem were not to be underestimated. Although their cultivation speed wasn't as miraculous as Chu Long's, their talent, comparable to that of a typical sacred physique, was enough to draw attention. Long Yuan calculated that these individuals should have no trouble achieving the martial emperor status. As for the others, while it was uncertain if they could break through to the martial emperor realm, a large number of martial saints were sure to emerge. With this in mind, Long Yuan felt a surge of excitement and contemplated starting the process of bloodline regression immediately. However, remembering the impending arrival of the Hell Gate martial emperors, he suppressed this impulse. It would be better to deal with them first and then proceed with the bloodline regression. A few days later, the sky above Chingyong City suddenly changed dramatically. Led by the Chu Tian martial emperor, 5 imposing figures descended again, their presence like 5 towering mountains pressing down on the earth. Influenced by the previous fall of the Wuan beast martial emperor, these 5 powerful figures did not act immediately, but quietly observed the situation. Nevertheless, the terrifying aura they unleashed without reservation had already intimidated the entire universe, causing all martial artists to tremble with fear. Haha, Hellgate is finally getting serious. The Chu family is doomed to face destruction this time. At this moment, nearly all the powerful forces in the human realm focused their attention on the Qian region, eagerly anticipating the impending epic battle. Among the 5 figures, besides the Chu Tian martial emperor, were the Hua Yi martial emperor and several other martial emperors, all of whom were at the peak of the emperor level. They were like 5 unsheathed swords, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the Chu family at any moment. Someone sneered. This time, I want to see if your Chu family can escape death. Chu Dingtian stared intently at the mystical mirror before him, his expression focused and thrilled. Reflected in the mirror was the scene outside Chingyong City, where the figures of 5 formidable martial emperors flickered into view. Chu Dingtian felt a surge of joy. With such an assembly, the Chu family was destined for destruction. Meanwhile, the forces that had long since rebelled were ecstatic, already plotting how to divide the resources the Chu family would soon lose. Just then, a piece of news struck like thunder. The Chu family had produced 2 demon emperors. One was a flood dragon, and the other was possibly the legendary true dragon demon emperor. Emperor Juntian frowned upon hearing this and said in a deep voice, "Strangely, we haven't sensed the presence of any emperor-level aura." Emperor Huaya scoffed, clad in imperial golden chainmail and wielding a pitch-black halberd, his eyes piercing and imposing. A true dragon? Such beings might exist in the sacred realm, but how could such a terrifying creature appear in our mortal world? However, Emperor Juntian was cautious, reminding them, "We shouldn't be so hasty in our conclusions. Even the impossible divine constitution has appeared, so what else is truly impossible?" Emperor Huaya remained skeptical, retorting, "If a true dragon had really appeared, do you think the Saint Envoy would send us martial emperors to our deaths? It's said that the pure-blooded true dragon's physical body rivals a martial god's. If such a being existed, the Saint Envoy wouldn't act so recklessly. Then what do you suggest we do?" Emperor Juntian asked. Emperor Huaya's eyes blazed with determination as he said fiercely, "Strike immediately. With the combined power of the 5 of us, we can unleash a thunderous assault. No matter what means the opponent possesses, they will have no escape." Another martial emperor agreed. "Indeed, I sense traces of imperial might within the thunderclouds above the city. The Chu family's beast god is likely hiding there. Why not join forces and slay it in one fell swoop?" Although their primary mission was to find the individual with the divine constitution, since they had confirmed the target was within the city, why not seize the opportunity to settle both old and new scores? With this thought, the killing intent of the 5 martial emperors reached its peak, and an earth-shattering battle was on the verge of breaking out. After a thorough discussion, the 5 finally reached a consensus to strike directly. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from them, shattering the void like a mirror, transforming it into a black hole that devoured everything. The 5 martial emperors radiated a dazzling light, illuminating the area brighter than daylight. "Attack!" Emperor Juntian shouted angrily, his sword enveloped in sharp energy, piercing the thunderclouds above Chingyong City like lightning. Emperor Huaya and the others followed closely, wielding their weapons with a force that swept across the surroundings. At that moment, the 5 imperial weapons unleashed an earth-shattering momentum, shaking the entire Qinyu region. Inside Chingyong City, everyone felt an overwhelming despair. The imperial power enveloped them, like gods and demons, its presence intimidating not just Qinyu, but even the surrounding regions. In Tianlong Abyss, an elder frowned and asked, "Can the Chu family withstand the 5 martial emperors?" Another elder replied solemnly, "The Chu family alone cannot, but their beast god can. Remember, they once claimed that nothing below the imperial level concerns them. Last time, a single word from them subdued 2 full-fledged martial emperors. This time will likely be no different." In Chingyong City, the oppressive imperial power descended like a vast sky. We plead for the beast god's intervention." A member of the Chu family couldn't help but cry out. Soon, the entire city echoed with the tidal wave of pleas. We plead for the divine beast's intervention. We plead for the Chu family beast god's intervention. Emperor Huaye sneered. Your beast god can't even protect itself, let alone save you. With that, he thrust his weapon, glowing with dark energy, towards the thunderclouds like a pillar holding up the sky. The five unleashed their full power, tearing through the void, aiming straight for the depths of the thunderclouds. Suddenly, a series of violent collisions rang out. Clang, clang, clang. Emperor Huaye and the others were shaken, as if they had struck an indestructible barrier. Then, a massive dragon claw emerged from the thunderclouds, surrounded by the five elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, unleashing an unparalleled force that sent the imperial weapons flying from their hands. In their terrified eyes, the imperial weapons were uncontrollably drawn towards the thunderclouds. Even the golden chain mail on Emperor Huaye's body detached and vanished. This simple exchange left the five martial emperors bewildered. Their opponent's strength seemed capable of easily crushing them, leaving them powerless to resist. Our opponent's strength is unfathomable. Retreat quickly. Realizing the dire situation, the five martial emperors unanimously shouted the order to retreat. Emperor Chu Tian roared in anger, his figure moving like lightning as he swiftly retreated, quickly distancing himself from Chingyong City. Although Emperor Huaye was reluctant, the brief clash had confirmed that their opponent's strength far exceeded expectations, beyond what they could handle. At that moment, a deep voice emerged from the thunderclouds, echoing like a thunderclap. Leave? Did I give you permission? Before the words finished, the dragon claw that had reached out from the clouds wove the power of the five elements, instantly forming a rotating five-colored vortex. The vortex unleashed an unparalleled suction force, drawing the retreating emperors towards it like leaves caught in a hurricane. The emperor's movements suddenly halted as they felt an irresistible force pulling them towards the dragon claw. They roared in unison, their internal energy bursting forth like a flood, their bodies radiating a blinding light that illuminated the entire sky. However, their struggles were in vain, as they remained uncontrollably drawn towards the dragon claw within the thunderclouds. Emperor Huaye finally panicked, cold sweat streaming down his face, his heart filled with terror. What is this being? How can it possess such overwhelming power? At that moment, they finally understood why the Beast Emperor had perished here. It wasn't due to a rival or an ambush, but because they faced an absolute powerhouse with crushing strength. Yet, they couldn't fathom how this was possible. The five of them were all at the peak of their emperor-level cultivation. How could anyone so effortlessly overpower them? In this dire moment, Emperor Huaye cried out to the heavens, Saint Envoy, Ancestor, save me. This was his last hope. The Saint Envoy, who resided in the Cave of Time, had a significant connection with him and could even be considered the ancestor of their lineage. However, having been chosen by a powerful figure from the sacred realm, the envoy had entered the sacred realm to cultivate. Now, Huaye could only hope that the envoy would notice the anomaly here and lend a helping hand. The desperate plea of Emperor Huaye seemed to have been answered. A hand, white as jade, suddenly emerged from the void, as if a divine miracle had descended. The holy envoy is here. We are saved. Emperor Huaye and his companions cried tears of joy, their vision blurred by emotion. The hand appeared unremarkable, devoid of any earth-shattering power. However, Emperor Huaye and the others knew well that a mere finger from this being could crush them like ants. Inside Chingyong City, those who had relaxed when the five emperors were subdued were now shrouded in an ominous shadow cast by the unexpected hand. The hand ignored Emperor Huaye and his group, directly targeting the dragon claw descending from the thunderclouds. Long Yuan squinted, thinking to himself, Immortal Realm? This hand belongs to an immortal realm powerhouse. I might have been concerned in the past, but now. After completing 2 missions with the Chu family, his cultivation no longer feared the immortal realm. In an instant, the dragon claw shattered the void, colliding fiercely with the hand. Divine light burst forth, illuminating the sky, turning the entire world into a vast expanse of blinding white light. Everyone was dazzled by the brilliance, unable to see what was happening. The hand and claw repeatedly clashed in the air, each contact accompanied by the eruption of boundless divine light. The space around them tore like paper, with miniature worlds forming and vanishing in the aftermath of their battle. Long Yuan deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the immortal realm, wanting to savor this rare confrontation with a formidable opponent. Despite this, the power of their clash remained astonishing. Within the radiant glow, terrifying energies collided and surged. Each strike gave birth to and destroyed spatial worlds, their immense power causing hearts to tremble with fear. Far away near the Cave of Time, Bei Wang watched in shock, his expression filled with horror. Is there really an immortal realm powerhouse hidden in that place? His voice was laced with disbelief and deep concern. His eyes radiated divine light, piercing through layers of space to gaze upon the Qian domain. Bei Wang was shaken to his core, his brows furrowed. and his white eyebrows hung down to his chest. Though his face appeared kind, his eyes blazed with murderous intent. He pondered silently. Could it be a powerful being emerging from the Forbidden Lands? Or the arrival of the Supreme Divine Realm? No, the Supreme Divine Realm is currently preoccupied with its own affairs. Their mission is to destroy the 9 Forbidden Lands and open the passage between the human and demon realms. Since you've chosen death, you can't blame me. Suddenly, Bei Wang's hand shattered the void behind him and appeared above Chingyong City in an instant. A strong being at the longevity realm could cover the entire human world with just a thought. His hands emitted a pure white glow, veins bulging like coiling dragons, clearly exerting all his strength. Inside the Dragon Emperor's palace, Long Yuan smiled slightly, still countering with one hand. The power of the 5 elements rotated on his dragon claw, transforming into a 5-colored divine light, easily blocking the opponent's attack. The major powers watching the battle were utterly stunned. They could only see 3 dazzling lights intertwining and colliding in the sky, unable to discern any specific actions. More terrifying was that 5 consummate martial emperors turned to dust in the aftermath. Only then did everyone realize that the strength of both parties had surpassed the emperor level. The senior members of the Chu family in the Tsang domain watched through a mirror, their ancestors swallowing hard, trembling all over. Martial emperors were as fragile as paper under their gaze, disintegrating with just a single divine light. Chu Tian gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, eyes bloodshot. He thought angrily, how can a mere branch have such terrifying power? Within Chingyong City, the populace was terrified by the fall of the martial emperors. Some exclaimed, it must be the protection of the Chu family's beast god. Others wondered, what level is the Chu family's beast god? How could even martial emperors be no match? Suddenly, Bei Wang revealed his true form, a towering figure appearing outside Chingyong City. He coldly declared, let me see what you really are. Instantly breaking free from the dragon claw, he charged into the thunderclouds. However, as soon as he entered the thunderclouds, a deep dragon roar exploded, like the universe itself pressing down. Bei Wang was blasted out like a cannonball, crashing outside the flattened Chingyong City, spitting blood. Ignoring his injuries, he immediately rose, looking at the thunderclouds in disbelief. How is this possible? How can you be so powerful? Long Yuan looked at Bei Wang with disdain. Bei Wang roared, I refuse to believe that there are such strong beings in the human realm outside the Forbidden Lands. He quickly healed his injuries, his 2 white eyebrows glowing, stabbing toward the thunderclouds like chains. These 2 eyebrows have been refined into 2 longevity-level divine swords, my strongest attack. I refuse to believe you can withstand this. Sword energy erupted, easily tearing through the sky. Yet, a contemptuous laugh echoed from the thunderclouds. A black tower descended from the heavens, like a divine mountain suppressing all. It was Long Yuan's life-bound spiritual artifact, the 10,000 Dragons Tower, now elevated to a Dominator-level divine artifact. If he didn't evade it, he might die? Bei Wang's heart sounded alarm bells, and his initial resolve to delve into the thundercloud to slay the unknown presence wavered instantly. His white eyebrow, which had merged with 2 immortal-grade divine swords, abruptly changed direction, charging toward the black tower, descending from the sky, like 2 unmatched, sharp, giant blades. A thunderous explosion echoed through the clouds, and Bei Wang watched in shock as his prized white eyebrow shattered step by step in front of the black tower. Impossible. He was horrified, his expression changing dramatically. Seeing the overwhelming black tower descending from the sky, Bei Wang unhesitatingly used a secret technique, instantly moving millions of meters away. However, even this incredible speed wasn't enough. Bei Wang felt an unstoppable force strike him, and half of his body was instantly crushed by the Wanlong Tower, dissipating into a mist of blood in the air. Terrifying, there is great terror here. Overwhelmed by fear, Bei Wang didn't dare linger for even a moment, fleeing like a defeated dog to the entrance of the human realm leading to the sacred realm. Glancing back and seeing that the opponent wasn't pursuing, Bei Wang finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Suppressing his inner shock, he stared towards the Qian region, muttering to himself, such power. It must undoubtedly be a full-fledged immortal realm. I never expected such a terrifying existence outside the forbidden area. Where on earth did he come from? Bei Wang realized clearly that his strength was no match for the opponent. If he sought trouble again, it would likely mean a dead end. Helpless, he decided to seek reinforcements. The immortal realm might be unparalleled in the human realm, but in the sacred realm, it's nothing special. As long as the sacred realm sends another immortal realm, or even a sovereign realm expert, they can naturally eliminate him. With this thought, Bei Wang unhesitatingly sent an urgent request for help to the sacred realm. At this moment, the entire human realm's holy-level powers were plunged into unprecedented shock. Everyone who witnessed the scene felt their nerves tighten in disbelief. They knew the mysterious demon emperor of the Chu family was strong, but they hadn't expected such a level of strength. Not only was the martial emperor powerless against him, but even the mysterious presence from Hell's Gate was defeated. Could it be that even Hell's Gate, the eternal overlord of the human realm, can't restrain him? This thought emerged in the minds of many powerful figures. If that's the case, won't the Chu family rise completely? Could they even produce an emperor-level expert in the future, leaving Hell's Gate helpless? Moreover, many powerful factions began to ponder. If we align ourselves with the Chu family, could we also break through to the emperor level under their protection? Many martial artists in the human realm were stuck at the peak of the martial saint realm, not due to a lack of potential, but out of fear of Hell's Gate's suppression. Now, the emergence of the mysterious beast god from the Chu family seemed to offer them a glimmer of hope. However, some cautious ancestors advised, be patient. To be safe, we should wait and see if Hell's Gate has other countermeasures. We must not jeopardize our sect's foundation on a whim. They believed the current situation was still unclear, and Hell's Gate's trump card remained unknown. What if they used something the Chu family's beast god couldn't withstand? Therefore, even if there were intentions, they had to be restrained, waiting until the situation became clear before making a decision. Among all the factions, none felt more uncomfortable than the Chu family of the Tsang region. Their hopes were repeatedly shattered. The martial emperor was dead, and the one who might have surpassed the martial emperor had also fled. Now, some ancestors were considering whether to allow the Chu family from the Qian region to return to the main lineage. In the depths of Tianlong Abyss, several demon emperors collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The mysterious and formidable power of the Chu family's beast god was once again confirmed, and it seemed no enemy could instill fear in him. This scene made them grateful for their decision to align with the Chu family. Indeed, siding with the Chu family was a wise choice, one demon emperor remarked solemnly. Another demon emperor's eyes flickered with envy. Honestly, I'm a bit jealous that the Golden Saint ancestor was contracted by the Chu family. It's probably just a matter of time before he reverts to a true dragon. Oh, what makes you so sure? Someone nearby asked curiously. The demon emperor explained. Think about it. The Chu family's beast god is a genuine true dragon. If one day he's in a good mood and grants the Golden Saint ancestor a few drops of true dragon essence blood, wouldn't the chances of the Golden Saint ancestor transforming into a dragon be much higher than ours? That's true. Another demon emperor agreed. Although our bloodlines are very close to that of a true dragon, the Dragon Blood Lake's concentration is no longer enough to help us break through that last step. The beast god of the Chu family is different. He is a true dragon, with pure dragon blood. A few drops would definitely purify the bloodline of the Golden Saint ancestor and others, possibly even completing their transformation into dragons. Hopefully, the Chu family will produce more beast tamers, an elder sighed. Joining the Chu family is indeed their shortcut to becoming dragons. Although Chingyong City had returned to calm, everyone was still excitedly discussing the earlier fall of the martial emperor and the hasty retreat of that powerful figure. Witnessing such a breathtaking scene was truly a rare and fortunate event in life. In the Dragon Emperor's Hall, Yuan sensed that the opponent would not reappear anytime soon and finally began the process of bloodline reversion and absorbing cultivation. As for killing the opponent, he chuckled inwardly. Having finally encountered a worthy adversary, he was in no hurry to eliminate them. It would be too dull otherwise. Come on, let's see what species I'll revert to this time, Yuan murmured excitedly, eagerly anticipating the upcoming transformation. He knew well that each bloodline reversion not only enhanced his physical realm, but, more importantly, provided a leap in combat power. Even at the same level of immortality, the previous Ice and Fire Profound Sky Dragon was far less powerful than the current 5 Elements Extreme Dragon. The stronger the species, the more astonishing the combat power. Yuan eagerly embraced another ancestral bloodline transformation. This metamorphosis was more prolonged than any before, lasting nearly a month. When it finally concluded, Yuan's form underwent a remarkable change. The once colorful dragon scales had turned jet black, contrasting sharply with his frost-white horns and mane. Most striking was the mysterious Yinyang Taiji symbol that appeared on his forehead, signifying his evolution into the legendary Yinyang Heavenly Dragon, a rarity even among true dragons. The Yinyang Heavenly Dragon inherently wields the power of Yin and Yang, with a life force surpassing that of the Imperial Golden Dragon, the Divine Azure Dragon, the Unrivaled Demon Dragon, and even the Supreme Yinglong. This means that in battles of the same realm, the Yinyang Heavenly Dragon's combat prowess can suppress the elites of the other 4 dragon clans. Yuan was very pleased with his new form, reflecting to himself. This appearance is much more impressive. The 5 Elements Extreme Dragon looked overly flashy, like a multicolored venomous snake. Now, this truly embodies the essence of a dragon. With his transformation, Yuan's realm also advanced. A system notification echoed in his mind. Host, Yuan. Species, Yinyang Heavenly Dragon. Realm Cultivation, Late Boundless Realm. Physical Cultivation, Perfect Domination Realm. Current task, Cultivate 9 Emperor-level warriors for the Guardian family. Task rewards: 30,000 years of cultivation, supreme divine ability, world in hand, supreme physique, heaven's eye, divine technique, heavenly dragon art, 50 sources of Emperor-level physique, 50 sources of Emperor-level martial soul, and 3 divine artifacts. Guardian family level, 9 star. Host cultivation speed increased by 90 times. Boundless realm? Is that what comes after the domination realm? Although Yuan didn't fully understand the divisions of realms, with each breakthrough, he could intuitively sense the realm he had reached. Compared to the domination realm, a boundless realm expert can leave their imprint on the river of time, in the past, present, and future. Even if their current form is destroyed, as long as the imprint in the river of time remains, they can reappear. Reaching this realm means a nearly eternal life, making true destruction almost impossible. Feeling the powerful energy surging within, Yuan realized he had stepped into a new realm, one of near immortality. Yuan gazed at the system interface, his brow slightly furrowed. A millennium of cultivation, with an 80x time acceleration, equaled 80,000 years, yet he only advanced from the peak of the Dominator realm to the late stage of the Boundless realm. This progress truly surprised him. He realized that as one's realm increased, the difficulty of cultivation skyrocketed, and the efficacy of the Tower of Time would gradually diminish. It seems the further you progress, the longer it takes to break through, Yuan muttered to himself, lightly tapping his forehead. Nonetheless, he quickly let go of his concerns, as this step was still far away, so why worry prematurely? His attention shifted to the new task, nurturing 9 martial emperors. Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Compared to nurturing martial gods, this is a piece of cake. Although the task seemed simple, the rewards were tempting: supreme divine abilities and supreme physiques, both rare treasures in the world. After pondering for a moment, Yuan decided to bestow the supreme physique upon the Chu clan. Under my protection, they will surely thrive, he thought confidently, as his bloodline's strength had long surpassed divine physiques, and even supreme physiques held little use for him. With a casual wave, the Emperor's weapon and divine artifact rewarded by the system flew into the Heart Refinement Tower as clearance rewards. Yuan intended to cultivate, but found that his current techniques no longer matched his realm. Resigned, he simply lay down and drifted into a deep sleep. Months later, members of the Chu clan emerged from the Tower of Time, their faces filled with excitement and reluctance. Over 300 years went by so quickly, and I haven't even broken through to Martial Emperor yet. Someone lamented loudly, clearly wanting more time. Chu Jian clapped his hands excitedly, challenging Chu Feng. How about a spar? Although he hadn't reached Martial Emperor, his physical cultivation had already attained that level. Chu Feng smiled calmly, surrounded by an even denser black, chaotic aura than before entering the tower. Though only at the Martial Saint stage, his combat power was enough to contend with any Emperor level. Are you sure? He asked, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. His chaotic divine body, a miraculous form requiring immense resources to perfect, still hadn't reached the ideal state even after centuries of meticulous cultivation. Excitement flashed in Chu Zhan's eyes, and a smile played at his lips as he threw an arm around Chu Feng's shoulder. Let's head to the training ground. His voice was filled with anticipation, eager to showcase his skills. The two of them started toward the training ground, with Chu Shiron and others following close behind. The air was thick with a sense of eagerness, as everyone was keen to test the results of their centuries-long cultivation. Even the usually composed elder Chu Jinan couldn't hide his excitement, trailing behind with a glint of battle readiness in his eyes. However, just then, Chu Jingua's voice cut through the atmosphere like a bucket of cold water, quelling everyone's enthusiasm. All elders, gather in the council hall immediately. This command abruptly pulled the expectant Chu Jinan back. Chu Jinan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. I can't stand it anymore. This time I'll join the Dragon Guard no matter what. His tone was filled with longing. The Dragon Guard doesn't have to deal with mundane matters and can focus solely on enhancing their strength. Chu Jingua spoke with a serious expression. Having been away for a year, I'm sure much has happened within the family. His words carried a hint of concern. The restless ones must have emerged, so we need to hold a meeting to clear out some forces. In the Chu family's council hall, Chu Jingua and the others listened intently to the reports from the elder who had been overseeing affairs during the past year. Suddenly, Chu Jinan asked in surprise, another martial emperor has arrived? The elder shook his head, his expression grave. Not just a martial emperor, but someone beyond that. The beast god clashed with them, and the energy waves alone pulverized 5 martial emperors into dust. This revelation hit the crowd like a bombshell. Chu Hongxiao couldn't help but remark. It seems the beast god's power truly surpasses the imperial level. Chu Jingua frowned and asked, what about those forces? Have any surfaced? The elder replied, quite a few, but after learning of the beast god's intervention, they've gone back into hiding. His words carried a hint of caution, suggesting the calm before a storm. Some factions have gone too far, not only imprisoning our stewards stationed at resource sites, but also brutally killing some. Although some factions later realized the gravity of the situation and released the imprisoned stewards, even attempting to bribe them heavily to keep quiet, many honest stewards reported these atrocities truthfully. Worse still, some factions tried to cover up their crimes by making the deaths of the stewards they had killed look like attacks by fierce beasts. However, these schemes were ultimately uncovered by our covert investigations. Upon hearing this, the elders present turned ashen-faced, their eyes gleaming with a cold light. They couldn't believe that some factions had the audacity to challenge the authority of the Chu family so brazenly. Chu Jingua spoke in a determined voice. In that case, let's eliminate those factions completely. His tone was filled with resolve. Previously, they had hesitated due to the disparity in strength, but now the situation was different. After their journey to the Tower of Time, their strength had increased significantly, giving them the ability to resolve these issues independently without alarming the beast god. The sudden appearance of all the key figures of the Chu family was like a thunderclap over Chingyong City, leaving everyone in shock. Many had thought the Chu family leaders had scattered to evade the Hell Gate's pursuit, but their collective emergence now signaled something significant. Those who had taken advantage of the situation to seize Chu family resources were likely facing impending doom. Meanwhile, within the reverse water sect, the sect leader, Anai Shuihan, sat trembling uncontrollably on his throne, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. All the elders stood below, silent and fearful. Chu Shiron stood proudly in the main hall of the reverse water sect, his eyes like drawn swords piercing through the trembling Anai Shuihan. He spoke coldly. What? You captured my Chu family stewards and don't plan on giving me an explanation? Anai Shuihan's voice quivered as he forced out a few words. Elder Chu, this is a misunderstanding. He was filled with regret, berating himself for not heeding the advice of Elder Chiu Fengming earlier. The Chu family steward they had captured and then released, hoping to settle the matter with a hefty bribe, had indeed reported the incident truthfully to the Chu family. Now, facing such a situation, it was too late for regrets. Chu Jinan let out a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming even more fiercely. Oh? Then I'd like to hear what kind of misunderstanding this is. Nishwahan hesitated for a long time, his face changing as he struggled to come up with a reasonable explanation. Suddenly, a fierce resolve flashed in his eyes, and he made his move. In the blink of an eye, a bold plan formed in his mind. Kill the elder of the Chu family and relocate the entire sect. If need be, they could move to another realm. Surely, the Chu family couldn't control the entire mortal world? Just as Nishwahan launched his attack, a chilling aura erupted from the depths of the Nishui sect. It was the terrifying pressure of a martial saint, clearly indicating that a martial saint ancestor was intervening. I intended to let bygones be bygones, but you leave us no choice. Nishwahan shouted angrily, unleashing the full force of his martial venerable power. He punched towards Chu Jinan's face, the force of his blow creating a howling wind. The surrounding martial venerable elders also summoned their spiritual weapons and attacked with fierce determination. The violent energy engulfed the entire hall, reducing it to dust with a deafening crash. An emaciated, skeletal hand reached out from the depths of the Nishui sect, aiming directly at Chu Jinan's head. Die! The icy voice carried an endless intent to kill. The Nishui sect, a genuine 8-star power, could have rivaled the beast-taming sect in the past. It only appeared dim due to the overshadowing presence of Wanqing Mountain. Yeah, perhaps you could have succeeded in the past. But now, Chu Jinan sneered dismissively, standing firm as the attacks approached. However, just as those devastating attacks were about to reach him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his body suddenly emitted strands of light. The incredible energy was completely blocked, unable to come near him. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Even the martial saint ancestor from the depths of the Nishui sect gasped in disbelief. Despite their combined full-force attack, they couldn't even budge him? Could it be that this person was also at the martial saint level? It was well known that aside from the mysterious beast god and the demonic golden dragon, the strongest in the Chu family were only at the martial venerable level. How could this man be a martial saint? Achieving a breakthrough to the martial saint realm required a long time of accumulation, and it was impossible to leap from martial venerable to martial saint in just a year. I'll give you one more chance. Let's see if you can make the most of it. Chu Jinan remained standing with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, as if the previous attacks were insignificant. Your Chu family's beast god is indeed powerful, but that doesn't mean you can look down on everyone. If you're so arrogant, then die. The Nishui sect's martial saint ancestor suddenly appeared, standing a few meters from Chu Jinan. A golden cauldron flew from his forehead, crushing the void, and descended upon Chu Jinan. An imperial artifact? How can a mere Nishui sect possess an imperial artifact? Upon feeling the terrifying aura of the black cauldron, even Chu Jinan was shocked. The Nishui sect was just an 8-star sect. How could they own such a rare treasure? As far as he knew, Even a holy-level force like Tianlong Abyss didn't possess an imperial artifact. Oomph. Our Nishui sect may only be an 8-star sect, but we've been around for hundreds of thousands of years. How could we not have a few treasures to keep us secure? The Nishui sect's martial saint ancestor sneered, his tone filled with pride and menace. To die under the imperial artifact is indeed an honor for you. The revered elder of Nishuizong, a martial saint, sneered, a trace of arrogance flashing in his eyes. This imperial artifact has been the sect's most treasured weapon, passed down through generations, only to be used in life and death situations. Those who have witnessed its power have all perished, allowing this earth-shattering secret to remain hidden until now. Imperial artifact? Upon hearing this, Nishuizong's disciples, including Nishuizong Han, exchanged glances of surprise. Even as core members of the sect, they were unaware of this artifact's existence. However, this revelation was like a shot of adrenaline, bolstering their confidence. With such a divine weapon in their hands, how could they fear not subduing their opponent? My honor, Chu Shiron scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. A few years ago, dying under the imperial artifact might have been an honor. But now, the imperial artifact is nothing. Our Chu family has one too. Before he finished speaking, the massive cauldron, exuding a faint imperial aura, charged towards him. Instead of retreating, Chu Jinan advanced, spreading his fingers wide as brilliant golden light radiated from his palm. A surge of battle intent swept around him, followed by a resounding boom, as his hand collided forcefully with the cauldron. Boom! A powerful wave of energy erupted from the collision point, sweeping outwards in all directions. The surrounding void tore like fragile paper, shattering into fragments. The elders watching were caught in the shockwave, coughing blood and staggering backwards. Where the cauldron had been, a pitch-black void appeared, as if threatening to devour everything. Such an awe-inspiring display. Yet, the elders and leaders of Nishuizong were struck with shock. Chu Jinan had effortlessly blocked the imperial artifact's attack with just one hand. How is this possible? The elder of Nishuizong's eyes widened, his voice filled with disbelief. Although the imperial artifact hadn't unleashed its full power, it was still beyond what a martial saint could withstand. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed the elder's mind. He stared intently at Chu Jinan, his voice sharp with realization. You're not a martial saint. You're a martial emperor? Who else but a martial emperor could block an imperial artifact's attack barehanded? But how could this be? The elder's heart was in turmoil, staring incredulously at the young man before him. The Chu family, aside from the mysterious beast god, couldn't possibly have another martial emperor, could they? The ancestor of the Nishuizong thought to himself, disbelief written all over his face. Chu Jinan didn't answer directly. He merely sneered and said, "That's not how you use an imperial artifact." Before he finished speaking, Chu Jinan suddenly grasped the cauldron's wall, and an invisible force swept out instantly. The Nishuizong ancestor felt as if he had been struck by lightning, spewing blood as his face turned ashen. He stared at Chu Jinan in horror, his voice trembling as he asked, "Did you sever my connection with the imperial artifact?" This imperial weapon had taken him millennia to barely refine, and now he had completely lost control with a simple gesture from the other. At this moment, all doubt vanished from the Nishuizong ancestor's heart. This man before him was undoubtedly a genuine martial emperor. Despair surged like a tide, and the Nishuizong ancestor's knees buckled, causing him to kneel heavily on the ground. Choking back his emotions, he pleaded with a glimmer of hope. "Elder Chu, for the sake of sparing that steward's life, please show mercy and grant Nishuizong a way out." Chu Jinan looked down expressionlessly at the elder begging for mercy and said coldly, "If you had pleaded before you acted, perhaps there would have been a slim chance. But now, do you think that's possible?" He felt a surge of relief in his heart. Had it not been for obtaining the breaking mirror pill in the heart-refining tower, allowing him to break through to the martial emperor realm, he might have been the one dying here today. As soon as he finished speaking, the cauldron in Chu Jinan's hand erupted with a brilliant golden light. Wherever the light touched, whether it was the elders of Nishuizong or the martial saint ancestor, they all turned to dust without even a chance to scream. I hate this so much." Nishuizong's ancestor let out a heart-wrenching roar, watching helplessly as the foundation of Nishuizong, built over millennia, was destroyed in an instant. At that moment, he finally remembered the earnest warnings of Elder Chiu Fengming. If he had heeded even a single word back then, the outcome might have been entirely different. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. With his final cry of despair, Nishuizong's ancestor's body also dissolved into nothingness in the cauldron's golden light, vanishing completely from the world. Chu Jinan gazed with satisfaction at the large, radiant cauldron in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. This imperial weapon was hard-won. Though the beast god had promised that anyone who reached the level of martial emperor would receive such a reward, who would ever consider such a precious treasure too much? His eyes swept over the ruins of the Nishuizong's main hall, calculating in his mind. Essence stones are the most important. They must be thoroughly collected, Chu Jinan muttered to himself. Thinking about the immense consumption of essence stones required to activate the Time Tower and the Chu family's high-ranking officials craving for such resources, he quickened his pace. With Chu Jinan's departure, this sect, which had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, finally came to an end. The fleeing disciples became the last remnants of Nishuizong. Meanwhile, the Chu family's powerful figures swept through other troublesome sects like a storm. Many forces were experiencing similar fates. Some were completely destroyed, while others, due to lesser offenses, only saw their leaders punished. Chu Jingua stood amidst the ruins of a destroyed sect, his gaze sharp and penetrating. "We do not demand you become a subordinate force," he declared with a cold and authoritative tone. "But you better not cause trouble behind our backs, or the Chu family will show no mercy." Faced with such a threat, the representatives of the forces present were silent, not daring to utter a word of protest. News of the Chu family producing multiple martial emperors had spread like wildfire. They knew well that the Chu family no longer relied on the mysterious beast god, but instead commanded respect through their own strength. The news spread swiftly across the human realm. Due to the previous fall of the 5 emperors and the battles involving the longevity realm experts, the attention of major forces was all focused on Chingyong City, closely monitoring the Chu family's every move. Many patriarchs of these forces were deep in thought. Could they possibly break through to the Emperor realm as well? But the accompanying worry was whether Hell Gate would settle accounts with them if they did. For a time, all the patriarchs at the peak of the Martial Saint realm were observing in secret, waiting to see the fate of the first person outside the Chu family to break through to the Martial Emperor level. Meanwhile, in the distant Sangyu, the Chu family head, Chu Tian, was deeply perplexed. "How can this be?" he murmured, his brow furrowed. "How did that small Chu family suddenly produce so many martial emperors?" Reflecting on the information brought back by spies a few months ago, at that time, apart from the Beast God and the Golden Flood Dragon Emperor, the strongest in the Chu family was Chu Tianyang at the martial venerable level. Chu Tian had secretly considered how to recruit those two powerful figures to the Sangyu Chu family, especially the incredibly powerful Beast God. He was convinced that with such formidable figures, they could disregard the threat of Hell Gate. However, now, the inexplicable emergence of several martial emperors from Qingyang's Chu family was like a heavy blow, shattering Chu Dingshan's previous hopes. He was utterly baffled. How did they accomplish this in just a year? The higher the level, the longer the cultivation time required. Even with special physique enhancements, the cultivation speed should slow down after reaching martial venerable. What on earth is going on with the Chu family? How did they produce so many strong individuals in just a year? How did they achieve this? Upon learning that the Chu family suddenly had multiple martial emperors, the Hellgate organization was thrown into shock and anger. Wu Fu, the first master of Hellgate, furrowed his brows and asked in a deep voice, "Is this a blatant challenge to our authority? Can anyone explain why the Chu family suddenly has so many martial emperors?" In the conference hall, the expressions of the other masters also turned extremely serious. They had always been wary of the powerful beast god associated with the Chu family, a being even the holy envoy couldn't defeat, existing beyond their understanding. Now, with several emperor-level experts in the Chu family itself, they felt the situation was spiraling out of control. The third master, Min Su, sighed and slowly shared the intelligence they had gathered. "According to our investigation, the Chu family was originally a small force on the verge of extinction. But ever since the beast god took residence, their development has been astonishingly rapid." He paused before continuing. "What's even more incredible is that a year ago, the strongest among them was only at the martial venerable level. Yet, after disappearing for a year, they returned with so many martial emperors." As soon as Min Su finished speaking, the conference hall erupted into discussion. Some speculated that the Chu family must possess some mysterious treasure to cultivate emperor-level experts in such a short time. However, the seventh master, Mu Tuo, snorted, interrupting the chatter. "What's the point of discussing this now? The situation has reached this stage, and even the holy envoy can't subdue them. What can we do?" His tone was filled with regret. "We should have acted decisively when they first showed signs of having martial emperors, instead of delaying until the situation spiraled out of our control." Mu Tuo's words left the masters in silence. They recalled the initial reports from the beast sect, and if they had acted immediately, today's predicament might have been avoided. However, now it was too late for regrets. They had to face a rapidly expanding Chu family and the unfathomable beast god. Wu Fu's rhetorical question struck like a heavy hammer, sounding an alarm in everyone's hearts. His voice was low and heavy, carrying an unspoken burden. "It's too late to talk about this now. Who could have predicted things would escalate to this point?" His gaze swept over everyone present as he continued. "Do you really think we could have killed the Chu family's beast god at that time?" There was a hint of self-mockery in Wu Fu's tone. "Reaching this level is not something that happens in just a few years." He paused, recalling his earlier conversation with the Saint Envoy, and frowned slightly. The Saint Envoy also mentioned that this Chu family beast god likely comes from another world. Wu Fu's voice suddenly rose, tinged with anger. Under these circumstances, do you think intervening years ago would have made any difference? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he explained, I asked the Saint Envoy how to reach their level. Even with the most powerful divine physique and ideal training conditions, it would take tens of thousands of years. Wu Fu's gaze became profound, as if piercing through time and space. Though the mortal realm retains many powerful legacies, without divine veins, it's impossible to break through to that level. His tone turned resolute. So the Saint Envoy concluded that the beast god must have come from another world. It's not their fault. At this point, Minsu spoke up, his voice steady and strong. Indeed, it's useless to discuss it now. The Saint Envoy has fully taken over the situation. His gaze sharpened as he looked at everyone present. What we must do is ensure no other place outside the Chu family produces a martial emperor, or things will truly spiral out of control. Minsu's tone grew grave. People's hearts are already restless. Many who dared not break through and were stuck at martial saint perfection are getting restless. He frowned deeply. And there are quite a few martial saint perfection experts in the mortal realm. If they all break through to martial emperor, it would be a significant pressure for Hell's Gate. Suddenly, Wu Fu stood up, his voice thundering through the hall. From today, deploy martial emperors to patrol the mortal realm. If any emperor-level expert is found outside the Chu family's territory, kill, without mercy. His eyes glinted with a cold light. The might of Hell's Gate shall not be challenged. Everyone present instinctively straightened their backs, responding in unison, yes. With the reappearance of the Chu family's missing members, the Dry region and the surrounding 5 regions fell into an eerie calm. Many once dominant forces were wiped out by the Chu family's thunderous methods, a silent warning that showcased the Chu family's decisive ruthlessness. Now, the Chu family's power loomed like a towering mountain before everyone. Those forces that once harbored ambitions now fell silent, quivering with fear. Who would dare challenge this colossal entity that had just demonstrated terrifying strength? The entire cultivation world was enveloped in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Long Yuan used his spiritual sense to investigate the imperial-level experts of the Chu family, and found that they were only one short of the 9 martial emperors required by the system task. Additionally, there were nearly 10 who had reached the peak of the martial saint level. This progress was faster than he had anticipated, suggesting that the task could be completed soon without the need to activate the time tower. With a slight flick of his finger, several imperial artifacts and breaking mirror pills flew out from the heart-refining tower, hovering in front of Chu Jingua, who was examining the account books. Long Yuan's voice resonated in Chu Jingua's ear. Distribute the rewards that need to be given to them. Yes, beast god. Chu Jingua responded respectfully. However, the breaking mirror pills are limited, so I will prioritize those martial saints who are more likely to break through to martial emperor. Others will be compensated later. Long Yuan nodded in agreement. The Chu family had newly advanced many martial saints, especially Chu Long's family, where almost all members of his harem had reached the martial saint realm. This led to a shortage of breaking mirror pills. As for the imperial artifacts, some were system rewards, while others were seized from the Hell Gate, so there were plenty. Long Yuan had high hopes for Chu Long's family. If they collectively broke through, it would directly bring over 20 martial emperors to the Chu family, an astounding increase in strength. Long Yuan marveled at the terrifying potential of the Dragon Phoenix Reversal Enyang 108 style, which not only accelerated cultivation, but also produced strong practitioners in batches. If it fell into the hands of any martial artist, they could establish a powerful family in just a few centuries. Long Yuan even thought that if the Chu family wished to surpass the divine-level families in the future, their greatest hope would lie with Chu Long. He recalled observing the pillar obtained from the Huan sect's secret realm when he entered the ninefold space world. The more he looked, the more he found the patterns on it to be incredibly profound, as if naturally formed by heaven and earth. Even with his current level, he couldn't decipher the mysteries of that pillar. Thus, Long Yuan concluded that the powerhouse who left this legacy must have surpassed his current level. It seemed that the legacy Chu Long obtained could undoubtedly allow him and his harem to cultivate to exceptionally high realms. Chu Jingua carefully put away the treasures, preparing to summon the eligible family members to receive their rewards. Subsequently, Long Yuan handed over the imperial-level talismans to Chu Jingua, believing that these consumables would be better utilized than left unused. The beast god's rewards have arrived. Chu Feng, watching the family members battle in the martial training field, was delighted to hear the voice in his ear. After breaking through to the martial saint realm, he would receive a breaking mirror pill, which would significantly shorten the time needed to reach the martial emperor level. Chu Zhan also heard the clan leader's message, but he was in the midst of a fierce battle and shouted, "Wait a moment, I'll claim my reward after this fight." Chu Zhan's body was like steel, each punch containing terrifying power, causing the void to shatter under his fists. His opponent, Chu Shiron, was enveloped in golden lightning, resembling a formidable thunder god. One had a physical realm at the martial emperor level, while the other's cultivation level was at the martial emperor, making them evenly matched and hard to determine a victor. Fists and lightning clashed fiercely on the martial training field, unleashing destructive power. The battle between the two formidable fighters drew many family members to watch, creating a spectacular scene. Fortunately, the training ground was protected by a barrier set up by Long Yuan. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by the intense battle. Chu Long stood in front of his harem, with a golden dragon's shadow swirling around him, a manifestation of his yang dragon body. He had just fought a fierce battle with Chu Feng, and, despite being narrowly defeated, felt exhilarated. Chu Long thought to himself that if he had brought along his saint-level harem, victory would have been assured. He was confident that once he and his harem performed the dragon and phoenix harmony or other combined battle formations, no one within the martial emperor realm could rival them. Shen Biao, holding Chu Ming, watched the battle quietly. Beside her, a golden phoenix shadow circled, a phenomenon of her own phoenix body. Jia Ying in the crowd nodded in agreement, with delicate dragon horns atop her head and a golden phoenix shadow surrounding her as well. As a former saintess of Tianlongjuan, she fell for Chu Long at first sight and joined the Chu family. Her Jiao dragon body combined with the Yin phoenix body gave her an aura of unique dignity and nobility. Let's head to the saint-level arena and spar with the clansmen, Shen Biao suggested, handing Chu Ming to Chu Long before leading a lively group of sisters toward their designated battleground. Watching the playful departure of his harem, Chu Long stroked his chin, contemplating which of the 108 positions he should employ that night. Come on, son. Let's go claim your reward, said Chu Longjiang excitedly as he scooped up Chu Ming from the ground and took his small hand, leading him towards the grand hall. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was solemn and majestic. Several martial emperors of the Chu family stood upright, their presence commanding respect. Although they had restrained their internal energy, an invisible aura of power still filled the air, inspiring awe in everyone present. Chu Tianyong looked around at everyone, filled with emotion. He took a deep breath and began to speak. Everyone, a few years ago, I never imagined that the Chu family could reach this level. Back then, my greatest wish was to break through as a third-tier martial master and nurture more second-tier warriors for our family. As for becoming a fourth-tier martial lord, that was nothing more than a dream. He paused, then continued. But ever since the beast god descended, our family's fate has completely changed. In just a few short years, we've all become martial emperors. Seeing all of us standing here feels like a dream. And all of this is because of the beast god's blessing. Chu Tianyong's gaze turned serious. So, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Chu Jingua immediately replied. The ancestor means that no matter how far the Chu family develops in the future, we must never forget the beast god's grace in transforming our fate. The others nodded in agreement. In their hearts, the beast god's status had surpassed even that of heaven and earth. Without the beast god, even if they had somehow survived their near destruction, it would have taken them tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, to develop the Chu family to its current scale and strength. The beast god had become their spiritual pillar and belief. Chu Jinshin said solemnly. Without the beast god's protection, even with so many martial emperors, our Chu family might not have escaped the siege of the gate of hell. Well said. Chu Long also echoed with gravity. To our Chu family, the beast god is our sky. As they walked, Chu Tianyong continued. Therefore, before distributing the imperial weapons, I have a few proposals I hope everyone will consider carefully. Firstly, we should hold a grand ceremony every 100 years to commemorate all that the beast god has done for the Chu family. A century is a long time for mortals, spanning several generations. Chu Tianyong's expression was grave, his eyes shining with a resolute light. He understood deeply that even those of average talent among his clan must never forget the blessings the beast god had bestowed upon the Chu family. His words drew nods of agreement from those present. Indeed, the beast god, who resided in the Dragon Emperor's hall, seldom appeared. Sometimes absent for a few years, sometimes for over a decade, it was inevitable that some would forget or not know of the beast god's existence. This was absolutely intolerable in the Chu family. After a heated discussion, everyone reached a consensus. A statue of the beast god would be erected at the entrance plaza of the ninefold space world. This statue would not only serve for worship, but also highlight the beast god's esteemed position within the Chu family. Chu Tianyong continued with the second important matter, his voice deep and powerful. I believe we should appropriately expand the size of the Dragon Guard. As the family grows, the number of strong individuals increases daily, and the original few dozen members are clearly insufficient. He paused and added, of course, this needs to be discussed with Jingwa and the elders to decide whether to increase the number of Dragon Guards. He took a deep breath and continued. Additionally, the biannual Dragon Guard selection is too frequent. I suggest extending the interval. Otherwise, we might not even have time for stable training. Having shared his thoughts, Chu Tianyong left the specifics to the clan leader and the elders to decide. Chu Jingua carefully noted these suggestions, planning to convene a council of elders for detailed discussion later. All right, let's select the imperial weapons now, Chu Jingua said, laying out the imperial weapons bestowed by the beast god for everyone to choose from. Chu Shiron spoke first. I don't need one. I already obtained an imperial weapon at the inverse water sect. As a battle saint physique, he excelled in close combat, and freeing his hands allowed him to unleash his full combat power. The golden cauldron he previously acquired suited him perfectly. Chu Jinshan followed. I don't need one either. I have already refined the sacred sword Mo Yi into my life-bound spiritual weapon. A life-bound spiritual weapon requires nourishment from a warrior's vital essence and soul to reach a state of integration. Though it poses a risk of backlash if damaged, it can advance continuously with the warrior's cultivation. Like Mo Yi, originally just a sacred weapon, it had now advanced to a true imperial weapon as he broke through. Chu Huang remained as low-key as ever. Despite receiving powerful inheritances from the desolate god pavilion, he still appeared disheveled. His hair was messy, his beard unkempt, and his clothes shabby, resembling a farmer. Yet, no one dared to underestimate him. He was the only one in the Chu family who could compete on equal terms with Chu Feng, who possessed the chaos god physique. His combat strength was unparalleled. Chu Long chose an imperial weapon called the Wandering Dragon Sword. He flicked the blade, and a clear sword chime echoed, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. Excellent sword. Chu Long's eyes lit up. Though not a sword cultivator, a handy imperial weapon could substantially boost his combat prowess. Finally, Chu Yunling's eyes sparkled as she selected a silver spear, which felt perfect in her hands and matched her temperament beautifully. Chu Zhan's gaze swept over the imperial artifacts like a hawk, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his chin. Like Chu Zhanan, he yearned for the thrill of hand-to-hand combat, making the liberation of his hands a top priority. Around him, Chu Shiron, Chu Hongtu, and others were also focused on selecting the imperial artifacts that suited them. Chu Hongtu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He once possessed the Tianyong martial soul, but after training in the Heart Refinement Tower, it evolved into the more powerful Shenyang martial soul. He calculated silently that the most compatible artifacts would be those with a yang attribute, though fire attributes were also appealing. After a thorough search, Chu Hongtu's attention was drawn to a bracelet emitting intense flames. This imperial artifact is quite good, he said, satisfied as he tucked it away, a content smile on his face. At that moment, Chu Jingua's voice came, tinged with regret. It's a pity we haven't yet nurtured an imperial-level artifact refiner, otherwise we could custom-make imperial artifacts according to your needs. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyong immediately asked, what is the highest level of artifact refiner in our family right now? The strongest we have is a 7th-tier artifact refiner, Chu Jingua replied, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Chu Tianyong nodded thoughtfully. 7th tier? That means they can only craft spiritual artifacts needed by martial sovereigns, and there's still a significant gap to crafting imperial artifacts. It seems we need to devote more effort to training artifact refiners. His gaze became resolute as he continued to instruct. Additionally, we must not neglect the training of alchemists and array masters. We need to increase resource allocation for them as well. Especially alchemists, even though they can't craft the miraculous pills granted by the beast god, like the heaven-defying mirror-breaking pills and physique or martial soul evolution pills, they still play an indispensable role in the long-term development of the family. Chu Tianyong's voice was filled with visions of the future. If the miraculous pills of the beast god can rapidly strengthen some family members, then the pills crafted by our family alchemists are the foundation for a sustainable and enduring enhancement of the family's overall strength. Chu Jingua responded respectfully. Yes, ancestor. His eyes shone with determination, as if he could already see the prosperous future of the Chu family. Chu Jingua nodded slightly, his gaze intense. Since the beast god's decree, nurturing talent has been their top priority, never allowing any slack. He surveyed the crowd, his voice resonant and powerful. Everyone, go back and enhance your cultivation. In half a month, we will hold a new round of Dragon Guard selection. It's been a year since the last selection, and this matter is urgent. Upon hearing this, a fervent light sparked in the eyes of those present. This was not only a prime opportunity to showcase their strength, but also crucial for their ranking within the Dragon Guard. Their ranking directly reflected their status and power in the Dragon Guard. At that moment, Long Yuan's voice thundered in their ears. From today, the Dragon Guard will have the privilege of training in the Dragon Emperor Hall. This announcement was like a bolt of lightning, shaking everyone's heart. Long Yuan continued, we need to highlight the special status of the Dragon Guard within the Chu family. This is a necessary move. Upon hearing this, waves of excitement surged within everyone. Training in the Dragon Emperor Hall meant they could cultivate near the beast god. For members of the Chu family, this was undoubtedly a great honor. Chu Jingua spoke at the right moment, adding, The Dragon Emperor Hall contains a special essence of heaven and earth that can significantly accelerate cultivation. He had recently entered the Dragon Emperor Hall and knew a little about its situation. Chu Shiron, hearing this, furrowed his brow and expressed his doubts. The patriarch's words remind me of a question. Where does the essence of heaven and earth used in our cultivation within the Time Tower come from? Logically, the essence there shouldn't be enough to support our breakthrough to the Emperor realm. Chu Jingua pondered for a moment and admitted, I'm not entirely sure. However, in the Chu family, behind every inexplicable event, there's often the handiwork of the beast god. At this moment, Long Yuan's voice rang out again, resolving everyone's doubts. Indeed, I channeled the essence of heaven and earth from the Dragon Emperor Hall into the Time Tower. He paused and continued. Without sufficient essence of heaven and earth, the Chu family members would be unable to break through to the martial emperor realm. A deep look flashed in Long Yuan's eyes, as if recalling the past. Now, I hold a divine vein and a chaotic vein. I plan to integrate the divine vein into the 9-level spatial world. As for the chaotic vein, it will be integrated into the Dragon Emperor Hall. Compared to divine veins, the chaos veins offer a much stronger boost to cultivation speed. This news hit everyone like a sledgehammer, stirring waves of astonishment in their hearts. The beast god's meticulous planning, considering everything for them, left everyone utterly amazed. Chu Tian rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Sharing the same room with the beast god for cultivation was not only a great honor, but also a rare opportunity. If he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, he could consult the beast god at any to me a benefit that was truly enticing. For a moment, even someone as established as the Chu family's patriarch couldn't suppress his inner excitement, secretly pondering whether he should join the ranks of the Dragon Guard. At that moment, Long Yuan seemed to have sensed the thoughts of Chu Tianyang and Chu Jingua, and said, Chu Tianyang, you and your clan leader Chu Jingua can come in to cultivate at any time. Before he finished speaking, a crystal-clear pill flew towards Chu Jingua. This is the body evolution pill, a unique reward for you, as the clan leader. Long Yuan's voice carried a note of appreciation. Chu Jingua's heart trembled as he hurriedly reached out to catch the pill, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Chu Jingua thanks the beast god for the pill. In his mind, he was already calculating that with this pill, his golden light battle body could ascend to a saint-level physique. If he could obtain another one in the heart-refining tower, he might even elevate his physique to the emperor level. Others looked at the pill in Chu Jingua's hand with envy. Was this the privilege of a clan leader? To receive such favor from the beast god? Chu Tianyang murmured to himself. Looks like I need to find another opportunity to challenge the heart-refining tower. Otherwise, my myriad spirit saint body might fall behind. Currently, the Chu family already had 2 divine bodies, Chu Feng and Chu Ming. Although emperor-level physiques and martial souls had yet to appear, there were already several saint-level physiques. Chu Tianyang resolved to pass the heart-refining tower's test this time. After everyone dispersed, Chu Jingua immediately began addressing the series of tasks mentioned by the patriarch. He convened the Council of Elders once more to discuss the specific details. As the clan leader, especially at a time when the Chu family was thriving, Chu Jingua had to keep a close eye on all family affairs, big and small. The next day, the Chu family invited a large number of master sculptors from Chingyong City to begin carving a divine beast statue in the plaza at the entrance of the ninefold space world. Chu Jingua initially planned to use precious materials for refining, but the ordinary sculptors couldn't handle such special materials. In the end, they had to settle for exquisite jade, which left the Chu family leadership feeling somewhat regretful, but with no other options. During this period, the Chu family was once again buzzing with excitement. The selection for the Dragon Guard was about to begin, and many were eagerly anticipating a spectacular battle. Especially upon learning that the Dragon Guard could cultivate inside the Dragon Emperor's Hall, everyone was filled with enthusiasm. If the Dragon Guard had previously been just a title with resources comparable to the Elders, now its privileges and glory were truly being realized. A few days later, the selection for the Dragon Guard took place as scheduled. The martial arts arena within the space world was packed with people. Both Chu family warriors and ordinary clan members unable to cultivate came to witness this grand event. On the arena, Chu family members vying for a spot in the Dragon Guard took turns competing fiercely, drawing continuous cheers from the audience, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Even Long Yuan was drawn to the spectacle, turning his gaze from the Dragon Emperor's Hall towards the martial arts arena in the ninefold space world, observing the intense competition with great interest. Chu Huang moved like a black lightning bolt, fiercely clashing with Chu Jianshan. The black halberd in his hand swung with the force of a storm, each strike carrying a mystical energy capable of annihilating everything in its path, easily shattering the sharp, sword light coming towards him. The battlefield where they fought was a maelstrom of energy, with sword chi crisscrossing, as if it were splitting heaven and earth, leaving the surrounding spectators in awe. What the heck? How did Chu Huang suddenly become so powerful? Gasps erupted from the crowd. Those familiar with Chu Huang widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. In their memories, while Chu Huang showed some talent, he was never considered an extraordinary genius. Yet now, not only was he holding his own against Chu Jinshan, but he had also risen to become an emperor-level powerhouse. Did you know? I heard Chu Huang himself say he received the highest inheritance from the archaic god pavilion, someone in the crowd explained. Wow, he told you something that confidential? You two must be pretty close, huh? Another person asked in surprise. Come on, that's nothing. The first person replied dismissively. We used to play in the mud together as kids. Besides, he said himself that our Chu family has obtained quite a few heaven-defying inheritances, so it's not really a secret. Shut up. Playing in the mud? The guy's an emperor now. Someone couldn't help but scold. So what if he's an emperor? The person retorted. It doesn't change the fact that we played together in the mud. Amidst the lively discussions, Long Yuan saw Chu Huang's attributes through the system and was visibly astonished. A divine weapon? This kid is wielding a divine weapon, he muttered to himself. Spirit tool, great wilderness halberd ranking, divine inheritance, archaic gods 36 divine techniques. Archaic god pavilion? I never expected that place to have a divine level inheritance. The battle raged on, with Chu Huang's strength far exceeding everyone's expectations. This once unremarkable youth had now become a figure to be revered, and it seemed that everything behind his transformation was connected to the mysterious archaic god pavilion. Long Yuan stood at the edge of the martial arts arena, his brow furrowed in deep thought. His gaze swept over the fierce battles unfolding before him, while his mind was filled with images of ancient legacies. The mysterious pillar of the Huan sect, the dragon blood lake of Tianlongjuan, the eternal monument of the divine fist sect, and the sword mountain of the heavenly sword gate. These legacies did not appear by chance. They were deliberately left behind by someone. Long Yuan speculated that this was likely the work of those once great divine-level warriors who have since vanished. His thoughts continued to unravel, with various signs suggesting that the mortal realm must have once been home to divine-level beings, who mysteriously disappeared later. The more Long Yuan pondered, the more he believed this was likely related to the Hell Gate. He nodded slightly at the intense battle before him. Since this legacy had fallen into the hands of the Chu family, it must be carried forward. Long Yuan conjectured that these legacies had undoubtedly been obtained by others in the past, but due to the suppression of the Hell Gate, even if they acquired the legacy, it ultimately vanished in the river of time. The grand scale of the Dragon Guard selection this time was a concentrated display of the Chu family's centuries of cultivation within the Tower of Time. In the arena, the duel between Chu Huang and Chu Jinshan captured everyone's attention. Chu Huang had obtained the Wild God legacy, making his strength unfathomable. Meanwhile, Chu Jinshan boasted the heavenly sword martial soul, the nine tribulations sword body, and the legacy acquired at Sword Mountain, making his combat power equally formidable. Even against Chu Huang, who possessed the Wild God legacy, he was not at a disadvantage. In another part of the arena, the battle between Chu Yunling and Chu Jinan was equally intense. Faced with Chu Yunling's two emperor-level spirit beasts, Chu Jinan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is cheating." These spirit beasts had powerful bloodlines, one with the Imperial Golden Dragon bloodline comparable to the pinnacle physique of the human race, and the other with a genuine divine physique of the Thunder Dragon bloodline. Their combat prowess was terrifying as they simultaneously attacked Chu Jinan. Despite possessing the Battle Saint physique, Chu Jinan struggled to withstand such a combined assault. The attacks from the two spirit beasts were exceptionally sharp, forcing Chu Jinan to continuously evade within the arena, unable to escape his predicament. Chu Yunling sensed that the situation was unfavorable and immediately withdrew the Golden Saint Ancestor, leaving only the Azure Sky Thunder Cloud Jiao outside. Even so, Chu Jinan was still being pushed back step by step. After hundreds of years of cultivation, the Azure Sky Thunder Cloud Jiao's bloodline had nearly reached that of a true dragon, making its power comparable to that of a human with divine-level physique. Incredible! Chu Yunling is probably the strongest in the Chu family now, even surpassing Chu Huang and the others. The onlookers exclaimed in amazement. Chu Yunling not only possessed two Beast Emperor-level spirit beasts, but was also a true martial emperor herself. This was equivalent to having three emperor-level powers fighting simultaneously, making it difficult for anyone to withstand. Many people looked at Chu Yunling with envy, secretly marveling at the strength of a beast master. However, becoming a beast master required the awakening of a spirit cave talent, a rare gift even more uncommon than physique or martial soul, not something everyone could attain. Before long, Chu Jinan was defeated. It wasn't due to his lack of ability, but because Chu Yunling's spirit beasts were too formidable. Elsewhere in the Chu family martial arena, other intense battles were underway. Chu Zhan and Chu Shiron faced off once again, both going all out this time. One had reached emperor status through cultivation, the other through physical prowess, each with their own strengths. Although Chu Shiron possessed the saint-level purple heaven holy thunder body, which was superior to Chu Zhan's king-level diamond battle body, the latter had mastered the flood strike from the 8-character divine fist, making his combat power formidable as well. At this moment, both displayed their signature skills, with golden thunder filling the arena, resembling a thunderous inferno, asserting divine might over the earth. In the shocked gaze of Chu Zhan and the surrounding crowd, Chu Shiron transformed the thunder into the form of a beast god, roaring as it charged towards his opponent. Then, the thunder morphed into the shape of the 10,000 Dragon Tower, pressing down on Chu Zhan. What the heck? What kind of martial skill is this? Chu Zhan was taken aback. The moment the true dragon and divine tower appeared, he faintly sensed the aura of a beast god, which sent chills down his spine. Chu Zhan immediately unleashed the full power of his flood strike, with his fists radiating light and carrying an overwhelmingly fierce momentum to confront the oncoming thunderous dragon and divine tower. Inside the Dragon Emperor Hall, Long Yuan looked shocked. Even he could faintly sense a trace of his own aura and power within Chu Shiron's thunderous dragon and divine tower. Although it was just a tiny trace, for Long Yuan at the Boundless Realm, it was enough to allow Chu Shiron to fight across realms. As expected, despite Chu Zhan's mastery of the flood strike, he was swiftly defeated once Chu Shiron unleashed such divine power. Were you cheating? Did you get the beast god to help you? Chu Zhan lay on the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, incredulously questioning. The moment they clashed, an overwhelming pressure swept over them, as if the beast god himself had descended. Chu Shiron hurriedly stepped forward to support the pale-faced Chu Zhan. The Dragon Guard selection. How could the beast god intervene? Chu Zhan gasped, still shaken. That aura. It scared me to death. Chu Shiron smirked slightly, with a hint of pride, and explained, that's a divine skill I created myself, though it's still in its infancy. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Tian and Chu Jingua, who had just arrived, nearly stumbled upon hearing it. A self-created divine skill? Chu Tian inhaled sharply, barely able to contain his curiosity. How did you manage that? He recalled the faint but intense presence of the beast god he had sensed earlier, deeply astonished. Chu Shiron, casually stroking his chin, explained with an easy demeanor. It was quite unexpected. I intended to transform the beast god's life artifact with thunder, but it somehow evolved into a trace of the artifact's spirit's essence, seemingly inheriting some of its power. That powerful. Chu Zhan was dumbfounded, his mind racing. Does that mean that Thunder Dragon possesses a fragment of the beast god's power? He couldn't help but gasp, realizing that Chu Shiron's combat strength might have reached an unimaginable level. After all, the beast god's power is unfathomable. Even a fragment could dominate all. Chu Jingua was awestruck. Incredible. Our Chu family has truly produced an extraordinary figure this time. At that moment, Chu Shiron suddenly paused, hearing the beast god's voice. Chu Tian, quick to notice his odd expression, immediately asked, what's wrong? Chu Shiron slowly spoke, a hint of surprise in his tone. The beast god wants me to meet him after the Dragon Guard selection. Hiss. Chu Tian inhaled sharply, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. It seems your divine skill has caught the beast god's attention. If I'm not mistaken, the beast god might bestow an opportunity upon you. Chu Jingua's expression was grave as he stared intently at the scene before him. His voice was low and resolute, as if announcing a startling discovery. Even though the divine art created by Chu Shiron is still in its infancy and not fully developed, its power is already undeniable. Everyone present focused their gaze on Chu Shiron, and an indescribable tension filled the air. Chu Jingua continued. If he can already borrow a trace of the beast god's power now, imagine what will happen once it is perfected. His words trailed off, and those around him shuddered involuntarily, their minds conjuring terrifying images. Long Yuan, who had been silently observing, couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. He had originally thought Chu Shiron's divine art was inherited from some sacred place, but never imagined it was self-created. Long Yuan privately assessed, Chu Shiron's insight is truly extraordinary, a talent that is unmatched. Long Yuan contemplated that physique, martial spirit, spiritual acumen, and insight are all crucial components of cultivation talent. The higher a martial artist's insight, the quicker they can grasp martial arts and divine techniques. Not only was Chu Shiron's insight exceptional, but he also managed to create such an extraordinary divine art, which made Long Yuan consider lending him a helping hand. After several days of intense competition, the selection for the Dragon Guardians finally concluded. As expected by Chu Tianyang and others, Chu Shiron, with his astonishing self-created divine art, became one of the double Dragon Lords. This outcome shocked everyone present. I thought the other Dragon Lord would be Chu Huang or Chu Jinshan, someone whispered. Chu Jinshan was the previous double Dragon Lord, and Chu Huang was a recently emerged dark horse with unparalleled combat strength, rivaling Chu Jinshan. However, No one anticipated this result. Chu Shiron's self-created divine art is just too strong. Another person marveled. Being able to harness a sliver of the beast god's power, he's undoubtedly overwhelming everyone. It's truly enviable. I wonder when I'll be able to create such powerful martial techniques. Someone couldn't help but sigh. An experienced martial artist nearby shook his head with a smile. Haha, don't even think about it. Creating divine techniques is no simple task. It requires extraordinary insight and exceptional opportunities. Sometimes, inspiration can be just a fleeting moment. That's true. Another person agreed. Even though our Chu family is full of strong individuals, Chu Shiron is the only one who has managed to create his own divine techniques. It shows just how difficult it is. The battle for the Dragon Throne had concluded. Chu Yunling, with the incredible strength of 3 martial emperors, initially led the competition but ultimately fell to Chu Shiron. His self-created divine skill was unrivaled within the martial emperor realm, and even Chu Yunling was no exception. At this moment, inside the Dragon Emperor Hall, Chu Shiron stood respectfully before Long Yuan. Long Yuan's eyes shone with approval as he generously praised. To create such a powerful divine skill, you are indeed remarkable. This was the first time Long Yuan had praised a member of the Chu family, causing Chu Shiron to blush with excitement. Long Yuan then took out a dragon scale intertwined with yin and yang patterns and a shadowy black tower, saying solemnly, "This is a dragon scale of mine and the imprint of my life-bound spiritual artifact. It should aid you in comprehending that divine skill. I have high hopes for it. Study it well. It will become a powerful weapon for you to subdue formidable enemies in the future." Chu Shiron gratefully accepted the treasures bestowed by Long Yuan and replied respectfully, "Yes, I will not disappoint the beast god." He chose to stay in the Dragon Emperor Hall to continue his cultivation and refine his divine skill. When Chu Shiron's consciousness delved into the dragon scale, a breathtaking scene unfolded in his mind. A colossal dragon spanning the cosmic star space, enveloped in yin and yang energies, with the sun, moon, and stars hovering around it, exuding a presence capable of suppressing heaven and earth. Chu Shiron gasped in awe, thinking, is this the true form of the beast god? He realized that what he had seen inside the Dragon Emperor Hall was merely a vastly reduced version of the beast god's form. Chu Shiron felt a surge of joy, thinking, with the beast god's imprint, I can observe a more authentic form, greatly enhancing my divine skill's power. The closer the beings or objects I create with thunder power resemble the true form, the more terrifying the power they contain. With this in mind, he focused intently on his comprehension. Meanwhile, many dragon guards gradually entered the Dragon Emperor Hall. Chu Zhan looked around in confusion, surprised to find, how strange. Why is the essence of heaven and earth here black? It was his first time seeing such a form. He had always known it to manifest as white mist. Old ancestor Jinxing exclaimed, it must be high-grade essence of heaven and earth. The energy contained is immense. He recalled the beast god mentioning the Chu family had an environment suitable for emperor-level cultivators, and seeing it firsthand proved it true. Suddenly, Chu Feng spoke in shock. This contains the power of chaos. He could feel his chaos divine body becoming unusually active, seemingly absorbing the surrounding chaos power, making it increasingly complete. This discovery thrilled Chu Feng, reminding him of the inheritance from the Cloud sect in the Nine Heavens mountain range, which mentioned that even the chaos divine body of a martial emperor had not reached completion. Chu Feng thought to himself, it seems I have a chance to fully complete my chaos divine body here. Once it's complete, I'll gradually unlock the chaos pearl. He hadn't forgotten the treasure hidden within him, something even more precious than the chaos divine body. Then, Long Yuan's voice resonated. Chu Feng is right. There is indeed a chaos essence vein here, surpassing even god-level essence veins. You can cultivate here without worry. If you encounter any doubts, feel free to consult me. Although Long Yuan's cultivation came from system rewards, the insights of those realms were genuine. The group responded in unison, filled with excitement. Yes, beast god. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation for the future and a yearning for powerful strength. Of course, there were some who didn't immediately enter the Dragon Emperor Palace to train. Chu Long was one of them. He embarked on a meaningful journey with his group of consorts. This wasn't just a simple sightseeing trip, it was a visit to their families, allowing his wives and concubines to reunite with long-separated relatives. In the Valley of Flowers, the elder Chiu Min was hosting these special guests. When she saw Shun Biao and the other 2 women, she was thunderstruck. Her voice turned sharp, and her body trembled uncontrollably. You've all become saints? Chiu Min's shock was justified. Just a year or 2 ago, these 3 women had married into the Chu family. Although they were attractive and graceful, in the Valley of Flowers, where beauty was abundant, they were considered only average. Yet now, their aura had reached the martial saint level, a meteoric rise that was simply astounding. Beside her, sect leader Wen Ryu was equally stunned. Even without the pressure from the beast-taming sect, She had been able to focus on her training, but had only reached the martial emperor level. The achievements of these three once unremarkable disciples left her mind in turmoil. Shun Biao noticed the elder's confusion and smiled as she explained, "Elder, we owe it all to the powerful legacy my husband acquired from the Yuan sect. It was this opportunity that allowed us to break through to the martial saint level." She paused and continued, "The Chu family's extraordinary methods are truly beyond imagination. Although the posture required for practicing that technique is somewhat embarrassing, its effects are undeniable." Her words carried a sense of pride and gratitude. Given our natural talents, it would have been nearly impossible to reach the saint level through conventional methods. But under the influence of that technique, we not only broke through numerous barriers, but also gained a powerful special constitution. Xiaomin and Wen Ryu were even more astonished after hearing this explanation. They looked at the three once ordinary disciples in disbelief, their hearts in turmoil. You're all actually martial saints?" At that moment, Xiaomin suddenly noticed the group of women standing behind Chu Long. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she realized that all these women were experts at the martial saint level. Her mind buzzed, her legs turned weak, and she nearly fainted on the spot. "Oh my god, how is this possible?" she exclaimed internally. "Is the legacy truly that powerful? Since when did martial saints become so common?" A whole group appears at once. Not even the sacred places like the Shengquan sect had such a foundation. Chu Long noticed Xiaomin's shock and smiled calmly, explaining, "In the current Chu family, martial saints are no longer a big deal. The ancestor should know that the Chu family has produced several martial emperors, and I am one of them." Upon hearing this, Xiaomin and Wen Ryu were thunderstruck, frozen in place. They stared at Chu Long in disbelief. This young man, who appeared elegant and handsome, was actually a legendary martial emperor? The elders beside them were equally stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to recover for a long time. Once they regained their composure, they hurriedly saluted Chu Long, their hearts filled with excitement. This was a martial emperor. Previously, they had no chance of ever encountering such an existence. Now, meeting one felt like a common concubine being suddenly favored by the emperor. As night fell, Chu Long and his group stayed at Hundred Flowers Valley. However, Shun Biao and others quietly approached the sect leader, Wen Ryu. They had keenly noticed the unusual sparkle in the sect leader's eyes when she looked at Chu Long during the day. Exchanging glances, Shun Biao and her companions thought to themselves, "Perhaps we can expand the sect leader into our husband's harem and make her our sister." It wasn't that they were particularly magnanimous, but rather Chu Long's combat prowess was overwhelmingly formidable, and none of them could match him even if they took turns. Left with no choice, they continued to expand Chu Long's harem until he was satisfied. A few days later, when Ryu resolutely passed the position of sect leader to the current saintess, she packed her belongings, ready to leave with Chu Long. Before departing, when Ryu reassured everyone, "With the Chu family as our backing, no one will dare to act against Hundred Flowers Valley. Rest assured." Xiaomin stood at the valley's entrance, watching when Ryu followed Chu Long and the others as they gradually disappeared into the distance. She couldn't help but sigh softly. I really envy these young people." Watching as the figures vanished on the horizon, Xiaomin turned and walked back into the valley, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Xiaomin gently caressed her smooth, jade-like face, feeling a sense of self-satisfaction. Despite being older, her well-maintained appearance exuded the unique allure of a mature woman. However, this confidence was soon overshadowed by a tinge of regret. She couldn't help but wonder why those young and beautiful women hadn't invited her to leave with them. If Shun Biao and the others had asked, she would have followed without hesitation. As Xiaomin was lost in her thoughts, the voice of Wang Shu, the new sect leader, interrupted her reverie. Wang Shu's eyes were slightly red, her gaze fixed on the departing figure of Chu Long, as she involuntarily murmured, "Ancestor, that man called Chu Long is truly extraordinary. I wish to follow him." Xiaomin was taken aback and quickly intervened. "You mustn't harbor such dangerous thoughts. You've only met him once. How can you entertain such an absurd notion? Go into seclusion and sever these troubling feelings." She was secretly alarmed. The former sect leader had just been taken away, and now the current leader was having similar thoughts? How could this be? What would become of the future of Hundred Flowers Valley? Wang Shu pouted and left reluctantly. However, Xiaomin's worries did not end there. To her horror, she discovered that even the respected elders were whispering among themselves, expressing their desire to follow Chu Long. Xiaomin felt a chill run down her spine, thinking, "This is like a poison. Chu Long must be dangerous. One visit, and the entire Hundred Flowers Valley is captivated. What kind of charm does he possess?" Unbeknownst to them, Chu Long's body contained the Yang dragon constitution, which had a powerful allure for the opposite sex. This attraction stemmed from the natural pull between yin and yang, causing any woman near him to instinctively feel that only by uniting with him could they achieve true fulfillment. Meanwhile, after leaving Hundred Flowers Valley, Chu Long led Wen Ryu and the others to visit their families, and then embarked on a journey. Jus smiled and remarked, after hundreds of years in seclusion, stepping back into the world feels different. They had left the 6 domains controlled by the Chu family and ventured into the broader human realm. Chu Long nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, in the past, I didn't dare travel far due to my lack of strength. Now, the outside world truly has its wonders. At this moment, they arrived at Chingyong City, the largest city in the Tianluo domain. It was said that 9 martial saints were born here simultaneously, prompting their visit to witness its grandeur. However, the appearance of Chu Long and his companions immediately caused a stir. With their advancement in cultivation, their appearances continued to transform toward ideal beauty. This made Shun Biao and the others not only stunningly beautiful, but also exuded a noble aura that was hard for other women to match, easily sparking a desire in others to conquer them. As soon as they stepped onto the streets of Chingyong City, they attracted everyone's attention. Onlookers exclaimed, where did this group of breathtaking beauties come from? At that moment, a burly figure descended from the sky like a meteor, landing steadily in front of Chu Long and his companions, blocking their path. The newcomer was a robust middle-aged man with a full beard. In a deep voice, he addressed Shun Biao and the others. Ladies, my young master requests your presence. As he spoke, he gestured towards the rooftop. Following his gaze, Chu Long and the others saw a handsome young man standing on the rooftop, holding a wine cup, with a confident smile on his face as he looked down at them. Seeing Shun Biao and her companions step onto the stairs, Fuming's smile grew even more pronounced. He gracefully raised his glass and announced in a resonant voice, I am Fuming, the holy son of the great Luo sacred land, and I invite you lovely ladies to join me for a drink. The crowd, initially dazzled by the sudden appearance of the beauties, was struck by the words Great Luo Sacred Land, as if hit by lightning, causing them to tremble. They quickly averted their gaze from Shun Biao and her companions, fully aware that women chosen by the holy son of the Great Luo Sacred Land were beyond their reach. Defying this would likely result in dire consequences. Inside the tavern, whispers filled the air. What a pity, such stunning women ending up with him. One patron sighed softly. Just thinking about it hurts. Well, with the backing of the Great Luo Sacred Land, another replied in a hushed tone, it's the dominant force in our Tianluo domain, with several saints in their sect, who would dare defy their orders. It's just a shame for these beautiful and graceful women, someone else added quietly. I heard that the women who've been with Holy Sun Fuming rarely survive in the end. Shut up, someone nearby interrupted in fear. Are you crazy to say such things? Stay away from me. I don't want any trouble. As soon as the words were spoken, a loud crash shook the room. A fierce flash of light from a punch exploded, and the head of the speaking warrior burst apart. A burly man with a thick beard stood coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Humph, how dare you ants slander the holy sun? The man turned to Shun Biao and her companions, speaking firmly. Ladies, please proceed. Being noticed by our holy sun is your good fortune. Get lost. Shun Biao's eyes narrowed slightly as she snapped coldly. They had encountered similar situations many times along the way. Ungrateful. The burly man snorted, extending his large hand like a beast's claw towards Shun Biao and the others. He thought to himself, if persuasion doesn't work, force will. After all, once they're in the holy sun's bed, the outcome is the same. His 5 fingers spread wide, radiating light, making the whole world hum. This grasp seemed intent on capturing Shun Biao and her companions in one fell swoop. Humph. Faced with such a threat, Shun Biao merely let out a cold snort, completely unfazed. Chu Long let out a cold snort and sharply flicked his folding fan. In an instant, a powerful force descended like a tidal wave, striking precisely at the burly man's chest. With a resounding boom, the man's hefty body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a pavilion by the street. Wooden splinters flew, and the pavilion collapsed with a crash, raising a cloud of dust. The onlookers who witnessed this astonishing scene were shocked and turned pale. Someone exclaimed, "This is bad. He actually dared to injure the saint's follower." Another person urgently said, "Let's get out of here. It's going to be dangerous." In a flash, the crowd scattered like startled birds, leaving the street empty. Sure enough, the next moment, Fuming, who had been standing on the pavilion, appeared in front of Chu Long with a cold expression. He squinted slightly, his voice laced with suppressed anger. "Who are you, boy? How dare you lay a hand on someone under the saint's protection?" Chu Long sneered at his words, boldly wrapping an arm around the waist of Shun Biao beside him, taunting, "Huh? Who am I? Can't you see I'm their husband?" Seeing this, Fuming clenched his fists, a flash of red flickering in his eyes. How could that slender and soft waist be desecrated by another man? At that moment, Fuming felt like a wild boar had trampled on the cabbage he had carefully nurtured, his chest burning with anger, his breath quickening. Suppressing his fury, he asked in a deep voice, "How is that possible? You think you're worthy of being their husband? Each of those women carries an air of nobility. Unlike ordinary women, they seem to hail from some powerful faction. Taking a deep breath, Fuming asked again, "May I ask which faction you belong to?" Chu Long casually shook his head and replied, "Just a plain, unremarkable family, not worth mentioning." Upon hearing this, Fuming's anger erupted fully. "In that case, you can die." He struck decisively, thinking to himself, "The women he's interested in, no one can escape his grasp." Fuming launched a palm strike, brilliant light blossoming from his palm, releasing a terrifying aura from within. Despite being at the martial king level, he unleashed power comparable to a martial sovereign. Chu Long observed this with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Oh, a special constitution bearer? No wonder his combat power is extraordinary." He noticed a blue diamond-shaped mark appearing on Fuming's forehead as he attacked. In an instant, a chilling aura spread around, bone-chilling coldness permeating the air. The surrounding pavilions, under the invasion of this icy breath, instantly transformed into sparkling ice sculptures, the cold atmosphere engulfing the entire street. "Consider yourself fortunate to die under my ice-sacred body. Don't worry, after your death, I will take care of your wife and children." Fu Ming laughed arrogantly, as the icy domain condensed around him. However, his laughter was abruptly cut off. Chu Long merely pointed a finger, touching the palm of Fu Ming. In an instant, a powerful force shot through Fu Ming's entire arm like lightning. With a loud bang, Fu Ming's arm exploded, flesh and blood scattering. Not only that, but his proud icy domain also shattered, disintegrating into tiny ice crystals that vanished into the air. "Ah!" Fu Ming screamed in agony, his eyes filled with terror. He stared at Chu Long in disbelief, trembling as he spoke. "How is this possible? I unleashed the power of a martial lord. Are you a martial saint?" In despair, Fu Ming cried out to the void, "Ancestor, save me." As soon as he spoke, an elderly man with white hair and beard appeared beside Fu Ming out of thin air. This elder, Fu Ming's protector, addressed Chu Long sternly. "You've gone too far. After all, he's just a child." Chu Long paused at the words, then sneered. "Just a child? So a child can do whatever they please? If that's the case, everyone should just have children." The elder frowned. "Then what do you intend to do?" Chu Long's eyes glinted coldly. "You have two choices. Either he dies, or you both die." "Ha!" Another voice suddenly rang out as a middle-aged man, Wen Buki, strode forward. He declared arrogantly, "Not only is he the holy son of the great Luo Holy Land, but I am also a genuine martial saint at the pinnacle, and one of the Holy Land's ancestors. What makes you think you can make us both die? In this world, connections matter. If you have the backing, name your power, and our great Luo Holy Land won't mind paying them a visit." Amid the tense standoff, the sky suddenly changed color. A massive hand descended from the heavens, covering the entire Nine Saints city. This hand, entirely crimson, exuded a suffocating divine power, as if it could easily obliterate the entire city. Martial Emperor." When Buki jumped like a startled rooster, his face turning pale. "Why would a martial emperor make a move here? We're done for, we're going to die." He fell to his knees with a thud, all his previous arrogance gone. The entire city was engulfed in panic, with every warrior feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocation. However, Chu Long remained calm, looking up at the sky with a hint of recognition in his eyes. "Hell Gate Martial Emperor?" Chu Long glanced coldly at Wen Buki and Fu Ming, clenching his right fist and punching fiercely towards the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted in the sky as Chu Long's fist collided with the descending hand. The terrifying energy shockwaves swept across the sky, engulfing the entire Nine Saints city. The fist and the hand repelled each other, with both sides retreating. Chu Long leaped into the sky with his entourage, keenly sensing that there were not one, but three martial emperors involved in the attack. When Buki was utterly dumbfounded, he muttered to himself, How? How is this possible? That guy can fight a martial emperor Hedon? Is he also a martial emperor?" Realizing this, when Buki's breath caught in his throat, he turned sharply to Fu Ming, saying angrily, "You've caused a huge disaster this time. It's one thing to force yourself on other women before, but to now target a martial emperor's woman. You really can't stop someone determined to court death." Fu Ming was still in a daze, unable to process the drastic turn of events. He stammered, This ancestor, maybe we shouldn't worry too soon. No matter how strong the Chu family's martial emperor is, he shouldn't be a match for the Hellgate martial emperors, right?" This comment made Wen Buki pause. Then he sighed in relief. "That's right. The strongest in the Chu family should be their mysterious beast god. As long as that beast god isn't here, the others shouldn't be a match for the Hell Gate martial emperors." Inside the city, everyone took deep breaths, cold sweat soaking their backs. For a moment, it felt like they had brushed past death. Some of the stronger individuals whispered among themselves, "A martial emperor? Do we really have a martial emperor in Nine Saints City? Besides the Chu family, could someone else have broken through at this time? Is Hellgate's deterrent really growing weaker?" Above Nine Saint City, Chu Long stood proudly with Shun Biao and others, calmly observing the three figures before him. One of them asked in a deep voice, "Where do you come from, Martial Emperor?" This person crossed his arms, with 9 energy spheres swirling with the power of the 5 elements floating behind him, exuding a terrifying aura akin to the sea. Clearly, a martial emperor at the pinnacle. Batian, why waste so many words? The Taishan martial emperor beside him spoke harshly, his pitch-black eyes seemingly containing countless stars, regardless of where this martial emperor is from. Have you forgotten the instructions from our leader? Anyone who breaks through to the emperor level without our Hellgate's approval is to be killed without mercy. With that, the Taishan martial emperor was about to make his move. Please, seniors, wait. The third person, who had attacked earlier, stepped forward. A mere early-stage martial emperor. What qualifications does he have to warrant the action of 2 pinnacle martial emperors? Leave it to me. The Taishan martial emperor nodded. Very well, you handle it. We'll support you. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.